He was raised to be a shadow, a weapon forged for one purpose, to serve his family, which really just meant serving his brother. His own life, his own desires were never part of the equation. And now, it's all over. He's on his knees, body broken, the last of his strength fading on a battlefield littered with the consequences of his loyalty. He gave everything. Heavy footsteps crunch on the gravel. A voice, slick with contempt, cuts through the air. Well, look at this. What a pathetic sight. Even now, beaten and bleeding, there's a fire in his eyes, a defiant spark that refuses to be extinguished. This isn't a man who knows how to surrender. The Knight Commander Boris looks on with a cynical smirk. He has to admit, it's impressive. One man holding his own against the continent's finest. A monster in human skin. The ground tells the story of his ferocity. He didn't go down easy. He fought like a cornered beast and dragged some of them down with him into the dark. From behind the knights, the true leader emerges, an arrogant smile on his face. He's not surprised. This is exactly the kind of chaos he'd expect from that man's brother. Pure venom drips from his voice as he spits out their names. Cyan, Vert, Boris. The man just grins, a wide, unsettling smile. He's savoring this, enjoying every second of Cyan's downfall. But Cyan isn't dead yet. His hand tightens around his dagger as a dark, violent aura begins to swirl around him. He grinds out the question, who gave the order? The red and black energy crackles, growing stronger. Was it the Emperor? He demands, his voice trembling with a rage that could shake the very heavens. Boris instinctively recoils. He recognizes that sickening power. It's the black fog from the rumors. So, they were true after all. This power is infamous, a sign of something feared and misunderstood. The energy erupts. Boris finally understands. You're an assassin from Mist, he scoffs, his courage returning. He declares that Mist is just a den of shadows compared to their glorious knights of light. He'll just report that he eliminated a heretic. Simple. Cyan's teeth are clenched so hard they might crack. The dark energy flares. He tells him to go ahead and try, promising that by the time he's done, Boris won't have a mouth left to speak with. But Boris just laughs. All that power is useless. A ninth-star magic barrier surrounds the entire area. There is no escape. Cyan's mind races. Trapped. He has to get out, has to find out who orchestrated this betrayal. He needs to expose the truth of what happened with his brother. His glowing red eyes narrow. The situation just went from impossible to a death sentence. But giving up has never been in his nature. If there's a barrier, he'll just have to smash his way through. Suddenly, a single voice cuts through the chaos, and everything stops. A voice he knows better than his own. That's enough, Cyan. Boris immediately turns, bowing his head in deference to the newcomer. Cyan freezes, the rage in his eyes flickers, replaced by sheer, utter confusion. It can't be. His father's words from a lifetime ago echo in his mind. Live for the clan. Your brother, Ashel, is the clan. His life was never his to live. His success is your success. He was born to be a shadow, a stepping stone for his brother's glorious ascent. And there he stands, Ashel Vert, the hero of the Empire, clad in radiant golden armor, looking down on him as if he were nothing. The horrifying truth begins to dawn, cold and sharp. The blood drains from Cyan's face as the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. The one behind all of this? He can barely force the name past his lips. His expression, a mask of disbelief and betrayal. Ashel. Ashel walks forward with an air of absolute authority, Boris respectfully stepping aside. Cyan stumbles backward, his world spinning. This doesn't make any sense. It's impossible. Ashel finally speaks, his tone chillingly calm. You seem confused to see me here. With a subtle gesture, an invisible force slams into Cyan, sending him flying. He crashes to the ground, coughing up blood. He looks up at the brother he dedicated his life to, his eyes wide with pain. What is the meaning of this? Ashel looks down at him, his gaze cold, detached. He tells him he's done well. For the clan, for the people, Tets, and for me, the words land harder than any physical blow. He continues, his voice devoid of all warmth. So now, I'm just taking the burden off your shoulders. He's talking about murder like it's an act of mercy. Cyan grips his dagger, his knuckles turning white. Did I do something wrong? He asks, his voice trembling. He doesn't understand. Ashel's eyes narrow. Wrong? The mask of civility finally shatters. His voice turns to ice as he gestures to the dark energy still clinging to Cyan. That ominous power? You're nothing but a murderer, hardly even human. His voice booms with righteous fury. You fooled everyone for long enough. Don't you know your own sins? Cyan is stunned silent. Sins? Murderer? The words are like poison, twisting everything he's ever done into something ugly and unrecognizable. His confusion ignites into pure, incandescent rage. His eyes glow a menacing red. The Succession War, the Demon King's invasion, the brutal conflicts that tore the continent apart. He handled it all. Every dark deed, every necessary evil was his burden to bear so that his brother, the hero, could remain pure. He was the shadow that allowed Ashel to be the light. Ashel simply turns his back, dismissing him as if he were a piece of trash to be discarded. That simple gesture shatters what's left of his world. Serving his brother wasn't just his duty. It was his entire identity. He slams his fist into the ground, the stone cracking under the force of his despair. The dark aura around him explodes into a swirling vortex of rage. "And now, you're just abandoning me?" His voice cracks raw with 20 years of thankless, brutal servitude. Blood drips from his mangled fist, but he feels nothing. His body is just a tool, and it has one last task. His eyes burn with a furious crimson light. He's pushing past every limit, burning his very life force for this final act. "I will destroy you." With a final desperate roar, he unleashes everything he has left. The knights stare in horror. He still has that much power? That's impossible. He's not human. From within the storm of dark energy, Cyan's voice rings out, laced with bitter mockery. How foolish. Even now he can't resist a final bitter taunt. The gray hero trying to kill his own brother out of fear. "Have you no shame?" Ashel's eyes narrow. The words hit their mark. With a final surge of power, Cyan launches himself forward. A meteor of red and black aimed directly at his brother's heart. Ashel raises his sword just in time, deflecting the attack in a shower of sparks. But Cyan is relentless. All his pain, all his rage, all his betrayal is poured into this one final attack. He only needs one hit. He knows his brother's secret weakness, a single spot where his feigned regeneration won't work. He pushes forward, his blade crackling with energy, closing the distance for the final blow. But his attack stops dead. Boris and the knights have thrown up a defensive barrier, a wall of golden light blocking his path. Ashel curses them under his breath. Ashel's voice is cold, almost pitying. "You poor thing." He sidesteps Cyan's final desperate lunge and thrusts his own sword forward with chilling precision. The sound is sickeningly soft. Cyan's dagger falls from his grasp, clattering against the stone. He looks down in disbelief at the blade embedded in his chest. Ashel's voice is calm. "I was going to grant you a painless death for old time's sake, but you showed your true colors." He leans in, whispering the final, devastating truth. "I knew what you were from the very beginning. A demon. It's a good thing I never once trusted you." The words are the final, fatal blow. The light in Cyan's eyes begins to fade. With a final, contemptuous kick, Ashel sends his dying brother to the ground. He turns and walks away without a shred of remorse. "Let's go." His knights follow, leaving Cyan to die alone on the cold earth. Cyan lies in a growing pool of his own blood. "Damn it," he rasps, his breath shallow, his vision blurs. Is this really it? What a foolish life, he thinks. The world around him fades to black. His last conscious thought is a curse directed at himself. Stupid. In his final moments, the betrayal plays on a loop, Ashel's cold face, his own shock, and the glint of the sword that ended his life. Everything dissolves into a blur of light and memory, and then a voice. Faint, distant. "Young master, it grows louder, more urgent. Young master, Cyan!" He gasps, a sharp intake of breath-filling lungs that shouldn't work anymore. He clutches his chest. The hole is gone. The pain is gone. A young woman is shaking him, her face etched with concern. "How long are you going to sleep? Get yourself together. You need to get ready." Cyan's eyes snap open. "Emily," he shouts, recoiling. "Why are you here?" He stares at her, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. He hasn't seen her in nearly 20 years, but she looks exactly the same. She just gives him a confused look, asking if he's still half asleep. He glances around the room. It's his childhood bedroom. Every detail is exactly as he remembers it. His thoughts race, a frantic jumble of confusion and disbelief. Wait. He looks down at his hands. The calloused, scarred hands of a killer are gone, replaced by the soft, small hands of a child. Am I a child again? Emily grabs his face, her touch snapping him back to reality. Young Master Cyan! He can only stare, dumbfounded. She puts her hands on her hips, her patience clearly wearing thin. Are you trying to stall because you don't want to go to training? Just get it over with. Training? The word feels alien on his tongue. He looks around the familiar room one more time, the morning light streaming in. What training could she possibly be talking about? This is the Vert Duchy. This is his home. He knows with chilling certainty that this is real. I'm back, in the duchy, in the past. He wonders if this is just some cruel hallucination, his life flashing before his eyes in his final moments. And then the memories hit him, sharp and clear. I remember this day, 27 years ago, Foundation, year 985, the year before he was sent to the academy. It's the day of the duchy's annual duel training, an event his father, Duke Vert, always personally oversees, making it a high-pressure ordeal for everyone. And his opponent is Kranz Vert, his younger half-brother. Kranz was the legitimate son, the favored child of the Duchess, while Cyan was, an inconvenient truth. He remembers this duel vividly. This was the day he was brutally beaten and mocked, becoming the laughingstock of the entire household. This wasn't just a duel, it was a public humiliation that sealed his fate as an outcast. Afterward, his father had given him a single, cold command. Do not try. Don't embarrass the family name. This duel was the turning point. It was the day his father wrote him off completely. He remembers Emily trying to comfort him back then, telling him to just surrender. But he'd stubbornly refused, thinking even his own maid looked down on him. He clenches his small fist. Not this time. This time will be different. He picks up the training rapier. It feels impossibly heavy in his child's hands. His physical abilities are reset, but his mind is not. Emily cheers him on, telling him not to get hurt. He grips the sword, the familiar weight grounding him. This sensation, it's too real to be a dream, and no illusion could ever be this detailed, this perfect. A wild, impossible question hangs in the air, filled with a dawning sense of cold purpose. Am I really back in the past? Kranz saunters over, a smug, arrogant sneer plastered on his face. I'm surprised you didn't run away. A new thought sparks in Cyan's mind, a flicker of hope forged in the fires of betrayal. Then maybe I can change the future. He looks at his half-brother, not with the fear of a child, but with the cold, calculating eyes of a man who has seen the end of the world. The Duke raises his hand. Begin. Kranz lunges immediately, swinging his sword wildly. Where are you looking, you idiot? He yells, anticipating another easy, humiliating victory. A cruel grin spreads across his face. He plans to draw this out, to play with his food before he eats it, but Cyan doesn't move. He just watches the sloppy attack come at him, his expression calm. To him, Kranz's movements are laughably slow. With a simple, fluid motion, Cyan takes a single, effortless step to the side. Kranz's eyes go wide with shock as his blade slices through empty air. He stumbles, his own momentum throwing him completely off balance. Embarrassed and enraged, Kranz spins around, dodging like a coward. But Cyan is already in motion. Before Kranz can recover, Cyan delivers a swift, precise chop to his sword hand, followed by a sharp kick to the shin that shatters his stance. It's over in less than a second. Kranz lets out a pathetic grunt of pain. He collapses to the ground, clutching his leg, his arrogant sneer replaced with a mask of agony. The Duke and Duchess watch in stunned silence. The Duchess cries out her son's name in alarm. Cyan stands over his defeated brother, his expression unreadable. All he has to do is point his sword at Kranz's throat to end the duel. He grips the rapier, but just winning, that's not enough. He remembers. He remembers all the years of relentless bullying from this boy, the constant torment that followed him all the way to the academy. A dark resolve hardens in his eyes, which begin to glow with a faint crimson light. This isn't about winning a duel. This is about sending a message. He needs to crush him so completely that Kranz will never even dream of looking at him wrong again. Not in this lifetime. He calmly steps forward, placing his foot firmly on Kranz's back, pinning him to the ground. He makes a silent vow. This time, I will forge my own path, for myself. With a final, brutal stomp, he drives the air from Kranz's lungs, ending the fight with an exclamation point. Kranz lies on the floor, twitching and defeated. The duel is over. After the match, his father summons him. A high-ranking knight named Eolkin is sent as his escort. This is a big deal. Clearly, his victory did more than just win a duel. It got his father's attention. Being escorted by one of the Duke's personal knights is an unprecedented honor for the outcast son. It seems a display of strength speaks louder than any words. As he walks down the hall, he sees the Duchess, his stepmother, leaving his father's study. He can guess what that conversation was about. With a faint smirk, he walks up and asks innocently, "Is Kranz okay?" The Duchess whips around, her face a mask of pure fury. "How dare you," she seethes. "Act concerned after what you did to your brother. The nerve!" Cyan just gives a little shrug, completely unbothered. "That's how duels work," he says, before calmly walking past her. He hears her muttering behind him, something about how this is what happens when you treat illegitimate children like they belong. His jaw tightens, her voice drips with venom. Like mother, like son. It's because the mother was some dirty commoner. You should be grateful we even let you in this house. You shouldn't dare to fight back. That's it. That's the line. She just crossed it. A murderous aura, honed over decades of slaughter, floods the hallway. The air turns to ice. His eyes glow with a terrifying crimson light, a phantom of the man he used to be. A single, chilling thought forms in his mind, simple and deadly. Should I kill her? The thought is cold, simple, and born from decades of experience. Should I just kill her? The red glow in his eyes pulses with deadly intent, then dims. No, killing her now would be a mercy she doesn't deserve. A slow, cruel smile curls his lips. He knows 1,000 ways to make someone suffer, and for her, he's going to enjoy every single one of them, slowly. The Duchess tries to regain control, reminding him that she and Kranz will be at the academy with him. It's a veiled threat, a promise of future torment. But Cyan is no longer the boy she can bully. And your point is? He asks, his voice flat, his eyes narrow, a dark energy flickering around him. He leans in, his voice a menacing whisper. I'm sure you want your precious son to graduate with all his limbs attached. You must be so worried about him, Duchess. She stares at him, stunned into silence. This isn't the pathetic child she remembers. This is something else, something dangerous. You! She finally snaps, lunging at him with a furious scream. You vulgar little beast! How dare you! But a steel gauntlet blocks her path. Iolkin, the Duke's knight, has stepped between them. With a ghost of a smirk, Cyan offers a mock apology. Iolkin addresses her with cold formality. The Duke is waiting, and they cannot be delayed. His gaze is like granite. We'll be going now. It is not a request, it's an order. The Duchess is left fuming, powerless. Even she cannot defy a direct command from the Duke. Cyan has to physically stop himself from laughing. The Duke's word is absolute, and for the first time in his life, that rule is actually working in his favor. He walks beside the powerful knight, feeling a strange sense of security. A man who won't even bow to the Duke's wife. Now that's what you call reliable. They arrive at a set of towering doors. A deep, commanding voice calls from within. Come in! Cyan stands before his father's desk, formally announcing himself as the youngest son of House Vert. He bows his head. Greetings, father. It feels surreal. In his previous life, it had been nearly 15 years since he'd last spoken to this man one-on-one. This is Duke Willius Vert, a man of immense power and presence. His father gestures for him to sit. But the world knows him by a different title. Guardian of the Continent. A living legend who single-handedly held back the demonic invasion for years. A hero who fought and fought until the day he finally fell in battle against the Demon King's army. All he ever wanted was to protect the continent. But Cyan's memories are not of a hero. He remembers a man who chose his duty over his own family, again and again. A man who sacrificed everything for strangers, while his own son was cast into the shadows. To Cyan, his father was simply a fool. The Duke's sharp voice cuts through the silence. He notes that during the duel, Cyan's eyes followed the sword perfectly before he dodged. Cyan feigns surprise, playing the part of an innocent child. His father describes the moment with keen detail, how he watched the blade's trajectory and moved just enough to avoid it. It wasn't luck, it was pure skill. The Duke gets straight to the point, his gaze piercing. When did you learn to wield a sword? Cyan thinks to himself that his father is as sharp as ever. He delivers the lie he prepared. He didn't learn it, he just practiced on his own at night. But the Duke presses on. As far as he knew, Cyan never showed any interest in swordsmanship. Why hide such talent? Cyan lowers his head, affecting shyness. I didn't want to attract attention, the Duke smirks. And yet, he didn't hold back when he crushed Kranz. But, his father leans forward, a glint in his eye. Wasn't what you did after he was down a bit unnecessary? He's referring to the brutal stomp, a clear display of dominance, not defense. Cyan understands immediately. This is a test. His father isn't just asking about the duel. He's trying to understand the boy standing before him. He meets his father's gaze without flinching and gives him the honest truth. I wanted to prove myself. The Duke raises an eyebrow. Prove what? Cyan's voice is firm, unwavering. That I am better than Kranz. That was the entire point of the duel for me. A deep chuckle rumbles from the Duke's chest. He throws his head back and laughs, a rare sound of genuine delight. Excellent. A clear, concise answer. I had no idea you were so capable. I'm delighted. But then, his next words hit Cyan like a physical blow, stealing the air from his lungs. You'll become a great and reliable support for Ashel one day. Cyan freezes. The world stops. What? The memory of his death flashes before his eyes. Ashel's cold face, the sword in his chest, the ultimate betrayal. Why would I ever help him? In that moment, he realizes with chilling certainty that nothing has changed. It doesn't matter what he does. To his father, he will always be nothing more than a tool for Ashel's glory. He clenches his fist under the table, digging his nails into his palm so hard it nearly draws blood, just to keep his expression neutral. The Duke, completely oblivious, smiles and offers him a reward. Ask for anything you wish. The rage inside Cyan solidifies into a cold, hard resolve. If that's the path they've chosen for him, then he will burn it all to the ground. He will destroy everything Ashel ever hoped to achieve. A dangerous glint appears in his eye, along with a confident smirk. What I want is, later Emily bursts into his room looking like she's seen a ghost. You asked to go to the battlefront. Cyan calmly continues changing his clothes. He confirms it, though it's not set in stone yet. Emily looks like she's about to faint. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what that place is like? She describes a nightmare landscape, a place crawling with vicious demonic beasts. She's talking about Velias, the western border of the Empire. It's the only place on the continent that can truly be called a war zone, and at its heart is the Lamea Valley, the absolute front line, a brutal, unforgiving battlefield where the war against demons has raged for centuries, a place where children do not belong. Cyan explains the condition his father gave him. He has 1 month to become worthy of being sent to hell on earth. What worthy means, he doesn't know yet, but his objective is clear. He has to whip this weak, underdeveloped body into shape. His greatest advantage is that his mind is still a weapon. All his combat knowledge, his instincts, they're still there, and he can already feel a flicker of mana inside him. With proper training, he can forge this body into something formidable. He clenches his fist, a fire of determination in his eyes. The training starts today. Just then, the door slams open with a bang. A sharp voice calls his name. Cyan! A young woman with long, braided blue hair stands in the doorway, her expression furious. Cyan stares, completely stunned. Alice. Before he can even process what's happening, she's on him, grabbing the collar of his shirt. She yanks him up, her greeting a sarcastic shout, while Emily panics in the background. She pins him to the bed, her face inches from his. I heard you asked father to send you to the battlefront. Cyan struggles, telling her to let go. She throws him to the floor, her eyes blazing. She declares that one little victory against Kranz has clearly gone to his head. Come with me, she commands, to the rooftop. Under a dark, starry sky, they stand facing each other. Alice holds a longsword, its edge gleaming in the moonlight. We start when you draw your sword, she says. The deal is simple. If he can last 3 minutes against her, she'll stop trying to interfere. Cyan lets out an exhausted sigh. Do we really have to do this, Alice? She's not listening. Just answer me one thing. Her eyes narrow with suspicion. Are you trying to make a play for the family title? So that's what this is about. Cyan looks away, annoyed. I couldn't be less interested in that. She takes his denial as a lie. So that's your game. Draw your sword. Cyan sighs again. It hasn't even been a full day since his duel. What a chaotic, exhausting return to life. Without another word, Alice charges. She moves like lightning. Cyan's eyes widen. That speed, it's serious. He raises his rapier just in time, blocking a powerful overhead slash. The impact sends a shockwave through the air and knocks him off his feet. Alice is stunned. No way, he blocked that? Cyan is just as shocked by her raw power. He protests. Are you really going all out against your brother who's 7 years younger? She ignores him, leaping back to create distance, her mind racing. She can't believe it. A rapier is a light, flimsy thing, yet he perfectly parried her longsword. Was it just luck? A grin spreads across her face, a mix of disbelief and excitement. You've got better instincts than I thought, my dear Cyan. Cyan sees the intense battle aura radiating from her and knows he's in for a world of hurt. I am so screwed. She unleashes a furious storm of attacks, her blade a blur of blue light and steel. But Cyan, drawing on decades of combat experience, meets every single blow. His small rapier moves with impossible speed, a silver needle dancing against a sledgehammer. He sees an opening, a slight overextension in her swing, and with a flick of his wrist, he redirects her blade, throwing her off balance. Alice's eyes are wide with utter disbelief. How? How is this even possible? Alice puts everything she has into a single, devastating strike, her blade igniting with a fierce, purple energy. Cyan grits his teeth, his arms screaming in protest as he tries to hold his ground. Damn it, it's no use. He's thrown backward, the raw power of the blow rattling him to the bone. He's sent skidding across the rooftop, barely managing to stay on his feet as Alice prepares her next assault. He steadies himself against a chimney, his breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. He knows that if he hadn't pulled back during that last exchange, he could have ended her. His entire fighting style is built for assassination. Every move is a killing blow. It's almost impossible to fight defensively when his body is this weak. He glances back at Alice, sweat stinging his eyes. How much longer? He just has to survive for 3 minutes. He's channeling what little mana he has into his sword just to keep up, but he's already at his absolute limit. Across the roof, Alice is also breathing heavily. She closes her eyes and begins to chant, her voice weaving a spell of immense power. Cyan's eyes go wide. That incantation, that's 6-star magic. A blade of pure, crackling blue energy envelops her sword. The air itself hums, charged with power. An aqua blade. For a split second, panic seizes him. Is she actually trying to kill me? This was supposed to be a test. He can see it in her eyes. She's lost in the heat of the moment, driven by a desperate need to win and keep him safe. He's out of options. He drops into a defensive stance. He knows if he tries to block that head-on, the shockwave alone will blast him right off the castle. There's only one move left. I just have to hope this works. He plants his feet, bracing for the inevitable impact. Alice leaps into the air, bringing the aqua blade down in a devastating arc of pure destruction. Cyan takes a shaky breath, his eyes wide with desperation. Please, please show up. The wave of energy screams toward him. Suddenly, a massive figure lands between them, a voice booming through the night. Stop. With a single powerful slash of his own, Ioken deflects the attack, his sword glowing with golden light. The two energies collide in a brilliant explosion that momentarily turns night into day. Ioken turns, his expression grim. Miss Alice! He effortlessly lifts Cyan out of the way, slinging him over his shoulder. That was far too harsh for a simple test. Cyan lets out a shaky breath, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He'd been wondering when his secret bodyguard would finally make an appearance. The battle fury drains from Alice's eyes, replaced by pure, horrified shock. She drops to her knees, horrified at what she'd almost done. I'm so sorry, Cyan. I just lost my head for a moment. She scrambles over, pulling him into a desperate hug. Tears stream down her face as she sobs. I just wanted to stop you from going to that horrible place. I was so focused on that, I didn't even think. Cyan looks down at his older sister, a faint, sad smile on his lips. This is the Alice he remembers. Passionate, stubborn, and always trying way too hard. His sister. In his past life, Alice Vert was a prodigy among prodigies. She attended the Royal Academy, a school for the most gifted children in the Empire, and she excelled in every single subject. On top of her incredible talent, she possessed a breathtaking beauty. People didn't just admire her, they revered her, calling her God's child. She was a genius with the sword, hailed as the future guardian of the continent, a title she shared only with his brother Ashel. But not long after she joined the prestigious Knights of Light, she was killed. A brilliant light, snuffed out far too soon. Her death was a tragedy that shook the Empire, a loss of potential that could have changed the future. He hugs her back, his small hand resting on her shoulder. I missed you, Alice. He holds her tight, his voice a determined whisper only he can truly understand. I'll protect you this time. Alice just looks at him, confused by his sudden maturity. Shh, Cyan? She glances over at Ioken. She asks him why he's here. Shouldn't he be with the Duke on his way to the war? Ioken explains that the Duke ordered him to protect the young master in secret. Cyan already knew. He'd sensed Ioken's presence ever since leaving his father's office. He was a master of stealth, but not good enough to hide from a fellow expert. But why would his father go to such lengths? It was a puzzle for another time. Deciding to end the tense moment, Cyan goes limp in Alice's arms, faking sleep. Alice looks down at him, her expression softening into a gentle, loving smile. She gently strokes his hair. He's still just a little kid. Title card. Chapter title. Chapter title. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. It turns out she was only home for a short visit before her graduation. Meanwhile, Cyan is hard at work. 9! He strains, his small body trembling with effort as he pushes out one final rep. 10! He collapses onto the floor, completely exhausted. For 2 weeks, he's been pushing his body to its limits, but 10 push-ups is all he can manage. He's hit a frustrating plateau. He remembers the raw physical power he once commanded. Looking at his scrawny arms, a pale imitation of the hardened warrior he used to be, he sighs. I need a better solution. Just then, Emily enters the room. Young master, a package arrived from Miss Alice. Cyan's head pops up. Really? Emily holds a small, dark bottle at arm's length, pinching her nose in disgust. What is this stuff? It smells awful. Cyan grins. It's the hellhound's blood I asked her to get for me. It's an extremely rare item, normally only found on the front lines in Lamea Valley. So the rumors about a black market for it were true after all. He pours the thick, viscous liquid into a bowl. Most people believe demonic blood is a deadly poison, and for good reason. It smells revolting and burns on the way down. But there's a rumor that if you can survive drinking it, it permanently increases your strength and mana. And from his past life, Cyan knows it's not just a rumor, it's a fact. Emily looks horrified. Young master, you're not actually going to drink that, are you? He gives her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Emily. He brings the bowl to his lips. He's probably the only person in the world who developed an immunity to her notoriously terrible cooking. He can still remember her mushroom soup. A single bite of that bubbling purple sludge had literally stopped his heart. Compared to that, this is nothing. He tilts the bowl back and downs it in one go. His eyes snap open, the pupils glowing with concentric red rings. He slams the bowl down. It's good, he roars as Emily gags in the background. He stands up, a dark red aura steaming off his body. Emily, she jumps. Yes? His eyes are glowing as he grins. I'm going for a walk. It's time to see if his gamble paid off. He moves through the forest, his steps now light, powerful, and full of a newfound energy. He arrives at a clearing overlooking the duchy. For the past 2 weeks, he's been patiently waiting for this exact day. This is one of the rare times Eolkin isn't shadowing him. It's a place he used to frequent when he needed to think, to be truly alone. And he remembers something crucial. In his past life, his brother Ashel received a divine revelation from the god of light. It spoke of an ancient temple hidden somewhere in these very mountains. He never fully believed it back then, but he did find a place where the flow of mana was unnaturally dense. Of course, in this timeline, that revelation hasn't happened yet. He holds out his hand, a dark red energy beginning to swirl around it. A vicious grin spreads across his face, which means only I know about it. He slams his hand into the ground, unleashing a wave of raw power that tears through the earth. He thinks of his brother, his voice laced with triumphant malice. Ashel, I bet you can't even imagine what I'm about to take from you. The ground cracks and shatters, revealing a hidden staircase descending into darkness. An ancient temple, a source of immense power, all for him. He looks down at the entrance, his eyes glowing with anticipation. Let's go. He descends the ancient steps, the air cold and heavy with the dust of centuries. It's different from how he remembers it. In his past life, this place was already a crumbling ruin. This place was an ancient temple dedicated to the god of light, Lumendel, a holy site, until its very existence was wiped from history during the God-Demon War that ravaged the continent 300 years ago. Who would have ever thought a place of such significance was hidden right behind his family's estate? And there it is, at the far end of the chamber, floating above an altar, radiating a gentle power. The heart of this temple, a magnificent holy sword, glowing with a soft golden light. The story of this blade is a legend, dating back nearly 1,000 years. Humanity, on the brink of annihilation, had finally managed to push the Demon King's army out of the Western territories. The demons were overwhelmingly powerful, but humanity had unearthed ancient relics, the gods' weaponry, which tipped the scales in their favor. And among them, one sword shone the brightest. Duran Darak, a holy blade blessed by the god of light himself. It was the key to their victory. Cyan stares at the blade, a cold, familiar fury building in his chest. This very sword, destined to be wielded by his brother Ashel, was the instrument of his own pathetic end. He looks at the shimmering blade, and a new thought crosses his mind. Could this sword, this nexus of fate, have something to do with why he was sent back in time? He reaches out, his small hand cautiously touching the hilt of the legendary weapon. But, just as he expected, nothing. The sword remains inert, its holy power completely unresponsive to him. He scoffs, and in a moment of pure childish spite, gives the pommel a light kick. His face twists into an annoyed scowl. Ruined my mood. Holy sword, my foot! He turns his back on it. Let's just get what I came for and leave. He walks past the altar, stepping out of the sword's golden light. In the space just beyond it, he feels a different kind of energy. A familiar darkness. Found it. At a glance, it looks like a simple shadow cast by the floating sword. But that's impossible. Light doesn't behave this way. This is no ordinary shadow. Where there is light, there must also be darkness. A dark red energy begins to emanate from the floor, swirling like smoke. It's a gateway, a hidden path, leading to another chamber, concealed by the very light it opposes. He pushes open a heavy stone door and peers into a dark, forgotten sanctum. And there, floating above a darker, more sinister altar, is what he truly came for. It's been a while. he says with a small, genuine smile. My sword. He reaches out and grips the hilt without hesitation. The blade erupts with a violent surge of red and black energy. The demonic sword, Kairam, the raw, chaotic power floods into him. It feels like coming home. A wide, dangerous grin spreads across his face. Good morning, Kairam. He gives the blade a few experimental swings, the dark energy trailing behind it. Still asleep, are we? He sighs in pure bliss. Ah, this feeling, it's the best. A familiar predatory urge begins to stir within him. I really want to cut something right now. A menacing ghostly chuckle echoes through the chamber. Child, you feel no fear? A shadowy figure with glowing eyes materializes at his feet. The ancient voice continues, dripping with power. Do you have any idea what it means to have awakened me? Cyan just looks down, unimpressed. Not really. It means this sword belongs to me now, right? The shadow explodes outward, filling the room with a crushing pressure. To wake a sleeping demonic sword. Oh, it is far too late for regrets, little one. A terrifying, toothy grin flashes in the darkness. The dark energy surges towards him, wrapping around his body. Your body is now mine. But as the shadows touch him, they recoil as if burned. The energy coalesces into the form of a woman with long, dark hair, clutching her hand in pain. You were not this aggressive before. What are you? Her eyes widen in disbelief. How can you touch me without being consumed? Cyan's own eyes glow red, a sinister smile playing on his lips. I told you, this sword is mine, she snarls, her nails elongating into sharp pink claws. She lunges, slashing wildly with a furious scream. Get away from me! Cyan sidesteps the attack with casual ease, letting her momentum carry her past him and into the stone floor. She rises slowly, staring at him with a mix of fury and confusion. Who are you? A dense, dark red aura flares to life around Cyan, taking the form of a massive, shadowy warrior. She freezes. Are you the successor? Why do I feel Aru's aura from you? She asks, her voice trembling. Cyan looks at her, his expression cold. That's right. I am the successor of Eru. His smile is pure malice. Your master has returned. Bow. Demonic sword, Kairam. She grits her teeth, her pride wounded. You're just a child. I will not accept this. She explodes with power, clashing against his aura in a shower of violent sparks. Cyan sighs. I guess words won't be enough. A demonic sword's ultimate goal is to consume its wielder's soul. Kairam has no choice but to try. He dodges another frantic attack, a plan already forming in his mind. Fine, I'll go a little easy on you. A determined smirk crosses his face. It's time to use an old, forgotten technique, demonic sword control. He unleashes his own will as a tangible force, a wave of pure domination that slams into Kairam and pins her to the ground. He stands over her, his voice low and threatening. I'll say this once. Accept me as your master, while I'm still asking nicely. She struggles against the immense pressure, screaming in defiance. How can you use that technique? You arrogant little brat! Cyan just repeats the command, calm and absolute. Demonic sword control. The pressure intensifies, crushing her further into the stone. He says it again and again, his will grinding against hers, breaking her down piece by piece. Demonic sword control. Demonic sword control. Demonic sword control. Finally, she can't take any more, her spiritual form pressed flat against the cracked floor. How about now? He asks, her voice is a strained whisper. I'll accept, human. He begins the incantation one last time. Demonic sword. Khan. She cuts him off, her voice cracking with panicked submission. Master! The pressure vanishes. Now that he has what he came for, it's time to go. The demonic sword now rests in his hand as a simple, unassuming dagger. A tiny, imp-like creature with pink, flaming hair bursts out of the dagger. Ah! It's been so long since I've been outside. She zips around the chamber excitedly. This is so refreshing. She flies right up to his face. Hey, master, what's your name? Cyan answers without emotion. Cyan. Cyan Vert. The little creature looks confused. Cyan? Never heard of you. Eru really chose a kid like you to be his successor? Cyan looks away, a distant, haunted look in his eyes. He did, in my past life. Kairam freezes midair. Past life? What are you talking about? Cyan states it simply. I died once before. The little demon is completely baffled. Cyan walks back into the main chamber toward the glowing holy sword. Kairam floats beside him, muttering, Still sleeping, huh? He'll be waiting another 20 years for his true owner to show up. She eyes him suspiciously. You talk as if you already know the future. Cyan just grips his demonic dagger, a smirk playing on his lips. Without warning, he smashes the pommel of his dagger against the hilt of the holy sword. A small, glowing fragment chips off and falls to the ground. Kairam is shocked. "What are you going to do with that?" Cyan picks up the fragment, his eyes gleaming with a manic, crimson light. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Who knows? Maybe it'll make things a little more interesting down the road. While Cyan begins to forge his new destiny, the world outside his family's walls continues to turn, full of its own stories and struggles. It's a world of adventurers who take on dangerous jobs all across the continent. They explore the unknown and fight back the monsters that plague humanity. In the eyes of the people, they are heroes. It's a life lived on the edge of a blade, but the rewards are great. Skill brings wealth, and wealth brings fame. But sometimes, after staring into the abyss one too many times, an adventurer grows so strong that they lose their way. Greed replaces honor, and they turn their blades on the very people they once swore to protect. At that point, they stop being heroes. They become bandits. In a forest clearing, a man slams his boot into the dirt in frustration. Damn it! His name is Varha, the leader of this small, desperate group. He's furious. They're still nursing wounds from a recent monster attack, and to make matters worse, their food supplies are completely gone. He whirls on his men, his voice a frustrated roar. "What are you all staring at? Go hunt something!" Hidden in the trees just beyond the clearing, a group of knights watches their every move. One of them whispers to his commander that this must be the group they're looking for. He asks for their orders. "What should we do, Sir Enoch?" Sir Enoch, the veteran commander, holds up a hand, his eyes fixed on the bandit camp. He makes a decision. Their guard is down. This is the perfect time to strike. He grips the hilt of his sword, ready to give the signal. But a calm voice beside him speaks up. "Please wait, Sir Enoch. This is Asher, a young mage assigned to their unit for this very mission." He warns the commander that they haven't gauged the enemy's strength. If the bandits have a mage more powerful than him, a direct assault could be disastrous. Another knight argues, "But Sir Asher, if they start to move, we'll lose them." Asher falls silent for a moment, his mind working. Then a small smile touches his lips. There is a way. Back in the bandit camp, Varja is still complaining, mourning the loss of a new recruit. He lets out a heavy sigh. He can't believe a single, laughing orc appeared out of nowhere and wiped out half their men. He remembers the old days, when life was simpler, before a fatal mistake turned him from an explorer into a wanted man. He turns to his mage, Vilshan, suggesting they just raid a nearby village. But Vilshan shakes his head. The local baron is already on high alert after their last display. Vilshan explains that their concealment magic won't last forever. It's time to move on to the next town. We'll plunder the village near that place and... His words are cut off by a streak of fire whistling through the air. The fiery projectile slams into the ground right in front of him. It erupts in a massive explosion of fire and dirt. Vilshan stumbles back, throwing up a hasty magic barrier just in time. An explosion out of nowhere. He realizes it wasn't random. It's magic! The knights burst from the trees, swords drawn. The trap has been sprung. The battle is instant and brutal, a clash of steel and desperate shouts. Vilshan's mana barrier shatters under the force of the blast, the shockwave sending him reeling. Varja screams his name in alarm. "Vilshan!" He quickly assesses the damage. A mana barrier is quick to cast, but it offers little real protection. When it breaks, the backlash hits the caster directly. He knows who did this. A mage. Asher steps out from the trees, his hand still glowing with residual energy. Sir Enoch kneels respectfully. "Now that their strength is revealed, I will engage the leader as you asked, Sir Asher." Varha grits his teeth. So the Baron finally decided to hire a real mage to hunt us down. But his fear quickly turns to defiant rage. But things won't go according to his plan. He charges forward, his sword clashing with Sir Enoch's. "I'll send your heads back to him as a warning," he screams. Enoch just smirks. That's a scary thought. He taunts him. "Try it if you can." Meanwhile, Vilshan is trying to escape, but the enemy mage is hot on his trail, gliding across the ground on a wave of shifting earth. Vilshan notices something. The mage is using Earth Wall, a spell that can't fly. Only mages of the third circle or higher can use true flight magic. A confident smirk spreads across his face. This guy's only a second circle. He spins around, a volley of sharp ice arrows materializing around him. "How long are you going to stand there? I'll strike first," he thinks to himself. "If he's just a second circle, I can take him out right here before I make my escape." But Asher simply raises a hand. A storm of fire arrows appears around him, easily outnumbering the ice. The two spells collide in midair with a deafening roar. Fire meets ice, erupting in a massive cloud of steam. The explosion of raw magic shakes the very foundations of the forest. The clearing is left a scarred ruin of scorched earth and flash-frozen trees. Vilshan stumbles, clutching his side. Not bad for a second circle, he coughs, but you picked the wrong opponent. He still thinks he has the upper hand. He's confident he can handle one mage on his own. But Asher just looks at him, his expression cold and unwavering. I have no intention of letting you leave. He even compliments Vilshan's talent, noting his ability with complex magic. I haven't seen such a promising mage in a while. Vilshan's ego soars, a manic grin spreading across his face. You probably never imagined you'd meet your end here today. He gathers all his remaining power, unleashing his ultimate attack. A massive shard of jagged ice forms above him. Third circle magic, falling ice. Die, he screams, sending the spear of ice hurtling towards Asher. A massive boom echoes through the trees, but Asher stands untouched. A solid wall of ice has erupted from the ground, blocking the attack completely. Vilshan stares, his jaw hanging open. What? The ice wall begins to crack and crumble under the strain. Asher stands behind it, completely unharmed. Vilshan is in total disbelief. He blocked my spell? Then, Asher counters. He raises a hand as spikes of jagged earth shoot from the ground around him. Earth spear. He clenches his fist. The earth spears rip through the ice wall, shattering it into a million pieces. Vilshan's face is a mask of pure terror. Earth spear? But that's a third circle spell. How can a second circle? Take a guess. The horrifying realization finally dawns on Vilshan. Not only did he use a third circle spell, he can use 4 different elements. He sees Asher's calm reflection in his own terrified eyes. Don't tell me. He was playing with me from the start. A spike of earth erupts from the ground beneath him, a brutal and decisive end to the duel. Asher stands over the fallen bandit, his expression thoughtful. Good thing I came, he says to himself, a faint smile on his lips. Now I know how to fight against another mage. This was never a battle. It was a learning experience. But elsewhere in the forest, something far more dangerous is stirring. A massive, muscular figure stands amidst a scene of brutal carnage. A distinct limb pendant hangs from a chain around its neck. It's a huge, red-skinned orc, a savage grin on its face as it holds the severed arm of its latest victim. It seems the knights weren't the only hunters in these woods today. The battlefield is a symphony of chaos. A commander screams orders over the din of battle as a massive ogre crashes through their lines. It's an ogre! Form a defensive line and take it down now. Leave none of them alive. Another commander calls for their most powerful holy spell. A vast, glowing magic circle materializes in the sky, a beacon of golden light against the dark clouds. The horde of monsters looks up, roaring in a mixture of confusion and rage. Chains of pure light shoot down from the heavens, wrapping around an ogre and binding it in place. It thrashes and screams, seared by the holy energy. With the monsters restrained, a knight on horseback seizes the opening, his voice a rallying cry. Attack! He leaps from his steed, his sword a blur of blue light as it slices cleanly through the ogre's arm. The beast roars in agony, its massive limbs severed at the shoulder. The knight lands with practiced grace, his movements fluid and deadly. In one swift motion, he finishes the monster off. This is the Lamea Valley frontlines, a place where death is an everyday occurrence. And riding through the heart of it all, completely unfazed, is a small boy on a white horse. Behind him, a terrified girl clings to his back, screaming for her life. Emily is, to put it mildly, not handling it well. Young master, why on earth did you want to come to a place like this? Aren't you terrified? Cyan just looks out at the carnage, a faint nostalgic smile on his face. To think I'd be back here, it feels familiar, just as hellish as I remember. Emily can only continue to scream. His father, Duke Vert, rides up beside them. How does it feel to be on the front line, Cyan? Cyan quickly schools his expression into one of a nervous child. I'm a little scared, father. The Duke's voice is grim. As you can see, death can come at any moment here. Never let your guard down. Cyan looks up, his eyes wide and earnest. Yes, father, I'll keep that in mind. But inside, he's thinking, on the front lines, a skirmish like this is just another Tuesday. He knows the rhythm of this place. 3 or 4 major battles a day, each with its own meticulously planned response. The real defense rests on the shoulders of the elite knights, who expertly handle any monster that dares to cross the line. They arrive at the main camp, a fortified city of tents and disciplined soldiers. He's been assigned a tent in the rearmost, safest section of the camp. He thinks to himself that with security this tight, he'll never get a chance to let his demonic sword, Kyram, have a little fun. He peeks inside his tent and finds Emily shaking under a pile of blankets. What are you doing, Emily? She pops her head out, her eyes wide with terror. "Didn't you hear the Duke? He said we could die at any moment." Cyan sighs, the picture of exasperation. "Then why don't you just pack up and go home?" she explodes, leaping to her feet. "And leave you here alone? Do you think I could do that?" Her face is streaked with tears, but her eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering loyalty. "With all these monsters around, if I left, who would take care of you, young master?" She storms past him, all business now. "Move! It's almost time for dinner!" He stands alone in the tent, a thoughtful expression on his face. A mischievous, slightly wicked grin spreads across his lips. She treats her master like this? Maybe I should just chase her away. Title card. Later that night, as Emily sleeps, Cyan quietly places a small doll on her pillow. He gently pulls the blanket over it. That should do the trick. As he turns to leave, a sleepy voice calls out from under the covers. "Are you going out to exercise, even here?" "It's Emily," he answers. "Yeah." "Did I wake you?" She rubs her eyes. "You certainly are diligent. The Duke would be proud." Cyan pulls his hood up, concealing his face in shadow. "Well, I'm heading out." "Take care of things like you always do." As he slips out of the tent, he whispers one last instruction. "I'm asleep right now. Got it?" A muffled, "Okay," comes from the blankets. Being on the front lines, the night watch is exceptionally tight. But to a master assassin, a routine patrol is just a pattern full of holes. Cyan moves like a ghost through the camp, a faint red aura clinging to his cloak. He knows this is his only chance. Once the sun rises, moving freely will be impossible. He activates one of his old skills, a technique from his past life. Thick fog, third move, fog's descent. He slips out into the desolate wasteland beyond the camp's walls. If I remember correctly, he thinks, this area should be crawling with monsters. His eyes glow with a menacing red light, a predatory grin spreading across his face. The perfect hunting ground for Karam, right? He draws his demonic dagger. It pulses with a vibrant, bloodthirsty energy. A voice, hungry and eager, whispers from the blade. This strong scent of blood. The energy swirls around him, taking his form. "Master, I don't think I can hold back any longer. Let me cut something." As if on cue, a pack of monstrous flaming wolves charges from the darkness, their roars splitting the night air. "All right, Karam," he grins, his eyes blazing with excitement. "Let's give you what you want." He becomes a blur of motion, a streak of red and black light that tears through the pack. He unleashes another technique, his movements impossibly fast. Fog sword, rushing fog storm. Arcs of pure crimson energy slice through the wolves, ending them in a single, brutal instant. The battle is over before it even truly began. Cyan stands over the body of a fallen wolf, plunging his dagger deep into its flesh. He collects the dark, steaming blood in a small wooden cup. He pulls back his hood and drinks it down in one go. His eyes are glowing, blood dripping from his lips. A look of pure, unadulterated ecstasy crosses his face. Ah, this is the stuff. Karam's voice echoes his delight. "It's the first time I felt so refreshed since waking up." Cyan grins, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Good. We'll keep this up." Karam's voice is doubtful. "How much stronger can we really get by killing these weaklings?" Cyan looks out at the monster-infested wasteland, his expression calm and confident. "Don't worry, the night is still young, and there are plenty more monsters where they came from." As if summoned by his words, a horde of creatures appears on the horizon. Karam's voice is filled with bloodthirsty glee. "Oh, now I'm getting excited!" Meanwhile, miles away, a royal convoy makes its way through a dark, winding canyon. Inside a lavish carriage, an attendant speaks to a young woman with short, white hair. "Princess, I still believe the front line is too dangerous. Why don't we turn back?" The young woman looks at her, her expression stern and unwavering. "I've told you before, Leah, do not treat me like a child. I am the royal princess of the empire. It is my duty to accompany my father on his tours." The attendant bows her head. "If you mention this again, I will become angry." Understood, princess." Leah speaks again, changing the subject. "Oh, that reminds me. There's a rumor that the youngest son of the Vert family is also on the front lines. He should be about your age." The princess looks surprised. "Duke Vert brought his youngest son to a place like this?" Leah smiles. "Apparently the boy volunteered. Since you two are the same age, you should try to get along." The princess turns away, a faint blush on her cheeks. As if I care about such trivial matters. Forget it. I'm going to sleep." Leah just sighs and bows her head. "Understood, princess." As Leah turns to leave, the princess hesitates, her voice now much softer. "What's his name?" Leah thinks for a moment. "Oh, Cyan. I believe his name is Cyan Vert." The princess whispers the name to herself, a small, curious smile playing on her lips. "Cyan? Her crimson eyes gleam in the dim light of the carriage. "Cyanvert, how interesting!" A harpy shrieks its last as a blade cuts it down from the sky. The Duke stands amidst the aftermath of the battle, his voice booming across the field. Check for injuries. The ground is littered with the bodies of fallen monsters. A knight reports that their lines held strong, with no casualties. The Duke gives the order to head back to camp. But as his men move out, the Duke pauses, a thoughtful, almost worried expression on his face. Back at the camp, Cyan wipes his blade clean on the fur of a monster, another battle won. He sheathes his sword and melts back into the ranks of the soldiers, just another face in the crowd. His father approaches, his presence commanding as always. "How are you adjusting to life on the front lines?" Cyan looks up, his expression carefully neutral. "I'm learning something new every day, father." The Duke seems surprised. "Is that so? I thought you'd be eager to return home by now." Then, something unexpected happens. A rare, genuine smile of pride spreads across his father's face. "You've endured this far longer than I expected. I'm proud of you." Cyan is completely floored. He can only stare, stunned into silence. His father turns to leave. "I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Come to my tent in the morning." As the Duke walks away, Cyan thinks to himself, "I've never seen him be so kind." He quickly calls after him, "Yes, father." Later that night, under a canopy of stars, Cyan is back in the wasteland, pushing his limits. He leaps back just in time as a massive creature erupts from the ground, shattering the earth where he just stood. "A death worm," he grunts, annoyed. "They shouldn't be this close to the front lines." Kairam's seductive voice whispers from his sword, "Master, you seem to be struggling. Why not let me take the reins for a bit?" Cyan scoffs. "You think I don't know what you're planning?" she pleads, feigning innocence. "It's not like that. Just for a moment, I promise." He watches as the worm's mangled flesh bubbles and reforms. The deep gashes he inflicted heal in an instant. She's right. His normal attacks are useless against its regeneration. Cyan grits his teeth. It's been a month since he arrived, a month of constant hunting. He's grown stronger, but he's hit a wall. The weaker monsters just aren't enough anymore. The deathworm lunges, its cavernous mouth ready to swallow him whole. "I guess I have no other choice." He raises his demonic dagger, its energy flaring to life. "Fine, I'll play your game for now, Kairam." Her voice is filled with ecstatic glee. "All right, let's go wild." He unleashes his most dangerous technique. Thick fog, ninth form, demonic sword manifestation. His body is consumed by a swirling vortex of red and black energy. "I'll rip your thick hide." The demonic aura shreds the worm's tough skin, tearing into the flesh beneath. To pieces. He leaps into the air, a dark silhouette against the moon, his cloak flowing like liquid shadow. Fog sword, 8 fluttering petals. A brilliant pillar of destructive energy erupts from his blade, a crimson spear that pierces the heavens. The attack obliterates the monster's head in a storm of raw power. Cyan stands at the center of the maelstrom, a whirlwind of dark energy and vaporized blood. The next morning, the Duke stands over the corpse of a wolf, one of many found scattered across the valley. This one hasn't been dead for long. A knight observes the imposing aura left on the body. Could a demon have done this? The Duke kneels, his expression grim. "If a demon is involved, we can't afford to overlook it. Inspect the entire area and burn these corpses." As the knight leaves, the Duke examines the clean, precise cuts on the wolf. These sword marks, they seem familiar. Is it just my imagination? Just then, another knight runs up to him, his face pale. "Your Grace, there's something you need to see." He leads the Duke deeper into the valley. What in the world? There, illuminated by the knight's torch, is the massive, mutilated corpse of the deathworm. The Duke is stunned. Who could have possibly slain a monster like this? A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as a dark memory from his past surfaces. Could it have been that organization? Back in his tent, Cyan recalls the intoxicating power of the technique. Demonic sword manifestation. It allows Kairam to inhabit his body, unleashing her true, terrifying power. But the risk is immense. If I let my guard down for even a second, she could consume my soul completely. The memory of his own face, twisted into a manic, demonic grin, sends a chill down his spine. He lies in bed, his body aching. To risk all of that on a single monster, it was an insane gamble. He sits up, clutching his head. "It's a good thing I've been drinking all that demonic blood. A month ago, this would have shattered my body." He touches his face, a strange feeling washing over him. Kairam's imp-like form appears beside him. "Your appearance is that of a child. But you don't act or speak like one," she continues, her tone sharp and analytical. "The way you handle me is too proficient for a novice." You know the geography of this valley like the back of your hand, and your sword skills, they have the polish of 30 years of training. Her eye narrows, a knowing grin on her face. And you did say you've died once before, I'm certain now. Cyan glares at her as she delivers her final conclusion. You're a regressor, aren't you? He just sighs and looks away. Isn't that obvious? I thought I made it clear enough when I said I already died. Kyram is momentarily speechless. She explodes in frustration. How is that obvious when you haven't explained a single thing? Cyan's reply is blunt. I'm too lazy. Kyram calms down, her mind already putting the pieces together. In any case, killing someone with your skills must have been difficult. If I had to guess, Ciele, you were killed by the wielder of Duran Dark. A vision of Ashel, his brother, flashes in Cyan's mind. There are two possibilities. It was a duel to the death, or it was a betrayal. And my money is on betrayal. Cyan asks her how she knows. Her grin is sharp. The way you look at that holy sword is like you just stepped in something foul. I'd have to be an idiot not to notice. She floats closer, her tone turning deadly serious. So, your goal is revenge. Fine, but keep this in mind. Her form grows, her voice dripping with menace. The moment you falter, the moment you show any weakness, I will swallow your soul without a second thought. Image, Chio 58. Cyan suddenly sits up, grabbing her and slamming her against the wall. Know your place, he says, his voice cold as ice. I am not a fool. Kyram retreats to a corner, muttering to herself. Cyan smiles faintly. She hasn't changed a bit. Same as she ever was. The next morning, the entire camp is buzzing with activity. A knight asks what's going on. Cyan watches the chaos, a sense of unease growing in his gut. Emily runs up to him, breathless. Young master, you're awake, he asks. What happened, Emily? Her eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. They found the corpse of a high-level monster near the entrance to the valley. Cyan's blood runs cold. Is she talking about the death worm? Emily continues, oblivious. It's been years since a monster that powerful was sighted so close to the camp. Cyan cuts her off. Anything else? She looks confused. Pardon? He presses her, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Did they mention anything else? A suspicious person? Anything about me? Just then, a grim-faced knight approaches them. Young Master Cyan, it's Eolkun. His expression is unreadable. The Duke wishes to see you. Immediately. Cyan curses himself internally. This is a problem. I couldn't dispose of the corpse, because soldiers showed up out of nowhere. He grits his teeth in frustration. My plan was to live a quiet life until I entered the academy. So much for that. He enters his father's command tent and bows deeply. I, the youngest son of the Verts, greet my father. He knows it's over. His father is too sharp, he must have figured it out. His father's voice is dangerously calm. Yes, Cyan. Cyan's mind races, desperately trying to formulate a lie. If he asks about last night, his father looks at him, his gaze intense and piercing. Have a seat. Cyan sits, his own expression hardening, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. What kind of excuse can I possibly make? Cyan stands before his father, his mind racing, cycling through a dozen different lies and excuses. If he asks about last night, he thinks, his heart pounding, it's all over. The Duke's gaze is heavy, his silence more intimidating than any shout. Have a seat. Cyan sits, forcing his expression into a mask of calm, betraying none of the storm raging inside him. What can I even say to get out of this? His father gets straight to the point, his voice leaving no room for games. I'll be direct. What were you doing last night? Cyan delivers the lie he prepared, a single bead of sweat trickling down his face. I was tired, so I went to bed early. The Duke stares at him, unconvinced. He thinks back to the corpses. Went to bed early? But those sword marks, they were eerily similar to Cyan's style. He wonders, am I just overthinking this? Cyan presses his luck. Is there a reason, you ask? The Duke knows it's absurd. A 10-year-old boy couldn't possibly have slain a death worm. It's simply impossible. Cyan prompts him again, playing the innocent child. Father, is something wrong? The Duke decides to change his approach. I'm sure you've heard the commotion this morning, he continues. We're still investigating, but it seems to be the work of a secret assassin organization, MIST. Cyan's eyes widen slightly. MIST. The Duke explains that MIST is an ancient, fanatical group that has assassinated countless nobles throughout history, all in the name of some twisted purification. They are infamous, he says, for the black fog they leave in their wake. A menacing image of a skull-faced assassin flashes through his mind, a specter from a forgotten age. But they vanished 300 years ago. And yet, the corpse of the death worm was shrouded in that same black fog. He explains that the fog is a divine trace left by their dark god, the source of all their power. He looks Cyan dead in the eye. If my theory is correct, it was mist, not a demon, that slew those monsters. Cyan is genuinely impressed. Incredible. He pieced it all together, even though the organization hasn't been seen in 3 centuries. The Duke warns him to be careful. He'll notify the Empire and launch a full investigation. Cyan dutifully agrees. He can barely contain his relief. His father just handed him the perfect cover story on a silver platter. The Duke watches him, concluding, it's impossible for a boy this young to be involved with such a group. That's enough about that, he decides. He changes the subject. Were you informed about today's visitor? Cyan replies. I heard His Majesty was coming, but I didn't realize it was today. His father smiles. Yes, and on that topic, I have a favor to ask of you. Cyan is confused. A favor? Suddenly, the sharp blast of a horn echoes through the camp, announcing the arrival of His Majesty, the Emperor. Duke Vert immediately drops to one knee. I, the Lord of Velius, greet the Honorable Emperor. A man with long white hair rides into the camp on a magnificent warhorse, his voice booming with friendly authority. Velius. He dismounts with the easy grace of a seasoned warrior. He pulls the Duke to his feet, clapping him on the shoulder. We're old friends. Dispense with the formalities. The Emperor then spots Cyan standing just behind his father. Oh, and this must be the boy. Cyan quickly bows. I greet the Honorable Emperor. I am Cyan Vert, youngest of the Verts. The Emperor looks him over, a hint of admiration in his eyes. For a child so young to be on these front lines, your sons are truly cut from a different cloth. Cyan finally understands his father's favor. It wasn't a task, it was an opportunity. His father wanted to show him off. He remembers his past life, always hidden away like a dirty secret whenever royalty visited, but now his father is proudly presenting him. The feeling is new. The Emperor smiles. Excellent. As it happens, I have someone I'd like to introduce as well. A small, red-shoed foot steps down from the royal carriage. A young girl with short white hair and striking red eyes announces herself with regal poise. I am the 5th princess of the Ushev Empire, Erin Severus. Cyan recognizes her instantly, and with that recognition comes a wave of painful memories. Erin Severus, the tragic 5th princess. The Duke turns to Cyan, his expression serious. Your task for the day will be to escort Princess Erin. Cyan is stunned. Pardon me? Escort her? His father explains that he just needs to keep her company. They're the same age, and they'll be attending the academy together soon enough. Cyan remembers seeing her at the academy in his past life, always from a distance, a fleeting glimpse of a girl doomed to a terrible fate. The Duke adds, there is no harm in acquainting yourself with the royal family. Just for today, try to get along. Cyan thinks to himself, I really don't want to do this, but I understand what my father is trying to do. He's hoping we'll form a bond, just like the one he shares with the Emperor. But he's chosen the wrong person for that. He looks at the princess, his expression hardening. She can never be my friend. He sighs internally, but that's a future only I know about. It's annoying, but for now, I have to play along. He starts, the princess points to a crimson river flowing through the valley. Why is that river red? Cyan explains. Ah, that's the Blood River. It flows through the entire Lamea Valley. The reason it's red is not very pleasant, he continues. Old or injured demonic beasts, unable to compete for survival, will instinctively throw themselves into the river to die. Their corpses and blood melt into the water, turning it red. The princess looks horrified. So that's just monster soup? Cyan nods grimly. Yes, they also drink from it. It's disgusting. I'd advise against going for a swim, she gags. Gross! What's at the end of the river? Cyan looks towards the desolate horizon. The demon realm. The princess is shocked. The demon realm? Where the actual demons live? A small, teasing smirk touches Cyan's lips. Yes, if you follow it long enough, you might even meet the Demon King, he adds. Though no sane person would ever try, he thinks it's surprisingly fun to mess with her. Suddenly, a bright yellow light flashes from a distant watchtower. The princess asks, What was that light? Cyan's expression turns deadly serious. That's the 3rd sentry post. A yellow light means an incoming monster horde. The princess panics. Monsters? Here! The Duke's voice roars across the camp. Protect His Majesty, guardian knights, with me to the western post. But the Emperor holds up a hand, a wide grin on his face. Now, Velius. He draws his own massive sword. You think I came all this way just for a tour? I was starting to get bored. The Duke lets out a resigned sigh. As you wish, Your Majesty. The emperor addresses the knights, his voice echoing with power. "We will join the raid. Focus on slaying the beasts until this is over." The soldiers roar their approval. The duke turns to his son. "You'll join the fight as well, Cyan?" "Yes, father." The princess looks at him surprised. "You can fight them?" he replies. "Yes," from the back lines. "Now you should get to the shelter." She cuts him off, her voice a defiant shout. "Take me with you!" Cyan is baffled. What is this kid talking about? She stomps her foot. "You're the same age as me. If you can go, so can I." He stares at her, his expression turning to ice. "People die here. This isn't a playground," she retorts. "I don't care. I'm going, and you can't stop me." Cyan's patience finally snaps. "Eokin!" The massive knight appears in an instant, scooping up the princess. "Yes, young master. I will escort her highness to safety." He starts carrying her away as she struggles. She yells, furious and embarrassed. "How dare you? Unhand me. I am a princess." Cyan steps in front of her, his eyes glowing with a faint, dangerous red light. "Dozens of knights could die because of your selfishness. In war, a split-second decision is the difference between life and death." His voice is ice-cold, cutting through her protests. "Can you take responsibility for those lives?" The princess freezes, stunned into silence, her defiant anger crumbling into shock as tears well up in her eyes. Cyan turns and walks away without another glance. "Go back to camp if you're going to cry like a child, your highness." He leaves her there with Eokin, a silent, tense standoff amidst the growing sounds of battle. On the battlefield, a massive armored beast lumbers forward. It smashes through the knight's shield wall with a deafening roar. The creature is a tidal wave of pure destruction, scattering the soldiers like dolls. A commander raises his sword, desperately trying to rally his terrified men. "Get back into formation!" The duke's voice cuts through the chaos, a beacon of order in the storm. "Protect his majesty and slay them all! Do not spare a single one!" With a final, desperate war cry, the knights charge back into the meat grinder. While the battle against the monsters raged on, Cyan's thoughts drifted to the girl at the center of it all, Princess Erin Severus. In the complex web of the imperial family, she was an outcast. Her mother wasn't one of the emperor's official wives, but a commoner. This meant Erin was seen as little more than a placeholder princess, a political scarecrow with royal blood but no real power. While the children of the empresses were born into influence and opportunity, Erin was left with a title that brought more trouble than respect. Her mixed heritage made her an easy target for the cutthroat nobles of the court. But the princess never let their whispers and scorn get to her. She threw herself into her royal duties and studies, working harder than anyone to prove her worth. Cyan knew how her story ended in his past life. She was framed for treason, a convenient scapegoat for those who despised her. Exiled and stripped of her name, she disappeared from the world, earning her the sad title of the Tragic Princess. He can't help but think that if only she hadn't been so ambitious, she might have lived a peaceful life. Karam's cynical voice echoes in his mind. Living without ambition would have been better for her. Sounds a lot like what your old man used to tell you, doesn't it? Cyan deflects a monster's claw, his expression grim. "This is different. This is just the brutal reality of royal politics." Across the battlefield, a massive armored beast is suddenly engulfed in a brilliant flash of golden lightning. The creature crashes to the ground, its formidable armor melted and smoking. Cyan watches, acknowledging the raw power on display. The Emperor is truly on another level. Another blinding bolt of holy lightning erupts from the Emperor's hands. The attack tears through the monster horde, leaving a trail of smoldering earth in its wake. Emperor Dion is a legendary 8-star mage after all. His power is absolute. Cyan muses that if he hadn't been born to rule, the Emperor could have easily led the entire mage association. For a man of his caliber, these beasts are little more than a nuisance. It's a stark reminder that for some, power is so immense that ruling an empire can seem like a mere hobby. Later that night, after the chaos of battle has subsided, the Emperor shares a quiet drink with Duke Vert. "It has been too long, my friend." He lets out a soft sigh, gesturing to the Duke's untouched cup. The Duke explains he never drinks while on duty at the front lines, a rule he strictly adheres to. The light-hearted mood shifts as the Emperor's expression turns serious. "Speaking of duty, you asked about the atmosphere back in the capital." He reveals a grim truth. A string of assassinations targeting nobles has sent a wave of fear throughout the empire. The Duke immediately asks if there's a connection between the victims. The Emperor confirms it. Every single noble who was killed was known for being deeply corrupt. And at every scene, the assassins left behind their calling card, the symbol of the Black Fog. The Duke pauses, the name clearly striking a chord. "I found traces of them here just yesterday," the Duke admits. "It seems the Black Fog cult is making its move again." The Emperor nods, confirming his suspicions. "It fits, but I need you to dig deeper." He takes a long drink, his tone laced with weary frustration. While he isn't exactly mourning the loss of corrupt officials, he can't ignore the growing panic among his people. "But there is something else," he adds, his voice lowering. "Something that worries me far more." His eyes harden with fury. Some ambitious fool is trying to pin all of this on the fifth princess. The Duke is floored. The idea that someone would try to tie these dark deeds to Princess Arin is unthinkable. The Emperor explains that while he's been dismissing the rumors, a faction is clearly forming. One that wants to use Arin as a pawn for their own political gain. His voice drops, losing the authority of an emperor and gaining the weight of a concerned father. "Willius, I ask you this as a friend. If anything should happen to me, you must protect that child." The Duke's hand tightens into a fist, his loyalty unwavering. "Your Majesty, I swear on my name, I will see it done." A faint look of relief crosses the Emperor's face. "Thank you." Meanwhile, in Cyan's tent, the sound of heavy rain lashes against the canvas. Emily watches him pull on his cloak, a disappointed look on her face. "Wait, that's it?" Cyan fastens the clasp, confused. "What more were you expecting?" She throws her hands up in frustration. "She's a princess. You can't just end an escort like that." Emily sighs dramatically. "Honestly, at this rate, you'll be single forever," Cyan retorts, annoyed. "He wasn't a date." He turns to leave. "Anyway, keep things in order while I'm out." Emily's concern returns. "Training again? But it's pouring out there." Just as he reaches the tent flap, a hooded figure silently appears in the entrance, blocking his path. Cyan stops in his tracks. Emily, startled, calls out, "Who are you?" The figure lowers her hood, revealing Princess Arin. "Were you going somewhere?" she asks softly. Her expression is hesitant, almost apologetic. "If you have a moment, I was hoping we could talk." Emily's demeanor flips instantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gently nudges Cyan forward. Now, Cyan and the princess stand awkwardly inside his tent while her royal guards wait dutifully outside in the pouring rain. She tries to break the silence. "How long have you been on the front lines?" he replies flatly. "About a month." Cutting through the small talk, Cyan gets straight to the point. "Why did you come here?" She looks away, flustered by his directness and struggling to find the right words. From the corner, Emily watches them with a dreamy, hopeful expression. Cyan sighs, exasperated. "Emily, could you give us a moment?" She practically sings her reply, "Of course, have a wonderful time," as she happily exits the tent. As the flap closes, a heavy, awkward silence fills the space between them. Cyan sighs internally. A wonderful time? He may be in a 10-year-old's body, but his mind is that of a 40-year-old man. This is anything but wonderful. Finally, Arin finds her voice. "I wanted to apologize for my behavior earlier. I know I was not acting as a princess should." "Don't worry about it," Cyan says dismissively, "and I apologize for my own rudeness." A small blush appears on her cheeks. "No, you were right. I would have said the same thing." She looks at him with genuine admiration. "Everyone here respects you so much. You seem far more mature than I am." He observes her quietly. So this is her true personality. Earnest and surprisingly humble. She smiles, a hopeful light in her eyes. "I heard you'll be joining the academy soon. I was thinking, maybe we could be." He cuts her off before she can even finish. "I'm sorry." Her hopeful smile vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock. "But I don't think I can be of any help to you." His voice is cold, leaving no room for argument. "If you're here to make friends, you should leave." Hurt flashes across her face. "You're so harsh. I just thought we could be on good terms." Tears well up in her eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. "Do you also think I'm just an empty shell of a princess?" Cyan says nothing. His face is an unreadable mask, but his silence is its own answer. He's not being cruel for the sake of it, he's building a wall. Getting close to her is a liability he can't afford. Dejected, she turns to leave. "I understand, there's no reason for you to befriend someone like me. I'm sorry for bothering you." She pauses at the exit, her back still to him. "I guess I was being naive." And then, she says the one name that changes everything. "You're nothing like Sir Ashel." The air in the tent freezes, and a dark, dangerous energy begins to radiate from Cyan. His mind screams, "What? Did she just say?" In an instant, his cold indifference is replaced by a murderous glow in his eyes. He lunges forward, grabbing her wrist with an iron grip that makes her cry out in surprise. "What is wrong with you?" she yells, trying to pull away. He snarls, his voice low and threatening. "Ashel, how do you know my brother?" She quickly explains that they met during her tour of the Royal Academy. "He was so kind," she says, oblivious to the storm she's unleashed. "He told me not to worry about what others think and to just focus on my duties." Cyan's mind races. Advised her? His internal voice roars with fury, as if he knows that monster's true nature better than anyone. Ashel doesn't give advice, he manipulates. He pulls strings from the shadows and watches his puppets dance. And in that horrifying moment, Cyan understands. Ashel's plot to destroy the tragic princess, it's already begun. He grabs her by the shoulders, his voice filled with a desperate urgency. Listen to me. You have to be careful. Let me warn you. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes from outside, and the entire tent begins to shake violently. The tent flap flies open, and Emily appears, her face pale with terror. "Young master! You have to run!" she screams, just as the ground outside erupts in an explosion of dirt and rock. Something massive smashes through the side of the tent, sending Emily flying through the air like a rag doll. Outside, the guards are in a frenzy, shouting in panic as they see the wreckage of their young master's quarters. Emily lands hard in the mud, coughing and gasping for air. Her eyes widen in absolute horror at what she sees looming over the destroyed tent. A colossal golem, its stone body hulking and immense, stands in the pouring rain. Its eyes glow with a malevolent yellow light as it raises a fist the size of a boulder, ready to bring it down. All Emily can do is scream, "Young master!" Outside, the camp is in chaos. The guards scramble towards the wreckage, their shouts cutting through the storm. "That's the young master's tent! Hurry! Check if he's all right!" Emily lies drenched in the mud, coughing as terror grips her. A raw scream tears from her throat, a sound of pure, helpless fear. Looming over the tattered remains of the tent is a massive golem, its stony eyes glowing with a malevolent yellow light. All she can do is scream his name, "Young master!" Miles away on the western front, the Emperor and the Duke are still battling the main horde when a scout delivers the horrifying news. The Emperor's face contorts with rage. "What did you just say?" The scout gasped for breath. "Advanced rank monsters ambushed the rear camps." The princess was there when it happened. The Emperor roars his command, "All Imperial forces to the rear camps now! Secure the princess at all costs!" But even as he gives the order, a chilling thought crosses his mind. The rear camps, just who was she there to see? Back at the camp, the situation is a nightmare. The entire area has been overrun by monsters. From behind cover, Cyan takes in the carnage. Deathworms and ogres, a truly terrifying sight. Huddled with the terrified princess and his maid, he realizes something is terribly wrong. These creatures belong deep in the valley. For them to be here, something must have drawn them. He looks down at his hands as the horrifying truth begins to dawn on him. Could he be the reason for all this? Emily throws her arms around him, sobbing with relief. "Young master." Tears stream down her face. "I thought you were dead. I'm never leaving your side again." Their reunion is cut short as a massive explosion rocks the ground nearby. Cyan pushes himself up, a flicker of annoyance on his face. He'd taken down the Demon King in his past life, as if he'd fall to a mere troll. The princess asks nervously if the knights are safe, and Emily tries to comfort her. But Aaron is consumed by guilt, believing this is all her fault. The knights who came to protect her, they were now in mortal danger because of her visit. 2 of her royal guards stand before her, swords drawn, their loyalty unwavering. "We are all right, your highness. It is our duty to protect you." The other knight offers a reassuring grin. "He's right. We will protect you with our lives." Their bravery is noble, but utterly futile against the power they now face. Cyan sees it a split second before it happens, a shadow falling from above. He screams, "Move!" A massive stony fist slams down. The knight only has time to look up in confusion before the world ends. The impact is sickening, and the knight is gone in an instant. The troll roars in triumph, its victory brutal and absolute. Cyan shoves the stunned princess aside, his sword flashing out. "Get back!" The troll's glowing red eyes lock onto him, ignoring everyone else. It's found its true target. Cyan's eyes narrow with grim certainty. "I knew it. It's me that it wants." He turns to Emily, his voice sharp and commanding. "I'll distract it. Get the princess and run." She nods, her face pale but resolved. "Okay." Emily grabs Aaron and pulls her towards safety. Cyan allows himself a small, wry thought. She really didn't hesitate to leave. The troll lets out a deafening roar, shaking the very earth beneath his feet. Cyan weaves between its clumsy attacks, his movements precise and deadly. But as he fights, a question burns in his mind. Why are all these monsters so focused on him? It's like he's a walking beacon. A wicked chuckle echoes in his head. "It's Karam. To grow stronger," her voice taunts. "You drank the blood of countless demonic beasts." Her impish form materializes beside him. "Now, you're a walking feast to them. It would be stranger if they didn't come for you." Fury flashes in Cyan's eyes. "What? You knew this whole time and you're only telling me now?" Karam's face splits into a terrifying grin, her true intentions laid bare. Did you forget? What I desire most is your body. He snatches her out of the air, his grip like iron. With a grunt of frustration, he shoves her back into the hilt of his sword. What was that for? She whines from within the blade. Treat me with a little more respect. But Cyan isn't listening. He charges forward, his eyes blazing. Shut up! He meets the troll's attack head-on, his resolve hardening into something unbreakable. I don't care. It doesn't matter how many of them come for me. He becomes a blur, a streak of crimson energy slicing through the horde. He moves with an assassin's grace and a warrior's fury, his blade a whirlwind of destruction that cuts down monster after monster. He lands lightly, catching his breath. With no one left to witness his true nature, woo! It was time to feast. He looks upon the sea of monsters before him, not with fear but with a predator's grin. This was going to be an incredible meal. But then something makes him freeze, a presence from above, powerful and ancient. A massive winged shadow blots out the sky, descending with terrifying speed. It lands with a ground-shaking thud. A colossal beast covered in purple scales and crystalline spikes. A devil dragon. It unleashes a piercing shriek that vibrates through his very bones. Karam's voice is unnervingly calm. Relax, it's just a baby. I guess it smelled you too. Cyan grits his teeth, his initial shock transforming into a manic, unwavering determination. It doesn't matter why it's here. Demonic sword manifest. All that matters now is that I claim it. Karam's voice echoes his own dark desire. Yes, you must not just catch it. You must devour it. A storm of red and black energy erupts around him. Meanwhile, back at the ruined camp, the Emperor and the Duke have finally arrived, cutting down the last of the stragglers. The Emperor stands over a fallen beast, his breathing heavy. Is that the last of them, Willius? The Duke nods grimly. It appears so. The Emperor's eyes scan the devastation, his face a mask of worry. What about the princess and your son? The Duke avoids his gaze, his voice tight. Their trail vanishes past the tent. I am sorry. The Emperor sighs. It's all right. I know you must be worried about Cyan as well. But the Duke's face remains a mask of cold duty. There is no need. Our priority right now is the princess. The Emperor is stunned by his friend's detachment. That's cold. Is he truly your son? The Duke's reply is chilling, a glimpse into the harsh code of their family. Avert knows to watch out for himself. Just then, a knight rushes forward. Your Majesty, we've found the princess! The Emperor whirls around, hope surging in his chest. Are you certain? Erin runs towards him, tears streaming down her face as she screams, Father! He rushes to her side, checking her for injuries. But she grabs his arm, her voice frantic. Hurry! We have to save him! She breaks down into sobs, her words choked with guilt. Cyan! Because of me! He's... The Emperor holds her, trying to calm her down enough to understand what happened. The Duke turns his icy gaze on Emily. You are Cyan's maid, correct? She trembles. Yes, your grace. His eyes are like chips of ice. Tell me, what happened to my son? Emily's voice shakes as she recalls her master's final act of bravery. The young master. He acted as bait so we could escape. One of the knights steps forward, his hand on his sword. I know where he was last seen. Give the order, and we will bring him back. The Emperor looks expectantly at the Duke. Well, what are you waiting for, Willius? The Duke is silent for a long, heavy moment. Then he speaks, his voice firm and absolute. We are doing no such thing. The Emperor and Princess stare at him in utter disbelief. Willius, are you serious? The Duke explains his cold, brutal logic. Our priority is to secure these camps. If they fall, the demonic beasts will pour into the Empire. Rebuilding our defenses is the only way to prevent more death. It is the calculus of a commander, not a father. The knight pleads. But what about the young master? The Duke's voice is like stone. He did his duty. He helped the princess escape. That is what it means to be avert. The Emperor is speechless. Erin can only whisper, why? No. The weight of her guilt becomes unbearable, and she breaks down completely. It's all my fault. Again. Suddenly, a strange, high-pitched cry cuts through the air. The Duke and Emperor look up, startled. That sound, Erin recognizes it instantly. That cry! A massive, winged silhouette soars across the face of the blood-red moon. A dragon. A single tear falls from Erin's eye as she stares in disbelief. The devil dragon dives towards them, and riding on its back is a small figure in a black cloak. Erin whispers his name, a sound of pure, impossible hope. Cyan? Dragons. In all of creation, they are said to be the beings closest to the divine. Noble, powerful, and exceedingly rare. Inferior creatures like humans would not dare to approach one. Cyan stares at the magnificent beast beneath him. It's an honor, really, to be this close to such a legendary creature. There's just one problem. Why did it have to fly directly over the one group of people who can't see what he's truly capable of? The dragon soars majestically against the blood-red moon, a sight of both terror and wonder. Princess Erin screams his name, her voice a mix of awe and fear. The Emperor is in utter disbelief. A dragon! Willius, why is your son riding a dragon? He rounds on the Duke, his voice sharp with urgency. What are you doing just standing there? Aren't you going to help him? But the Duke simply stares, his face an unreadable mask of stone. Up in the sky, Cyan is having his own crisis. All he wanted was a taste of its blood. He never expected to end up on a joyride. His mind flashes back to the moment the devil dragon first appeared. He remembers Karam's manic cry echoing in his head. You must not just catch it, you must devour it. Surrounded by a horde of ravenous monsters, he knew he had no time to waste. Get out of my way, he'd snarled. He unleashed his technique, Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm. A deadly web of crimson energy erupted from his blade, slicing through the demonic beasts in every direction. The attack was swift, precise, and utterly devastating. In a single, fluid motion, he cleared a path directly to his true target. Channeling the full power of his demonic sword, he charged the dragon. The creature was young, but its power was immense. Cyan could tell by its size that it was far from fully grown, but it was still a dragon, a force of nature. It opened its jaws and unleashed a torrent of raw purple energy. The beam of pure destruction tore through the landscape with terrifying force. It carved a massive scar into the earth, a testament to the dragon's untamed power. But Cyan was already gone, a blur of motion against the chaos. Well, that's just rude, he muttered, dodging the blast with impossible speed. Spitting in my face on our very first meeting? He closed the distance in a heartbeat. His blade sang through the air, leaving a sharp, clean cut across the dragon's snout. A spray of blood erupted from the wound. The dragon roared in pain and surprise, but it was far from defeated. It lunged forward, its spiked tail whipping around like a deadly club aimed straight for him. But Cyan was ready. A calm, predatory smile spread across his face. He unleashed a technique that required no sword at all. Swordless, 8 fluttering petals. 8 blades of pure energy materialized around him, shimmering with deadly intent. They shot forward like missiles, embedding themselves deep within the dragon's tough scales. Using the momentum of his attack, he flipped through the air, landing perfectly on the beast's back. The dragon crashed to the ground, stunned and wounded by the relentless assault. Cyan stood victorious, catching his breath. Taking on a dragon, even a young one, was no easy feat. The beast thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off. All right, time to end this, Cyan declared. He drew his demonic dagger, his eyes focused. He wasn't about to let it get away. His eyes began to glow with an intense, otherworldly light. With a desperate roar, the dragon decided it had had enough. It shot into the sky, trying to flee its tenacious attacker. But Cyan was one step ahead. "Oh no, you don't! Stop right there!" he yelled, plunging his dagger deep into the dragon's neck. He grinned, sweat beading on his forehead. He had used up a lifetime's worth of luck just finding this creature. He wasn't about to let it go. And that's how he found himself in this mess, parading his new pet in front of his father and the Emperor. He had to figure a way out of this fast. Karam's voice screamed in his mind. "What are you doing? Do something!" he shot back. "What do you want me to do? Can't you see who's down there?" "So what?" she retorted. "You've already drawn my power. Now use it," Cyan argued, with all of them watching. "Are you insane? They'd burn me at the stake the second they saw a demonic sword." He could already picture the flames. Karam snapped. "So you're just going to fly around on this lizard forever?" "I'm thinking," he yelled back. Down below, his father had made a decision. Duke Vert raised his sword, and a massive magic circle materialized in the sky, summoning dozens of glowing golden blades. Cyan's eyes widened in horror. That was advanced 8-star magic. He was actually going to use the secret sword of the heavens, even knowing his own son was in the line of fire. A barrage of golden swords shot towards them. Cyan could only think with a grim sense of irony, "You really are the continent's guardian father." The swords rained down like a divine judgment. To his surprise, the dragon twisted and dodged with incredible agility. "That's it! Good dragon!" Cyan cheered. "Keep avoiding them, just like that." But one of the swords changed its trajectory, homing in on him with perfect accuracy. He knew instantly there was no dodging this one. The blade slammed into his side, the impact throwing him violently from the dragon's back. He was plummeting towards the earth. His first thought was one of pure frustration. He couldn't believe he was going to miss out on such a special meal. Kairam's voice was frantic. "What are you doing? Fly! Or do you plan on becoming a permanent part of the landscape?" He shouted back. "If I use a mist skill now, I'm as good as dead anyway." "So you're just going to die then?" she screamed. He closed his eyes, a strange sense of calm washing over him. He was out of options. But then, an idea sparked in the darkness. A terrible, reckless idea. Wait, there might be one way. As he fell, Kairam pleaded, "Master, you're not seriously thinking of falling in there, are you?" He angled his body, aiming straight for the murky red waters of the Blood River. In that filthy water, what other choice do I have? He hit the river with a massive splash, and Kairam's horrified scream was the last thing he heard. Meanwhile, across the border in the desolate landscape of the demon realm, a white-haired figure looked up. He turned to his companion, a stern-looking demon in a suit. Was that a devil dragon? What a rare sight indeed! The other demon adjusted his glasses, observing the sky. "It's a young one. It must have gotten lost and stumbled into trouble." The white-haired demon pointed towards the human lands. "Must be some powerful beasts over there," his companion corrected him. "No, that is human territory." "Humans," he scoffed. "There's no way a dragon lost to a mere human." The bespectacled demon fell silent, a thoughtful expression on his face. "What is it? Something bothering you?" He gestured vaguely towards the human lands. "I sense a strange energy from that direction. Unfamiliar, and yet, somehow, I feel like I've felt it before. If you're so curious, go take a look. Just try not to kill everything you see out of boredom this time." The white-haired demon grinned. "You got it. I won't cause any trouble," he said, before leaping away. "I'll be right back." The other demon watched him go, a sense of deep unease settling over him. Back in the Blood River, the toxic current was pulling Cyan under, drowning him in its foul depths. He broke the surface, gasping and choking on the putrid water. The current finally threw him onto a desolate, rocky shore. He collapsed, completely spent, the river washing over him one last time. He coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood and vile water onto the black sand. Lying there, broken and exhausted, a single tear of pure frustration escaped his eye. "What a life!" he called out weakly. "Kairam, you alive?" She appeared beside him, radiating pure fury. "Don't you dare speak to me. I'm currently debating the most painful way to end you." "Relax," he rasped. "We'll get cleaned up when we get back." She scoffed. "Oh, you think you're going back?" Her voice dropped, sharp with a serious warning. "Get a grip. We're in the demon realm." Cyan looked around, unafraid. "Don't worry. The chances of us running into a high-ranking demon out here are slim too." A footstep echoed nearby. A grin spread across his face. "I knew it. I knew something interesting would be waiting." But as the figure came into view, his eyes snapped wide open. That voice, a voice so deeply burned into his memory that he could never, ever forget it. Pure terror and unadulterated rage flooded his senses. A massive, winged demon stood before him, its red eyes glowing with immense power. It spoke, its voice dripping with ancient authority. "Are you a human?" It was him, the one being Cyan never thought he'd see again. The Demon King, Valkyrion. Washed ashore in the heart of enemy territory, exhausted and broken, Cyan hears a voice he had prayed he would never have to hear again. His entire body goes rigid. He knows that voice. It's the sound that has echoed through his nightmares for years. It can't be. Not him. Not here. Not now. It's a voice so deeply burned into his memory that no matter how many years passed, he could never forget it. Standing on a jagged cliff above him is a figure cloaked in shadows and immense power. He looks down, and his voice cuts through the desolate air. "Are you a human?" Cyan's blood runs cold. It's him, the Demon King, Valkyrion, the final insurmountable boss of his previous life. In his past, everyone who laid eyes on the Demon King said the same thing, that to look upon Valkyrion was to stare into the face of evil itself, a being of pure, unadulterated destruction. And now, that very being stands before him, the air thick with the phantom scent of countless battles. Panic, cold and sharp, grips Cyan. He clutches his dagger, his mind screaming. Why now? Of all the times for this to happen, he's injured, weakened, and hopelessly outmatched. Valkyrion tilts his head, a hint of impatience in his voice. "I asked if you were human. Are you going to answer?" His piercing red eye seems to bore right through Cyan, sizing him up in an instant. The sheer pressure of his aura is suffocating. It feels less like a question and more like a challenge. "Are you really foolish enough to fight me, boy?" Cyan grits his teeth. He knows it's suicide, but his body moves on pure instinct. An assassin only has two choices: fight or die. With a desperate cry, he lunges forward, pouring every last ounce of his strength into a single, desperate strike aimed directly at the Demon King's neck. Valkyrian doesn't even move. He simply blinks, as a single lock of his white hair drifts gently to the ground. Huh! A deep, rumbling sound echoes through the wasteland. It's laughter. The Demon King throws his head back and laughs, a wide, amused grin spreading across his face. "I'd heard humans had potential," he says, almost impressed. "To think you actually managed to cut my hair." "Maybe the rumors are true!" Cyan is frozen in shock. Karam's frantic voice rings in his head. "Bad timing, I know, but who is this guy?" Cyan's mind can only form one answer. "The Demon King." "The Demon King?" Karam shrieks mentally. "How in the world are you supposed to fight him in your current state?" She's right. It's impossible. His mind races, and he comes to the only logical, if hopeless, conclusion: he has to run. He clenches his fist, his body trembling not just from exhaustion, but from a deep, primal fear. But could he even escape? Has anyone ever successfully run from Valkyrian? Just as Cyan braces himself to bolt, the Demon King speaks again. "Hey, relax." His expression softens slightly. "What am I going to do to a little kid like you? You can calm down." And then, in the most surreal moment of Cyan's two lives, the Demon King just lies down on the rocks. "Look, I'm really not going to do anything," he says casually. "Even I'm not low enough to pick a fight with a child." Cyan is completely floored. He just stands there, dagger raised, watching the most feared being in existence lounge around like he's on vacation. What is happening? With a sly grin, Valkyrian props himself up on an elbow. "So, let's try this again. Are you human?" Cyan finally finds his voice, though it's barely a whisper. "Yes." The Demon King continues. "And how did you get here?" "The river current," Cyan replies, still wary. Valkyrian nods. "So, first time in the demon realm?" He looks Cyan over curiously. "You've got a strange aura about you. Who are you?" Cyan keeps his answer short. "A normal human." Valkyrian narrows his eyes. "A normal human. And yet, it feels like you know who I am." Cyan forces himself to look away, sweat beading on his brow. "We've never met. He has to play dumb. His life depends on it." The Demon King just shrugs, stretching out. "I suppose that's true. I've never seen a human before either. No idea when you could have possibly met me." Cyan stares, his mind reeling. This casual, almost lazy demeanor, it's all wrong. "Why are you here?" he asks, needing to understand. "Is this really the same Demon King? Felt a strange energy while I was making my rounds." Valkyrian answers nonchalantly. Cyan echoes, confused. "Making your rounds?" "Yeah," the Demon King says, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. "As the king, it's my job to watch over the lands I rule." He winks. "So, kid, what did I just say?" Cyan just parrots his words back, still trying to process the absurdity of it all. Valkyrian sits up, pouting like a spoiled child. "Aren't you even a little bit shocked?" "I'm the Demon King." He suddenly leaps to his feet, pointing an accusing finger. "I knew it. You do know me. No kid reacts like this," he yells. "Didn't your mother ever tell you the Demon King would snatch you away if you misbehaved?" But Cyan's mind is a million miles away. This can't be the same person. He thinks back to his past life. The demon's invasion should be starting soon. But this playful, carefree version of Valkyrian doesn't seem like the type to start a war. He can sense the monstrous power he remembers, but it's suppressed, held back. If this is his true self, he looks at the smiling demon in front of him. This is not the harbinger of destruction he fought to the death. Then what on earth happened to change him? A terrifying realization dawns on Cyan. Something must have occurred between now and the future he remembers. Something that turned this laid-back ruler into a world-ending tyrant. He has to know. He has to prevent it. Taking a deep breath, Cyan decides to make a massive gamble. "If you are truly the Demon King, then what is it you wish to accomplish?" Valkyrian smirks, showing a hint of sharp teeth. "Asking a question like that? You've got guts, kid." He grins, and his answer is shockingly simple. "Nothing much. I just want my people to live well and eat well." Though, his face darkens in an instant, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. "If anyone dares to get in our way, I will slaughter them all." A chill runs down Cyan's spine as Valkyrian's voice drops to a low, predatory growl. "That is my duty as the Demon King." And there it was. For just a second, Cyan saw it. The monstrous, world-ending power he remembered, bound by unseen chains. He understands now. The true monster is dormant, and some future incident is the key that will unleash it. His mission is no longer just about revenge. He has to stop that incident from ever happening. With newfound resolve, Cyan looks the Demon King dead in the eye. "Demon King, let's make a deal." Valkyrian just raises an eyebrow. "Huh?" Cyan plays his only card, his knowledge of the future. "Something is going to happen to you soon, something that will threaten the very people you want to protect." Valkyrian's relaxed posture vanishes, replaced by a sharp, dangerous focus. "What are you talking about? You're not making sense." "I don't know the details," Cyan admits, "but I know that this event will trigger a great war between humans and demons." Valkyrian grabs him, his patience wearing thin. "Are you saying I will invade your lands?" Cyan doesn't flinch. "That's why I want to negotiate." He looks up at the towering demon, his child's face filled with a gravity far beyond his years. "Promise me," he says, his voice steady. "Promise you won't start a war, no matter what happens." Valkyrian scoffs, but he's clearly intrigued. He lets Cyan go. "Fine. Let's say I agree. What do I get in return?" Cyan doesn't hesitate for a second. "My help." He stands tall, making a promise that could rewrite history. "No matter what happens, I will do everything in my power to help you." The two of them lock eyes. A 10-year-old human, and the ruler of all demons, in a silent pact that could decide the fate of their world. Valkyrian's eyes gleam with understanding. "This is no ordinary child. You know something, don't you?" A slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face. "Tell me your name." "Cyan Vert." The Demon King extends his hand. "All right, Cyan Vert, I promise you, as the ruler of this realm, that I will not invade your lands no matter what." With the deal struck, Valkyrian's massive wings unfurl, catching the wind. He rises into the air, his voice echoing back. "But you had better uphold your end of the bargain. A deal is a deal." Cyan watches him disappear into the bleak sky, the weight of his promise settling heavily on his small shoulders. A satisfied smirk crosses Valkyrian's face as he flies away. He had found something far more interesting than he'd expected. Sometime later, a group of knights patrolling the border spots a figure in the distance. Over there. It's a small boy in a tattered white cloak, running towards them. It's Cyan, young Master Cyan. It's a miracle. After his encounter with the Demon King, Cyan was conveniently found by a patrol and safely returned to the human world. Overnight, he became a living legend, the boy who survived the Devil Dragon. He was taken to an abbey near the border that was serving as a temporary military hospital. Cyan wakes up in a soft bed, the warm sun on his face. He hears a voice call his name and turns, still groggy. "Sorry?" It's Princess Erin, standing by his bed, a deep blush on her cheeks. "Let me say it again," she says, her voice trembling slightly. He thought things were finally settling down. He was very, very wrong. Erin clenches her fists, her face bright red as she takes a deep, steadying breath. "Will you?" She practically shouts the words, her voice filling the entire room. "Will you be mine?" It could mean anything from becoming her knight to something else entirely. Cyan can only stare back, his face a perfect mask of utter confusion. "Sorry?" he repeats, his mind completely blank. What in the world is she talking about? After surviving the demon realm, Cyan is back in the land of the living, only to be ambushed by a confession he never saw coming. Princess Erin, her face flushed red, struggles to find her words. "Will you?" Finally, with all the courage a 10-year-old can muster, she shouts, "Will you be mine?" The question hangs in the air, a bold demand with 1,000 possible meanings. Cyan stares back, his expression utterly blank, and delivers the most brutally simple answer possible. "No." A single, quiet sound escapes Erin's lips. "Ah! Ah!" The hope in her eyes shatters. She flinches, as if his word was a physical blow. Tears well up, but she fights them back, muttering to herself, a painful reminder of what she's always been told. "Of course, I'm just a powerless princess," Cyan sighs internally. Her self-pity is grating on his nerves. He already knew she had no real power. His past life had made that painfully clear. But seeing her wallow in it makes it so much worse. In the brutal game of politics, a person like this doesn't just lose, they get erased. And he can't shake the memory that his own brother, Ashel, had a hand in her tragic end. So he decides to be direct. The truth is the only thing that might save her. You're right." He looks her in the eye and speaks the cold, hard facts. "As you are right now, you can't bring any benefit to me or to anyone else." He doesn't hold back. "You have no influence, no power, not even proper etiquette. Being associated with you would only bring me down." Each word is a calculated strike, meant to shatter her childish fantasy. But then, he offers her something else. Not kindness, but a challenge. However, he says, his gaze unwavering, I'll watch you until you become someone worthy of being watched. Aaron looks up, confused and hurt. Watch me? Before she can get the wrong idea, he dismisses her with a wave of his hand. Yes, now don't be disappointed. But his harsh words have the opposite effect. She straightens up, a fire igniting in her eyes. No, I understand. Her demeanor shifts completely. I just need to become strong enough for you to finally acknowledge me. She leans in close, poking him in the chest with a surprising firmness. With a fierce, determined grin, she points at him and makes a vow. Just you wait. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm going to become so powerful you won't be able to ignore me. A small, tired smile touches Cyan's lips. I'm looking forward to it. She's just a kid, after all. But maybe, just maybe, this was the push she needed. As she reaches the door, she pauses. Oh, one more thing. She turns back, her expression now soft and sincere. Thank you, she says, a genuine smile lighting up her face. For being alive. Really. For a moment, Cyan is speechless. He just sits there as she leaves, the unexpected warmth of her words lingering in the sterile room. But his mind is already moving on. Days later, he's a silent shadow in a snowy forest, far from the prying eyes of the camp. He's not alone. Two men in thick, fur-lined coats move through the trees, completely oblivious that they are being hunted. One of them pulls out a glowing purple cube, a greedy chuckle escaping his lips. He holds the artifact up, a smug grin on his face. Just a little more. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the winter silence from right behind him. So, it was you, Reynold Crimson. The man freezes, his eyes wide with shock. He tries to turn, to fight, but his body is locked in place, held by an invisible force. From the shadows, Cyan emerges, surrounded by a swirling mist of dark energy. He recognizes the artifact instantly. A small dimension box, so they exist in this era too. From his past life, he knows exactly what this is, a masterpiece of magic that allows for infinite storage. A creation of the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association. He'd spent a year hunting this smuggling ring in his past life, always suspecting an inside man. So this is how you've been doing it, Cyan says coldly, as a tendril of dark energy snatches the box from Reynold's hand. I'll be taking this. Reynold finally chokes out a strangled cry as Cyan identifies him. Reynold Crimson, a 7-star mage knight from Garum. Cyan steps into the light, and Reynold stares in disbelief at the small boy radiating an aura of pure death. Cyan Vert? Why are you here? Reynold stammers. Cyan ignores him, opening the box and pulling out the corpse of a demonic beast. He inspects it, his voice calm and analytical. You've been extracting blood from the corpses and smuggling it across the border in supply carriages. This blood is fresh, which means you have a spy in the supply department. Reynold begins to sweat, his bravado gone. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. Cyan's eyes narrow. Don't play dumb. This blood is already being sold on the black market. A dark memory surfaces. His maid Emily, sick and dying from a poison made from hellhound blood. This man, this smuggling ring, they were a part of that. Reynold's mind races, wondering who betrayed them. Meanwhile, Cyan discards the corpse. It's too big for him to absorb anyway. The only thing that matters is ensuring this man never leaves the forest alive. Reynold feels the pressure on him lessen slightly. He doesn't know how this kid trapped him, but he can move again. With a furious roar of, Die! He unleashes a powerful fire spell, a complex magic circle glowing in his hand. Letting your guard down means death, kid, he screams, confident in his victory. A massive explosion of fire tears through the clearing, melting the snow and charring the trees. Reynold pants, catching his breath. Damn, I thought I was dead for a second. He smirks, relieved. He steps back, sure that the boy is nothing but ash now. Ha! I lost the dimension box, but at least I'm alive. As he laments his loss, a shadowy tendril silently snakes around his arm. With a sickening slice, his hand is severed at the wrist. He screams, staring at the bloody stump in horror. My hand? He looks up in terror as a black fog begins to swirl around him, thick and suffocating. What is this fog? From within the mist, Cyan appears behind him, completely unharmed. Reynold's blood runs cold as the name of a legendary assassin group flashes in his mind. Could it be, miss? Before he can finish, the fog chokes the word from his throat. Cyan slams him against a tree, dark energy coiling around his neck. His voice is flat, devoid of all emotion. Choose. Tell me everything you know about the smuggling route and the spy, and I'll grant you a painless death. His eyes glow with a demonic red light, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. Or suffer a death so horrific even the devil himself would pray for your soul. The scene shifts to the bustling Velia's western border trading post. Two hooded figures, part of the smuggling ring, meet in the shadows. One opens a crate, revealing vials of demonic blood. 2 boxes this time. We're in for a good profit. Another smuggler approaches a different crate, expecting the main shipment from Reynold. I wonder how much we got this time. He casually lifts the lid. Their greedy smiles instantly twist into masks of pure horror. Inside the box, packed in ice, is the severed head of Reynold Crimson, his face frozen in an eternal scream. Sir Reynold, who did this? Panic erupts. The smugglers scatter like rats, their entire operation collapsing in a single moment of terror. Watching from a cliff top high above, Cyan stands cloaked and masked. Karam floats beside him. Not going to finish them off? She asks. Cyan replies coolly, the warning should be enough. He knows exactly who he's dealing with. Reynold Crimson was smuggling blood from the front lines, delivering it to the mages of the Garum Kingdom, the Garum Kingdom Mage Association, a place where mages obsessed with power gathered to push the boundaries of magic and morality. And in the future, Cyan remembers, they used that smuggled blood to conduct horrific experiments that unleashed chaos upon the world. Karam quips, switching careers from assassin to world saver. Cyan just tells her to shut up. I have to stop it now before it begins. Karam pushes him. I thought this was all for you. Isn't this a little selfless? Cyan looks out at the horizon, his motives clearer than ever. I just don't want anyone else to suffer because of that blood. This is bigger than his own revenge now. Far from the snowy front lines, in a lavish estate within the Ushiv Empire, a man with short blonde hair stands by a window, reading a report. It's Ashel Vert. He reads the news from the border, a look of mild surprise on his face. Cyan, went to the front lines with father? A woman's voice calls from behind him. Cyan Vert, your little half-brother? Ashel turns, a cold, predatory glint in his eyes and a dangerous smile playing on his lips. Yes, and he's starting to get on my nerves. The little brother he'd written off as a disposable tool was suddenly becoming a problem, and Ashel always dealt with his problems. I think it's time I paid him a visit. He survived a war zone, but now Cyan faces a different kind of battlefield, home. As his bags are packed, a new, more dangerous chapter begins. His loyal maid, Emily, throws her hands up in celebration. Finally, the horrible life on the front lines is over. She's buzzing with excitement, already dreaming of a peaceful life. The academy will be a paradise compared to this place, right? But Cyan knows the truth. For him, the real hell is just beginning. The academy he remembers wasn't a place of learning. It was a viper's nest of political schemes and shadowy power plays. A brutal social war, where jealousy and ambition were the only subjects that truly mattered. Emily, completely oblivious, is lost in a daydream about handsome instructors. Cyan just watches her, wondering how she can be so excited for what's to come. She clasps her hands together, fantasizing about a new romance, and a dreadful thought crosses Cyan's mind. She's not planning on following him there, is she? Sometime later, they arrive at the Vert estate. Cyan steps onto the familiar stone path, a place that once felt like a prison. He walks with a newfound confidence, no longer the invisible shadow of the family, but a young master returning from war. Suddenly, he hears a sharp gasp and turns, slightly confused. It's his half-brother Krantz, the same arrogant bully Cyan had utterly crushed in a duel. The boy looks like he's seen a ghost, stammering Cyan's name in pure, unadulterated terror. Before Cyan can even say a word, Krantz lets out a terrified shriek and bolts, running for his life. Kyram pops up, amused. Who was that idiot? Cyan sighs. My half-brother, Krantz. Don't worry about him. Karam keeps prodding. Why are you so different from your family? It's the same with your father. Cyan argues back. That's not true. I get along fine with my older sister Alice. His expression darkens. Because the real problem, the true monster in this family, is someone else entirely. The heavy doors to the main hall swing open. The moment he steps inside, the entire household staff bows in perfect unison. Welcome home, young Master Cyan. Cyan pauses. In his past life, these people wouldn't have even given him a second glance. Now, they show him the same empty courtesy they reserve for his father, or for him. He walks to his room, reflecting on how much has changed. The pain and the struggle, maybe it was all worth it. But as his hand reaches for the doorknob, he freezes. A powerful, chillingly familiar energy washes over him, and his eyes flash red. A cold dread floods his veins. He knows this energy. It's an aura that makes his very soul tremble. The aura of betrayal, pain, and his own death. His hand hovers just inches from the door. He knows who's waiting for him. Yes, beyond this door, is that bastard. The man who murdered him. A calm, deceptively friendly voice calls out from inside. It's been a while, Cyan. The name is spoken by Ashelver, his older brother, who smiles as if greeting a long-lost friend. Cyan's mind screams, Stay calm, stay calm. He opens the door. Ashel looks him over. Do you not remember me? Calm. Ashel continues smoothly. I suppose it's natural. We haven't seen each other since before I left for the academy. But Cyan isn't listening. Decades of pain, hatred, and the memory of a cold blade. It all comes roaring back. How could he possibly stay calm? A murderous grin twists his face, his eyes glowing with pure, unrestrained hatred. Right now, his hand flies to his dagger, demonic energy swirling around it, ready to taste blood. He will kill him. But just as he's about to lunge, a small hand grabs his wrist, stopping him cold. The spirit of his sword, Karam, materializes beside him, her expression dead serious. Get a grip, she hisses. Killing him now won't get you anything interesting, will it? Cyan's eye twitches, the wave of fury still threatening to consume him. He takes a single, shuddering breath, forcing the rage back down into the pit of his stomach. He opens his eyes again, the demonic light gone, replaced by a mask of perfect deference. He bows his head. The youngest son of House Vert, Cyan, greets his eldest brother. Ashel raises an eyebrow, a slight, intrigued smile on his lips. So you do remember me. How could I ever forget my own brother? The words are polite, but each one feels like poison. I'm happy, Ashel says, placing a hand on Cyan's head in a condescending pat. It's a gesture of dominance, and Cyan grits his teeth, fighting every instinct to tear that hand away. Ashel's smile is perfect, his voice dripping with false concern. I was worried you wouldn't remember me. What a relief. He continues, his tone light and cheerful. I heard your swordsmanship has improved. Someday you'll be a great asset to our family. No. He leans in, his smile widening. Duck, you'll be able to assist me on the battlefield. He's already putting Cyan back in his old box, a tool for his own glory. Cyan looks up, his eyes flashing red for a split second before he forces an innocent smile. Yes, I'm looking forward to it, big brother. Ashel pauses, studying his younger brother's face, searching for something behind the mask. He straightens up, his friendly act flawless. I'm relieved to hear you say that. I came all this way just to see you, after all. Cyan knows what that really means. Ashel is a predator who only pays attention to things he can use. But now that he understands the game, a strange calm settles over him. He puts on his own mask, a bright, childish smile. I wanted to see you too, big brother. Just then, Emily struggles through the doorway, weighed down by 2 heavy suitcases, muttering to herself. She drops them with a heavy thud, sighing in relief. She throws open the door, ready to scold Cyan. Young master, how could you just leave me with all the... She freezes, her face instantly draining of all color when she sees who is in the room. First, young master. Ashel turns his charming smile on her. I've heard you two are close. Don't let me interrupt. He walks past them, leaving a flustered Emily bowing frantically in the hallway. Once he's gone, she lets out a huge sigh of relief. I thought my heart was going to stop. She then rounds on Cyan. Young master, you should have warned me. Cyan's face is grim. Emily, could you leave us for a moment? She starts to protest. But... His voice drops and his eyes glow faintly. Don't make me say it again. Emily flinches, recognizing the danger in his eyes. She nods, terrified, and quickly scurries out of the room. The moment the door clicks shut, Cyan rushes to a nearby basin and retches, the sheer psychological stress of the encounter making him physically sick. He grips the edge of the table, his knuckles white, trying to steady his ragged breathing. He turns to Kairam, his voice tight with fury. Why did you stop me? She retorts coolly. Shouldn't you be thanking me? It was a perfect chance for you, Cyan snarls. The moment I lost control, you could have taken over my body. Kairam lets out a wicked grin. Don't be mistaken. I simply want your rage to grow, to fester, to ripen. It's so much more delicious that way. Cyan clenches his fist, a grim smile of his own forming. Yeah. That's just like you. She's a demon. Of course she'd want his hatred to grow. Back in his own opulent chambers, Ashel walks through the silent halls. He stands before a large set of doors. His voice is cold and clear. Come in. A subordinate enters and bows. We've confirmed the location of the second young lady, as you ordered. He's talking about their sister Alice. Ashel lounges in a chair. Where is she? The aide reports. In the north, the land of the white elves, Pruina. Ashel muses aloud. Pruina, to think she'd be living with a race that despises outsiders. A testament to her talents, I suppose. He gives his order. Inform me immediately if she shows any signs of returning. The aide bows. Understood. As the aide turns to leave, he hesitates. If I may ask, sir, was there something that pleased you? Ashel looks at him, a slight, unreadable smile on his face. And why would you think that? You seem lighter than usual. Was your reunion with your brother that amusing? Ashel laughs softly. Amusing? Yes, I suppose you could put it that way. But then his expression turns to ice, his eyes glowing faintly. But you're wrong. I'm in a very foul mood right now. The aide immediately breaks into a cold sweat, bowing low. My apologies for my presumption, sir. Ashel's mind drifts back to the meeting. Those eyes. He remembers the flash of pure, unadulterated murder he saw on Cyan's face. That wasn't the look of a resentful little brother. That was the look of an enemy sizing up his target. Did I misjudge him? He says aloud. There are too many concerns surrounding him now. I need him watched to make sure he doesn't stray too far from his purpose. His aide responds, Yes, sir. I'll have someone assigned to him immediately. Ashel sits alone in his room, the charming facade completely gone, replaced by a cold, calculating predator. He can still see that demonic, hateful grin. He leans forward, his gaze sharp and dangerous. Cyan Vert, just what are you hiding? With the war zone behind him and a Cold War brewing at home, Cyan sets off for his next battlefield, the Royal Academy. But his loyal maid, Emily, is not taking the news well. She stands in the doorway, fuming. I am so disappointed in you, young master. Cyan tries to reason with her. The rules say I can only take a knight escort. But Emily is having none of it. Then you should have told me sooner. He waves her off as he climbs into the carriage. Anyway, be good, Emily. She stomps her foot, shouting back, You're the one who needs to be good. From inside the carriage, Cyan just sighs. Yeah, let's go. As the carriage pulls away, flanked by 6 cloaked knights, Emily watches, a look of disbelief on her face. Wait, you're really just leaving? Her anger melts away, replaced by genuine concern. Tears well up in her eyes as she shouts after him, Don't get discouraged if you get bullied. She waves frantically from the manor steps. Take care of yourself. Cyan looks back, a small, fond smile touching his lips. That's Emily all right. His mind drifts back to a memory, back to when he was 8 years old. He remembers being desperately sick, burning with a fever in a cold, rainy alley within the estate's grounds. No one had come for him, not his family, not the servants. He had been left to die, completely alone. And then she appeared, a small, young maid who carried him on her back and sprinted through the storm, screaming for a doctor to help her young master. An old doctor had opened his door, taking them in from the rain. She had stayed by his side the entire time, nursing him back to health. If it wasn't for her, if she hadn't found him that day, he would have been just another forgotten body, found somewhere in the vast, uncaring mansion. He leans out the carriage window, a genuine, bright smile on his face as he yells back, Emily, behave yourself or I'll kill you when I get back. It's a twisted sentiment, but it's his way of saying he cares. She is someone he values more than just a maid. Emily just cups her hands to her ears, pretending not to hear his strange farewell. I can't hear you. Cyan leans back in his seat, his smile fading as the reality of his journey sets in. As the carriage rattles on, his assassin's mind begins to analyze the situation. 6 intermediate-class knights, just to escort one person? It's overkill. Something isn't right. He lets out a short, sharp breath. A wicked little smirk plays on his lips. It seems the trouble he was expecting has decided to start a little early. As dusk begins to fall, the carriage and its escort continue down a lonely, dusty road. The knights ride in perfect, unnerving silence, their faces hidden beneath their cloaks. Inside, Cyan is the picture of calm, lounging on the seat as if on a pleasant holiday trip. One of the knights rides up to the door. Young master, we should make camp here for the night. Cyan replies casually, Oh, where are we? The knight points to a map. Near the central city, Saffron. We should arrive tomorrow morning. All right, let me know when you're set up, Cyan says dismissively. The knight nods. Yes, young master. The moment the knight is out of earshot, Cyan's expression turns to ice. Liar. There's no forest like this anywhere near Saffron. He looks out at the desolate woods. They're in the middle of nowhere. It's painfully obvious what's about to happen. A moment later, the knight calls out, Young master, you may come out now. Cyan calmly steps out of the carriage. He takes a deep breath of the cool night air. Refreshing. He turns to the knights, who have now formed a perfect circle around him. All right, who sent you? The leader of the group, a man with short brown hair, steps forward while the others remain silent. A few of the men look nervous, sweating under their cloaks. This isn't going as planned, but their leader just smirks, a cruel, confident glint in his eye. Cyan's eyes narrow, his own expression turning cold and dangerous. He smiled. I asked a question. The leader draws his sword, his smirk widening. You don't need to know. You'll be dead soon anyway. The other knights draw their weapons. It's nothing personal, kid. I'll even be nice and make it quick. Just close your eyes. The leader lunges, his sword held high for a killing blow. Now, goodbye. But Cyan doesn't even flinch. He watches the blade descend, his expression utterly, terrifyingly calm. In a flash, something flies through the air. It's the leader's sword hand, cleanly severed at the wrist. The man stumbles back as, in the same instant, his carriage is sliced perfectly in two. He collapses to the ground, his face a mask of shock and agony. Cyan stands over him, his demonic sword Kairam now in his hand, glowing with a malevolent pink light. His voice is a low growl. I asked, "Who is behind this?" The other knights are frozen in place, their confidence shattered in an instant. Dark, shadowy tendrils of energy seep from Cyan, coiling around them, paralyzing them with fear. "Why aren't you moving?" he asks, his voice dangerously soft. His eyes glow a fierce, demonic red. Kairam's blade hums with power. "Did you really think this would be easy?" The leader can only stare in disbelief as another knight screams, cut down before he can even raise his sword. Cyan becomes a blur, a whirlwind of red light and dark steel. A knight cries out as the blade slashes across his chest. Another tries to block, but the demonic sword shears right through his weapon. They fall one by one, their screams swallowed by the silent forest. It's over in seconds. A swift, brutal massacre. Cyan stands in the center of the carnage, untouched. The surviving leader looks on, his body trembling, tears of pure terror streaming down his face. This is... He looks at the small boy surrounded by the bodies of trained knights. This is really a child? He finally understands. There was a reason the legend said he survived a dragon. Cyan approaches him, his bloody dagger held loosely at his side. The leader breaks down completely, sobbing on the forest floor. This mission, it was doomed from the start. Cyan kicks him onto his back. "You!" He presses the glowing tip of his blade to the man's throat. "Tell me everything." The knight cracks instantly, screaming out the name. It was Mrs. Margaret. She was behind it all. Cyan pulls his blade back. That was too easy. He was expecting a professional, not some hired muscle. The knight just lies there, a sobbing, broken mess. With the ambush over, the lone, terrified horse begins to pull the remains of the carriage. The surviving knight, now serving as the driver, explains the rest. Young Master Krantz asked Mrs. Saincombe, Margaret, for a favor. We were just following her orders. Cyan thinks back to Krantz's terrified face at the mansion. So it was him. He scoffs. I'll have to teach him a lesson when I get back. The knight glances back nervously. Young master? He asks the question that's been weighing on him. What's going to happen to me? Are you going to kill me? He asks with a weak, defeated laugh. Cyan looks down at him from his perch atop the ruined carriage. You don't seem very sad about it. The knight looks down at his hands, resigned to his fate. We tried to kill you first. I have no right to complain. Then just drive, Cyan says simply. There's a difference between being useless and having no value. You're a good driver. The knight gasps, stunned by this unexpected display of mercy? No, it's something colder. It's pragmatism. Tears of relief well up in his eyes. Thank you, young master. Sometime later, Cyan announces their arrival. We're here. The ruined carriage approaches a magnificent city, a towering castle at its center bathed in the morning sun. They have finally reached the central city, Saffron. For every action, there is a reaction. And for a failed assassination on a boy like Cyan, the reaction is pure, unfiltered panic. A vase shatters as a furious voice roars. What in the world do you mean? A butler stands before Mrs. Margaret, delivering the grim news. Of the assassins sent, 6 are confirmed dead, 1 is missing, and it's been 10 days since Cyan was last seen in the area. They've been completely in the dark. The color drains from Margaret's face. It was supposed to be a simple, flawless plan. She was assured there would be no problems. Her shock quickly curdles into rage. She screams at her subordinate, demanding to know how he could fail to eliminate one small child. The butler can only bow, admitting that they completely underestimated the young master. He suggests that Cyan must have a powerful protector hiding in the shadows and offers to send another team. He's convinced a 10-year-old couldn't have survived alone. But Margaret shouts, "Enough!" Her fear is no longer just about the failed mission. It's about retaliation. It's about what Cyan might do to her precious son Krantz. She remembers Cyan's last visit, his chillingly calm face and those glowing red eyes filled with a promise of violence. She remembers his quiet, terrifying question, "Don't you want your son to graduate in one piece?" That memory shatters her rage, replacing it with cold, hard fear. Her voice trembles as she orders the butler to stand down. They are to do nothing more. Composing herself, she turns away, her expression hardening into one of ruthless pragmatism. She gives one final chilling command. No one can ever know about this. Any loose ends must be eliminated. The butler bows and leaves without a word. A heavy silence fills the room, a testament to the fear Cyan now commands, even from hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, the source of all that fear is miles away, relaxing in a carriage as if he doesn't have a care in the world. In the 10 days since the ambush, the night he spared, Brian, has dutifully served as his driver and subordinate. Cyan figures his stepmother must know he's alive by now. It seems the rest of his journey to the Royal Academy will be a peaceful one, which means he needs to decide what to do with his new servant. Just then, Brian's cheerful face pops into the window. "Young master, we're here!" Cyan just grunts in acknowledgement, his expression unchanging. Seeing this place again, it certainly brings back memories. The carriage pulls up to a massive, sprawling campus. The Royal Academy, the most prestigious institution in the Empire. He can't exactly call them good memories, but this place, in his past life, changed him in more ways than one. He steps up to the registration desk and presents his family crest, his voice cold and formal. Cyan Vert of the Duke Vert family. The reception hall is bustling with new students. Cyan waits patiently. The receptionist confirms his registration and informs him of the entrance ceremony and elemental test in 2 days. But as she hands over his dormitory assignment, Cyan's eyes widen slightly. She hands him an ornate key attached to a wax-sealed envelope. This is not standard issue for a new student. For the first time in a long time, he's genuinely surprised. He looks at her and asks if she's sure there hasn't been a mistake. A short while later, Cyan stands with his single travel bag. Brian stands beside him, his jaw on the floor, sweat beading on his forehead as he stammers, "Young master, this place is—" They are in a ridiculously lavish hall. The Royal Hall, a dormitory reserved exclusively for royalty and the most influential figures in the Empire. Cyan knows no one from his family has ever been assigned here. Someone powerful is pulling strings. He turns to Brian, who is still gawking, and asks if that small bag is really all he brought. Brian snaps to attention and confirms it is. Cyan straightens his suit. He's arrived. That's all that matters. With a cold, dismissive look, he tells Brian that his job is done. Brian freezes, a look of shock on his face as he stammers for Cyan to wait. Cyan tosses him a heavy pouch of coins. He tells him it's payment for his work, enough to start a new life. He even warns him that going back to his old employer would be a death sentence. Brian just stares at the pouch, speechless. But instead of leaving, he drops to one knee with a loud thud. He declares his full name, Brian Kendrick, a knight of Velias. With a burning intensity in his eyes, he declares his intent to serve Cyan for the rest of his life. Cyan looks down at him, genuinely confused. "You're a knight? I thought you were just a driver." Brian admits he's the lowest rank, so he gets stuck with menial tasks. He explains that his father always told him that if he ever met a master worthy of his loyalty, he should pledge it without hesitation. Cyan lets out a small sigh. "Pledging your life to someone is a foolish thing to do." Brian looks up, confused. "What do you mean?" A dark, heavy aura begins to radiate from Cyan, his eyes glowing faintly. He looks down at the kneeling knight and asks coldly, "How do you know I won't stab you in the back one day?" Brian stammers that it wouldn't matter, but Cyan cuts him off, grabbing his collar and pulling him close. He gives him one final chilling warning, "Don't ever think about betraying me." With that, he lets him go. He tells Brian to skip the entrance ceremony. They're going straight to the elemental test. Brian, still reeling, quickly agrees. He watches his new master go, a mix of fear and unwavering resolve on his face. He's made his choice. In the dean's office, Kundal Quizel sits at his desk, remarking on the talented new students this year. A group of instructors observes the elemental tests through a magical projection. Down below, a brilliant golden light erupts from the testing circle. It's Princess Erin. Her results are impressive, a light element affinity of 52%. Next up is a brawny student named Seth Chaharkhan. He unleashes a powerful wave of energy. His results even more remarkable, a sand element affinity of 71%. The dean nods, impressed. These students are surprising, but his attention is on another file, the file for Cyan Vert. And Cyan's stats are unlike anything they have ever seen. Physical rank, S, an impossible level for a child. And his element, darkness, with an affinity of an unbelievable 92%. An instructor, Sarika Nigrathi, pushes up her glasses in disbelief. Even Alice Vert, Cyan's prodigy sister once called a God's child, only graduated with an 88% affinity. The dean finds it fascinating. The child praised as a once-in-a-generation talent can't even match her younger brother. Sarika raises a valid concern. With an element as dangerous as darkness, such immense talent could easily become a threat. The dean taps the file, then brings up another point. He asks if she knew Cyan was assigned to the Royal Hall. He leans forward, revealing the crucial detail. It was a direct order from the Emperor. Sarika's eyes widen in shock. The dean explains that Cyan saved the princess on the front lines, and now the Emperor is even considering a marriage between them. Sarika immediately understands the terrifying political implications. Marrying the powerless fifth princess to the monstrously talented son of the Vert family, it would ignite the smoldering succession crisis and tear the empire apart in a civil war. The dean simply tells her not to overthink it. All they can do now is watch. Their role, he says, is to witness whether this child will become the empire's greatest hero or the harbinger of its destruction. Back in the hallway, Cyan is lost in thought. 92%. In his past life, it was only in the 80s. It must be because of all the demonic blood he's consumed. Just then, a voice calls out. He looks up to see a blonde-haired boy he vaguely recognizes. The boy flinches back in terror, stuttering Cyan's name. Cyan smirks. It must be a shock to see someone you thought was dead. Suddenly, a much larger student grabs the smaller boy, asking if this is the kid he's been bossing around. The big bully smirks. He introduces himself as Popper Paneron and sneers at Cyan, mocking him for not knowing who his own mother is. A flicker of recognition. Cyan remembers this face. Popper, one of the many who made his past life a living hell. A slow, predatory smile spreads across Cyan's face, his eyes beginning to glow with a menacing red light. How lucky for him to run into an old friend so soon. Popper cracks his knuckles, telling his friend to move. Someone like Cyan needs to be taught a lesson. The smaller boy tries to stop him, seeing the dangerous look in Cyan's eyes. He freezes, noticing the red glow. He stutters, trying to de-escalate, suggesting they all just go get something to eat. But it's far too late. Before Popper can even throw a punch, Cyan moves in a blur. There's a sickening crunch as his foot connects with Popper's side, sending him flying. The blonde kid can only stare in horror, his mouth wide open as he screams his friend's name, Popper! For a boy who's already lived one life fueled by betrayal, revenge is the only thing on the menu. Cyan's eyes pulse with a menacing red glow, a predator's smile forming as he sizes up his old tormentors. It's been a long time. From Krantz's point of view, it's a nightmare unfolding in slow motion. The brutish Popper cracks his knuckles, sneering that a punk like Cyan needs to be taught a lesson. Krantz wants to scream, to warn him to stop, but the words are caught in his throat. He sees the look in Cyan's eyes. Not fear, but something chillingly calm, and a wave of dread washes over him. He weakly suggests they just leave, but his voice is trembling too hard to be convincing. In less than a heartbeat, Cyan moves. There's a dull, heavy thud as his foot connects with Popper's ribs, sending the much larger boy sailing through the air before he crashes onto the hard stone floor, out cold. This single, decisive action shows this isn't a schoolyard scuffle. It's a demonstration of overwhelming power. Krantz can only stare, his mouth hanging open in sheer horror as he screams his friend's name. With the muscle dealt with, Cyan turns his unnerving focus on his half-brother. He calmly dusts off his uniform, his voice dangerously soft. "Why don't we have a talk, Krantz?" Krantz flinches, stammering out a terrified, "Yes?" Pure, unfiltered terror is written all over Krantz's face. He's sweating, shaking, his mind completely unable to grasp how a 10-year-old just did that. He's finally realizing he's not dealing with the weak little brother he used to know. Cyan leans in, his voice a low whisper right beside Krantz's ear. He says he doesn't care what pathetic schemes Krantz is cooking up, and that for now, he's feeling merciful. But he leaves him with a chilling promise. If Krantz ever tries something like this again, he won't be graduating with all his limbs attached. The threat is so absolute that Krantz can only choke back a sob, completely broken. Cyan walks away, leaving his terrified half-brother in a heap on the floor. A wicked grin spreads across his face. It seems his academy life is going to be far more entertaining this time around. Elsewhere, in the quiet, sun-drenched halls of the academy library, a very different and far more dangerous confrontation is about to begin. Instructor Sarika Nigrathi walks through the towering bookshelves, her expression thoughtful and analytical. She recalls the dean's ominous words about her new student, Cyan Vert. Either a disaster or a hero. This boy, she decides, requires her full attention. Her quiet footsteps echo as she enters a secluded, restricted area of the library, a place off-limits to all students. She runs a hand along a shelf of ancient, dusty tomes, her eyes searching for one book in particular. But it's not there. Her eyes narrow. The book she's looking for is gone. This is impossible. No one should know it even exists. A calm voice cuts through the silence. Are you looking for this? Sarika looks up, and for the first time in years, her composure cracks. Standing there is Cyan Vert, holding the very book she was searching for. A nervous smile finds its way to her face as her mind races. How did a student get in here? More importantly, how did he approach her without making a single sound? For a master of stealth like herself, this is a deeply unsettling revelation. Maintaining her role as a teacher, she asks him to return the research material, confirming his name is Cyan. Cyan plays along, offering a charming, innocent smile. "Ah, you mean this?" he asks. Of course, I should return it to you." He hands the book over, and she takes it, thanking him cautiously. The air is thick with unspoken tension, a silent battle of wits between two people who are not what they seem. Suddenly, the book slips from his grasp, scattering papers across the floor. But it was no accident. It was a signal. Cyan's polite facade vanishes, replaced by a sharp, all-knowing gaze. He looks up at her and asks if that book was what she was really looking for. "Instructor Sarika," he begins, then corrects himself. "No, the leader of the assassination organization, Mist Sarika Nigridi." The name hangs in the air like a death sentence. A wave of dark, murderous energy explodes from Sarika, her friendly expression melting away into pure shock. "Who are you?" she demands. "How do you know that?" Cyan's mind flashes back to his past life. He remembers this instructor as just a kind, ordinary teacher. He recalls a counseling session where she'd asked about his academy life, and he, the bullied outcast, had simply remained silent. She'd smiled patiently, telling him that these one-on-one talks were important for a student's growth. But to the young Cyan, who only knew cruelty from his own family, her words about growth felt like a sick joke. He just remembers her saying she was quite interested in him. She had noted his high affinity for the dark element, calling it rare, but without any distinct characteristics. But then she'd leaned in, her eyes gleaming, and told him that humanity simply hadn't understood darkness yet. She believed his potential was infinite. He remembers the flicker of hope he felt, a rare spark in his miserable existence. She had wished him the best for his future with a smile that seemed so genuine. For a fleeting moment, he'd wondered if she could be someone to guide him. But now, he knows better. That was all a lie. He was just being played. He reminds himself to never again be fooled by the face behind those glasses. The kind instructor is a mask. Her true self is a killer, the leader of the infamous organization known as Mist. A shadowy group hiding in the one place no one would ever suspect, the prestigious academy where the continent's elite gather. The memory fades, snapping back to the tense standoff in the present. Sarika, her composure remarkably regained, straightens her glasses. "Very well," she says, her voice now dangerously cold and professional. She tells him they'll continue this in her lab and orders him to clean up the mess and follow. This isn't just an invitation, it's her moving the confrontation to her own territory, where she has the advantage. Cyan follows, a little surprised. She's taking this surprisingly well, which tells him she's already planning her next move. They arrive at her lab, a room filled with strange potions and alchemical tools. To Cyan, it's just as he remembers it from his previous life. She offers him a cup of tea, a seemingly polite gesture. He takes it and drinks without a hint of hesitation. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face. "You laced the tea with poison, didn't you?" He finally understands her calmness. This was her trap. Sarika laughs, a cheerful sound that doesn't reach her eyes. She tells him not to worry. It's not fatal. It's just a little something to cause excruciating internal damage. But Cyan just smiles back, completely unfazed. He reflects that after years of consuming demon blood and his maid Emily's notoriously terrible cooking, a poison like this is practically a light refreshment. He looks her dead in the eye, his own glowing faintly. "I'd like for you to make it stronger next time." The power dynamic shatters. Sarika is speechless. He presses his advantage. "So, shall we start talking?" Sarika puts her cup down with a sharp clink, her expression deadly serious. "How did you know about my identity?" she continues, her voice low and threatening. It wasn't just her identity he knew. He also knew the exact location of their hidden book of commands, which was cleverly hidden in a restricted area that no student should ever be able to access. A sly smirk appears on her face as she leans forward, trying to regain control. She asks if he's going to make some ridiculous claim, like saying he's a member of Mist himself. Cyan's response is ice cold. "Do I need any more proof? His impossible knowledge is all the proof required." Sarika scoffs, her anger finally breaking through her professional facade. She accuses him of acting arrogant just because he has a high elemental affinity. Cyan calmly mentions that on his way to the academy, he overheard nobles being killed off one after another. He leans in, his eyes glowing intensely, and delivers the final blow to her denial. "Since when did you start the purification process?" She repeats the words, her voice barely a whisper. Purification process. It's their internal code for assassination missions. He knows their secrets. She tries one last time to feign ignorance as her dark aura flares, but Cyan's own blood-red energy surges to meet it. He knows she'll deny it. Secrecy is the foundation of their entire operation. She warns him that he's speaking words he'll regret, but he just smirks back, mocking her. "Are you threatening a student?" The subtext is clear. They both know this is far beyond a simple student-teacher issue. "That's it," she snaps. In a blur of motion, she flips the table and lunges, daggers already flashing in her hands. She has decided that a dead boy can't reveal any more secrets. Cyan reacts instantly, his face a mask of concentration. "So, this is how you're going to act?" he says, already moving to counter her attack. He blocks her blade with his bare hand, a surge of purple and red energy exploding at the point of impact. He casually holds a black feather, a projectile she threw just inches from his face. "I believe," he says calmly, "that I've already proven my identity." But Sarika is beyond reason. She snarls that even if he knows their secrets, there's no member of Mist that she, the leader, doesn't know personally. She throws herself at him again, a whirlwind of deadly speed and glowing daggers. With a crazed look in her eyes, she screams, "I won't let you go!" Cyan lets out a weary sigh. It can't be helped. He reaches out his hand, and a brilliant, pulsating energy of pink and black begins to materialize from thin air. He unleashes a wave of power that stops her dead in her tracks. She can only stare, her eyes wide with disbelief, at the weapon forming in his grasp. He now holds a wicked-looking dagger, radiating an unmistakable demonic aura. "If you cannot believe me," he says, "then I'll just have to show you." He parries her next frantic strike with ease. The clash of their weapons rings through the lab as she cries out for him to wait. She stares at the blade in his hand, a look of dawning horror and realization on her face. "You, that sword, could it be?" The blade glows with immense power. This is Chiram, the legendary demon blade, a weapon that can only be wielded by the one chosen by Air, the very foundation of her organization. Cyan holds the blade confidently, the energy swirling around him. He asks her, "Are you finally going to acknowledge me?" He presses his final advantage, stating that even now, Mist is desperately searching for the whereabouts of their true heir. Sarika can only stammer, "How did you?" Cyan looks down at her, his expression cold and absolute. "Look, the heir you were all searching for is right here." He gives his final, undeniable command, the one that completely upends her world and solidifies his own authority. "Take me to Air. To meet a god, you first have to walk through the shadows. And under the moonlit sky of Lewin, Cyan is about to step into the darkest one yet, a world of assassins hiding in plain sight." Sarika leads him to an unassuming building, its windows dark and silent. It's the perfect cover, just another house on a quiet street. She places a hand on the chained door, and a purple magic circle flares to life. The lock dissolves into light, opening a path that doesn't exist for the ordinary world. This is the true gateway to mist. They step through the shimmering portal, both now cloaked for the trials ahead. The air inside hums with a dangerous, latent energy. Sarika gives him a sideways glance. She's a little surprised by his composure. Most would be stunned by a hidden magical base, but Cyan seems completely unfazed. His calm is almost unsettling. Arriving at a massive set of doors, she stops. She tells him this is the path to the altar he seeks, but from here on out, he walks it alone. His test is about to begin. He's about to meet the followers of the Black Fog. Cyan steps through the doors, finding himself in a colossal, dark hall. He immediately recognizes this place for what it is: a pocket dimension, a realm created and sustained by the power of a god. It's a classic trick of the trade. The space is impossibly vast, far larger on the inside than it could ever be from the outside, with towering walls that vanish into the darkness above. But Cyan isn't admiring the architecture. His assassin's senses are already screaming. He pinpoints the threats instantly. 2 hostiles hiding at his 4 o'clock, and another 3 at 11. To them, they are hidden shadows. To a master like Cyan, they might as well be waving flags. In the next instant, the air fills with the whistle of steel. Daggers and swords fly from the darkness, all aimed to kill. But Cyan is already in motion, a phantom deflecting every single blade with ease. He'd already predicted this ambush. A test was inevitable. As the cloaked assassins land around him, he straightens up, completely untouched. With a hint of mockery in his voice, he remarks, "This is a bit of an intense welcoming party, don't you think?" He doesn't wait for an answer. He becomes a blur, weaving through their attacks with a deadly grace that speaks of a lifetime of experience. Sparks fly as his cloak whips around him, parrying blades from all directions. He's not just defending, he's dancing through their storm of steel, utterly in control. One of the assassins, wielding a vicious-looking blade, is completely stunned by what he's seeing. His attack is blocked effortlessly, the impact sending a jarring shock up his arm. He can't believe it. This small child just deflected his dagger in a split second. That kind of speed is inhuman. The shock quickly turns into a grim excitement. This kid is the real deal. He decides it's time to use one of their secret techniques. He barks out an order, and the assassins coordinate instantly, trapping Cyan in a pincer movement known as the Death Horn formation. But as they close in, a deep, crimson energy begins to pour from Cyan. He's preparing a secret technique of his own, one they should recognize. The assassins freeze, their eyes wide with shock. That technique, how could a mere child possibly know it? He's turning their own secrets against them. Cyan unleashes the bloodthirst wave. A massive wave of pure, crushing, killing intent erupts from him, flooding the hall in a terrifying red light. This technique is no simple spell. It's a high-level skill that manifests a user's bloodlust into a physical force, an invisible pressure that crushes the will of its victims. And these assassins are completely overwhelmed. They clutch at their throats, gasping as the sheer force of his intent suffocates them where they stand. One by one, they collapse, unconscious. Cyan stands over them, his cloak settling. He calmly notes that they won't be getting up for a while, though as he surveys the room, his eyes narrow. One figure remains standing in the distance, completely unaffected. This one must be different. A higher-up, perhaps. Without hesitation, Cyan summons Karam. He channels its dark energy and unleashes a fog sword technique, unshakable roots of a great tree. The attack rockets across the hall, a blur of dark power aimed to incapacitate. But to his shock, the lone figure meets it head-on, stopping the technique cold in a brilliant flash of purple light. Now, Cyan is genuinely surprised. To stop that technique midway through requires incredible skill. Who is this person? The figure drops their weapon. A wooden mask. It's Sarika. She gives him a small, impressed smile, complimenting him. "You're quite adept at using my main skill." In the next second, she rushes him again, her own blade drawn. Her voice drops, losing its calm demeanor. "I can't hold back any longer. This is no longer just a test." Cyan blocks her strike, but he can see the shift in her. There's a sudden, wild intensity in her eyes that wasn't there before. Her eyes are wide with a crazed, ecstatic glee. The academy instructor is gone. This is Hallmaster Sarika, a warrior drunk on battle, and she roars, "Show me your true powers!" She unleashes a ferocious technique of her own, the thick fog 8th form assault. A dizzying flurry of strikes that fills the air around him. The massive hall is filled with the sharp, ringing clash of their blades. Sarika grins maniacally, thrilled by the exchange. He knows both thick fog and fog sword techniques. With every move he makes, she declares, he's making her even more interested. She challenges him to show her everything, but just as her excitement peaks, Cyan suddenly leaps away, creating distance between them. He's already figured her out. It's not about the test anymore. It's her zeal for combat. That's her driving force. She's a battle-crazed warrior who lives for the thrill of a good fight, and he knows that someone like her will fight until one of them is on the ground for good. He's dealt with this kind of battle lust before, and he has no interest in indulging her death wish. Sarika chases after him, furious at his retreat. "Come back here, Cyan Vert!" she screams, breathing heavily. "Isn't this what you wanted too?" She unleashes another massive attack, the rushing fog storm, sending a vortex of slicing energy hurtling toward him. He cuts through it with a single, clean strike and yells back, "I'm not as twisted as you are!" Sarika explains that since this realm was created by their god, his energy can't be detected by the outside world. Here, there's no need for him to hold back. Cyan stops, and a slow, dangerous smirk spreads across his face. Her words just gave him the green light, a place where he can use all the techniques he wants. His eyes begin to glow with red energy. A thought crosses his mind. He might end up finishing her for real, but he accepts that risk. He moves. In less than a second, he's behind her. A single, precise strike lands on the back of her neck, and she drops to the ground, stunned unconscious by his sheer, blinding speed. As she falls, he thinks to himself, just as he expected. At that moment, a shadowy figure appears beside the fallen Sarika, whispering, "You can rest." Sarika looks up, her vision blurry, seeing a woman with long, flowing black hair. She doesn't understand what's happening. The woman looks down at her, her voice dripping with annoyance. "I really didn't want to intervene," she says. "You know who I am, right?" Sarika, still on the ground, recognizes the immense power radiating from her. "Yes," she says weakly. Demonic sword, Karam. It's Karam, now in her full human form, glaring down at Sarika with pure fury. "You're supposed to worship Eru," she growls. "But here you are, trying to take down my master." Sarika tries to defend herself, claiming she was just testing if he was truly the successor he claimed to be. Karam isn't buying it. She explodes with dark energy, shouting that Sarika could have just called for their god, instead of trying to end him. Her eyes glow menacingly as she looms over the downed assassin. "And if this is how you want to do things," she snarls, "can I take this as a direct challenge against me?" But Sarika just smirks and pushes herself to her feet, casually telling Karam they should worry about the successor first. Kairam whips around to see Cyan on the ground, pale and weak. In her small imp form, she panics, her voice filled with genuine alarm. "What? Why are you dying?" Sarika explains that manifesting Karam's entire form is an incredibly inefficient use of power. It's an ultimate trump card that rapidly drains the owner's life force. Hearing this, Karam gets furious, grabbing Cyan's collar and shaking him. "Hey, this is nothing," she shouts. "What was the point of drinking all that beast blood if you're this fragile?" Sarika stands up, her earlier battle lust returning in full force. She declares that as a Hall Master of Mist, she never rejects a fight. Her eyes glow with that same crazed excitement as she stares at Kairam. "Plus," she breathes, "if you're the opponent, I really can't turn this down." For the first time, Karam looks genuinely scared. She whispers to Cyan, "What is wrong with her? I'm scared. Let me go." Cyan sits up, confirming he's fine, and asks Karam why she even manifested in the first place. Kairam instantly gets over her fear and steps in front of him protectively. With a predatory grin, she tells him, "Just stay behind me. I have to teach that wench a lesson." Sarika grins back, grabbing her weapon. "It would be an honor, Kairam." Kairam's face twists into a snarl. "Don't come crying and begging for forgiveness later," she warns. Sarika's grin only widens. "I'd love it if you could push me to that point." But just as the two powerhouses are about to clash, a deep, resonant voice echoes through the hall, filled with absolute authority. "That is enough." Cyan looks up. It's him! A swirling vortex of dark energy materializes in the center of the hall, pulsing with divine power. Cyan stares into the portal, his expression serious. The presence is overwhelming, a pressure far beyond anything he's felt before. The voice of their god gives a single, final command. Send the successor to the altar. Both Karam and Sarika immediately bow their heads in submission. Yes, Eru. A faint, satisfied smile touches Cyan's lips. Finally. After all this time, he finally gets to meet Eru, the god of darkness. And from the depths of the portal, a figure shrouded in shadow sits upon a throne, radiating an aura of absolute power, waiting for him. People say a lot of things about gods, especially the one Cyan is about to meet. They say the god of black fog is a being of pure evil, that he kills without hesitation, justifying it as some kind of twisted mercy for the dead. When questioned, his logic is simple. Death is what his victims truly desired. His whole philosophy is that no one else can decide what is right for you. If dying protects your own ethics, then that's a valid choice. To anyone with a shred of sanity, it's the logic of a madman. But as Cyan stands before this being, he has a different thought. This god isn't some grand philosophical evil, he's just an idiot. The regressed son of a duke is an assassin. Chapter 19. God of Black Fog, Eru. Cyan steps into the altar room, the air humming with an ancient, dark power that feels heavy on his skin. With Karam floating faithfully by his side, he ascends the long, imposing staircase, walking toward the throne at the very top. A voice, deep and timeless, echoes from the throne, asking a simple question. Do you know who I am? The figure seated there is shrouded in shadow and armor, radiating an aura that is undeniably divine. Cyan looks up, his expression unreadable. Of course, he answers calmly. You are the god of black fog, Eru. The god leans forward, his glowing red eyes fixed on the small boy before him. He states that he's never seen Cyan before and asks what proof he has to claim the title of successor. Cyan's answer is simple and confident. He's sure that Eru has already sensed the power of the fog flowing within him. Eru's voice explains that there are only two ways for a successor to be chosen. The first is if he, the god, personally grants them the Mist Stone, the source of his power. The other way is if the Mist Stone on its own finds a person it deems worthy. Eru states plainly that since he doesn't know Cyan, it must be the second case. He then adds a crucial piece of information. The Mist Stone, the very core of his power that should be at this altar, vanished a year ago. And that's not the only strange thing. He finds it surprising that Cyan not only found Karam when he couldn't, but also seems to be handling her quite well. From the sidelines, Karam just scoffs, muttering about who's really handling whom. But more than anything, Eru sees it in Cyan's eyes, a depth of experience that no 10-year-old should possess. The pieces click into place for the ancient god. I see, he says, his voice holding a newfound understanding. And then he delivers the truth he pieced together in mere moments. You're an outsider from a timeline that I am not a part of. He knows. He knows. Cyan returned from the future. For the first time, Cyan is genuinely stunned. A timeline Eru wasn't a part of? All this time, he'd assumed this god was the one who sent him back. But Eru shatters that illusion. He tells Cyan that if he was looking for an all-knowing, all-powerful deity, he's come to the wrong place. He confesses that his rights as a god were stripped from him long ago. A wave of disappointment washes over Cyan. He was right from the start. He shouldn't have expected anything from a god. Eru, however, seems almost pleased, remarking that this situation is actually quite convenient. Confused, Cyan asks what he means. The god leans back lazily in his throne. A perfect successor just showed up on his own, meaning less work for him. Karam can't help but chime in, calling him as lazy as ever. Eru's attention then shifts, his red eyes narrowing on Cyan once more. He notes that Cyan has brought something rather annoying with him. A holy light appears on Cyan's chest. Eru asks if the demonic sword wasn't enough, and if he's now trying to claim the power of the holy sword as well. Cyan gives a wicked grin. He says he's not trying to do anything yet. It was just a thought that occurred to him. He explains his plan. If the world doesn't even know the holy sword exists, it's useless. So, he'll manipulate events to create a crisis so dire that the world needs it, turning a forgotten relic into a critical piece on his board. Eru simply remarks that Cyan has quite a twisted hobby, but says it's none of his business. He will, however, follow the rules. A wave of immense dark energy flows from the god. He declares that he will ask Cyan, his successor, one final question as his absolute master. What do you seek with this power? Cyan stands firm, unflinching as the divine pressure swirls around him. He remembers being asked this same question in his first life, and his answer back then was pathetic. I will live for my brother. The words of a fool, a loyal tool who had no idea he was being used. What an idiotic response. Looking back, he wonders why they even accepted that. A successor with no desire of his own? A pawn with no will? Wasn't there anything he wanted? He remembers a lesson paid for in blood. A voice from his past echoes in his mind. Remember this, there is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. He realizes now that he has no grand cause, no divine faith to offer this god. This time, his answer has to be for himself. Eru waits patiently, his glowing eyes fixed on Cyan. Cyan clenches his fist, his voice ringing with absolute conviction. I'm going to use your power purely for self-serving purposes. Just for me. Eru's power surges. He tells Cyan that right and wrong are for him to decide, but he asks if Cyan is truly confident. He won't regret this selfish path. The god leans closer, his voice a low threat. You best answer carefully. Depending on your response, I might end you right here. But Cyan doesn't flinch. He declares that he doesn't care about the consequences. He's not following anyone's orders ever again. This is the path he has chosen. Eru seems intrigued. He senses a plan behind Cyan's words and asks him to share it. Cyan's response is blunt and simple. Nope. The god lets out a sigh, the tension finally breaking. He says it doesn't matter as long as Cyan will purify his name in the world. He won't ask any more questions, calling him surprisingly boring. The test is over. Eru suddenly teleports in front of Karam. Then I shall now converse with my daughter, he says cheerfully, his tone shifting completely. He looms over her tiny imp form, teasing her. You've changed quite a bit. So obedient now. Do you like your owner that much? Karam sputters, furiously denying it. Eru coos that he's happy to see her like this and blows a kiss. Karam just screams for him to get away from her. As the god continues to dote on her, she yells for her crazy owner to do something. Cyan just watches deadpan, remarking on their wholesome father-daughter relationship, which only infuriates Karam more. Suddenly, a bright light shoots from Eru's hand and strikes Karam. A powerful magic circle envelops her as she screams in confusion, unsure what's happening. A column of vibrant energy erupts, and from within the light, a new form begins to materialize. Karam looks down at her hands, her voice filled with pure shock. She's in a full-sized human body. I have a body? She asks in disbelief. Cyan realizes it isn't draining his life force at all. Eru must have used his own power to grant her a stable, physical form. Karam grabs Eru by the cloak, demanding to know what he did. He calmly explains that he just gave her a piece of his own life force. He asks if she doesn't want it, explaining that she'll need a proper form to serve her new owner. Karam is left speechless and flustered. Eru laughs heartily, while Cyan just mutters, like father, like daughter. The next day, back at the academy dorms, a nervous voice calls out from the doorway, Young master? It's Brian, Cyan's loyal but perpetually overwhelmed servant, standing outside his lavish room. He peeks inside and stops, completely bewildered. What is going on here? Cyan, sitting calmly on the couch, just tells him not to worry about it. But Brian's eyes are wide with panic, because this is definitely not a situation he can just ignore. In the room are two women, Instructor Sarika standing with a stern look and Karam lounging casually in a chair. The air is practically crackling with tension. Karam smirks at Sarika, teasing her about visiting a student so early. She suggests people might start talking about their special relationship. Sarika just pushes up her glasses with a creepy grin, insisting she's just here to guide her disciple onto the right path. A perfectly normal instructor-student relationship, but their inner thoughts tell a different story. They're already fighting for a place by Cyan's side, with Karam thinking, my owner needs me, while Sarika internally declares, he's my disciple. Having had enough, Cyan stands up and announces he's going for a walk. Brian begs him not to leave him alone with these two. The moment Cyan is gone, Karam challenges Sarika to a fight. Sarika grins, accepting instantly. Poor Brian is left to deal with the inevitable chaos. Cyan escapes the dorm and wanders through the bustling academy town, finally getting a moment of peace. The streets are filled with students and locals going about their day. He finds a quiet spot on a rooftop overlooking the city. Finally, a chance to relax. But the peace is shattered in an instant. His sharp senses pick something up on the wind, the distinct smell of blood. In an alleyway below, a student is thrown violently against a wall. He coughs, spitting blood onto the cobblestones as he struggles to push himself up. He's on his knees, injured and completely outmatched. 3 other students stand over him laughing. One of them suggests it's time to try that. He creates a small, glowing orb of raw, condensed mana in his hand. The leader, a cruel-looking boy with blue hair, crouches down in front of the injured student. "I brought you a little snack," he sneers, grabbing the boy's face and forcing his mouth open. With a twisted grin, he holds the mana stone up, asking if he's going to eat it. Forcing someone to swallow raw mana is an incredibly dangerous and cruel act of bullying. The victim struggles, tears of pain and fear streaming down his face. But another student grabs the bully's hand, shouting for him to stop. A new voice cuts through the tension, clear and cold. "Aren't you embarrassed to call yourselves nobles while doing something so pathetic?" The blue-haired boy looks up, annoyed. He introduces himself as Barrett Lewismill, eldest son of a duke, and arrogantly asks, "And who are you?" Standing there, arms crossed with a look of cold confidence, is Princess Erin Severus. She announces her name, her voice ringing with newfound strength and authority. Barrett looks momentarily surprised, as if he's only just now noticing her. He mutters to himself, finally realizing who he's dealing with. A flicker of recognition crosses his face. "So, you were the 5th princess of the UZF Empire, Lady Erin." He sounds less intimidated and more annoyed that she's interfering. A fake, charming smile plasters his face as he grabs her hand to kiss it, saying, "It's an honor." But the gesture is aggressive, more a show of dominance than a greeting. Erin yanks her hand back, her face filled with disgust. She tells him flatly she has no interest in exchanging pleasantries with someone like him. She demands an explanation for the scene before her. Behind them, Barrett's cronies watch with smug expressions, while their victim, a young student named Leximus, kneels on the floor, terrified. Barrett's fake smile twists into a malicious grin. He claims it's all a misunderstanding and suggests they just ask the kid directly. It's a classic bully tactic, forcing the victim to lie for him. He turns his threatening gaze back to Leximus, ordering him to speak up. The poor kid just stammers, completely frozen in fear. Barrett grabs him by the collar, yanking him closer, his face a mask of pure intimidation. He slings an arm around Leximus's shoulder, a sinister smile on his face, and asks in a sickly sweet voice, "Are we bullying you right now?" Under duress, Leximus is forced to say, "No, I wasn't getting bullied." Erin is furious. She yells that there's no need for him to lie, asking how he could possibly say that when he's so clearly terrified and hurt. Leximus looks away, sweat dripping down his face. He just wants this to be over and begs Erin to leave, insisting they were just playing around. Barrett lets out a wicked laugh, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light. He mockingly asks Erin if she heard that, then wonders why he's being treated like the bad guy. His arrogance is off the charts. Erin has had enough. She declares she's taking the student with her and reaches out to help Leximus up. But before she can, Barrett's hand clamps down on her wrist with a sharp crack. Erin cries out in pain. Barrett's face is dark with anger. He tells her she clearly doesn't understand the situation. One of his lackeys panics, realizing he's just assaulted a princess of the empire. He squeezes her wrist tighter. Erin grits her teeth and warns him that if he doesn't let go, he will pay for this insult. Barrett just laughs, a twisted, maniacal grin spreading across his face. He sneers that she's just a powerless 5th princess. In his eyes, she has no real authority. Suddenly, a blur of motion cuts through the air. In a flash, someone slams into Barrett, sending him flying across the pavement with a sickening thud. Erin stands there, her wrist freed, her eyes wide with shock. A blush creeps onto her face as she recognizes her savior, whispering his name. Cyan? Cyan stands over them, his expression cold and unreadable. He glances at the injured student on the ground, and a name from his past life echoes in his mind. Reshmus? Erin, still stunned and flustered, calls out his name again, her heart pounding. But Cyan isn't focused on her. He's staring at the student, another name surfacing from his memories. Leximus? He's connecting the dots, realizing this student is related to a target from his past. Leximus looks up in shock, wondering how this stranger knows his name. Even Barrett's friends are stunned that this small boy just sent their leader flying. The scene shifts to a flashback. Years ago, in his previous life, Cyan was at Klein Castle in the Garum Kingdom on a mission. He recalls a fierce battle, a flurry of steel and dark energy against a skilled warrior cloaked in black. His target was a woman named Reshmus. After graduating from the academy, she had, for some unknown reason, joined a warrior clan in the Garum Kingdom. Not only that, but she had abandoned her nationality, turning her back on the UCF Empire entirely. The memory of their duel is vivid. Sparks fly as their blades clash in a breathtaking display of speed and power. Cyan remembers being shocked by her skill. She moved with an impossible grace, her sword a seamless extension of her body. Every strike was precise, every parry flawless. She was a true master of the sword. He remembers the moment his blade finally found its mark, the surprise on her face as she was thrown back. A powerful shockwave erupted from their clash, sending her crashing to the ground. He remembers standing over her, having dealt the final blow. He had killed her on the Empire's order. But he also remembers that his original order was to assassinate her. Instead, he chose to challenge her to an official duel. There wasn't any complex reason for it. It was simple respect. She had reached the absolute peak of swordsmanship without relying on mana at all. Even as an assassin, he couldn't bring himself to kill someone who held the title of the continent's strongest sword in such a dishonorable way. The memory fades, and we're back in the present. One of the other students is trying to shake Leximus, calling him by another name. Cyan shoves the kid aside, his face grim. He mutters to himself, asking why there are so many idiots who love meddling in other people's business. Barrett stumbles to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. He recognizes Cyan from the rumors, the kid who came back from the front lines. He sneers, asking if Cyan plans to meddle in their game as well. Cyan's expression darkens. A game? He repeats, his voice dripping with contempt. That's not even funny. He explains that wrongfully injecting a mana orb can destroy a person's entire mana circuit, crippling their ability to use magic for life. This isn't a game. It's a way to permanently ruin someone. He looks at Barrett with utter disgust. To call something so cruel a game, these nobles are truly rotten. A swirling orb of pure, dark energy forms in Cyan's hand. With a cold smile, he says, "Well then, let me join in too." Leximus looks on in absolute shock, feeling the sheer power emanating from the small boy in front of him. Cyan raises the massive, crackling sphere of dark magic above his head, the energy warping the air. Aaron shouts his name, asking what he's doing. Cyan's eyes glow with a menacing red light. He looks straight at Barrett and his cronies, his voice chillingly calm as he asks, "Why aren't you opening your mouths?" The hunter has just become the prey. The scene shifts to a peaceful sky above the academy. The calm afternoon sun shines down on the impressive architecture of the royal hall. Later, inside a dorm room, Cyan reflects on Leximus's injuries. A few fractures and a slight concussion. He's impressed that the kid managed to endure that much, acknowledging that the kin of the continent's best swordswoman would be different. Leximus, now patched up, sits nervously on the bed and timidly asks Aaron if she knows her. Leximus then blushes, feeling awkward under Cyan's intense gaze, and stammers, I feel like you keep looking at me." Cyan answers bluntly, "I thought I knew you, but I don't." He apologizes if it made her uncomfortable, though his tone is as flat as ever. Aaron quickly tells him it's fine, trying to smooth over the awkward moment, while Leximus looks down, still flustered. Aaron turns to Leximus with concern, asking where her dorm is. She's worried the bullies might come back for revenge. Leximus quietly replies that she's in the commoner hall. Aaron looks surprised, realizing this means she's not a noble. Leximus explains that she was enrolled thanks to an instructor who promised to support her financially. But, as fate would have it, that instructor was suddenly fired. Aaron pieces it together. With no one left to support her, Leximus might have to leave the academy. Leximus can only confirm with a sad nod. Aaron's face softens with pity. "Oh no! You poor thing," she exclaims, her heart going out to the girl's plight. Cyan, ever the pragmatist, speaks up. He suggests Aaron should just take Leximus as her subordinate. He adds that she could learn swordsmanship from her, solving two problems at once. Aaron is completely baffled. She points at Leximus and says, What are you talking about? Leximus is a boy. Cyan cuts her off with a simple, deadpan statement. She's a girl. Erin's brain short-circuits. Her eyes go wide as she lets out a silent gasp of shock. Leximus immediately panics, thinking she's offended the princess, and stammers that she never meant to deceive her. Embarrassed, she explains that having short hair and wearing boys' clothes is just more comfortable, and that people often make the same mistake. Erin looks utterly dejected, a dark cloud hanging over her. She apologizes, lamenting that she didn't even realize, while even Cyan knew. She mutters, "I guess I failed as a woman." Leximus frantically insists she's the one who should be sorry. Shaking off her despair, Erin turns back to Leximus, her resolve renewed. She asks what she thinks of Cyan's idea, saying she thinks it's a good one. Erin lays out the offer. If Leximus comes under her protection, she won't be bullied anymore, and she can learn whatever she wants. She'll have a comfortable life. Overwhelmed, Leximus looks up, her voice barely a whisper as she asks, "Why me?" Erin gives a small, genuine smile. She admits that she doesn't like being alone, and, as a princess, she can't just stand by and do nothing. She finishes with a simple, heartfelt, "Thank you for accepting." Tears well up in Leximus's eyes. She clutches her chest, her voice choked with emotion, as she vows to become someone that Erin can be proud of. She cries out, "Thank you so much!" As Leximus tries to compose herself, Erin smiles and starts to say, "You don't need to thank me. It was all Cyan's idea." But when she turns around, he's already gone. A faint, ghost-like outline is all that's left where he stood just a moment before. A thought echoes in the empty space. I did enough. He set the pieces in motion, and now it's up to them to play the game. We see Cyan walking away from the building alone. He knows Princess Erin can handle the rest by herself. His thoughts turn back to the incident. He now understands why Reshmus, the sword master from his past, had left the Empire. It was because of arrogant nobles like the Louis Mill family, who destroy a person's future for their own amusement. Cyan muses that if Reshmus had kept her mana, she would have been a difficult opponent even for him. Her potential was that great, and it was snuffed out by petty cruelty. But as he walks, he puts those thoughts aside. His attention is now focused on something else entirely. He thinks back to that morning when his instructor, Sirica, had personally delivered an order to him. Behind her, a tiny Kairum growls, clearly unhappy about the situation. A confident, dangerous smirk spreads across Cyan's face as he holds up a single, black card. This isn't just a school assignment. As he thinks to himself, it's my first purification job as Mist. The student has just received his first official mission as an assassin. A new life means new responsibilities, and for Cyan, his first official mission as an assassin has just landed in his hands. He looks down at the coded black card, his instructor's words echoing in his mind. This is a difficult one. He remembers her giving him a thumbs up, her expression unreadable behind her glasses as she said, "I believe in your potential." But Cyan isn't feeling encouraged. He just thinks, no way. As he walks down the academy hallway, he can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning. If Sirica is already bossing him around like this, he worries about how annoying things are going to get. But his thoughts are cut short. Out of nowhere, a massive fist comes flying at his face with incredible speed. The impact creates a huge shockwave, shattering the floor and sending debris flying. A loud crash echoes through the hall. Cyan hits the ground hard, but his instincts are already taking over. He looks up to see his attacker, a shirtless, muscular kid with glowing orange eyes, radiating a powerful aura. The kid recognizes him immediately. "You are Cyan Ver?" Cyan is genuinely confused. He pushes himself up, asking, "What? You know me?" The kid confidently replies, "Of course I do." He stands there, flexing a physique that even Cyan finds impressive, and announces his full title, the youngest son of House Vert, Cyan Vert. With a fierce grin, he introduces himself as Set Shahar Khan, an 11-year-old newcomer, just like Cyan. Cyan is completely baffled. How could a giant like this be a newcomer? He racks his brain, trying to remember if he ever met a student like this in his previous life. Set continues, flexing his bicep. He's heard all the stories about Cyan's incredible feats, how he's beaten demonic beasts, Dorge, and even survived an onslaught from a dragon. He looks at Cyan with a mix of awe and jealousy, acknowledging that Cyan has achieved an S-grade physique, something he himself hasn't managed yet. Then, with his eyes blazing with competitive fire, he roars his demand, "Fight me, Cyan Vert!" As Set lunges forward, Cyan narrowly dodges. And in that split second, something clicks. A memory from his past life surfaces. I remember now, he thinks. He recognizes the symbol tattooed on Set's chest. It's the crest of Spania. So the rumors were true. The Prince of Sands had entered the academy. Spania was a powerful desert nation. Their military so strong that even the UCF Empire struggled to conquer them, all thanks to their incredibly talented first prince. But that mighty nation fell into ruin after the sudden death of that very same prince, their sole heir. The official cause of death was an illness from a simple cold. He'd pushed his body too hard in training and neglected his health. It was a laughably tragic end for such a powerful figure. Back in the present, Cyan realizes he's face to face with that very prince. Set gets impatient, telling him to decide quickly. Cyan thinks to himself that this never happened in his first life. Another variable, another annoyance he has to deal with. But he also remembers something else about this prince, his personality. He looks up and asks, "Right now?" Set grins, believing he's won. "That's right, we will decide who is better, you and me." He insists he won't take no for an answer. Cyan looks him dead in the eye and flatly says, "No." Set is completely thrown off. "Why?" he shouts. Cyan calmly explains the rules, pointing a finger at him. Unauthorized sparring is forbidden. You have to formally request one in the administration office. Set, surprisingly, accepts this. "Very well," he shouts. "Where exactly is the administration office?" Without missing a beat, Cyan replies, "Third floor of the main building." "Got it," Set yells, and with a powerful leap, he takes off at full speed, shouting back, "I'll be back soon." "Just you wait, Cyan." Cyan watches him go, a small smirk on his face. He remembers the rumors about Set, that his brain is made of muscles. And it seems those rumors were true, because the administration office is in the exact opposite direction. He muses that he doesn't even know if a sparring request is a real thing. But for now, at least, he won't have to see that simpleton for a while. With that distraction handled, his focus returns to the real task at hand. It's time for his purification job. The scene shifts to a bustling town late in the evening, the moon hanging high over the rooftops. Inside a dark, torchlit building, a man reports to his boss, "Sir Zykerman, we've finished preparing the product." The man, Zykerman Albus, snaps back, "Then stop loitering around and deliver it to the customers." He's clearly a man who doesn't tolerate failure. Zykerman is one of the continent's 3 great magnates. To the public, he's a virtuous philanthropist, a pillar of the community. But behind closed doors, he's human scum, running illegal slave markets and selling unfortunate souls to the highest bidder. As he walks through a dark hallway with his guards, he boasts that tonight his greatest work of art will be displayed. Unseen, a hooded figure watches from the shadows. It's Cyan, cloaked and masked. He thinks to himself, "Target confirmed. This should be over much faster than I thought." But just as he's about to move, Karam materializes beside him. She says. "What's wrong?" Cyan asks. She replies, "I'm feeling a very complex energy." Cyan focuses, asking what she means. Karam's energy flickers as she explains, "That target of yours." No, he's hiding something strange. Meanwhile, Zykerman enters a dungeon. He looks down at a figure slumped in a cell and chuckles. "It's finally obedient now." He turns to leave, callously saying, "Sleep tight, my money bag." But as he walks away, a dark, crimson fog begins to seep into the room from under the door. He notices the fog and pauses, confused. Before he can react, a flash of red energy slices through the air, and one of his guards is taken down in an instant. The remaining guard whips around, sword drawn, shouting, "Who's there?" as his comrade's body hits the stone floor. Zykerman panics, screaming at his last guard to attack. The guard yells into the darkness, demanding the intruder reveal themselves. A blur of motion erupts from the shadows. Cyan moves like a phantom, his blades glowing with red energy as he cuts through the air. The guard barely has time to raise his sword before a blast of red light strikes his blade with a loud clang. But Cyan is too fast, too skilled. He effortlessly slips past the guard's defense. He grabs the guard from behind, his glowing blade already at the man's throat. "What the heck?" the guard thinks, realizing in his final moment that he never stood a chance. With a single, clean slice, Cyan finishes him. The guard lets out a choked gasp as his life ends. Zykerman watches in horror. "Darn it!" he yells. Where did the rest of them go? He's talking about the dozens of other guards he had stationed here. Cyan appears from the shadows, his voice cold and calm. You'll know soon enough, he says, since you'll be joining them shortly. He gestures to a massive pile of bodies behind him. Zickerman had hired a lot of muscle, but against a master assassin, it was all for nothing. Zickerman stumbles back in terror, his bravado gone. What do you want? Money? He pleads. I have plenty of it. Cyan doesn't answer with words. A flash of his blade silences the man's offer, sending him crashing to the floor. He stands over the fallen magnate, his work almost done. The name on his mission card floats in his mind, Zykerman Albus. He lists off the man's crimes, inhumane experiments, crossbreeding, and operating an illegal slave market. His red eyes glow in the dark. That's enough reason for you to die, don't you think? He then gives him an ultimatum. Now, I'll give you 1 minute. Repent for your sins, he says, and afterwards the pain will disappear. Zykerman lies on the floor, gritting his teeth in agony. Tears stream down his face as he finally grasps the situation. So you're going to kill me? But there's no repentance in him. He starts screaming excuses. This is just business. There's a demand for these things. The people buying them are the bad ones. He finishes his pathetic tirade by screaming, What did I do that was so wrong? Cyan looks down, utterly unimpressed. Yeah, I figured a vermin like you wouldn't feel remorse, he states coldly. That's the end of 1 minute. Now you'll just have to die painfully. Zykerman can only gasp out, Wait! Cyan unleashes his 8th assassination technique, Wild Strike. A flurry of crimson slashes rains down, and Zykerman lets out a final, agonizing scream. Cyan lets out a breath. With that, the purification is complete. But he's not quite done yet. He decides to take a quick look around. Kairam leads him to a specific cell. Is it here? He asks. Yeah, she confirms. I can feel a combination of 2 energies. With a single, precise cut, Cyan slices the lock and cell bars clean off. He peers into the darkness, his eyes adjusting. A girl? He sees a young woman with long purple hair lying motionless on the floor. He wonders if she's already gone. Kairam floats beside him. He tells her it's just a human, nothing to see. But Kairam corrects him. No! Look at what she's hugging! Cyan looks closer and sees it. Clutched tightly in the girl's arms is a large, glowing object with a distinct pattern. It's a dragon egg. The egg pulses with a gentle, violet light, a rare and powerful artifact in the hands of a dying girl. We cut back to Cyan's dorm room. His servant, Brian, is staring at the dragon egg, now sitting on a cushion. He asks, completely bewildered, Where did you get this? Cyan casually replies, I picked it up on the way here. Brian is losing his mind. Who just picks up something like this? Cyan, lounging on the couch, just shrugs. I'm telling the truth. I found it during a stroll. Cyan looks at the egg, his mind racing. He can't believe Zykerman was trying to sell something so dangerous, or perhaps he was planning to deliver it somewhere. Brian panics again. What if it hatches? Cyan waves him off. That won't happen, so don't worry. He explains that for an egg to hatch, a mother dragon has to continuously inject it with mana that matches its element. Without a mother, a dragon's egg is basically a rock. But just as he says that, a small sound breaks the silence. A tiny crack appears on the surface of the egg. Both of them freeze. Brian leans in, nervously asking, A crack? While Cyan's confident expression starts to crumble. A bright, purple light bursts from the crack, and more fractures spread across the egg's surface. It is definitely not a rock. Brian looks like he's about to have a heart attack, and Cyan, for the first time in a long time, looks genuinely dumbfounded. All he can manage is a simple deadpan. Just when Cyan thought he had things under control, his life is about to crack wide open, literally. A brilliant purple light erupts from the dragon egg as the crack spread, pulsing with an energy that should be impossible. The shell shatters, pieces flying across the cushion. The impossible has happened. Something is emerging, and out pops a tiny girl with long pink hair, little horns, and a piece of the shell still stuck on her head. She lets out a small, sleepy cry. Brian is having a full-blown meltdown, clutching his head and screaming, It hatched! Young master, what do we do? Cyan can only stare, his own face a mask of pure shock. He gets a better look at her. Not a pure dragon, but not fully human either. His mind connects the dots. The dying woman in the dungeon, the egg. She was nurturing a draconic human, a hybrid of a dragon and a human. As Brian continues to panic, Cyan realizes this is going to be a much bigger pain than he ever imagined. The little girl's eyes snap open. They're golden and sparkling with life. She looks directly at Cyan, a huge, happy smile spreading across her face as she lets out her very first word, Pa. Before he can even process that, she leaps into his arms, snuggling against his chest and shouting with pure joy, Papa! Cyan is completely frozen. Papa? He thinks. Does she think I'm her parent? A sound breaks the stunned silence. A stifled laugh, trying and failing to hold itself back. Karam, in her full human form, is doubled over, howling with laughter. She points at Cyan and cackles, Papa, congratulations on becoming an 11-year-old dad. Cyan's head snaps toward her, his face contorted in pure rage. He screams, This is all your fault, Karam. We flash back to the dungeon, just moments before. Cyan is holding the glowing egg, questioning if he should really take it. Karam had insisted, saying it would be bad if the wrong person got a hold of it. Cyan had asked the crucial question, It won't hatch, right? And Karam, with all the confidence in the world, had declared, Nah, I've never seen a dragon hatch without its mother. This is basically just a dangerous rock. Back in the present, Karam is still chuckling. I never thought I'd see something like this happen. Cyan grabs her by the collar, his eyes burning with fury. Didn't you say this could never happen? Karam just smirks back. That's why I said that I never thought I'd see this happen. Later, the chaos has settled. The little dragon girl is fast asleep on Cyan's lap. Karam's playful mood is gone. She explains that a hybrid like this is a serious threat. Cyan looks down at the sleeping child, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face. He has to agree. She's right. This is really bad. The little girl stirs in her sleep, completely oblivious to the danger she represents. She's a being whose very existence defies the natural order, and in their world, that makes her a target for everyone. If the Academy found out, they'd try to eliminate her. If the dragons, who are obsessed with bloodline purity, discovered her, they would hunt down and kill not just her but every single person who knew she existed. Cyan closes his eyes, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. This is a risk that could destroy everything he's building. He asks himself a cold, hard question. Does he really need to take on that kind of danger? He looks at the innocent child. If she's fated to live a life of pain, hunted by the world, his hand reaches out, the mind of a 37-year-old assassin taking over. The most logical, efficient solution is to eliminate the problem before it starts. Wouldn't it be better to just end it now? Karam watches, a grim understanding on her face. So that's your decision, she thinks. I guess it would be for the best. Cyan's hand closes around the girl's small neck. This is the assassin's way. Cold, logical, and final. Karam's voice echoes in his mind, agreeing with the brutal logic. If her fate is misery, then this is a mercy killing. His own thoughts are clear. It would be better to send her off now. But then, the little girl's eyes flutter open. She looks up at him, not with fear, but with sleepy confusion, and whispers, Papa? Cyan freezes. A jolt runs through him, and the red, demonic glow fades from his eyes. The girl smiles brightly and wraps her arms around his, snuggling closer. Papa, she coos, I like you. Something inside him shifts. A warmth spreads through his chest, a feeling he hasn't felt in this life, or the last. She's warm. His hand, once meant to kill, gently loosens its grip. He pulls back, completely bewildered. What is this emotion? In that moment, the assassin makes a choice. He gently lifts the little girl into the air. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. I think it'll work out somehow. The girl giggles, happy to be played with. Cyan looks at Karam and declares, Let's just raise her. Karam looks at him with utter disgust. Her one-word judgment is clear, lame. The scene shifts to the grand and imposing Vert Castle. Inside, Cyan's stepmother, Mrs. Margaret, is pacing back and forth, wringing her hands in a panic. What do I do? What should I do? She bites her nail, her face a mask of fury and fear. Cyan, that little brat. If I don't do something about him, it'll be bad for my son. The failure of her assassination attempt is eating her alive. A smooth voice cuts through her panic. Mother? It's a shell, standing behind her with a placid smile. He puts a hand on her shoulder, his expression full of fake concern. "You seem anxious. Please talk to me if you're struggling." She stammers a "thank you," completely flustered. She quickly insists she's fine and hurries away. Ashel watches her go, his gentle smile never wavering. But the second she's gone, his face turns to stone. The smile vanishes, replaced by a cold, calculating look. He calls out, "Report, Kellen?" A subordinate appears and reports that the knights sent to kill Cyan were found dead and that Brian Kendrick likely sided with him. Ashel's eyes narrow. The man continues, "The one behind it was Mrs. Margaret, just as you expected." Ashel asks if there's anything else. Kellen reports that their informant at the academy has gone silent ever since Cyan was placed in the royal hall. Ashel's thoughts are sharp and angry. He already knew all of this. It's useless information. He turns, a terrifying grin on his face, his blue eyes glowing. He grits his teeth and says, "So you weren't able to find out anything new about my brother?" Kellen starts sweating, his face pale with fear. He knows what this means. He's failed his master. And everyone knows Ashel doesn't keep subordinates who fail him. Kellen's mind races. He can't give up his position after all the hard work he's put in. He falls to his knees, desperately pleading, "I'll go there myself. Please believe me, I won't disappoint you." Ashel places a hand on his shoulder. "I know how much of a hard worker you are," he says calmly. "All right." But his final words are a command, not a comfort. "Please, be fast." As Kellen leaves, Ashel stares into the distance, his resolve hardening. My brother is definitely hiding something. I will find out what it is. Back at the academy, Sarika clicks her heels down the hallway on her way to see Cyan. She walks into his room to find a bizarre sight. Cyan is sitting with the little dragon girl on his lap, while Karam sits beside them. "There are no classes today," he says with a sigh. "What brings you here?" Sarika just stares, her mind trying to process the scene. "Why is there a baby here?" she asks, completely baffled. The little girl just looks at her and squeaks curiously. Cyan sighs again. "It's a long story. Just tell me why you're here." Sarika pushes her glasses up, deciding to ignore the baby for now. "I can hear about this later. There is a more urgent issue." She looks at him with a stern expression. "You've caused quite the trouble." Cyan looks back, confused. She holds up a document, a duel request. It's an official sparring approval form, stamped and signed. She scolds him. "What were you thinking? Staying on the down low was the least you could do." She starts to lose her cool, waving the paper in his face. "Are you insane? Even the principal is going to be there." Cyan is stunned. That musclehead Set actually found a way. Karam, ever the nonchalant one, just crosses her arms. "What's the big deal? It's just a couple of kids fighting." Cyan snaps back. "That kid is no ordinary kid." He resigns himself to his fate and asks, "So, when's the duel?" Sarika's answer sends Cyan and Brian flying back in shock. "In 2 hours!" Cyan hits the floor, thinking, "This is way earlier than I expected." We cut to the dueling arena. Set stands ready, a confident, eager grin on his face. "I've been waiting for this moment. Cyan Vert, I'm sure you feel the same way." Cyan just lets out a tired sigh. He does not, in fact, feel the same way. Set explains he wanted a pure combat duel, but the only options were swordsmanship and magic. He then makes an offer. "Are you going to use magic? If you're not, I won't either." Cyan's silence is all the answer he needs. Set's grin widens. "Good, I like you." The duel begins. Set charges forward in a blur, swinging his massive sword. "Then let's see how good you are." Cyan narrowly dodges the first strike. He notes that Set is incredibly fast for his size, and his sword carries a lot of weight. But he also sees the flaw in Set's style. This kind of heavy, straightforward attack is very easy to counter. He parries the next blow, the clang of steel echoing through the arena. Set is shocked by how easily his attack was blocked. Cyan knows that against an opponent like Set, you don't fight strength with strength. You use precision. Set throws a punch, yelling, "That won't work," but it does. Cyan moves with the grace of a seasoned assassin, effortlessly sidestepping the blow and using the opening. With a flick of his wrist, he uses his thin rapier to trap Set's sword, twisting it in his grip. Set can't believe it. He's using the force of my own downward strike to twist my blade away. With just a rapier? In a single, fluid motion, Cyan disarms him, sending Set stumbling forward, completely off balance. Before Set can even recover, Cyan vanishes from his sight. In the next instant, he feels cold steel at his neck. Cyan is behind him, the tip of his rapier pressed against his throat. Set is frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. He lets out a choked sound of disbelief. Does he have eyes in the back of his head or something? The Prince of Sands has been completely and utterly outmaneuvered. He slams his hand into the stone floor, using the impact to create a desperate opening. With a grunt of effort, he pushes himself away from Cyan's blade, his face contorted with raw determination. He swings his arm wildly, forcing Cyan to leap back to avoid the blow. In a single, explosive moment, the tables have turned. Cyan lands gracefully, a small, impressed smirk on his face. He thinks to himself, he retaliated in that split second? He's surprisingly fast for his size. The students in the crowd are buzzing with excitement. "What was that just now?" one asks. "Is he even human?" Another whispers in awe of his raw power. Set gets back to his feet, catching his breath, his sword lying on the ground nearby. He lets out a single, sharp laugh. Ha! Then, that laugh turns into a full-blown, joyous roar. It's not the sound of someone who's losing, but of someone who's finally found a worthy fight. He picks up his sword and points it at Cyan, a massive grin on his face. "I lost in swordsmanship. Cyan vert." Golden energy begins to swirl around him, his eyes glowing with power. "Now that it's come to this, I'll win no matter what it takes. I'll use everything I have." Cyan just sighs, a bead of sweat on his brow. "Ah, sure," he says, thinking, "what a tiresome guy." Set stomps his foot, cracking the ground beneath him. He yells, "You should go all out as well!" A massive wave of golden energy explodes from his body, shaking the entire arena. The real duel is just beginning. He charges forward, his body wreathed in magical power, shouting Cyan's name. Up in the stands, the Academy's Chancellor, Kundel, strokes his long white beard. Are they planning to duel with magic now? He looks on with a stern yet intrigued expression. He finds their competitive spirit daring and a little reckless. Sarika, standing beside him, adds, "It seems Cyan had overpowered him in swordsmanship, Chancellor." The Chancellor nods in agreement. "I believe so as well." The Chancellor recalls their stats. Set's physique was an impressive A grade. Cyan's, on the other hand, was a monstrous S. He thinks that, given those grades, the outcome of the sword fight was a given. However, a strong physique is just the foundation for powerful magic. Set's magic grade was 3 stars, the highest of all the newcomers. This is where he holds the true advantage. The Chancellor and Sarika both look on with anticipation. The question on both their minds is the same. What will you do now, Cyan? Sarika is practically vibrating with frustration, thinking, why don't you just tell the whole world you want their attention, you idiot? Down in the arena, Set gathers his magic, pulling chunks of rock from the floor and shaping them with crackling energy. He molds the earth into a massive, gauntlet-like fist and launches it at Cyan, calling out the attack, Death Fist. His fist glows with immense power, ready to pulverize anything in its path. Cyan draws his rapier, which also serves as a wand, his expression serious. So he's using magic now, huh? He effortlessly dodges the rock fist as it crashes into the ground, shattering the stone tiles. But Set is relentless. He grabs at the air, his magic pulling Cyan back toward him. "You're not going anywhere!" he roars. He unleashes a wave of razor-sharp energy blades made of sand, tearing up the arena floor as they fly toward Cyan. "Desert Tooth!" he yells, putting all his power into the attack. Cyan watches the storm of sand blades approach, his expression calm and unreadable. The attack engulfs him completely in a whirlwind of destructive energy. Cyan's mind quickly analyzes the situation. Set Shaharkan, a magic grade of 3 stars. The Desert Tooth attack slams into the ground with a massive explosion. But when the dust settles, Cyan is standing there, completely untouched. He realizes the danger. With this level of power, Set could easily cast 4-star magic if he pushed himself. If that happened, the instructors maintaining the protective barrier around the arena might not be able to contain it. Set stands across the ruined arena, panting. "How long are you going to run?" he taunts. "Like the rat you are, Cyan Vert?" Cyan gives him a deadpan look. "Then do you want me to just stand here and get hit by that?" Set's face twists in a snarl. "If you are a warrior, then you shouldn't shy away from my attacks, you brat!" Cyan just looks bored. He's out of his mind, he thinks, before adding, "You do know that we're both brats, right?" Enraged, Set screams and unleashes his ultimate attack, a massive vortex of swirling sand and energy. Sandstorm. The Chancellor leans forward, a sound of interest escaping his lips. "Oh!" Sarika is in disbelief. "Wait, wasn't Sita 3-star? Isn't that a 4-star spell?" The massive sandstorm rages across the arena, a torrent of power that seems impossible to stop. Cyan watches it come, a determined grin finally appearing on his face. "Fine, this time," he says, "I won't shy away from it." The scene cuts away from the duel for a moment. Back in Cyan's dorm, Brian is holding a baby bottle. He's wearing a pink apron and carefully testing the milk's temperature on his wrist. The temperature is just right. "Perfect," he says, a proud smile on his face. He thinks back to taking care of his younger siblings. It was annoying back then, but who knew it would prove so helpful now? He turns around, holding the bottle, and calls out in a sing-song voice, "Princess, it's time to eat!" But he stops dead in his tracks, his happy expression turning to one of pure shock. No way. The baby girl, who was a newborn a few hours ago, is now standing on her own, looking like a toddler. "She grew in that short amount of time," he gasps. The girl just looks at him and asks, "Food?" Back at the duel, Cyan is completely enveloped in a massive sphere of blue protective magic. The crowd murmurs, wondering what's happening inside. The barrier begins to crack under the immense pressure of the two clashing spells. The instructors struggle to maintain it, shouting for reinforcements. One panics. The situation is getting dire. "What is the Chancellor doing?" Sarika rushes to the Chancellor's side. "Chancellor, we have to stop this now." But he holds up a hand, his eyes fixed on the arena. "Just wait a bit more." His eyes narrow. Something is happening. Inside the barrier, Cyan holds out his hand. A perfect, small sphere of pure darkness forms in his palm. He activates a secret technique, Sphere of Nothingness. Sarika recognizes it instantly, her eyes wide with horror. Stop it! Tendrils of dark energy erupt from the sphere, wrapping around the raging sandstorm. The Chancellor just laughs, thoroughly entertained. "The more I see of this boy, the more amazed I am." Sarika, however, is having a meltdown. "Why are you using that here?" The Sphere of Nothingness begins to absorb the sandstorm, swallowing the golden energy whole. With a final pulse of dark energy, Cyan closes his fist. The sandstorm vanishes completely, leaving Set standing in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. A student in the crowd asks, "His magic just disappeared." Another wonders, "Was that black sphere a spell? I've never heard of magic like that." The entire audience is left in stunned silence. Cyan stands amidst the wisps of fading dark energy, his posture calm and confident. "Just what is that guy?" someone wonders. He looks at Set and asks a simple question. "Are you going to continue?" Set just stands there panting, completely drained of energy and spirit. He manages to get out 2 words. "No, it's my loss." He falls to his knees, utterly defeated. "To think I'd lose!" He looks down at the ground. A total defeat in both swordsmanship and magic. How depressing. Cyan watches him, a flicker of sympathy crossing his face. "I'm kind of feeling sorry for him," he thinks. "Did I discourage him a bit too much?" But then, Set slams his fist into the ground, shouting, "Good!" He looks up, his eyes burning with a new fire. "Very good. I was getting tired of beating up weaklings. My desire to train is overflowing." He stands up and extends his hand to Cyan. With a newfound respect and a confident smile, he makes a promise. "I don't know when, but I will challenge you again." "Will you accept my offer then, Cyan Vert?" Cyan takes his hand, but his answer is blunt and immediate. "No, I refuse." After the duel, Cyan returns to his dorm, his mind still reeling from a different problem. He knew that dragons grow faster than humans, but he wasn't prepared for this. The little girl, now in a cute dress, runs to greet him. She looks like she's already 6 years old. "Welcome back, Papa," she cheers. Cyan is sweating, trying to process the impossible growth spurt. "Yeah, I'm back," he thinks. "At this rate, won't she be my age in a week?" Brian, still in his apron, just scratches his head. "About that, she just grew up so much when I wasn't looking." Karam, on the couch, points out the obvious. If she's growing this fast, it's going to be difficult to hide her here. Cyan looks thoughtful. Karim is right. It won't be possible to keep this a secret forever. Just then, the door opens. It's Sarika. She leans against the frame, her arms crossed. "I may have overlooked your demon blade," she says, her voice dangerously calm. "But it's going to be difficult for me to overlook a dragonborn as well." Her eyes glow with a menacing purple light, a sinister smile on her face, especially after the crazy rampage you went on today. Just what are you thinking? The real trouble, it seems, has only just begun. When you're juggling state secrets, an assassin guild, and a rapidly growing dragon child, the last thing you need is a lecture. But that's exactly what Cyan is getting. Sarika is furious, demanding to know what he was thinking, making it clear she can't help him hide a secret this big. Her anger radiates in waves of purple energy. "Especially after you went wild like you did today," she snarls. "What were you thinking?" Meanwhile, miles away, Karim is lounging on the sofa, suddenly feeling like someone, somewhere, is talking trash about her. Sarika glances at the little girl Nana, who seems to have grown even in the last few minutes. "She's growing scarily fast," Sarika notes. "I was gone for just a bit, and she's already this big." She crosses her arms, looking down at Nana with a grim expression. She tells Cyan that since he's the one who brought her here, this is his problem to deal with. But she warns him that a secret like this is going to be incredibly hard to keep. Cyan calmly explains his security measures. Brian is in charge of taking care of her, and there's a barrier around the dorm to hide both her and Kairam's presence. In the background, Brian looks completely bewildered, as if he's just now realizing he's been assigned as a full-time nanny. Sarika seems slightly appeased. She hands him a red, wax-sealed envelope, saying his precautions should work as long as he doesn't create any more trouble. Cyan takes the letter, a small, confident smirk on his face. "This is," he begins, "rather disappointing for a reward after winning the duel." Sarika turns to leave, tossing a final warning over her shoulder. "You'd better be careful for a while." Her eyes narrow as she walks away. She knows all too well that nothing good comes from getting this much attention. Back in the dorm, Brian looks at the letter in Cyan's hand. "Young master, what is that?" Cyan replies nonchalantly. "Ah, a warning letter." The fact that there are now 3 identical Nanas running around his feet doesn't seem to faze him at all. "Yeah," Cyan says with a wicked grin. "It's telling us we're going to be kicked out for misbehaving." Brian gasps in horror. "Kicked out?" This sends Nana into a panic. She grabs onto Cyan, tears in her eyes, crying, "What do we do, Papa? Are we going to be living on the streets?" Cyan just chuckles, patting her head. "Where did you learn to say things like that?" he asks, amused. He can't help but think she's growing up way too fast. He looks down at her reassuringly. "Not yet. You don't need to worry about anything." Brian is still panicking. "Are you sure it'll be all right? If we have to go back to Velius?" Cyan cuts him off. "Don't worry. I'm going to go issue a complaint." He examines the letter more closely and recognizes the signature. "The dean sent this to me himself. This didn't come from the administration office." He realizes what this really is. "The dean wants to talk to me." We flash back to Cyan's past life. He's standing before Dean Kundal, much older and worn down. The dean asks him, "You want to enter the Knights of Light? Have you finally decided to live for your brother?" Cyan remembers answering, "Ah, yes." And he remembers the dean's sad, knowing reply, "That doesn't seem like a path that fits you." The memory is sharp and painful, a reminder of the naive boy he used to be. The dean had laughed then, a hollow sound. "I guess you're aware of that too. Then let me give you some advice." He had told Cyan that nothing good would come from that path. That no matter what trials he faced, he wouldn't benefit from any of it. That's what it's like to live as someone's doll. The image of a puppet on strings flashes in his mind. No matter the result, you are just going to end up blaming your brother. Back in the present, Cyan gently pats Nana's head, a dark, determined look on his face. "That's what he told me in my past life," he thinks. "I wonder what he's going to tell me this time." Brian interrupts his thoughts. "Young master, shouldn't we give this child a name? We can't keep calling her Kid." Cyan thinks for a split second, then says the first thing that comes to his mind. "Nana, how's that?" Brian is aghast. You didn't give it any thought at all. But seeing the look on Cyan's face, he quickly changes his tune. "Good, it's good." Nana, however, is ecstatic. Her eyes sparkle as she shouts, "Nana!" It's still Nana spelled backwards. "I want to be Nana Vert." Cyan is momentarily stunned. How did she know my last name? Brian, meanwhile, is having another breakdown, convinced she's going to get bullied. But Nana just happily runs in circles around Cyan's legs. The scene shifts to the Royal Academy Dean's office, a grand and intimidating room. Dean Kundal is at his desk writing when he pauses, sensing something. He thinks about the duel. Cyan Vert. I knew he had potential, Budo, but to absorb a 4-star spell using a 1-star black sphere, he's scarily talented. And what's more, it didn't seem to take him much effort at all. A determined glint appears in the Dean's eye. I want to know your limits, he thinks. And just then, he senses a presence right outside his door. Cyanvert. A caption introduces the Dean, Kundal Quizel. He's a legendary figure who taught the current emperor and was the father of the last empress. As one of the few 9-star mages on the continent, he's dedicated his life to teaching ever since his daughter's death. As Cyan approaches the office, he recalls what he knows about the Dean. In his past life, Kundal was a pacifist. But in this timeline, for some reason, he suddenly intervened in the royal succession fight. Cyan stops, his expression serious. He realizes that even though the Dean's actions have changed, his fundamental personality likely hasn't. He feels the magical energy radiating from the office. A powerful barrier. He knew I was coming, Cyan thinks with a grin, and still put up a 5-star protection barrier. He stares at the glowing door. All right, if this is a test, then I'll take it. Inside, the Dean smiles to himself. Now, what will you do? He thinks, confident in his defense. Only a truly great mage could get through this barrier. Suddenly, a loud crash makes him jump. The window to his office shatters inward. Cyan comes flying through the broken glass, landing perfectly in the middle of the room. Dean Kundal? He asks, as if this is a perfectly normal way to enter a room. He introduces himself. I'm Cyan Vert, an incoming student. I came to express my disagreement with the complaint. The Dean can only stare, a low chuckle escaping him. The boy ignored the barrier entirely and just came through the window. Bold. He leans back, admitting defeat. I lost this one. He then asks, your disagreement? Yes, Cyan says. The letter said it came from you. But after feeling that barrier, I became certain of one thing. The warning letter was just an excuse. The image of the formal letter flashes in his mind. You wanted to test my talent, didn't you? The Dean nods. Right. It was aggressive, but you successfully proved your talents. But, he says, wagging a finger, I will not take back the warning. You can try to persuade me otherwise. Cyan stands tall. Then can I ask you one thing? The Dean simply replies, go on. Cyan gets straight to the point. Do you want the expansion of the empire? Or do you want honor for your family? The Dean's eyes flash with a dangerous light. This is not a question a student should be asking. He leans back. That's quite a bold question. Cyan presses on. Neither is my concern. The Dean just says, is that so? Cyan lays out a hypothetical. After the current emperor dies, what if the 3rd or 4th prince tried to take the throne instead of the rightful heir? You won't take a side? The Dean asks, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. You're not just bold, you're arrogant. Cyan looks down, a shadow crossing his face. I was a doll for my brother in my past life. I don't think you're any different. He remembers the tragic history. In his first life, Kundal had used his influence to help the first prince, Luenel, become emperor. But Luenel was a cruel tyrant. He slaughtered all of his siblings to secure his power. And when Kundal stood against him, Luenel framed him as a traitor and had him executed. He had worked for someone else's future, only to be betrayed and destroyed by them. The Dean slams his hand on his desk, shouting, Nonsense! You think the peace of the last century will fall so easily? He roars. I thought you were a genius, but you are nothing more than a fool. Cyan remains calm. Do you really think so? He points out the facts. The mothers of the 1st and 2nd princes are dead, weakening their positions. The 3rd and 4th princes are strong contenders. He specifically mentions the Napella's household, the family of the current empress. We see the crest of the Napella's family, a family well known for their greed and thirst for power. Cyan explains that a family like that will do anything to keep their power. In my opinion, he concludes, the empire's peace is already hanging by a thread. With a predatory grin, he delivers his final prediction. And the day that peace falls, this academy will be finished. The Dean is utterly floored. Is this really the thought process of an 11-year-old? He knows every detail of the current political climate, he manages to ask, "Why are you telling me this?" Cyan's answer is simple: to negotiate. A gentle, almost sincere smile appears on Cyan's face. "I will help you," he offers, "with the peace of your family and the academy too. So please," he says, "take back the warning." The dean stares at him, processing the incredible, arrogant offer. A low chuckle rumbles in his chest. Cyan is momentarily surprised by his reaction. Suddenly, a massive, glowing magic circle appears on the ceiling. The dean asks, "And what power do you have to help me?" His eyes glow with immense power. "Feel the weight of your own arrogance." Golden chains erupt from the magic circle, shooting down towards Cyan. The chains of judgment wrap around Cyan, binding him completely. But Cyan isn't afraid. A savage grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing red with demonic power. He grits his teeth and asks, "Do you want to fight, Dean?" Trapped by one of the most powerful mages on the continent, 10-year-old Cyan Vert faces a test that would terrify any normal child. But as we know, Cyan is anything but normal. Golden chains of pure mana wrap around his small body, a spell designed to completely neutralize any threat. The very air crackles with immense power, a cage from which there should be no escape. But instead of fear, a feral grin spreads across Cyan's face. His eyes glow with a dangerous light as he challenges the dean, his voice a low growl. "Are you sure you want to fight?" Across the room, Dean Kundel remains unmoved. He calmly informs Cyan that his Chain Tower is a 9-star spell, a technique far beyond a child's comprehension, let alone their ability to break. The dean can't help but feel a little disappointed. He'd expected more from the boy than just empty bravado. Perhaps he'd overestimated him after all. A low chuckle escapes Cyan's lips. With a dark smile, he leans forward and bites down on one of the glowing chains. "Then let me prove myself. This isn't just confidence, it's a direct challenge to the laws of magic itself." The dean's eyes fly open in shock. What he's seeing is simply impossible. A surge of deep purple energy erupts from Cyan's body. The dark magic of a void sphere swirls around him, pushing back against the divine golden light of the chains. The dark aura pulses like a living entity, latching onto the chains. Instead of being destroyed by the superior spell, it begins to devour the magic whole. The dean is in utter disbelief. He mutters that this is absurd. A void sphere is a basic 1-star spell, yet it's somehow consuming his ultimate 9-star technique. The purple energy writhes and spreads, completely overwhelming the golden chains. The sound of cracking echoes as the divine magic is literally eaten away by a force of pure nothingness. With one final pulse, the darkness collapses into a perfect sphere, the last of the chains vanishing into its core. The dean stumbles back, his face pale with astonishment. His mind races, struggling to comprehend what he just witnessed. He can only wonder what kind of monster this boy truly is. As the dark magic fades, the room falls silent. Cyan stands in the center of the shattered spell, completely unharmed, looking up at the stunned head of the academy. He calmly brushes off his clothes. With a confident smirk that doesn't belong on a child's face, he asks, "So, do you think I'm useful now?" The dean's expression is grim. He admits he'll take back his earlier warning, but his sharp eyes suggest he knows there's more to this. He presses Cyan, wanting to know if proving his power was his only goal. Cyan's demeanor shifts in an instant. He puts on an innocent smile, claiming all he wants is to enjoy a peaceful life as a student. It's a believable lie if you don't look too closely at his eyes. The dean isn't convinced. "Is that really all?" he asks again. Cyan looks him straight in the eye and confirms it. "Yes, that's all." But in his mind, the truth is far darker. He recalls the vision from his past life. The academy in flames, a shattered mask on the ground. His true goal is simple. "I just don't want to see this place fall apart again." The scene shifts, and the heavy atmosphere gives way to a peaceful town square at sunset, the warm light bathing the cobblestone streets. A bag is filled with all sorts of sweets and treats. Brian, Cyan's loyal attendant, thinks to himself that maybe he went a little overboard, but smiles, realizing it's because he has a little girl to look after at home now. He walks with a genuine smile, holding bags of groceries. The simple thought of Nana enjoying the food he's bringing home fills him with a quiet joy he hasn't felt in a long time. Suddenly, That smile vanishes. His head snaps to the side, a knight's instinct screaming that something is wrong. Brian finds himself alone on a long, empty street. It's unnaturally quiet. He tries to dismiss it, wondering if he's just being paranoid. But as he looks over his shoulder, a growing sense of unease creeps up his spine. The silence feels heavy, like the calm before a storm. In an instant, the peaceful evening is about to be shattered. Brian stops walking. He knows he's not alone anymore. Without turning around, his voice is firm. "Come on out." Heavy footsteps echo on the stone as several figures emerge from the shadows, surrounding him and cutting off any escape. Brian's eyes widen, a drop of sweat tracing a path down his face. His expression hardens with a mix of shock and anger as he recognizes who's leading them. In a flash, one of the thugs lunges forward, violently knocking the groceries from his hands. The bags hit the ground, spilling everything across the cobblestones. The simple, happy future he was just imagining lies scattered at his feet. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Cyan is slumped over his desk. After his intense meeting with the dean, he'd agreed to attend his lessons. It's the last class of the day, and it feels like an eternity. His face is a mask of pure agony. For a 37-year-old assassin, being forced to relearn things he mastered decades ago is nothing short of torture. The moment the class ends, he's already at the door. He's itching to go train, to do something. Anything other than sit in a classroom. But just as he's about to escape, a small voice calls out. "Where are you going, Cyan?" It's Princess Erin, and she's not about to let him leave. She grabs onto his uniform, her red eyes sparkling with determination. She reminds him that the lessons aren't officially over, catching him completely off guard. Looking flustered, Cyan makes a quick excuse about needing the bathroom. But Erin sees right through it, shouting, "Lies!" With her arms crossed, she points out that he's heading in the completely wrong direction. Behind her, her attendant Leximus sighs, pleading with her to act more like a princess. A third, smug voice cuts in, asking Erin if she actually gave Cyan permission to use her first name. But Cyan smoothly intervenes, explaining he only allowed it in private. Erin gets right in his face, pouting. She wants to know why he still calls her Your Highness when they're supposed to be friends. Cyan calmly explains that as a civilian, it's only proper for him to respect her royal status. He steps back, telling her she's being too serious, a comment she surprisingly takes as a compliment. Just then, a new voice calls out her name. "Erin?" The light-hearted mood in the hallway vanishes instantly. Erin's expression darkens. Her confident demeanor melts away, replaced by a flicker of fear. She instinctively turns away, a look of anxiety on her face. Even Cyan can feel the sudden chilling shift in the atmosphere. Two boys in academy uniforms approach. The one in front greets her with a cold familiarity. "Long time no see, Erin." Erin identifies the white-haired boy as Pavian, his face a mask of mild annoyance. The brown-haired, freckled boy is Nerovian. His smile is smug and condescending, and it's clear he's enjoying her discomfort. Erin nervously clutches her skirt, barely managing to say it's been a while. She's clearly intimidated by them, and this interaction feels less like a greeting and more like an ambush. Pavian scoffs, looking down at her attendant. "Are you hanging around with peasants now?" Nerovian chimes in with a sneer, mocking her for associating with servants now that she's all grown up. Cyan internally notes their family name, Nepellus. They're part of a faction that openly opposes Princess Erin, and this is the ugly face of royal politics. Pavian finally turns his attention to Cyan, looking him up and down before asking if he's the infamous Cyan Vert. Cyan gives a polite but detached introduction, confirming he's the youngest son of the Vert family. Pavian's demeanor instantly changes. He showers Cyan with praise, mentioning his impressive duel. This sudden shift leaves Erin looking down, feeling completely invisible. Cyan's eyes narrow slightly. He recognizes this for what it is. Superficial flattery meant to isolate Erin. Pavian promises to invite him to parties, extending an olive branch to a potential ally. The empty promise to talk more then hangs in the air. Nerovian slings an arm around Pavian, enthusiastically suggesting they should all become friends. He even pats Cyan on the shoulder, calling it a rare opportunity. Cyan simply offers a polite thank you as they finally turn to leave. Erin lets out a small, almost inaudible sigh of relief once they're gone. But Nerovian suddenly spins around, his face inches from hers, a menacing grin spreading across his lips. "Not you, though." Aaron flinches back, the relief turning to ice in her veins. He grabs her arm, his grip tight and his voice turning cold. "Know your place, Aaron. Don't get too arrogant." As he walks away, he adds one last cruel remark about her needing to be more self-aware, leaving her shaken and humiliated in the middle of the hallway. Her attendant, Leximus, looks after the two of them with worry, asking Aaron what their problem is. He tries to comfort her, reminding her that they're still family, that blood is thicker than water. But Cyan turns away, his expression cold and analytical. "I'm not so sure about that." He looks at Aaron, his words hitting her with the force of a physical blow. "To me, it looks like you're worse off than strangers." The harsh truth makes her eyes tremble. For Cyan, the world is brutally simple. Whether it's blood or water, it's all meaningless in the face of power. A skull wearing a crown, sitting atop a pile of other skulls, illustrates his point perfectly. In the world of royalty, power is the only thing that truly matters. He continues, explaining that their hostility is actually a good sign. It means they're wary of her. They see her as a threat, and that's why they're trying to keep her down. "Don't feel so bad about it," he says, before turning to leave with a quick, "See you." The unexpected advice leaves Aaron blushing, her heart pounding in her chest. Her face is bright red as Leximus calls out to her in a panic, asking if she's okay. She's just been given her first real lesson in power, not from a tutor, but from the boy she admires. Later, Cyan arrives back at his room. "I'm here," he announces to the empty space. Inside, little Nana is sleeping soundly on a large pillow, letting out a soft purr. She's peaceful and completely unaware of the day's chaos. Cyan frowns, looking around the empty room. "What? No one's here!" he wonders aloud, calling out for Brian and his demonic sword, K-Ram. Karam materializes in a puff of pink and black smoke, taking on her small, imp-like form. She immediately complains that she can't even get a moment's rest. Cyan asks why she's in that form. She explains it's better for hiding her presence, then impatiently asks why he summoned her. Cyan's expression is serious. He points and gives a simple, direct order: "Look for Brian." Karam looks utterly baffled, as if she can't believe she, a legendary demonic sword, is being told to run errands. She explodes in frustration, yelling that she's not some dog to be sent on a search. But Cyan just calmly states that he's sure Brian will be fine on his own. As she's about to argue more, Karam suddenly pauses. Her nose twitches as she sniffs the air. Her playful frustration vanishes, replaced by a grim seriousness. "I smell blood." Cyan's face immediately drops. He knows what that means. Something is very wrong. The scene cuts to a dark alley. Brian is thrown violently against a brick wall, slumping to the ground in a heap. 4 menacing figures stand over him. One of them sneers, telling Brian he should have listened when they were being nice. A blonde-haired young man, clearly their leader, grins maliciously. "You've made things really annoying for us," he says, his tone dripping with venom. Brian lies on the ground, bruised and battered, coughing up blood. The leader scoffs, mocking him for being a so-called guardian knight when he's nothing but trash. He draws his sword, its cold steel glinting in the dim light. "I'm going to cut you up into pieces," he threatens, "and send those pieces to your master as a gift." His face is twisted with rage, blaming Cyan for everything. This is all because that little brat wanted to act tough. As Brian coughs again, struggling to push himself up, he weakly says, "Okay." The leader looks down, confused by the unexpected response. "What?" A small, bloody smile plays on Brian's lips. As if. His eyes, though swollen, are filled with pure, unyielding defiance. This knight is broken, but far from beaten. Lying on his side, Brian lets out a weak laugh that echoes in the alley. "You're gonna do what? What a joke!" The blonde leader's face contorts into a mask of pure fury. "You insane bastard," he seethes. "Did the beating finally break your mind?" He turns to his cronies, his patience completely gone. "This is no fun anymore." His voice drops to a deadly whisper, his face hidden in shadow as he gives the final chilling order: "Kill him." Cornered and beaten, Brian's defiance has only enraged his attacker. The blonde leader, Barrett, sneers, convinced Brian's lost his mind from the pain. Barrett looks down at Brian's battered body, his twisted fun now turning to boredom. "This is getting dull," he tells his men. With a cold, final glare, a single command cuts through the tense air: "Kill him." But just as the mercenaries raise their weapons, a calm voice echoes from the shadows. "What are you doing?" Barrett whips around, his face a mask of shock and confusion. A dark, hooded figure has appeared from nowhere, standing defiantly in the alley. It takes him a moment, but he recognizes the boy he's been targeting. He sneers, introducing himself as Barrett Ruamil, and asks if Cyan is the one behind this mess. From the ground, Brian looks up, his vision blurry. He can barely speak, but manages a whisper. "Young master?" A wave of relief washes over him even through the agony. The hooded figure, Cyan, looks down at him, his voice flat and unimpressed. He notes how badly Brian has been beaten, even mentioning that his voice sounds damaged. Barrett lets out a manic laugh. He's thrilled. "You came here on your own?" He declares this makes things even better, promising with a crazed grin to tear Cyan apart. Cyan's face remains hidden in shadow, but his voice is chillingly calm. "I'll be looking forward to that." A quiet promise of the violence to come. In a heartbeat, Cyan explodes into motion, a blur of red and black energy. He unleashes his 8th assassination technique, Wild Strike. Before the thugs can even react, flashes of red light slice through the alley. Their weapons are shattered, their bodies thrown aside by a force they never even saw. Screams rip through the night as the mercenaries are tossed like ragdolls, crashing into the stone walls. In a single, fluid motion, Cyan has neutralized every single one of them. Barrett can only watch in disbelief, his mind reeling. He screams in frustration, unable to comprehend how his men were defeated in an instant. Watching from a safe distance is Princess Erin, her face pale with shock. She can't understand what she's seeing. As Cyan stands amidst the chaos, a massive sphere of dark energy swirling above him. With his blade glowing and eyes burning red, a wicked grin spreads across Cyan's face. To Aaron, he looks less like a boy and more like a terrifying monster. Consumed by rage, Barrett gathers a ball of fire in his hand. He screams Cyan's name, vowing this ends now. But before he can launch his spell, Cyan is already on him. A single brutal punch to the gut cuts off his words, the impact echoing through the alley. Cyan doesn't stop. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, kicking Barrett into the air and sending him crashing hard onto the cobblestones. Barrett lies crumpled on the floor, groaning in pain. Cyan looks down on him, his voice laced with disappointment. "You haven't changed at all. Is tormenting people weaker than you really that much fun?" His voice drips with a contempt born from a lifetime of memories. Barrett manages a weak, defiant laugh. "What business is it of yours?" he challenges smugly. "Are you going to kill me for it?" Barrett Ruamil, the name echoes in Cyan's mind. He knows this man all too well. The eldest son of the powerful House Ruamil was infamous for his sadistic cruelty, both in this life and the last. In his past life, beating servants was a daily routine for Barrett. For fun, he would burn small animals alive, a sick smile always on his face. But then came the incident, the one where his cruelty finally crossed a line that even his powerful family couldn't erase. He ruthlessly murdered a female student at the academy. His only excuse? He was just testing out his magic. In the end, the Assassination Guild Mist received an order to purify him, a quiet command for his execution. The order was simple and clear. Cyan recalls traveling to Barrett's manor after his expulsion, and there, in the darkness of his home, he witnessed the true extent of the man's evil. He found countless dead servants, their bodies discarded all across his basement. The memory is still vivid, a sea of bodies, a testament to one man's unchecked cruelty. Cyan remembers planning to make Barrett's end as painful as possible, but even then, the monster just cackled, telling him to stop dragging it out and just get it over with. That image of his insane, satisfied grin, as if he'd accomplished everything he ever wanted, is still burned into Cyan's mind. Looking down at the beaten Barrett, Cyan realizes that simply killing him back then was a mercy. He got to live his life exactly as he pleased, right up to the end. But now, for what he did to Brian, for trying to ruin another life, a simple death is nowhere near enough punishment. Cyan's hand flashes out, grabbing Barrett by the throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. A glowing orb of purple mana forms in his palm, pulsing with raw, dark energy. He pushes the orb against Barrett's chest. Barrett chokes out for him to stop, but Cyan's voice is ice. "What did you say you'd do to me again?" Barrett screams in terror, yelling that he's a Ruamil, that he's powerful, that Cyan won't be safe if he does this. You sure talk a lot, Cyan says, shoving the orb of dark magic directly into Barrett's body. With his eyes glowing red, surrounded by a terrifying purple aura, Cyan speaks, his voice a low snarl. You could have been an eyesore. You could have disliked me. As Barrett gags, Cyan continues, I don't care what people like you say behind my back. But his voice turns deadly. But you never should have messed with my subordinate. You scummy bastard. Barrett clutches at his throat, gargling as the dark energy tears through him from the inside out. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the alley as his body is racked with unimaginable pain. Cyan simply watches, his expression a mask of cold satisfaction. But this brutal display has been seen. A spy, hidden in the shadows, realizes he's witnessed something terrible. He thinks to himself that he never imagined Cyan was hiding this kind of power. He knows he has to report this to his Lord Ashel. He understands now, this boy could become a huge obstacle to his master's plans. Suddenly, a hand clamps over the spy's mouth. A new voice whispers right beside his ear. So it was you. It's Sarika. She's found the fan who's been tailing her new master. Back in the alley, Cyan walks over to Brian, who is struggling to sit up. Brian apologizes, his face swollen and bruised, explaining that he was overwhelmed by their numbers. Cyan looks down at him, his expression cold. He looks awful, he thinks to himself. He asks harshly if Brian is really his attendant, questioning why he would fight a battle he couldn't possibly win. Cyan's gaze is sharp and unforgiving. Is this the loyalties you were talking about before? He grabs Brian by the collar, pulling him close. Why didn't you just run? He demands. You're an idiot. Cyan's eyes are filled with a rare, genuine anger. There's no loyalty that requires you to die for me. Don't do something so stupid, he warns, adding under his breath, because it irritates me. This is how an assassin shows he cares, not with comfort, but with a harsh lesson in survival. Taken aback by the fierce scolding, Brian can only stammer out another apology, promising he'll be ready for a proper scolding when they get home. Cyan lets him go and turns towards the shadows. You can come out now, Sarika. A figure drops down from the rooftops. Sarika lands with a slight smirk. Was I caught? Cyan replies dryly, asking how he could miss her when she brought the entire guild with her. As she lands, she tells him she has a little present for him. Her present is the spy, bound and gagged, thrown at Cyan's feet. Cyan looks down at the struggling man. So that's the one who's been tailing me. Sarika, surprised, asks if he knew all along. Cyan just shrugs. I had a rough idea. Sarika leans against a wall, looking impressed. All right, she says. I'll acknowledge your ability. She mentally lists his achievements, power that rivals her best assassins, a silver tongue that can sway the Dean, and the sheer will to command a demonic blade. She concludes he's doing an excellent job as the Heir of Mist. But she warns him that things will only get more difficult from here. Incidents like this will draw more and more unwanted attention. Cyan nods, telling her he'll heed her warning. But then his eyes flare with a dangerous red light. However, he continues, his voice dropping with cold determination, I refuse to be screwed over like a fool. If anyone messes with the people close to me, I'll find and crush them all. Sarika lets out a laugh. She understands now. This isn't just a threat. It's his declaration of intent. He will protect what is his on his own terms. Do as you wish, she says, accepting his decision. With a wave, she tells him she'll be off, leaving Cyan a bit surprised by how easily she agreed. Before she disappears, Cyan reminds her not to forget to deal with that. Sarika agrees, confirming she'll clean up the mess Barrett and his crew left behind. Cyan turns his attention to the captured spy. The man is terrified, asking if Cyan is going to kill him. A sinister smile spreads across Cyan's face. Kill you? No. I think that's way too easy for you. The spy panics, vowing that he won't speak a word, that any interrogation is pointless. Cyan just smiles knowingly. Don't worry, he says. I already know who you are. You're Kellen, Ashel's #1 subordinate, right? The man freezes, his cover completely blown. Cyan recalls him clearly from his past life. How could I ever forget you, he thinks, when you were by Ashel's side the entire time? His expression darkens as he remembers Kellen's jealousy, a poison that affected everyone around his brother. A small, devious smile plays on Cyan's lips. This man, he thinks, might be dangerous in a different way, but that also makes him useful. He reaches a hand out towards the terrified Kellen. He muses that killing him now would be simple, but since he's so loyal to that monster Ashel. A surge of dark energy envelops Cyan's hand. He grins, realizing that Kellen will be far more useful to his plans alive, but not quite himself. Dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from Cyan, swirling around Kellen. The spy screams in pure terror, begging for him to get the shadows away. Cyan chants the name of the spell. Creation, shadow persona. A figure made of pure darkness materializes before him, its eyes glowing with ominous intent. The shadows violently wrap around Kellen, pulling him in, consuming him whole. His final, desperate scream is cut short as the darkness completely engulfs him, his body and soul being reshaped into a new, terrifying tool for Cyan's revenge. A new day dawns at the Grand Ruin Academy, but beneath the clear skies and pristine architecture, the currents of conflict and ambition continue to stir. On the training grounds, the sharp clang of a wooden sword cuts through the morning air. Reshmus, Princess Erin's attendant, swings with fierce determination. But Erin is faster. She ducks under his attack, landing a clean blow to his side and forcing a pained grunt from him. She presses her advantage, their swords locking in a shower of sparks. With a determined shout, she declares that a hit like that is nothing, pushing him back with all her strength. But in the end, his experience wins out. With the tip of his sword at her neck, Reshmus admits defeat. "It's my win, Your Highness," he says, looking just as exhausted as she is. Erin sighs, leaning on her sword. She tells Reshmus she just can't seem to win against him, then playfully reminds him that he's supposed to call her by her name when they're alone. When he apologizes again, she corrects him with a mock glare, snapping his name with mock formality. He immediately straightens up, replying, "Yes, Lady Erin." Their training is interrupted by a loud cry of pain from another part of the grounds. A familiar voice yells, "Young Master!" Erin and Reshmus look over, realizing someone else is training just as intensely. The voice belongs to Brian. He's taking a brutal, one-sided beating, getting punched and kicked across the yard. He's sent flying through the air, crashing hard onto the dusty ground. His opponent is Cyan, who moves with cold, calculated efficiency, not giving his attendant a single moment to recover. As Cyan watches Brian struggle to his feet, a flicker of approval shows in his eyes. He thinks to himself that for a supposed handyman, Brian is surprisingly resilient, with impressive stamina. Cyan folds his arms, a small smirk on his face, convinced that Brian is going to be quite useful. He walks over to the exhausted attendant and asks if it's tough. Brian spits out a mouthful of blood, but yells with unwavering determination, "No, young master, I'll endure it to the end." For Cyan, this brutal training is absolutely necessary. It's not punishment. It's a harsh lesson in survival, the only way an assassin knows how to prepare someone for the dangers ahead. He remembers the attack from a week ago, the cruel look on Barrett's face. He knows there's no guarantee it won't happen again. Brian needs to be able to protect himself. Catching his breath, Brian asks if it's really okay to have Kellen around. Cyan just tells him not to worry, that the spy is already on their side. The memory of Kellen's agonizing scream flashes in his mind as the forbidden spell took hold. Brian recalls watching from the sidelines, his face still bruised and swollen, as the dark magic subsided. Kellen lay twitching on the ground as Cyan stood over him, the last vestiges of purple aura fading from his hands. Cyan remembers gritting his teeth, realizing just how difficult it was to perform such a high-level spell after so many years. The spell was a 9-star grade darkness magic called Shadow Persona. It's a forbidden technique, one that tears a person's soul apart to create a new, loyal personality from the shadows, giving the caster complete and utter control. As he held a dagger to the dazed Kellen's neck, Cyan recalled that he had only used this terrifying spell once before in his entire past life. With the spell complete, Cyan had asked the kneeling man, "Now, who are you?" The newly brainwashed knight introduced himself as Kellen Diego, an official guard knight of Velias. He continued his report, stating that he came to Ruin under orders to keep surveillance on young Master Cyan. A small, satisfied smile touched Cyan's lips. "He's become obedient," he thought, before asking Kellen who his master was now. Kellen declared that while he once served Ashel, he now wished to serve only Cyan, bowing his head and pleading to be accepted. Cyan's smile widened. "Fine," he said. "Listen closely. Go back to Ashel and tell him. A wicked, predatory grin spread across his face as he gave his final command. Oh, everything! Don't miss a single word. Got it? Kellen bowed deeply, his loyalty now absolute, declaring he would do as young Master Cyan commanded. His eyes glowed with a faint purple light, the permanent mark of the shadow magic that now controlled his very soul. Back in the present, Cyan admits to himself that the look of absolute trust in Kellen's eyes was a little overwhelming. He tells Brian that the guy is still dangerous, but he'll probably be fine. Just then, Aaron approaches, surprising Cyan and the very battered Brian, who is now slung over his shoulder. She comments that she didn't expect to see him here. Aaron beams, explaining she comes every weekend for sword training. After the recent incident, she figured she needed to be better prepared. Cyan's expression becomes serious. He knows she's talking about the attack on Brian. He recalls the aftermath. Barrett Ruamil was found completely incapacitated, but he never revealed who did it to him. The truth is, he couldn't reveal it. The dark magic Cyan used didn't just break his body, it permanently severed his connection to magic, ensuring he would never be a threat again. Cyan looks over at Aaron's attendant, Reshmus, finding his reaction a bit strange. He'd expected Reshmus to be at least a little satisfied, seeing his rival so thoroughly beaten, but the boy showed no such emotion. Suddenly, a tiny, high-pitched voice shrieks from above, "Papa!" Everyone looks up to see a small, pink-haired figure hurtling down from the sky at an incredible speed. Brian, still slung over Cyan's shoulder, points frantically. "Young master, over there!" Cyan stares in disbelief, recognizing the projectile as Nana. His mind races in pure panic. Didn't I leave her with Karam? The scene cuts to Cyan's room, where Karam is fast asleep on the couch in her human form, snoring loudly with a lollipop stick dangling from her hand. Nana crash lands directly into Aaron's arms. The princess is completely bewildered, but Nana is ecstatic, cheering that she found her papa. Aaron stares at the little girl, her mind short-circuiting as it processes the one word Nana keeps repeating with glee. "Papa?" She looks from the giggling little girl in her arms back to a horrified Cyan. Aaron's face goes from confusion to pure, scandalized shock. Papa!" She stammers, her mind jumping to the worst possible conclusion. Just when? And with who? Cyan is surrounded by a storm of question marks, completely at a loss for how to explain this impossible situation. His mind screams a single, desperate word. How? A little while later, after a frantic and surely unbelievable explanation, the situation has been cleared up. Aaron lets out a huge sigh of relief, glad to hear the scandalous misunderstanding was just that, a misunderstanding. She tells Cyan she had no idea he had such a kind side, calling it unexpected, but Cyan is panicking internally. This is bad. The princess now holds his biggest weakness in her hands. Brian is panicking too. He knows that if the academy discovers Nana, Cyan will be expelled. And worse, the princess now knows the truth. Nana is a dragonborn. But Aaron just places a hand over her heart and gives Cyan a brilliant, reassuring smile. "Don't you worry, Cyan. I won't tell anyone about this." Brian is skeptical, asking if she's being serious. "Of course," she chirps, happily squishing Nana's cheeks. She turns to her attendant for support. "Isn't that right, Reshmus?" Reshmus agrees with a bright smile, adding that he doesn't have anyone to tell anyway, because he doesn't have any friends. Aaron looks utterly shocked by his blunt confession. Cyan, equally taken aback, can only ask, "Why?" Aaron looks at Nana with a gentle, empathetic smile and says simply, "Because I feel bad for her." She explains that since Nana belongs to neither the human nor the dragon race, she'll never truly be accepted by either. It's a loneliness Aaron understands all too well. She looks at Cyan, her expression softening. "But it's a relief," she says, "that you are here taking care of her." Then she gets an idea. In return, she asks, "Could I visit your room from time to time?" Cyan is taken aback. "My room?" Aaron immediately starts blushing, waving her hands frantically. "Don't be mistaken. I just want to see Nana occasionally." Cyan considers it for a moment before deciding it probably doesn't matter. The casual agreement only makes Aaron blush even harder. He holds up a finger, a serious look on his face. Then, "This will be our secret from now on, yes?" Aaron nods eagerly, promising to keep it in mind. The words echo in her head. "Our secret?" A huge, giddy smile spreads across her face. As Cyan and Brian leave, with Brian now carrying a happy Nana, Aaron and Reshmus bow respectfully. Reshmus looks over at the princess, who is still standing there, lost in her own world. Lady Aaron? He asks, concerned. Aaron is blushing furiously. She thinks to herself, that means I've gotten just a bit closer to Cyan, right? Back in Cyan's room, Kairam is finally awake, and she is furious. With a terrifying grin, she sarcastically suggests Cyan should just get caught living with a demon blade too, since he's already revealing all his other secrets. Cyan yells at her to go reflect on her mistakes, reminding her she's the one who fell asleep and let a child wander off. As he throws a pillow at her, Kairam can only think that Nana is just as unpredictable as her father. Brian suggests taking Nana for a walk, thinking she must be stressed from being cooped up all the time. Nana cheers at the idea. Kairam, lounging on the couch, agrees that it's probably for the best. With that, Brian and Nana head out for some fresh air. Later that night, two figures with massive wings fly through the moonlit sky. Just as Cyan secures a new secret ally in the human world, a far older, more powerful force stirs. The leading figure, a man with long purple hair and powerful horns, suddenly stops, sensing something deeply wrong. He looks down towards the distant lands, his red-haired attendant hovering patiently nearby. She asks him what the problem is, addressing him as Lord Lukian. He replies, his voice grim, I smell something foul, Catalina. He asks where they are. Catalina tells him they're on the outskirts of Ruin, the human capital. Lukian looks toward the distant academy, wondering if the scent is coming from there. He decides his return journey will have to wait. His expression is grim, his red eyes glowing with intensity. He senses an energy from that direction that he cannot tolerate. An energy that is an abomination to all dragons. After the close call at the academy, a peaceful walk on the outskirts of Luen seems like the perfect way for Nana to burn off some energy. But in this world, peace is always a fleeting luxury. Nana runs ahead, giddy with excitement, cheering about how huge and fun the open fields are. Brian chases after her, frantically yelling for her to be careful, while Cyan watches from a distance. He can see she's genuinely happy. A small, rare smile touches his lips. They're a good 10 kilometers from the city center, far from prying eyes. He figures it should be perfectly safe for her to play as much as she wants out here. Kairam materializes beside him, teasing him about acting like a real father. She cheekily suggests he should find Nana a mom, too, hinting at the princess from earlier. But her playful mood vanishes in an instant. Her eyes narrow as she senses a powerful presence approaching. Wait, she warns, her voice low, something's coming. Miles away, flying through the sky, Lord Lukian's face twists in disgust as he owns in on their location. A single word escapes his lips, sickening. Back on the ground, Brian's eyes go wide with terror. It's dangerous, he screams, yelling for Nana to get back. A massive blast of blue energy erupts from the sky, crashing down right where Nana was standing. Cyan moves in a blur, pushing Nana out of the way just in the nick of time. Cyan yells out, asking Brian if Nana is okay. Brian, clutching the startled little girl, confirms that she's safe. Cyan's expression is grim, a fresh scratch on his cheek from the blast. He orders them both to stay behind him, his eyes fixed on the sky. He stares at the massive crater, where two figures now stand amidst crackling blue energy. He has a very bad feeling he knows who they are. As the dust settles, his fears are confirmed. High-ranking dragons, and there are two of them. These aren't just beasts, they're ancient, intelligent beings who see humanity as insects. Brian holds Nana tight as she trembles with fear. He realizes with a sickening certainty that the foul scent the dragons were tracking was Nana herself. The silver-haired dragon, Lukian, glares down at them, his face a mask of pure, aristocratic disgust. His red-haired companion Catalina looks just as repulsed, wondering aloud how such a vile, mixed-blood creature could even exist. Lukian addresses Cyan directly, asking if he's the owner of that halfling. He also notes Kairam's presence, calling her a mere object, which infuriates the demonic sword. Catalina screams at Kairam to shut up, calling her an inferior thing that has degraded itself by serving a human. Kairam bristles, her voice a low growl. Do you want to die? Catalina raises a hand, ready to strike, but Lukian stops her. He tells her not to bother. He has no interest in fighting such inferior beings. His cold gaze falls on Nana, who shrinks back in Brian's arms. He offers them a cold bargain. Hand over that halfling to me. He looks at the crying, terrified girl with a chilling, clinical interest. A half-human, Half dragon, he thinks she would make a fascinating experiment. He promises to let the rest of them go, if they just give him the child. Cyan doesn't even hesitate. A single, sharp command cuts through the air. "Shut up!" Lukian looks genuinely surprised, as if he can't believe a human would dare speak to him that way. "What did you just say?" Cyan's eyes glow with a fierce red light. He repeats himself, his voice laced with venom. "I said, shut up, you lizard-faced scum!" Lukian is silent for a moment, and then he begins to laugh, a low, dangerous sound that promises nothing but pain. In the blink of an eye, he's in front of Cyan, his fist connecting with a brutal impact. Cyan is sent flying backward, tumbling across the rocky ground as Brian screams his name in terror. Cyan gets to his feet, wiping blood from his lip. He tells Brian it's fine and orders him to get Nana as far away as possible. Brian hesitates for only a second before obeying. Lukian looks at the scorch mark on the ground where Cyan landed. "A fancy little trick," he remarks, completely unimpressed. He hovers in the air, his spear crackling with energy, and sneers, "This is why we call you inferior." But Cyan isn't intimidated. He prepares his own technique, demonic sword manifestation. A torrent of red and black energy erupts from him. His body transforms, his head becoming a featureless black mask with glowing red eyes wreathed in crimson flames. Catalina gasps, recognizing the forbidden power. Lukian calmly identifies it as the power of the exile. He admits the day has been full of surprises, but he dismisses it just as quickly, claiming Cyan is still just a human playing with borrowed power. In the next instant, Cyan appears right beside him, a blur of impossible speed. Lukian's dragon-slit eye widens in shock. When did he? Cyan attacks, forcing the powerful dragon on the defensive. Their blows clash in a flurry of sparks and raw energy. Lukian grits his teeth in frustration, snarling, "You little..." He swings his massive spear, unleashing a wave of destructive blue energy. He unleashes a powerful shockwave, his hand crackling with lightning. The entire battlefield is engulfed in a massive explosion, powerful enough to shatter the very landscape. The force of the blast rips through everything, sending shockwaves for miles. But Cyan is already moving. Using his fog glide, he phases right through the blast, appearing behind the stunned dragon. He unleashes his next attack, rushing fog storm. A massive torrent of red and gold energy erupts from his blade, hurtling towards the dragons. Catalina moves to intercept, preparing a fire barrier. She shouts that she'll block it, but Lukian orders her back, warning her that she's no match for this power. But Catalina's pride won't let her listen. With a confident grin, she tells him not to worry. She has absolute faith in her defense, a dragon's barrier, forged from 1,000 years of accumulated mana. She believes a mere human who can't even live for 100 years could never possibly break it. Cyan unleashes another technique, 8 fluttering petals. The attack slams into her barrier, and it shatters instantly. The petals of red energy slice right through her pride. Catalina is thrown back, her ultimate defense completely obliterated. Her eye widens in disbelief. There's no way he can pierce this. Before she can finish that thought, Cyan is on her, his blade a blur as he unleashes a double serial slash. The attack lands. Lukian can only watch as his subordinate is struck down. He grits his teeth, his expression a mixture of fury and disbelief. He looks at the shadowy figure and demands, "Just what are you?" He roars that this power shouldn't belong to a human, questioning how this is possible. The demonic figure of Cyan simply points its blade at him and commands, "Spit it out! Tell us who you are!" Enraged, Lukian summons a massive magical circle, finally acknowledging Cyan as a worthy opponent. But Cyan isn't just fighting with brute force, he's using his past life knowledge. He utters a single word, polymorph. A massive surge of blue magical energy erupts from Lukian. Cyan knows what this is. It's a spell that forces a dragon to abandon its human form, and return to its original one. Lukian's body begins to twist and contort, his jaw elongating into a monstrous snout. His limbs crack and reshape, growing into massive, scaled claws. With a deafening roar that shakes the very mountains, Lukian's true form is revealed, a colossal silver dragon crackling with immense power. But Cyan's expression doesn't change. He knows this transformation holds a fatal flaw. In this moment of transformation, the dragon is at its most vulnerable. The massive dragon glares down, demanding to know what he's trying to do. Panic flickers in its ancient eyes. Does he know the weakness of polymorph? It's a secret no human should ever know. Cyan stands atop the dragon's massive head and drives his blade deep into a vital point between its scales. A massive beam of red energy shoots into the sky as the beast roars in agony. The dragon's only thought is to escape. Too late, Cyan's voice echoes as he prepares one last technique, unshakable roots of a great tree. He plunges his hand deep into the wound, channeling a torrent of dark, destructive energy directly into the dragon's core. The dragon thrashes, letting out a final, world-shaking roar as the dark magic tears it apart from the inside. The colossal beast begins to crumble, its body dissolving into streams of energy as Catalina, now back in her human form, falls unconscious from the sky. The battle is over. Brian runs towards Cyan, calling his name, asking if he's all right. But he stops dead in his tracks, his mouth agape in shock at what he sees. Cyan gently covers Nana's eyes with his hand. "I can't see," she protests. In front of the massive, dissipating corpse, Cyan stands with his cheeks puffed out, proudly holding two huge, bloody chunks of dragon meat. He looks at Brian and tells him to eat it, calling it a precious delicacy. The battle is over, but for a ruthless survivor like Cyan, where others see a fallen god, he sees an opportunity. Nana, her eyes still covered, pipes up that she wants some too, but Cyan immediately shuts her down. "No, not for you!" Inside a lavish office, Ashelvert, the celebrated hero of the Empire, listens to a report. A master manipulator is beginning to realize the pawn he once controlled is now moving on its own. He asks his informant, "So, you think some unknown force is supporting my brother?" The informant, Kellen, confirms it, his expression uncharacteristically serious. He adds that he believes the other spies they sent were likely eliminated by this same mysterious force. Ashel leans back, his fingers steepled, looking entirely unimpressed. "Is that all?" Kellen can only apologize for the lack of solid information. But it's not the lack of information that's bothering Ashel. It's something else, a subtle shift he can't quite place. A single thought crosses his mind. Strange. Kellen stands stiffly, but Ashel sees right through it. He notes that the man is missing the desperate edge he used to have. It's like he's a completely different person. Ashel, a master of deceit, can sense when one of his own puppets has had its strings cut. A slight, knowing smile plays on Ashel's lips. He's pieced something together, a subtle change that no one else would notice. "I see," he says softly. He looks up at his informant. "Then, Kellen, I'd like to ask you a question." The sudden shift in tone makes Kellen flinch, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Kellen stays silent, his mind racing. He knows this is bad. The pressure is immense. He realizes instantly, this is a test. He's starting to doubt me. A knot tightens in his stomach. Ashel is playing with him, trying to see if he'll crack under the pressure. But Kellen was prepared for this. He gives the perfect, pre-rehearsed answer, bowing deeply and reciting a formal blessing for their family's patron deity. "Let the blessing of Lumendel be with you." Ashel's smile widens, seemingly pleased with the response, though his eyes still hold a cold, analytical glint. "I appreciate that, Sir Kellen." He waves a hand dismissively, telling him it's just a regular ritual. "You're excused," he says, ending the tense conversation. As Kellen turns to leave, his face is slick with sweat. He knows he just barely passed the test. "I better be careful," he thinks, his heart pounding. "Once his doubts bloom, I won't be able to escape so easily." He grips the doorknob, his only thought to not get in young Master Cyan's way. He has to play his part perfectly. As he opens the door, he's surprised to see a woman standing there. It's a young maid with cheerful green eyes and a nervous smile. He recognizes her. She's one of Cyan's maids from the academy. Before he can ask what she's doing here, Ashel's voice cuts in from behind him. "I called her." Ashel walks up, placing a deceptively friendly hand on Kellen's shoulder while addressing the startled maid. "Did you say your name is Emily?" The maid, flustered to be in the presence of the famous hero, stammers out a "yes." Ashel flashes a charming, disarming smile. "Could you do me a favor?" But the look in his eyes is anything but kind. He's already setting his next piece on the board. Emily looks up, her face blushing, completely unaware of the dangerous game she's just been pulled into. "A favor?" she asks timidly. "Title card for the manhwa." The scene shifts to a dark, high-tech chamber. An urgent voice cries out, "Mr. Lukian and Miss Catalina are missing!" We see what looks like advanced magical pods, now empty and damaged. A report comes in. The two dragons manifested their powers on the outskirts of Lewin, but that's the last trace they have. It's unbelievable, considering they were both powerful, 8-star rank beings. The camera pans down to show shattered fragments of their mana stones, the source of a dragon's life force. This is all the evidence that remains. A voice speculates that whoever killed them must have used magic to erase all other evidence. Their investigation leads them to a chilling conclusion. To erase evidence so completely would require dark elemental powers, and in their world, the only one supposedly strong enough to kill 2 high-ranking dragons is Dean Kundel. But there's a problem. A commanding, elderly figure appears in a hologram. Kundel doesn't possess dark elemental powers. This means there has to be a 4th individual they don't know about. Then, a new piece of information comes to light. They're aware of a boy named Cyan Vert, the only dark element user at the Royal Academy. Rumors have already reached them that he survived a devil dragon attack on the front lines. Perhaps, they speculate, he's connected to all of this. The plot thickens. They also recall 2 of their human collaborators, both of whom have also mysteriously disappeared. Could there be a link between all these events? The council decides they'll need to keep a very close eye on Cyan Vert. A name is spoken, Luna of Rainreaver. The figure gives a direct order. Have my granddaughter get acquainted with Cyan Vert? A young girl with a white hood and an emotionless face is shown, a new player being sent directly into Cyan's path. We cut back to the academy dorms, where the mood is far more cheerful. Princess Erin presents a massive, beautifully decorated cake with a triumphant "Ta-da!" She proudly announces it was made by the chefs of the royal palace. Nana's golden dragon eyes sparkle with pure joy. As Erin tells her to enjoy it, Nana can only manage an excited, "Whoa, I like you." Erin encourages her to have as much as she wants, gesturing to a huge stack of boxes filled with even more treats. Cyan watches them from a distance. They're having fun, he thinks, but his mind is on more serious matters. He knows they need to lay low for a while. As Nana digs into the cake, her face a mess of cream and strawberries, Cyan's thoughts darken. If dragons could sense Nana once, they could do it again. But this thought doesn't bring fear. It brings resolve. A determined smile spreads across his face as he clenches his fist. "I will make sure no one can lay a hand on the people I care for," he vows. "After all, I decided to live for my own sake in this life." His smile twists into a vicious, chilling grin. "And I'm going to completely ruin that bastard's plans." He's talking, of course, about his brother Ashel. Erin turns to him, a curious look in her eyes. She noticed his sudden change in expression. Cyan quickly schools his features back into a pleasant smile. Erin asks him, "Cyan, did something good happen? You look happy." He pauses for a moment, his smile unwavering. "I just had a nice thought," he replies smoothly. The scene changes to the lush gardens of the Vert residence. The political chessboard is expanding. Ashel is sitting with another man, remarking that it's been a while. The man across from him is stunning, with long white hair and sharp purple eyes. This is Lionel Severus, the first prince of the empire. Ashel offers a polite, practiced smile. "It's all thanks to you, Your Majesty." The prince's expression turns serious. More importantly, he begins, he asks Ashel how long he plans on rotting away in this estate, mentioning that he heard his sister, Alice, has left on a journey. Ashel puts on a show of brotherly concern. "I'm actually quite worried about her," he says, his expression somber. But the prince sees right through it, cutting him off with a sly, mocking grin. "Aren't you actually worried she might threaten your position?" Ashel's eye twitches, his facade cracking for just a moment before he quickly deflects. The prince leans forward. "We're friends, aren't we?" He then casually changes the subject. "By the way, your younger brother's name was Cyan, right?" As he pours a drink, the prince drops a bombshell. "My father is interested in him. So much so that he's considering an engagement between him and Erin." The prince scoffs, annoyed at his father's actions, calling Erin a useless little garbage daughter. Ashel listens, his expression hardening. The prince advises him not to worry. "The more attention she gets," he says with a grin, "the more useful she will be to us." The prince takes a sip of his drink, clearly enjoying the political scheming. "I like that you understand me. Ashel's eyes are drawn to the knight standing behind the prince. He remarks that he hasn't seen this guard before. The prince grins. "Ah, right. He's a jewel I found while scouting the slums." Ashel looks at the man, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The knight steps forward with a confident, almost smug smile. "My name is Boris Lehelm. Nice to meet you." And just like that, 2 years passed. Time moves forward at the Royal Academy. In those 2 years, Cyan did his best to remain inconspicuous. We see him now, clearly older, his expression calm and mature. He's settled in, adjusting to academy life, blending in with the other students and laying low. But that quiet life was about to be interrupted. Pushing her way through the crowded hallway, a familiar figure with long, braided blue hair appears. Alice has come back. The scene shifts to Dean Kundel's office. The door opens with a soft click. Alice enters, greeting the dean with a small laugh. "It's been a while." Dean Kundel looks at her, his expression thoughtful. "So, did you enjoy your travels?" Alice smiles confidently. "Yes, I visited Fruina." Kundal is visibly surprised. "Fruina? That's not a place a human would have been welcomed." "You're right," she admits. "It took me a year just to adjust." She stands before him, her presence much stronger than before. "But I really wanted to find the meaning of harmony you mentioned," she continues, her eyes filled with a new fire, explaining that she needed to find where she truly belonged. Kundel looks at her, a knowing glint in his eyes. He can see the change in her. "You seem to have made up your mind." Alice grins, her decision made. "Yes," she declares proudly. "I'm going to join the Knights of Light." Kundel notes that she's choosing to follow her family's path. Alice agrees, saying someone has to take on the duty. Then, her expression softens. "I'm worried about my younger siblings too, especially Cyan. He's so shy." At this, Dean Kundel throws his head back and lets out a booming laugh. Alice looks completely confused. Kundel strokes his beard, a wide grin on his face. "Cyan? Shy?" he says, finding the idea absolutely hilarious. How amusing. She is completely unaware that in her absence, that same boy has toppled assassins and defeated ancient dragons. Alice protests that he's being too harsh, but Kundel just continues to chuckle to himself. Just then, the door opens. Alice turns, her eyes widening as she shouts, "Cyan!" Cyan stands in the doorway. He's taller now, his features sharper. He looks at his sister, who seems taken aback by his calm, mature demeanor. The boy she left is not the one she's meeting now. A small, genuine smile touches his lips. His voice is quiet, but it carries the weight of a lifetime she can't possibly understand. "I missed you, sister." 2 years can change everything, but for Cyan, some memories are burned into his soul forever. As he and his sister Alice walk through the academy grounds, she looks at him, a warm smile on her face. "You've changed quite a bit." She playfully measures his height against her own. "Goodness," she says, laughing, "you're the same height as me now." "You're going to be taller than me soon," Cyan smirks, teasing her back. "Or maybe you just shrank." But Alice cuts him off by pinching his cheek. "All right, stop right there." But beneath the light-hearted reunion, a dark memory surfaces. The date flashes in his mind, July 2nd, year 988. He remembers this day all too well from his past life. A vision of Alice, happy and carefree, fills his thoughts. The memory is a punch to the gut. It was the last day he ever saw his sister alive. They stop walking, and Alice turns to him. "Aren't you going to go home? It's summer break." Cyan looks away, a wry smile on his face. "No one other than you would welcome me there." Alice's smile fades. "No one? Is that why you haven't been home for 2 years?" Cyan's expression darkens. He tells her there are a couple of reasons. The first, he says, is because their brother Ashel is there, his shadowy image looming in Cyan's mind. He continues, his voice flat and detached. "Plus, the Duchess is trying to kill me any chance she gets." He adds that their father knows about it but does absolutely nothing. For him, the truth is simple. Going back to that place would be suicide. He looks towards the Grand Academy gates. "I probably won't return until I graduate." Alice is quiet for a moment, processing this. Then she asks about their other brother. "Are you and Kranz getting along?" Cyan's answer is immediate and cold. That can never happen. Alice is confused. "What do you mean?" He turns to her, his eyes sharp. "You know very well how he used to treat me." And then he drops the final, horrifying truth. He even tried to kill me once." Alice's world stops. Her eyes widen in disbelief and horror. "What?" a voice cuts in from behind them. "I can testify to that." Brian Kendrick, now in full armor, steps forward. Alice looks at him, confused, as Cyan introduces him as his guardian knight. Alice is surprised, covering her mouth as she realizes who he is. Brian just gives a stiff, awkward smile. She turns back to Cyan, the weight of his words finally crashing down on her. "That really happened?" She clenches her fists, furious with herself. "And I was in Fruina, completely unaware." But Cyan just tells her it's not her fault. The real villains are their stepmother and Kranz. But that does little to quell the cold fury building inside her. Her eyes begin to glow with a dangerous light as her aura flares. Cyan looks at her, seeing the shift. "Alice?" She seems to snap out of it for a second. She takes a deep breath. "Have you talked to anyone else about this?" Cyan just shrugs. "What's the point? It's all in the past." But this isn't a plea for help. It's a calculated move. He knows just what to say to fuel her fire. "Besides," he adds, "Kranz doesn't seem to feel any remorse at all." Before he can finish, Alice lunges forward, pulling him into a tight embrace. She holds him close, tears welling in her eyes. "You don't need to keep it all inside, Cyan," she whispers. "You can depend on me." She pulls back, her face a mask of fierce determination. "I'll protect you from now on." Cyan just stares back, his plan working perfectly. After a moment, Alice lets him go. She tells him she has to go somewhere. "Take care of yourself while I'm gone, and—" She turns to a very confused and emotional Brian, and to his utter shock, she pulls him into a hug too. Brian turns bright red, completely flustered as she tells him, "Take good care of my little brother, okay?" From behind Brian's back, Cyan adjusts his collar, his eyes glowing red with a silent warning. As the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over the academy, Cyan and Brian watch as Alice waves one last time before marching away with grim purpose. Cyan watches her go, his expression calm. It's been a long time since he's seen her look so angry. His mind drifts back to his childhood. He remembers the training hall, swinging a heavy wooden sword with all his might. And he remembers Kranz standing over him, mocking him after knocking him down. "What? Are you done already?" Kranz's face was a mask of sadistic glee as he screamed, "Get up, you worthless mutt!" A younger Cyan, terrified and bruised, could only beg for him to stop. But Kranz just brought the sword down again and again, sneering, "God, you sure cry a lot." He just kept swinging, enjoying every second of it. It was only when another voice yelled, "Stop, Kranz!" that the beating ended. A young Alice stood there, her face cold with anger. Kranz looked startled as she demanded, "What are you doing?" Her eyes blazed with fury as she roared, "Apologize to him right now, Kranz." Back in the present, Cyan sits in his room. He saw that same protective rage just once in his past life. And now, he knows the Duke's household is about to erupt in chaos. This was all part of his plan. He thinks to himself, "She needs to know the truth about our family." A grim vision of her tragic fate flashes in his mind. He is doing all of this to protect her from that miserable future. Brian enters the room, holding out a sealed letter. "This is for you, young master." Cyan takes it, along with another one. He asks where they came from. Brian explains that one is from the academy, and the other was given to him by a janitor. Brian looks nervous, but Cyan just tells him it's all right. Brian hands over the second letter, but notices Cyan hasn't taken the first one. "Aren't you going to take this?" Cyan casually replies that it's probably just an invitation from the palace. Brian looks closer and sees the imperial family's seal on the wax. Just then, Karam appears, peering at the letter. Brian wonders what it could be. Brian explains that the palace holds a banquet around this time every year. As he speaks, Cyan opens the other letter. The second letter is written in a coded script. It's an assassination order from his guild. The target, Drenian Nephilis. Cyan remembers this, a major incident that happened during the palace banquet in his past life. He recalls that since the target was the Empress's younger brother, the assassination came as quite a shock. Karam asks if he'll be going. "Yeah," Cyan replies coolly. "I have some business to take care of there." He realizes with annoyance that in his past life, Sirika took this mission herself. His new hallmaster seems to trust him a little too much. Brian then holds up a third, smaller letter. "Oh, and this is from Princess Erin." Karam's eyes light up. She swoops in, teasing him. Oh my, I thought you were just a kid, but it seems you've got yourself a love letter. Cyan has had enough. He activates a command, demonic sword restriction, sending a jolt of pain through Karam. As Karam collapses to the floor, Cyan calmly tells Brian to make preparations to go to the palace. Suddenly, a small voice comes from the doorway. "Papa, I'm hungry!" Brian turns and screams. Cyan looks over, completely unfazed. "What's the matter?" Brian is speechless, his eyes wide with shock. Standing in the doorway is Nana. But she's not a little girl anymore. After the time skip, she's grown into what looks like a young teenager. Cyan thinks to himself, she's grown even more. The scene cuts to the Vert family estate. Heavy footsteps echo through the halls as someone walks with grim, unstoppable purpose. The grand doors to the main hall swing open. The servants all stop and stare, whispering in shock. "Miss Alice?" Even the old butler is surprised. "You're back!" But Alice ignores them all. Her eyes scan the room, her voice dangerously low. "Where's the Duchess?" In another room, the Duchess is relaxing on a sofa, reading a book. She hears a sound and looks up, annoyed at being disturbed. Alice storms into the room, her hand already on the hilt of her sword. The Duchess looks up. "Alice?" A sickeningly sweet smile spreads across the Duchess's face. "It's been so long!" "Have you been well, daughter?" The gentle sword prodigy is gone. In her place stands a judge. Alice doesn't say a word. Her hand blurs forward, and with a speed that leaves no room for reaction, she strikes, slapping the Duchess hard across the face, the sound echoing through the silent room. A hand raised in fury is about to shatter a family's perfect facade, proving that some wounds can never be hidden. The sharp crack of the slap echoes through the lavish room. Alice holds nothing back, her entire body fueled by a cold, protective rage. The servants rush in, horrified. The head butler screams, "Guards, what are you all doing?" The Duchess clutches her bright red cheek, shrieking at Alice, asking if she's lost her mind. But Alice's voice is ice. "You're the one who's out of your mind, Duchess Margaret." Her eyes glow with a terrifying blue light as she snarls the accusation that's been burning inside her. "You tried to kill Cyan." The Duchess panics, her mind racing. How did she know? She tries to bluff her way out, demanding proof, but Alice sees right through the desperate lie. "You just confirmed it for me," she says coldly. "Your reaction is all the evidence I need." Furious, the Duchess orders the household guards to seize Alice. "What are you all doing?" she screams, her face twisted with hate. "Drag her out of here!" The guards move in, but they're about to find out they've made a terrible mistake. Alice's eyes narrow. She's not the same girl who left 2 years ago. In a blur of motion, she dodges their clumsy attacks, moving with a grace and speed they can't possibly match. Elemental spirit, Undine. A torrent of blue spiritual energy erupts from her, a swirling vortex of water that slams into the guards and sends them flying. This isn't just a swordswoman's rage, it's the power of a spirit mage, a secret talent now unleashed. The Duchess stares in absolute shock. "That's spirit magic?" She can't believe Alice took down 4 guards so easily. As the guards lie groaning on the floor, Alice calmly walks toward her stepmother. She states that Cyan's guardian knight confessed everything. Her voice is low and filled with menace. "He said you were behind the assassination attempt 2 years ago. Did you really think you could get away with it?" The Duchess points a trembling finger at her, sputtering about believing a lowly knight over her. "Shut up, Margaret," Alice spits, using her stepmother's family name like a curse. "I'm telling Father everything. You better be prepared." Her eyes blaze with an unforgiving light. "You're done for." Alice turns and storms out, leaving the Duchess speechless amidst the wreckage of her authority. As she leaves, the Duchess can only mutter insults, still convinced she can talk her way out of this. A wicked grin spreads across her face. She's certain Duke Valarth won't care, that his only focus is on Ashel, the celebrated heir. Alice bursts into her father's study. But before she can speak, Duke Valarth looks up from his desk. "I already know she tried to kill Cyan Vert. What about it then?" Alice is stunned into silence. "What do you mean?" she asks, her voice trembling. "Your own child was almost assassinated, and that's all you have to say?" In this single, callous statement, the Duke reveals the cold truth of the Vert family. For Alice, this is the moment it truly breaks. Her father stands, his voice devoid of emotion. "I thought it was fine as long as Cyan was all right." Alice screams that he almost died, that he only survived because of his knight. The Duke just scoffs. Ha! Do you think that fool saved Cyan? He sneers, calling Brian a stupid errand boy. A dawning horror spreads across Alice's face. Are you saying Cyan took them all down himself? Her father walks towards her, his voice dripping with condescension. You don't know him at all, do you? He holds out a sealed letter. Take this. A banquet invitation from the imperial family, he explains. I can't go. You will go in my place. He pushes the letter into her hand. Go and relax. You don't need to worry about Cyan. That child is stronger than you think, he says, before turning his back on her and leaving for the barracks. The door clicks shut, leaving Alice alone in the silent room. She walks down the empty hallway, her father's words echoing in her mind. I don't need to worry, she thinks. He's only 13. She can't reconcile the powerful image her father painted with the little brother she feels she needs to protect. A soft voice calls her name. Miss Alice? Alice's grim expression instantly melts into a bright, relieved smile. Cecilia, she cries out. A young woman in knight's armor with long, light pink hair smiles back warmly. Cecilia pulls her into a tight hug, scolding her gently for not sending a single letter while she was away. Alice just smiles, leaning into the comforting embrace. This is Cecilia Rian, a high-ranking knight, but to Alice she was so much more, her maid, her teacher, and her best friend. Cecilia pulls back. All right, let's get you a change of scenery. Alice holds up the invitation, a new plan forming in her mind. Yeah, she says with a grin. Let's go to the Imperial Palace. The scene shifts to a carriage rattling along a country road. Inside, Nana is pressed against the window, her eyes wide with excitement. A deer! She exclaims, her wings and tail on full display in her excitement. Cyan sighs, looking completely drained. Nana, put your tail away. She pouts, but with a slight grunt of concentration. Her horns, wings, and tail retract, disappearing from sight. She throws her arms out with a proud ta-da. Cyan is relieved, but also thinks to himself that he didn't know she could do that. It makes things safer, but still, he gives her a serious look. Nana, you haven't forgotten what I taught you, right? She instantly transforms, sitting primly with a sly smile. Of course, young Master Cyan. I am young Master's maid. Then her composure breaks and she grins with sharp teeth, shouting her own name with glee. Nana! Cyan buries his face in his hand. I'm so worried. She's going to create trouble. He glances over at her, still buzzing with energy. Just then, Brian calls into the carriage from outside. It's some bandits, Brian reports, looking at a group of rough-looking men blocking the road. The lead bandit grins menacingly. Give me everything you have. Cyan peeks out the window, completely unimpressed. Oh, no big deal. Get rid of them. This isn't just a random encounter, it's the graduation exam for 2 years of hellish training. Nana looks at him, confused. Papa, what's going on? Nothing, Cyan replies, leaning back. Just some insects. Outside, the bandit lunges, only to be met by a flash of Brian's sword. Brian moves like a storm, his blade a blur as he cuts through the bandits with brutal efficiency. One of them screams his name in terror. The remaining bandits charge, screaming about revenge, but they're hopelessly outmatched. Brian lets out a breath, the fight already over. He unleashes one of his new techniques, Serial Slash, a whirlwind of strikes that finishes the last of them in an instant. His movements are sharp, his armor glinting in the sun. The weakling from 2 years ago is long gone. A confident smirk appears on his face. I've grown stronger, he thinks with pride. From the carriage, Cyan yells, Get going if you're done. Yes, young master, right away, Brian calls back, his confidence immediately replaced by his usual deference. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit office, Surika Negriti reviews the guest list for the imperial banquet. Her subordinate notes that there are far more attendees than usual, suggesting they postpone their plans. No, Surika says, her expression firm. This has to happen now. Her subordinate looks concerned, asking why she's in such a rush to assassinate Drini and Nephilis. Surika's face twists in disgust. He's sickening, she says. A monster who uses his power to go after married women. He needs to die. She then looks at another file on her desk. And this bastard. The file is on her own fiancé, an arranged marriage she can't believe her family agreed to. As she flips through the guest list, another profile catches her eye. This child is attending too, she says, shocked. The file describes a rare genius whose elemental stats are all perfectly balanced. Her family crest is that of the Garam Mage Association. The name on the file is Lunav Rainreaver, the granddaughter of the association's head. Sarika's mind races. This child never shows herself in society. Why is she attending this banquet? Her subordinate informs her that the association president himself ordered her to attend. Sarika's eyes narrow. What is he planning? I have a bad feeling about this. One thing is certain, this banquet is going to be far from ordinary. Back on the road, Cyan's carriage arrives in a bustling town. Nana is once again in awe of her surroundings. Distracted, she bumps right into a large man. He turns around, annoyed, but Nana immediately panics and apologizes profusely. She looks up at him with wide, teary eyes, asking what she can do to make up for it. The man's anger melts away instantly, replaced by a flustered blush. Nana turns to Cyan, beaming. "Papa!" The people here are so kind. Cyan just thinks, no, he's not. Get away from him. He pulls her away, sighing internally. He forgot how naive she is about the world. Brian leans in, whispering frantically. "Young master!" Nana's eyes. Cyan looks over and his blood runs cold. "Shoot!" Nana's pupils have turned into draconic slits. She mutters one thing, "I'm hungry." Just as quickly, her eyes return to normal. But the danger isn't over. A faint, dark aura begins to leak from her body. It grows stronger, visible to the naked eye. Cyan panics. People are going to see. He shoves Brian forward, his voice strained with urgency. "Brian, get her to a restaurant, now!" Brian doesn't hesitate, scooping her up and running. Cyan watches them go, sweating. All that, just because of hunger? Her power is too unstable. They quickly find a restaurant with a giant turkey leg on its sign. Inside, Nana leans back in her chair, surrounded by mountains of empty plates. "Finally, I feel alive," she sighs contentedly. Cyan sips his drink, looking at the bill with a pained expression. "Good thing I brought a lot of money," he thinks. Raising a kid is tough. Just as he relaxes, he feels a strange, unfamiliar pulse of mana nearby. A girl with short, light blue hair appears at their table, a calm smile on her face. "Nice to meet you." Just as Cyan deals with the chaos of his own making, the machinations of others finally catch up. She looks directly at Cyan, her purple eyes sharp and knowing. "You're Cyan Vert, right?" Her smile widens slightly, holding a mystery he can't yet decipher. A new, unknown player has just entered the game. Out of the blue, a girl with an unnerving confidence and knowing eyes approaches him. Her sudden appearance throws a wrench in Cyan's plans, as she asks a simple, direct question that feels anything but. "You're Cyan Vert, aren't you?" Her smile is calm, maybe a little too calm, and it's immediately clear this is no chance meeting. This was planned. Cyan's mind races. The fact that she knows his name puts him on high alert, but he keeps his expression unreadable. "I am," he replies coolly, "but I don't believe we've met." Ignoring his question for a moment, she gestures to the empty seat beside him. Cyan doesn't let it slide. "You still haven't told me who you are?" "My name is Lunav," she says, her smile never faltering. She explains that she's a second-year student at his academy, but this casual introduction feels like a mask for something much deeper. The name rings a distant bell, but Cyan can't place it. He dismisses her friendly approach, telling her he doesn't pay much attention to students outside his ear, a subtle warning for her to get to the point. She just laughs it off. "That's fine. I'm practically a nobody compared to someone as popular as you." Her words are a clear probe, a test to see how he'll react. Cyan is just confused by the claim. Popular? Him? Across the table, Nana's curiosity is piqued, and she whispers to Brian, wondering if this new girl is a friend of her papa's. Brian, looking just as lost, can only shrug. He can tell this is no friendly chat. Lunav's gaze sweeps over his companions, noting how he eats with his knight and maid. This is unusual for a noble, another piece of the puzzle she's clearly trying to solve. "You seem much warmer than the rumors say," she observes, her voice laced with a playful curiosity. But Cyan knows praise like this is a weapon. He keeps his answer short and pragmatic. There's no point in eating separately. Every word she speaks feels calculated, and Cyan's suspicion only grows. He's still trying to figure out her angle when she changes tactics, asking if he came to the capital for the imperial banquet. He confirms it, a little surprised she's so well informed. She just smiles, explaining that it was an easy guess, since he rarely ever leaves the academy grounds. "Well, that's good," she says, her voice dropping slightly as she leans in. "I was invited too. We'll see each other there." An invitation to the imperial banquet. That confirms it. She's not just any student, she's from a powerful, noble family. With her objectives seemingly complete, Lunav stands to leave, saying she has to get going. But as she turns, she glances back over her shoulder. A final, parting shot meant to stick in his mind. "Please remember me. My full name is Lunav Rainreaver." And with that name, the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Everything makes a terrifying sort of sense now. She's the granddaughter of Riggins Rainreaver, the head of the Garam Mage Association. That manipulative old man must have sent her to get close to him. A dark memory from his first life surfaces, a memory of Lunav dying young, a tragic figure whispered to be a victim of the association's ruthless human experiments. He clenches his fist. Her survival is more proof that his actions are creating ripples, changing the future in ways he can't predict. The timeline is becoming unstable, and for this wild card to appear on this day of all days, the day of the event that would go down in history as the Banquet of Blood, it's a terrible omen. Meanwhile, in a far more lavish room, a different kind of preparation is underway. It's Princess Erin, dressed in a stunning gown. She anxiously studies her reflection, turning to her attendant. "What do you think? Do I look all right?" Her attendant, Leximus, gives her 2 enthusiastic thumbs up, telling her she looks perfect, the prettiest he's ever seen her. Though internally, the poor boy is exhausted. After dozens of dress changes, he's just begging for this to be over. But Erin, lost in her own nerves, isn't convinced. "No, I don't think this is it," she frets, ready to dive back into the wardrobe. Trying to end the crisis, Leximus plays his trump card. "It's okay. I'm sure young Master Cyan will love it." The name hits her like a lightning bolt, and her face instantly flushes crimson. "What are you talking about?" she stammers, completely flustered. "Why would he even see me?" Leximus just gives her a deadpan look. "You're the one who sent him the invitation." She turns away, unable to hide her embarrassment. Just then, a maid enters. The maid presents a beautiful jewelry box, announcing that it's a gift from her brother, Prince Luenel. Erin opens it to find an exquisite necklace. She's surprised by her brother's rare show of affection. Leximus starts to say that Cyan will surely love it, but Erin cuts him off, her face beet red. "I told you I don't like him." As night falls, the imperial palace glows, a beacon of power and prestige, ready for the grand event. Inside, the grand hall buzzes with the empire's elite, a sea of silk and jewels, their polite laughter echoing under the chandeliers. They are the most powerful people in the nation, gathered in one place, completely oblivious to the storm about to break over their heads. Cyan, dressed sharply in a formal suit, scans the crowd like a predator, searching for his target. The room is packed, but the man he's supposed to assassinate is nowhere in sight. Then, his eyes lock onto a familiar nervous face in the crowd. It's Kellen, his brainwashed spy. And if Kellen is here, it means his treacherous brother Ashel can't be far away. Kellen suddenly makes his way over. He confirms Ashel is with Prince Luenel, but then leans in, his voice a low, urgent whisper. "There is something you must know. Is it possible for you to leave this banquet right now?" Cyan's eyes narrow. His first thought is that his mission has been compromised. Did something leak? Kellen shakes his head, his expression grim. "I have a terrible feeling about this. I believe many people here, yourself included, are in grave danger." Then he delivers the one piece of information that changes everything. "Ashel ordered me to leave the palace before the banquet begins. He said he has prepared a small event for the evening." The words hit Cyan like a physical blow. In an instant, the horrifying truth crashes down on him. The architect of the Banquet of Blood was his own brother. Kellen explains he couldn't live with himself if Cyan got hurt. Understanding the risk Kellen took to warn him, Cyan quickly dismisses him, telling him to get out of the palace immediately. "Will you be all right?" Kellen asks, genuinely concerned. "I'll be fine," Cyan replies, his mind already calculating a dozen new scenarios. "You're the one in danger now. Go!" Kellen bows and disappears into the throng of nobles, leaving Cyan alone with the monstrous revelation. "A small event, huh?" A cold, chilling smile spreads across Cyan's face. "Ashel, you twisted monster," he thinks, his eyes glowing with a faint, dangerous light. He had always known his brother was rotten, but he was far crazier than he ever imagined. The spirit of the shadow god, Chiram, materializes beside him, her form a swirling mass of dark energy. "Are you concerned for the lives of these insects?" she asks, her voice dripping with amusement. Cyan leans against the wall, his smirk turning sharp and predatory. "No," he says calmly. "I just think his little plan is cute." His expression hardens. The game has changed. More importantly, the mission will have to wait. He closes his eyes, focusing his power to send a silent, urgent message to the Hallmaster of Mist. Across the hall, Sarika Negriti, looking elegant in a red gown, feels his mental touch. Psychological influence, she thinks, recognizing his signature power. "Cyan? What is it?" His voice echoes directly in her mind, cold and clear. "Wish postponing the purification mission." Sarika maintains her composure, taking a sip of her drink as she sends her thoughts back. "And the reason?" Cyan's reply is grim. "I just received new intel. This entire hall is about to become a slaughterhouse." The words shock her to the core, and her eyes widen in alarm. "What?" "There's no time to explain," his mental voice continues, sharp with urgency. "For now, I need you to use your senses and check for any demonic energy or monsters nearby." She's shaken, but her training keeps her grounded. "Are you certain? Can you trust this source?" A terrifyingly confident grin spreads across Cyan's face, invisible to everyone but her. "I know the man behind this plan better than anyone," he tells her. "My gut was screaming at me all day, and now I have confirmation." Then he can't resist adding a bit of dark humor. "Don't worry, the target, your lecherous fiancé, will probably die in the chaos. Good news, right?" Sarika is so flustered she almost drops her glass, demanding to know how he knew that. "No time. I have work to do," he says, cutting the connection and pushing off the wall. Sarika is left fuming and deeply unsettled. Just as she's processing the warning, a student approaches her. But another voice cuts through the noise, one she recognizes immediately. "Instructor!" She turns to see Cyan's sister, Alice, looking radiant in a dark gown, a bright smile on her face. Sarika is stunned. "Alice, what are you doing here?" Alice explains she's here as part of her duty as a vert, seeking a breath of fresh air. Sarika's blood runs cold. This is the worst possible development. Alice has just walked straight into a death trap. Before she can think of a way to get her out, a nobleman approaches, fawning over the two women. Sarika is overwhelmed. The situation is spiraling out of control faster than she can manage. What a mess. And just then, a herald announces the arrival of the night's most important guest. The crowd parts, and Sarika's eyes narrow. The final piece is in place. Drenian Nephilis, the Empress's brother, has arrived. He flashes a greasy, self-important smile to the room, completely unaware that he was, until a few minutes ago, marked for death. Cyan watches him enter, his original plan now shredded to pieces. A new, more chaotic one is already forming in its place. He turns to his loyal knight. "Brian, I have a job for you." Brian immediately snaps to attention, puffing out his chest, ready to make a grand declaration of loyalty. Cyan cuts him off before he can start. "Yeah, don't do that." "It's embarrassing," Cyan sighs. It seems his knight has gotten a little too confident lately. He chalks it up to the dragon's blood, a side effect of the power now flowing through Brian's veins. "Go inspect the underground pathways of the palace," Cyan orders. Brian's newfound confidence immediately vanishes. "But it's dark down there, and scary." "So much for confidence," Cyan mutters under his breath before pointing sternly. "Just go. It's important." As Brian reluctantly turns to obey, he suddenly freezes and shouts, "Young master! Behind you! There's a suspicious person watching you!" Cyan glances over and sees Nana peeking out from behind a pillar, her dragon eyes glowing faintly. Of course, but before Cyan can stop him, Brian, ever the vigilant knight, launches himself toward the threat. He tackles her with a loud thud, pinning the suspicious person to the floor. "It's fine, Brian," Cyan says with a weary sigh. "She's with us." Brian looks down at the dazed Nana and immediately starts stammering apologies. She just groans, rubbing the new bump on her head. Deep beneath the palace, far from the light and music, a heavy, ancient door groans open. A single cloaked figure holding a torch descends a winding stone staircase, plunging deeper into the forgotten darkness. The figure emerges into a vast, cavernous chamber, the torchlight barely pushing back the oppressive shadows. A ghastly smile spreads across his hidden face as he speaks into the echoing silence. "It is time, my subordinates." He raises his hand, his voice ringing with dark power as he gives a single, chilling command. "Arise!" And in response, the darkness itself begins to stir. All around him, countless pairs of glowing green eyes ignite in the shadows. The banquet of blood is about to begin. The imperial banquet shines in all its glory, a spectacle of wealth and power. But beneath the glittering facade, a dark tide is about to turn this night of celebration into one of terror. Princess Erin scans the bustling crowd, her expression souring into a frustrated pout. After all the trouble she went through to invite certain people, they were nowhere to be found. She lets out a small huff of annoyance, her fingers tracing the necklace at her collar. It felt like all her effort had gone completely unnoticed, and the disappointment was stinging. Just then, a calm voice cuts through her thoughts. A girl with silver hair gives a polite curtsy, greeting the princess with a quiet confidence that immediately gets Erin's attention. Erin recognizes her instantly. Luna Rainreaver, the prodigy from the academy, the genius granddaughter of the head of the powerful mage association. A small, knowing smile touches Luna's lips. She seems pleased that someone of Erin's status already knows who she is. Erin's mood lifts instantly. Putting on her best royal demeanor, she welcomes Lunav to the banquet, acknowledging her as the pride of the Garum kingdom. Lunav thanks her, but her expression turns sly. "I just hope Cyan appreciates your kindness as well," she adds, her tone laced with playful meaning. Erin's composure cracks. She blurts out the question before she can stop herself. "How do you know Cyan?" Lunav's reply is casual, but it lands like a perfectly aimed dart. "Oh, we were just together yesterday." The princess's face twists with disbelief and a flash of jealousy. "Are you too close?" she asks, her voice a little too loud. She immediately slaps a hand over her mouth, horrified that her private feelings just burst out into the open. Lunav just watches, her expression a mixture of amusement and satisfaction. A wicked little grin spreads across Lunav's face. She leans in, her suspicion now confirmed. "I knew it," she whispers conspiratorially. "Princess Erin, you're in love with Cyan, aren't you?" The words hit Erin with the force of a physical blow. Her face goes crimson as she stammers, completely caught off guard. But before she can even begin to form a denial, a blood-curdling scream rips through the elegant music of the hall. Both girls whip their heads around, their playful banter instantly forgotten. Chaos erupts. A hooded assassin with a stitched-up mask has just cut down a noblewoman. The banquet of blood has officially begun. The assassin moves like a ghost, a blur of motion and steel, carving a path of destruction through the terrified crowd. Moments ago, these nobles were the elite of the empire. Now, they are just prey. Erin stares in pure shock, her mind struggling to process the horror. An attack like this, inside the imperial palace, it was supposed to be impossible. More hooded figures emerge from the shadows, their presence spreading like a plague. The grand hall transforms into a slaughterhouse, filled with screams and the clash of steel. The lead assassin slowly raises his head, his glowing red eyes scanning the panicked crowd. They pass over the fleeing nobles and lock onto a single target. "Found you," he whispers. His gaze is fixed directly on Princess Erin. Her blood runs cold. She's the reason they're here. The scene shifts to a quiet room, away from the carnage. A young woman with pink hair gives a polite bow. "My name is Nana," she says. "I am Master Cyan's maid." A memory flashes by of Emily, Cyan's other maid, the one who is secretly his spy. She's on the floor, clinging to Cyan's leg in a moment of pure melodrama. In her mind, she's panicking, convinced this new girl is younger, cuter, and here to take her job. We see the full picture. Emily is having a complete meltdown, wailing about being replaced, while Nana looks on in utter confusion. Brian just sighs, queerly used to this. Cyan cuts through the drama, getting straight to the point. He asks Emily if she's certain it was Ashel who brought her to the palace. She pops up, her tears instantly gone. "Yep," she continues, almost flattered, explaining that Ashel had been so insistent that he even offered her a new job working for him. Cyan's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. A job offer? He knows his brother far too well for that. Nothing Ashel does is ever that simple. In a brief flashback, we see Ashel's unsettlingly charming smile as he made the offer, trying to prey on Emily's supposed loneliness now that Cyan was at the academy. It's a classic manipulation tactic, an attempt to turn one of the few people Cyan trusts against him. Back in the present, Emily puffs out her chest with pride, declaring that she obviously refused. Her loyalty belongs to Cyan and Cyan alone. Cyan presses her, needing to be sure. Emily sighs, but confirms it. Still, she adds that Ashel's persistence means he probably hasn't given up on recruiting her just yet. Cyan falls silent, his mind racing. This is a deviation from the original timeline. Emily was never supposed to be here. Ashel is making moves he didn't anticipate. He turns to his knight. Brian, stay here and guard Emily and Nana. It's too dangerous outside. Brian nods grimly, sensing the gravity of the situation. I have to go, Cyan says, his expression hard. Emily's presence here changes everything, adding a new, vulnerable piece to the board that he must protect. He knew his brother was planning something monstrous, but bringing his own people into the line of fire crosses a line. He grits his teeth, his eyes glowing red. Don't you dare touch my people, Ashel. Just as he turns to leave, Emily calls out, remembering something. She holds up a bright red bow tie. He gave this to me, as a gift for you. She chides herself for almost forgetting to deliver it after coming all this way. But as Emily holds up the innocent-looking gift, Nana's expression shifts. Her head snaps towards the bow tie, her non-human senses screaming that something is wrong. Cyan takes the bow tie, examining it. Just another one of his brother's pointless games, or something more? Nana knows. Her golden dragon eye flares as she detects a faint, sinister energy clinging to the fabric. This is no ordinary gift. Outside the palace, shrouded in darkness, the masterminds of this tragedy watch their plan unfold. A man with long white hair adjusts his glove, his posture regal and cold. It's Prince Luenel speaking to Asielvert. He informs his co-conspirator that the operation has begun. Luenel looks over his shoulder with a vicious, triumphant grin. He remarks that all of Ashel's hard work is finally paying off. Ashel replies with a smug look of his own, confirming that their gift should have been delivered by now. A small but crucial part of their plan. The prince's grin widens. He speaks of changing the empire, an empire he believes has grown soft and decadent, drenched in a peace it doesn't deserve. Ashel's eyes are cold, filled with a terrifying resolve. Indeed, he agrees. It's time we show them who this empire truly needs. His eyes burn with an unholy light, revealing the sheer depth of his twisted ambition. The game has been set in motion. Back in the banquet hall, the main doors are thrown open as someone shouts for the survivors to evacuate. It's Princess Erin. Casting her own fear aside, she's directing the terrified nobles towards safety, trying to create order in the chaos. Lunav grabs her arm, urging her to escape first. But Erin refuses, insisting that her duty is to her people. For a moment, Lunav looks at the princess with genuine admiration. Without hesitation, she declares, "Then I will help you." A grateful smile lights up Erin's face. In the midst of this nightmare, she's found an unexpected and powerful ally. Thank you, Lunav. Meanwhile, the royal guards are locked in a losing battle with the masked assassins, who cut through their ranks with chilling ease. The captain of the guard watches in horror as his men are systematically slaughtered. His heart sinks as another wave of assassins emerges from the shadows, surrounding his remaining knights. They were hopelessly outnumbered from the start. One of his men screams for help as a blade finds his throat, the killer's red eyes glowing sadistically in the dark. The captain can only watch, frozen in disbelief as another soldier falls. A shout snaps him back to reality, but what he sees next is far worse than any human assassin. Gigantic, demonic beasts are smashing their way into the hall. Mandrake's monsters so powerful they should only exist on the deadliest battlefields. Why are they here? Tears of utter despair stream down the captain's face. This isn't a battle, it's an execution. We're all going to die, he thinks, his voice cracking with hopelessness. One of the mandrakes opens its massive maw, gathering a ball of crackling, unstable energy. It unleashes a devastating blast, but at the last second, a figure leaps in front of the guards, erupting in a wave of dark magic that absorbs the attack. It's a woman with long, purple hair, Surika Negriti. Use this chance and get the people out of here now, she yells. The captain recognizes his academy instructor, stunned to see her fighting here. Before he can react, an assassin lunges at him from behind. But another figure intercepts the blade, blocking the attack with an almost casual strength. A swordsman from the academy parries the blow, sending the assassin stumbling back. More instructors join the fray, forming a defensive line. They tell the captain to fall back and protect the civilians. His courage rekindled, the captain roars to his remaining men, rallying them to guard the evacuation route. They will hold the line or die trying. But the mandrakes ignore the fighters. One of them lets out a terrifying screech and smashes through the defensive line, its thorny vines lashing out. Sirika and another instructor brace for the impact, feeling the immense pressure of the beast's charge. They stand their ground, ready to face the monster head-on. But the mandrake barrels right past them. They aren't the target. In a horrifying moment of realization, they see where it's headed. It's charging straight for the main exit, where Princess Aaron and Lunav are helping the last of the nobles escape. Aaron and Lunav turn, their faces paling with terror as the demonic beast bears down on them. "Princess Aaron!" Sirika screams, a desperate warning. "You're their target." A thorny vine whips through the air with lethal speed aimed directly at the princess. A loyal royal guard leaps in front of her, raising his sword in a valiant but futile attempt to block the attack. The force of the blow shatters his defense instantly. Another guard screams her name in horror, but it's too late. The vine strikes home. A flash of red sprays through the air as Princess Aaron is thrown violently to the ground, a look of pure shock frozen on her face. A single, horrified eye reflects the terrible scene. The princess has fallen, and with her, any remaining hope of survival seems to vanish into the encroaching darkness. At the last possible second, a royal guard threw himself into the path of the attack, his body taking the full, devastating force of the blow meant for Princess Aaron. Another guard screams, his voice cracking with panic as he calls out his captain's name, then the princess's, his words lost in the chaos. Aaron lies on the cold floor, stunned, a thin trickle of blood running from her temple. She coughs, the impact having stolen the very breath from her lungs. Dark, thorny vines erupt from the captain's body, a brutal testament to the fatal blow, pinning him to the ground. Tears well in Aaron's eyes as she recognizes the face of her protector. "Morris," she whispers, her voice trembling with grief. The dark vines writhe, their poison seeping into his body. There is no doubt. The wound is mortal. She scrambles to his side, shaking his shoulder desperately. "Morris, wake up!" she cries, but she knows it's useless. There's no response. The life has already faded from his eyes. A crushing wave of guilt washes over her. "It's my fault!" she chokes out, a sob catching in her throat. "I'm so sorry, Morris." Just then, Lunav steps forward, her expression cold and focused. She raises a hand, and a sphere of crackling water magic forms before she unleashes a powerful blast. At the same instant, sharp spears of wind materialize and shoot forward, combining with the water into a raging torrent aimed straight at the monster. Aaron looks up in amazement. Lunav just fused 2 different elemental spells, an incredible feat that proves the rumors of her genius were no exaggeration. Lunav turns to Aaron, her face grim. She tells the princess that there's nothing they can do for him, and that she needs to get to safety now. Aaron grits her teeth, her hands clutching the captain's armor. She can't just run, not after he gave his life for hers. Lunav warns her that the mandrake is preparing another attack, its thorny appendages twitching with deadly intent. The remaining guards and academy students rush forward, forming a desperate line between the princess and the monster. One of the student knights roars with righteous anger, declaring that their captain's sacrifice will not be in vain. They will stop this thing, no matter the cost. Lunav gently tries to pull Aaron away from Morris's body. "We have to go, Your Highness." Aaron gives her fallen protector one last, heavy-hearted look and nods. But as she stands, her grief hardens into cold, steely determination. She makes a silent vow. "I will never forget what you did for me, Sir Morris." The student knight activates a defensive skill, his body glowing with a golden light as a suit of spectral armor forms around him. He shouts a warning to the others, explaining that he's created a temporary mana barrier to protect them from the mandrake's poisonous roots. He tells them that even a single touch could be fatal, but his barrier should hold, for now. Standing behind them, Princess Aaron extends her hand, her own mana swirling around it like a golden aura. With the unwavering authority of a true leader, she gives them an order. Do not die. That is my command. Her words ignite a fire within the knights. Their fear is replaced by a surge of loyalty, and they roar in unison. Yes, your highness. They charge forward with renewed purpose, their battle cry echoing through the hall as they clash with the demonic beast. The lead knight brings his sword down with all his might, the enchanted blade carving deep into the creature's thorny hide. The mandrake shrieks in pain, its multiple heads thrashing wildly, but the beast is overwhelmingly powerful. It sends the knight flying with a single, brutal swipe, and he hits the ground hard. The monster's vines lash out, a chaotic storm of thorns that overwhelms the remaining fighters. Seeing that the line is about to break, one of the instructors shouts for everyone to fall back. But just as the mandrake lunges, a massive wall of ice erupts from the floor, encasing the beast's lower body and freezing it solid. A new voice, sharp and commanding, cuts through the chaos. A woman with long, braided blue hair stands before them, her sword drawn. "This way," she orders. She turns, her eyes blazing with intensity. "I am Alice Vert," she declares, pointing towards an escape route. "Hurry!" The mandrake lets out an enraged screech, thrashing uselessly against its icy prison as Alice leads the girls away. As they run, another instructor leaps high into the air, her sword glowing with a sinister purple energy. It's Sirica Negriti. She knows that using her assassin's dagger here would expose her true identity. A sword would have to do. But as she looks at the carnage around her, the fallen guards, the dead assassins, she realizes none of that matters right now. She unleashes one of her signature techniques, a flurry of 8 energy blasts that riddle the mandrake's body. Seeing the monster immobilized, a student shouts for the others to regroup and press the attack. But their relief is short-lived. An assassin drops from the ceiling, a silent predator descending on its prey. The assassin's blade flashes, aimed directly for the student's throat. Sirica moves in an instant, shouting a warning. "There are more of them! Don't let your guard down!" She watches Alice lead the princess away, trusting her to get Aaron to safety while they hold the line. But a deep sense of unease settles over her. Something about this attack feels horribly, fundamentally wrong. Down a long, dark corridor, Alice leads Aaron and Luna at a dead sprint, trying to put as much distance as possible between them and the chaos. Aaron stares at their savior, Alice Vert. That means she must be Cyan's older sister. The thought of Cyan sends a fresh wave of worry through her. Is he safe amidst all this madness? Suddenly, the wall in front of them explodes inwards, showering them with debris and blocking their path. A hulking monster made of dark rock and glowing blue crystals emerges from the rubble. They've been ambushed. Alice grits her teeth in frustration. It's as if the monsters know their every move. She grips her sword, wondering if she's strong enough to take this thing on alone. She recognizes it instantly. A high-ranking nightcrawler, a truly formidable opponent. But she's not alone. Aaron and Lunav immediately move to support her, already preparing their own spells. A magical chain lashes out, wrapping around the nightcrawler's arm, while a spear of pure fire slams into its chest. Alice looks back, surprised and impressed by their quick and effective teamwork. "We'll help too," Lunav shouts. "Attack it!" A confident smirk spreads across Alice's face. She can't let herself be outdone by her juniors. Time to get serious, she thinks. The nightcrawler lets out a furious roar, shattering the magical chain with sheer brute force. It smashes its crystal-covered fists into the ground, sending a shockwave of destructive energy hurtling towards them. But Alice is ready. She casts a protection spell, and a wall of solid earth erupts just in time to block the attack. She uses the wall as a launch pad, leaping high into the air and bringing her sword down in a powerful arc. Her blade glows with a brilliant blue energy. "I am a Vert," she declares, her voice ringing with power, "a protector of the Empire." With a furious cry, she vows to make the monster regret the moment it was summoned. She unleashes her technique, and a massive wave of cutting water energy slams into the nightcrawler, engulfing it completely. Back in the main hall, Sirica finishes off the last of the assassins, her dark magic moving with lethal grace. She stands amidst the fallen enemies, catching her breath. She hopes that's the last of them. She glances down at one of the masked figures. Something feels different about this one. Her eyes narrow as she inspects the body more closely. "Is this?" She pulls back the hood, and her blood runs cold. It's not a monster. It's the lifeless, twisted face of a dead human, a marionette, she realizes with dawning horror. Forbidden magic, a spell that reanimates the dead, turning them into mindless puppets. Sarika knows how incredibly difficult this magic is to master. To create this many puppets would require an immense amount of time and power. The sheer scale of the preparation is staggering. This wasn't the work of one rogue mage. This was a highly organized operation. The terrifying implications race through her mind. What is their real goal? Are they trying to start a civil war? In another part of the castle, a man in a royal red cloak stands over a pile of defeated puppets, breathing heavily. It's the Emperor. He mutters about the sheer audacity of the attack, wondering if he's finally cleared them all out. He stumbles, exhausted, his sword clattering to the floor as his knee gives out. Prince Luenel and Ashel Vert rush to his side, calling out with feigned concern. The Emperor waves them off, saying he's fine, just pushed himself a little too hard. A weary smile touches his lips. He tells them it's good to see them here. Ashel steps forward, the very image of a loyal subject, and offers his father-in-law a hand. The Emperor takes it, thanking him, completely unaware of the viper he's welcoming into his trust. For a split second over the Emperor's shoulder, Luenel and Ashel exchange a silent, knowing glance. Their plan is proceeding without a hitch. Ashel helps the weakened Emperor to a seat. The ruler tells him to go help the others, but Ashel shakes his head. He looks at the Emperor with a chilling, false sincerity. "Don't worry about that, Your Majesty. We will remain by your side." The wolves are in the throne room, perfectly disguised as sheepdogs. The screen fades to red, symbolizing the blood that has been spilled, and the betrayal that now stains the heart of the Empire. Elsewhere, the nightcrawler that Alice struck down crumbles into dust, but the fight is far from over. Alice stands ready, her sword in hand, as she stares down a long hall. The enemies just keep coming, a seemingly endless tide of darkness flooding the Imperial Palace. Back in the relative quiet of the side room, Cyan studies the red bow tie, a so-called gift from his brother. Brian squints at the bow tie, a frown creasing his brow. "Something feels off," he says, a sense of unease in his voice. "I have a bad feeling about this." He explains that it's just plain weird. In all the years he's known them, Ashel has never once given Cyan a gift. It's completely out of character. He continues, his voice low, admitting that he's always sensed a deep, unspoken hostility from Cyan towards his older brother, something far more serious than simple sibling rivalry. Suddenly, Nana, who had been silent, speaks with a chilling urgency. "Brian, we need to run!" Her eyes are glowing a menacing gold, her dragon senses screaming at her. "Something dangerous is coming this way!" Brian is stunned. He's never seen her look like this, her eyes blazing with raw primal instinct. But he has no time to question it. A massive explosion of dark energy rips through the room, shattering the walls and showering them with debris. Brian shoves Emily out of the way, just as a monstrous, shadowy beast smashes into the room. A behemoth, a high-ranking demonic creature. The danger has found them. This is a promotional image for the series. Meanwhile, in the main halls, the surviving nobles are in a full-blown panic, scrambling for any escape route they can find. A portly nobleman, Marquis Drenian, runs for his life, gasping for air. He can't believe this is happening. He can't die here. He'd been the first to flee, but his escape led him straight into a wall of undead assassins blocking the main exit. His face twists with desperation. He has to get out of here. He has to get back home. A twisted image of his abused maid flashes in his mind. The thought of losing his possessions fills him with a sick resolve. A perverse grin spreads across his face, his fear momentarily replaced by a disgusting fantasy. He grabs a nearby knight, frantically demanding to know if the back doors are safe. The knight can only stammer that he thinks so. The Marquis explodes in a fit of rage. "You think so? Do you have any idea who I am?" But his tirade is cut short as a hooded assassin lunges forward, its blade slicing cleanly through his chest. The knight screams his name as the arrogant noble falls, just another body in a hall of carnage. The remaining survivors are completely surrounded, their last flicker of hope dying. "It's over," one of them mutters. "We're done for." But just as the assassins close in for the kill, a massive wave of water crashes over them, unleashed from an unknown source. It's Alice Vert. She lands in the middle of the chaos and shouts, "Lunav, now!" Lunav responds instantly, casting a powerful freeze spell that spreads across the hall. The water from Alice's attack instantly crystallizes, turning into jagged shards of ice that impale and trap the undead puppets. Their combined attack creates a devastating storm of ice and water, wiping out a huge portion of the enemy forces in a single, brilliant move. The surviving knights can only stare in awe. These two young women just did what they couldn't, turning the tide in an instant. Alice lands gracefully, announcing her name to the stunned guards. "It's not over yet," she says, ordering them to protect the princess at all costs. A knight rushes to Aaron's side. The princess insists she's fine, but her gaze is fixed on Lunov, who looks completely drained. Lunov, pale and sweating, waves off her concern, but it's clear she's pushed her magic to its absolute limit. "They'll be coming again soon," Lunov warns, urging Aaron to use this chance to escape. Aaron looks at her friend, her expression filled with a quiet resolve. She's not leaving anyone behind. Not again. Inspired by their bravery, the knights rally, forming a protective circle around the princess. Alice steps forward, her sword ready. "I'll provide support," she declares. A student leader takes command, ordering the guard knights to form a barrier and protect the fleeing nobles. He then turns to the royal knights, ordering them to form the last line of defense for the princess. Alice's body is wreathed in a powerful blue aura. She vows to do everything in her power to stop this nightmare. But as she fights, a grim realization sets in. No matter how many she cuts down, more just keep appearing. It's as if the enemy knows their exact location at all times. They're not just fighting, they're being hunted. As another wave of monsters appears, Aaron braces for an attack, but then the necklace she's wearing begins to glow with an intense, sinister red light. The gem pulses with demonic energy. It's a beacon, calling the darkness directly to them. The gift from her brother was a trap. Back in the side room, the behemoth continues its rampage. Emily lets out a terrified scream. Brian stands firm between her and the beast, his sword raised. "Stay behind me," he commands. He can't believe it. A monster of this level, inside the palace. Cyan was right. This was a planned catastrophe. Emily trembles behind him. She's always relied on her master for protection, but now she wishes she could fight for herself. Brian clenches his jaw. He knows he's the only thing standing between this monster and his friends. He has to protect them. Emily clings to his back, whispering words of encouragement. "I believe in you. You can do it!" The behemoth lets out a monstrous roar, its maw gaping wide as it prepares to charge. Brian braces himself as the beast lunges, meeting the attack head-on with a clash of steel against claw. He holds for a split second, surprised by his own strength, but the monster's overwhelming power sends him flying. He hits the wall hard, grunting in pain as Emily cries out his name. He forces himself back to his feet, trying to sound confident. "I'm fine," he lies. "I won't let it even scratch you." But it's a promise he can't keep. The behemoth is too fast, too strong. It lunges again, and this time there's no stopping it. In what he believes are his final moments, a single thought fills his mind. "This is it for me. I'm sorry, young master." But just as the monster's teeth are about to close around him, a flash of purple energy slams into its side, knocking it off course. Brian and Emily stare in shock, wondering where the attack came from. A pair of large, leathery wings unfurl, enveloped in a swirling vortex of raw, untamed power. It's Nana, but she's been transformed. Her eyes glow, her hair crackles with energy, and massive dragon wings have sprouted from her back. A low, animalistic growl escapes her lips. This isn't the sweet, innocent girl they know. This is a dragon, and she is furious. Elsewhere in the castle, the battle continues to rage under the pale light of the moon. The undead marionettes are relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. Princess Erin stands her ground, her hands glowing with golden light as she casts a protective spell. The holy barrier she creates deflects an assassin's blade, saving a knight from a fatal blow. Alice unleashes another whirlwind of water magic, carving a path through the undead ranks. But she knows it's a losing battle. This will never end, she thinks, frustrated. Whoever planned this was thorough. The knights are tiring. They can't keep this up forever. They need a new strategy. And fast. She smashes an assassin with a magic-infused fist, shattering its mask. As the mask falls away, she gets a clear look at the face beneath. Her eyes widen in shock. These aren't monsters, they're corpses. Marionettes reanimated with forbidden dark magic. Her mind races, searching for a solution. Think, what's the opposite of dark magic? The answer comes to her in a flash of inspiration. Light magic. The power of the god of light is the natural enemy of the undead. If they have someone who can wield it, they might just have a chance. A determined glint appears in her eye. She knows what she has to do. It's their only way out. She turns to Eren, who's struggling to maintain the defensive barrier. "Princess," Alice shouts, "imbue my sword with your mana," Eren protests. If she does that, the barrier protecting the knights will fall. The undead press their attack, and Eren knows the knights will be overwhelmed without her support. But one of the knights overhears them and shouts his encouragement. He tells her not to worry about them. They can hold on. He begs her to trust them. Seeing the unwavering resolve in their eyes, Eren makes her choice. "All right, then," she begins to chant, her hands glowing with a brilliant, holy light as she casts a powerful blessing. The holy energy flows from her hands into Alice's sword, which ignites with an intense golden light. Alice can feel the raw power surging through the blade. It's working. She knows combining two different types of mana is incredibly difficult. But if she adds Lunav's spirit magic to the mix, a spirit of light and water materializes around her, a beautiful and powerful fusion of their abilities. With this, she thinks, they might just pull it off. A confident, almost feral smile spreads across her face. It's a massive gamble, but for a chance to end this nightmare once and for all, she's more than willing to take the risk. A lone figure walks through the carnage of the banquet hall, his pristine dress shoes stepping past the defeated forms of the undead. It's Cyan. He surveys the destruction, recognizing the handiwork, marionettes and mandrakes. This is the work of a necromancer from his past life named Boris. He picks up one of the discarded masks, his expression grim. This must be the moment Boris swore his loyalty to Ashel. His brother has been building his army for a long time. Kyram, his demonic sword, floats beside him, remarking on the ancient and powerful necromancy at play. She finds it hard to believe a modern human could wield such forbidden magic. Cyan recalls one of Boris's favorite tricks, using dazed stones to lure in and empower demonic beasts, their mana, an irresistible beacon in the darkness. Kyram confirms it, sensing the stone's energy deeper within the palace. The entire place is a slaughterhouse. Cyan knows they need to move, but first, he looks down at his formal suit, now spattered with blood. He can't show up looking like this. He needs a disguise. Back in the heart of the battle, Alice channels an unbelievable amount of power. A massive, beautiful spirit made of water and holy light manifests behind her. Lunav stares in disbelief. It's Marion, the water spirit. She realizes Alice must be using Eren's light magic to forcibly summon her, but she knows that should be impossible. Fusing different types of mana is a fundamental violation of magical law. A cold dread washes over her. Alice can't possibly maintain such an unstable fusion for long. Her eyes widen in panic. They have to stop her because if they don't, her body is going to tear itself apart from the strain. Alice is literally sacrificing her own life force to wield this power. The spirit Marion looks down at Alice with a sad, gentle expression, asking the child why she would do this to herself. Alice can only reply that it was the only way she could think of to win. The spirit sighs, lamenting the cruel fate of this young woman. A child blessed by the Spirit King, now forced to destroy her own body just to protect those around her. Marion's expression hardens. The sight of these undead abominations attacking this selfless child is unbearable. "Get away," she commands, her voice echoing with power. "From this child!" With a single wave of her hand, she unleashes a massive torrent of holy water, purifying the marionettes in a brilliant explosion of light. The power is immense, tearing through the enemy ranks with divine force. Eren watches, stunned, but she quickly sees that even this incredible power isn't enough. The marionettes, though heavily damaged, are already beginning to stir, their bodies regenerating in the darkness. A knight screams at Alice to stop, telling her she'll die if she keeps this up. But Alice, blood trickling from her lips, knows she can't. If she falters now, it will all be for nothing. With grim resolve, she grits her teeth. "I have to end this now." She calls upon Marion's ultimate authority, and a massive spear of pure light and water materializes in the spirit's hands. Suddenly, a hand grabs Alice's arm, stopping her cold. The spirit Marion looks down, her form flickering like a dying candle. Alice looks over, confused by the sudden interruption. Eren and Lunav are just as shocked. Where did he come from? A new figure has appeared on the battlefield. Dressed in a sharp black suit, his face is hidden by a stitched white mask. A sinister, chaotic red aura emanates from him like a crown of fire. A thick, black fog begins to spread from the man, coiling around them like a living shadow. The fog snakes around Alice's arm, and she finds she can't move, her body locked in place. The masked man's power surges through the fog, a paralyzing, draining force. Alice cries out in alarm. She can feel her strength, her very life force, being siphoned away. The spirit Marion looks at her sadly, her voice a soft echo in Alice's mind. It is time to say goodbye, Alice. The spirit's form begins to dissipate. This is the end of your journey with me. Goodbyes can be both sad and joyous. As the spirit vanishes, the backlash hits Alice like a physical blow. She coughs up blood, the strain finally overwhelming her. She collapses to her knees, her sword clattering to the ground. The black fog has completely drained her. She has nothing left. The spirit's final words echo in her fading consciousness. Remember, Alice, the spirits will always welcome you with open arms. As she passes out, she weakly whispers Marion's name one last time. Lunav explains what just happened. The masked man didn't attack Alice. He severed her connection to the spirit, saving her from burning out completely. But she has no idea who this person is, or whether he's a friend or a new, more powerful foe. Alice is on the ground, completely helpless. The masked man's sword glows with a sinister red energy as more marionettes close in. It looks like it's all over. An undead assassin lunges. But the man moves with impossible speed, a blur of red and black that cuts down the entire wave of enemies in the blink of an eye. Alice stares in shock. "He's on our side!" The masked man continues his silent, brutal assault, dispatching the undead with a calm, deadly efficiency. He already understands the situation perfectly. These monsters aren't just attacking randomly, they're being drawn to a single source. If he takes one step back, they will swarm the princess's group. He mentally asks Karam if she senses anything unusual from the group. She confirms that Lunav's power is immense, but natural. Then she points out the true lure, the Daze Stone. The source of the monster's mana is coming from the princess's necklace, the very one he gave her. "All right," the masked man says. "I'll close the distance in one go. Assist me." Karam eagerly agrees, and the man's hand glows with dark energy as he prepares a space-warping spell. He unleashes his power, creating a fog domain. A swirling vortex of black and red fog erupts from his position. The fog expands rapidly, consuming everything in its path, tearing the undead marionettes to shreds. The knights shout warnings. They have no idea what's happening. It feels like they've been transported to another dimension entirely. A lone figure walks through the swirling red mist. The remaining marionettes turn towards him, their programming struggling to comprehend this new, overwhelming presence. Alice watches in horror as the black fog consumes the last of the marionettes, dissolving them into nothing. The last thing she hears is a faint, dying whisper from one of the consumed undead, a plea to be killed. And then, silence. The entire hall goes quiet, the battle over in an instant. Eren catches her breath, asking what just happened. "He killed all of them," Lunav explains, her voice filled with awe and confusion. "But who is he?" The question hangs in the air, but then Lunav's strength gives out and she collapses. Eren rushes to her side, trying to wake her. But before she can help, the masked man appears behind her in a flash of red energy, grabbing her from behind. The knights scream her name, completely caught off guard by his impossible speed. He holds a glowing red dagger to her throat, and the knights yell at him to let her go. Eren struggles, her heart pounding. Who is this man? And why, despite the danger, does his presence feel so strangely familiar? In one swift movement, he brings the dagger not to her throat, but down onto her necklace, shattering the cursed jewel. He then gently pushes the stunned princess back towards her guards. The knights are bewildered, the thick fog still swirling around them, obscuring their vision. The masked man then scoops up the unconscious Lunav, holding her bridal style. Aaron screams, thinking he's taking her friend hostage. She lunges forward, her voice filled with desperate rage. Get away from her. In a final, desperate act, she unleashes her most powerful attack, a massive beam of pure light energy. The beam hits the masked man head on, engulfing him completely. But when the light fades, he's gone. A calm voice echoes through the hall. Do not worry, I mean you no harm. I destroyed the jewel, he explains. The monsters will no longer be drawn to you. Aaron clutches the broken necklace, horrified. This necklace, the one my brother gave me, it was the cause of all this? Go through the front gates, the voice directs. I have already cleared the path. As his fog dissipates, a knight rushes to Aaron, asking if she's hurt. She says she's okay, but her mind is reeling. She quickly asks about Alice and Lunav. Alice, holding the still unconscious Lunav, confirms they're all right. Aaron agrees they should follow the man's instructions and get out of here. Alice nods. Her priority now is getting these kids to safety. She'll worry about the identity of their masked savior later. But as she holds her, Lunav's eyes flutter open for just a second. She whispers a single, barely audible name. Ah, Cyan? Back in the other room, the behemoth roars, ready to finish its fight, but it's too late. A shadowy, winged form slams into it, ending its rampage in a brutal spray of blood. The figure is wreathed in dark purple energy, its power immense and terrifying. Brian and Emily can only stare in disbelief at the monstrous creature floating before them. What is that kid? Brian stammers. Are you sure she's just a maid? Emily is speechless. They both whisper her name in awe and terror. Nana? The sweet little girl has become a true dragon. In another life, this was the night a princess was framed for a massacre, a pawn in a twisted game for the throne. Cyan remembers it all too well. In his first life, after the blood had dried, a story was carefully spun in the shadows of the palace. The official narrative claimed that Princess Aaron Severus, blinded by ambition, had orchestrated the entire banquet of blood to seize power. And their proof? A cursed necklace embedded with a dazed stone, a devious magical item designed to lure demonic beasts directly to its wearer. But Cyan knows the truth. It was a gift from his brother Ashel, or his co-conspirator, Prince Luenel, a perfectly crafted and elegant trap. And when the chaos finally subsided, those same two men, the true architects of the tragedy, were celebrated as the heroes of the empire. From a rooftop overlooking the palace, Cyan holds the stitched mask that concealed his identity. He explains the plot to Chiram, who can only ask with disgust if they really faked the entire incident for their own gain. Chiram scoffs, remarking that sometimes humans are far more monstrous than demons. But Cyan just stares out at the city, his expression grim. He knows this is nothing compared to the horrors they'll unleash in the future. He thinks of the massacres he was forced to commit in his first life, all for his brother's glory. A dark thought crosses his mind. Maybe, in some ways, he's even worse than they are. Chiram, now in her human form, asks if it's time to go. Cyan nods. He wants to get back to Nana, confident the knights can handle the rest. But just as they're about to leave, Chiram stops him. Her expression is serious. Something about the Daystone has been bothering her. Cyan turns, listening. Chiram reminds him of the maid, Emily, the one who was with Nana, and then she drops the bombshell. She smelled of the Daystone too. Cyan's eyes go wide. A single, terrifying possibility clicks into place. A memory flashes in his mind. Nana, her eyes glowing, drooling as she growls about how delicious Emily smells. The scene cuts back to the destroyed room. Brian is desperately shielding the terrified maid as Nana loses control, her dark energy swirling like a violent storm. He screams for her to calm down, but she's too far gone. Her form shifts, becoming more monstrous by the second. Shadowy dragon wings unfurl as her raw, hungry power floods the room. Brian grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He can see Nana is focused only on Emily, and he knows he's the only one standing in her way. But he's trapped. He's grown to care for this girl. He can't bring himself to hurt her, even to protect someone else. Nana's instincts take over completely. She lunges, sinking her teeth into Brian's arm. He cries out in agony but refuses to let go, his muscles screaming in protest. Just as his strength gives out, a massive blast of purple energy rips through the room. The force of the impact slams into Nana. sending everyone flying backward against the far wall. Brian and Emily look up in shock, crying out, "Young master?" It's Cyan. He's back. But the attack took a heavy toll. Cyan grits his teeth, blood dripping from his lips as he yells for Karam to hurry. In a flash, Karam appears behind Emily and rips a red ribbon from her hair. As the ribbon falls, it glows with a sinister red energy. The maid recognizes it instantly. It was a gift from Ashel. Without a word, Karam kicks the maid away from the others, sending her tumbling to safety. Karam then turns to the rampaging Nana, yelling at her to snap out of it. "Your beloved papa is here!" The words finally cut through the haze of Nana's rage. She freezes, her head tilting. "Huh? Papa?" Her golden eyes begin to clear, the monstrous aura around her starting to recede. She returns to her normal form, dazed and confused. Seeing the blood on her face, she asks what happened, her voice trembling. Then her eyes fall on the gash across Cyan's back, and horror dawns on her face. "Did Nana do that to Papa?" Cyan turns, forcing a smile despite the searing pain. He reassures her that it's okay, that it doesn't hurt at all. He knows she didn't mean to do it. "You didn't do anything wrong," he says gently. And with those words, Nana finally breaks down, tears of guilt and relief streaming down her face as her power recedes. Brian and Emily can only stare, shaken but relieved that the immediate danger has passed. Cyan looks at the destroyed room and tells Brian it's time to go. This place is a mess. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Prince Luenel arrives with a squad of knights. But something's wrong. The hall, which should have been a war zone, is eerily silent. The monsters are gone, as if they were never there. The Emperor arrives, escorted by Ashel. He notes the lack of monsters, and Ashel calmly agrees, his face a perfect mask of relief. It seems the situation has been handled. Just then, a voice calls out, "Father, it's Princess Erin!" She runs towards them, her guards trailing behind, alive and well. The Emperor is overcome with relief, rushing to pull her into a tight, worried hug. Erin clings to him, just glad that they're both safe. But as she pulls back, her gaze falls on Prince Luenel, standing calmly behind her father, and her expression hardens. She tells the Emperor she only survived thanks to Alice Vert and Lunav Rainreaver. The Emperor simply says, "That's good." But Luenel's eyes narrow. His plan is already in motion. He looks at Erin with a cold smile. "I'm glad you're not dead," he says, his voice dripping with false sincerity. Alice and Lunav approach, kneeling before the Emperor. He thanks them for protecting his daughter, promising a handsome reward. Erin watches as Luenel leans in to whisper something to Ashel. The two masterminds exchange a look, their expressions cold and calculating. Erin can't hear them, but a feeling of dread washes over her. Suddenly, Lunav speaks up, her gaze fixed on Luenel. "I believe I know who is behind this incident." But before she can say more, Luenel makes his move. He points his sword at her, a twisted grin on his face. He identifies her as the granddaughter of the Garam Mage Association's president and places her under arrest. Alice is shocked. She has no idea what he's trying to pull. Ashel watches the scene unfold, his expression a perfect blank. The Emperor roars at Luenel to lower his sword, while Erin shouts that Lunav is a hero. But Luenel dismisses her words as a trick, claiming the Garam Kingdom has always been looking for an opportunity to strike the Empire. He accuses Lunav of orchestrating the attack to create chaos. Unfazed, Lunav calmly asks for proof. Ashel steps forward, playing his part. He states that a suspicious aura was detected at Lunav's lodging the night before. The Emperor turns to him, demanding to know if it's true. The accusation is too serious to ignore. Luenel presses his advantage, promising to find evidence if he's given time. The Emperor, seeing no other choice, reluctantly agrees. Erin can only watch in horror as her father is played like a fiddle. Luenel smirks, his victory assured. "Leave it to me." As she's led away, Lunav wonders if this is a trap, or if this too was part of her grandfather's own grand design. And just like that, Lunav and her delegation became the perfect scapegoats. In the aftermath, Erin's guard, Leximus, is reunited with her, vowing never to leave her side again. Funerals are held for the countless nobles who lost their lives. Cyan reflects that while he saved many, he couldn't change the fact that this night would forever be known as the Banquet of Blood. Back in his room, Cyan winces as Alice tends to his wounds. He tries to brush it off, saying it could have been worse, but Alice insists he stay still. "I'm your sister," she says gently. "Just listen to me for once." She tells him how worried she was. Cyan just agrees quietly, thinking that running away was indeed something he was very good at. Alice finishes the bandages, her expression turning somber. She admits that if it weren't for the mysterious masked man, she would have died too. She wonders aloud who he could have been. Thinking back, she notes that his height was actually quite similar to Cyan's. Before Cyan can react, she notices how much his body has changed, exclaiming over his muscles and scars. She pokes his back playfully, teasing him for being embarrassed. She then asks if she can touch his muscles, and Cyan squirms away as she laughs. A smooth voice cuts in from the doorway. "You two are still as close as ever. It makes me jealous." It's Ashel, a pleasant smile on his face. He walks in asking if Cyan is okay. Cyan's demeanor instantly cools. "Yes," he says cautiously. "Thank you for your concern." Alice immediately senses the tension. She asks Ashel how the investigation is going. A thought crosses her mind. Does Cyan also know the truth? Does he know about the vile cruelty that lies beneath Ashel's heroic facade? Ashel says that's why he came. He explains that a bracelet with a daze stone was found in Lunav's room. He continues, saying, "Lunav claims it was a gift, which means the giver is now a prime suspect." He looks at Cyan with a patronizing smile. "You're a clever boy. On that note, did you receive anything from anyone during the banquet?" Cyan hesitates, pretending to think. He asks who gave Lunav the bracelet. Ashel says he heard a merchant in the palace might have sold it. "He was found dead today," Ashel adds casually, glancing out the window at a body being carried away. "That's why I'm looking for other potential witnesses." His eyes lock onto Cyan's, the friendly mask gone, replaced by a cold intensity. "Let me ask again. Did you receive anything that day?" And Cyan understands instantly. This isn't an investigation, it's a threat. A memory flashes through his mind, the maid, Emily, happily tapping her foot. He remembers her sitting on a bench, a figure approaching from behind. And in that moment, Cyan realizes with chilling certainty, the merchant is dead. Ashel is tying up loose ends, and Emily is next on his list. A brother's concern is just a thin veil for a killer's intent. Ashel presses Cyan again, but Cyan sees the trap. This isn't an investigation. Ashel is hunting for a scapegoat, and he has no problem throwing his own brother to the wolves. Thinking fast, Cyan feigns a wave of dizziness, his hand flying to his head as he sways. Alice immediately rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. Cyan plays the part perfectly, apologizing and saying he's still not feeling well from his injuries. Alice explains that Cyan lost a lot of blood and needs to rest. Cyan adds that he feels lightheaded, selling the act with a weak voice. Seeing he'll get nothing more, Ashel backs off. He tells Cyan to rest, his voice smooth as silk. For now, the interrogation is over. But as he turns to leave, his expression hardens into a cold mask. He knows Cyan is lying. He reasons that even if someone had tried to give Cyan something, they wouldn't have survived the massacre anyway. A cold, satisfied smile touches his lips. The monsters probably killed any potential witnesses for him. As he walks away, his true thoughts surface, chilling and dark. He's glad there are no loose ends left to tie up. But then he thinks, "What a shame, brother. I was hoping this would finally be my chance to get rid of you." Alice looks down at Cyan, a flicker of concern on her face. The tension still hangs heavy in the room. She playfully pushes him onto the bed, scolding him to listen to her and get some rest, a brief moment of normal sibling affection in a world of lies. But Ashel's cleanup had already begun. The scene flashes back to a dark, bloody hallway in the palace. A terrified maid, the one who delivered the cursed necklace, crawls backward from a cloaked figure, begging to know why he's doing this. She desperately confesses that she did everything she was told, that she gave the princess the necklace, just as planned. She pleads for her life, but the assassin calmly acknowledges that while her role is fulfilled, his is not, and his part requires her silence. He thinks to himself how annoying this is. He had prepared everything so perfectly, yet things still went wrong. With a single, brutal slash, he ends her life. Her scream is cut short, swallowed by the shadows. He stands over the body, his work done. "Rest in peace," he says, his voice completely devoid of emotion. But just before leaving, he remembers one last detail. Last time, a body was found, creating complications. He pulls out a grimoire of forbidden magic. He's determined not to make the same mistake twice. He summons a grotesque, multi-eyed creature from the book's pages. He tosses the book towards the body with a simple, chilling command. Eat up. No evidence, no witnesses, no mistakes. Meanwhile, far from the capital, the maid Emily sits on a bench, happily kicking her feet in the sunshine. A figure approaches her from behind. It's Brian. Emily turns, a little surprised to see him. Brian smiles, holding out a bag of fresh apples. He explains that Cyan sent them here, to a secret safe house, to keep them hidden until the danger passes. Emily thanks him, charmed by the kind gesture. She happily takes a bite, the simple act whirled away from the palace's horrors. They sit together, looking out at the peaceful town. Emily asks how long they'll have to stay here. Brian tells her the young master's orders were clear, until I say otherwise. It could be days, or it could be weeks. The scene flashes back to Cyan confronting Emily before she left, holding the cursed ribbon Ashel had given her. As Cyan holds it, the ribbon dissolves into corrupted energy. He thinks about the complicated lengths his brother went to just to set this trap. Emily is horrified to see her gift crumble into nothing. Cyan looks at her, his expression dead serious, and tells her to listen closely. He warns her that neither the palace nor the Verd estate is safe for her anymore. She has to disappear. He calls for Brian, who appears with a sleeping Nana in his arms. Cyan entrusts Emily's protection to him, explaining he has other business to attend to. Then, his gaze softens as he looks at his daughter. He gently strokes Nana's hair, asking her not to cry while he's gone. The pain of leaving her, even for a short time, is written all over his face. Back in the present, Brian watches Emily, remembering the rare vulnerability he saw in his master's eyes. He strengthens his resolve, determined to support Cyan in any way he can. Emily asks if Nana is doing all right. Brian admits she struggled for a few days, but he thinks she's finally adjusting. Emily looks at their small safe house, reflecting on how much she missed while she was just focused on her duties. She thinks about Nana, the quiet girl she cared for, who turned out to be a powerful draconic human. She feels a new sense of responsibility to help protect her. Brian smiles, telling her he was just thinking the same thing. Suddenly, Emily grabs his hands, her face filled with a newfound determination. Brian blushes bright red, the sudden contact completely flustering him, as a memory of her clinging to him flashes in his mind. But Emily is oblivious, her eyes shining with purpose. Then let's do our best for the young master, Mr. Brian. Brian is left speechless, his face still burning. He clears his throat, trying to regain his knightly composure. Yes, Miss Emily, he replies, his loyalty as steadfast as ever. Back in the throne room, the political fallout has reached a boiling point. Prince Luenel is furious, demanding to know what the Emperor is thinking. He yells that they have clear evidence against Lunav. Why would the Emperor even consider letting her go? The Emperor calmly tells him to watch his tone. The decision has been made. Luenel completely loses his temper, slamming his fist on the armrest. "How can you be so soft?" he screams, accusing the Emperor of being afraid. "Enough!" A massive surge of golden energy erupts from the Emperor, blasting Luenel backward. The Emperor stands, his power radiating through the room. He scoffs at Luenel's short-sighted ambition. He reminds Luenel of their political reality. Their empire borders not just Garum, but the Demon Realm and 2 other powerful nations. If they make an enemy of Garum, their defenses against the Demon Realm will crumble, unleashing chaos upon the entire continent. Luenel glares, realizing the old man is right. The cost of his ambition would be catastrophic. The Emperor declares that anyone who would make such a sacrifice is a monster, not a ruler. He cuts Luenel off before he can argue, asking if he's talking about the Days Stone. Luenel is stunned into silence. How could the Emperor possibly know about that? The Emperor looks down on him with disdain. He's always been the same, a petulant child who never gives up until he gets what he wants. Luenel starts to panic, but the Emperor silences him. "That's enough, you fool." He looks at him with profound disappointment, wondering how the boy he once knew became this pathetic creature. Then, he delivers the final blow. He tells Luenel that Aaron is more fit to be a ruler than he will ever be. "Now get out of my sight." As Luenel turns to leave, his fists are clenched white. Aaron? That insignificant girl? His face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "Aaron Severus," he seethes. "That damned girl ruined everything." He storms out of the throne room, shoving past the guards in a blind fury. He barrels down the hall, shouting for everyone to get out of his way. Aaron's personal guard, Leximus, tries to stop him, telling him the princess is resting. Luenel doesn't even slow down. He backhands Leximus with brutal force, sending him flying. Aaron cries out his name as the loyal knight crashes to the floor. Luenell throws open the doors to her room. Aaron's eyes widen, sensing the pure killing intent rolling off him in waves. He stands there, breathing heavily. "What is this about?" Aaron asks, her voice trembling. But Luenell just starts laughing, a wild, unhinged sound. His face is a terrifying picture of madness, sweat, and fury mixing together as his composure shatters completely. He laughs and laughs, finally revealing the twisted core of his obsession as he says, "With my precious little sister." The prince's regal composure has completely shattered. Luenell stands in the doorway, panting and laughing with the unhinged glee of a man who has just lost everything. This isn't ambition anymore, it's pure madness. He's practically raving, insisting he only wants to talk to his precious sister. But the words drip with a possessive poison that makes the friendly title feel like a threat. Leximus, Aaron's guard, immediately puts himself between them. With unwavering loyalty, he warns the prince that if he takes one more step, he'll be forced to act, even if it means sacrificing his own life. Luenell's eyes burn with contempt. He scoffs at the guard, calling him a mere bug and threatening to not only execute him, but his entire family, erasing their very name from history. But before his threat can land, a voice cuts through the air, sharp and steady. "Stop." Aaron steps forward, her gaze unwavering, and calmly asks him what he truly wants. For a moment, Luenell is caught off guard by her confidence. He can't place it. Something about her is different. This isn't the meek, frightened girl he's used to tormenting. This is someone new. Aaron takes complete control of the situation. "Or," she continues, her voice laced with ice, "should I tell you?" With newfound strength, she declares that she, Aaron Severus, has never received any gifts from him. She's not just denying his involvement, she's weaponizing the truth he tried to hide. Luenell is speechless. Her directness, her utter lack of fear. It's a move he never saw coming, and it has thrown his entire game into chaos. Chapter title card. We flash back to Aaron with her father, the Emperor. He had asked her, his voice grave, if she was certain she had no connection to the banquet incident. She'd met his gaze without flinching and confirmed it. But the Emperor wasn't finished. He revealed that the jewel from the shattered necklace she brought him was far from ordinary. It was a daze stone, an artifact of forbidden dark magic, once used by a sinister tribe to control monsters, a tool for chaos and slaughter. He explained that his intelligence network had recently flagged someone inside the palace for secretly purchasing these very stones. The trail led to a black market merchant and a palace maid, but the investigation hit a dead end. Now, both of them have conveniently vanished, presumed dead. The evidence was being systematically erased. The Emperor looked his daughter dead in the eye, connecting the final piece of the puzzle. Both of the missing culprits were known associates of Prince Luenell. He asked her one last time if her brother had given her that necklace. Aaron's hands tightened into fists, her resolve solidifying into steel. She told him no. "I have never received anything from him." Her denial was absolute. Seeing her conviction, the Emperor seemed to finally accept her word as truth. This was a dangerous political game, and Aaron was finally learning how to play. Sensing her advantage, she pressed on, arguing that since the true culprit was clear, the innocent mage Lunav should be released. She reminded him that Lunav was a hero who had saved countless lives. The Emperor agreed, but a heavy weight remained on Aaron's heart. She knew she was holding back. She understood the terrible risk. If she directly accused Luenell, there was no telling what that unhinged madman would do to her friends in retaliation. The memory of the massacre, of the people she couldn't save, fueled a new vow. She would not let it happen again. She had to be the one to stop them. Back in the present, Luenell can only stare in fury. Aaron challenges him with a sarcastic tone, asking if this is what he truly wanted. He forces a laugh, lying through his teeth that he told the Emperor the exact same thing, that he'd never given her a gift. But the lie can't contain his rage. He snaps, demanding to know why she's acting so defiant, and threatens to deal with her guard first. Aaron simply cuts him off, stating, "She already has a guest." Luenell scoffs, unable to imagine anyone more important than himself. "He's important to me," she replies, her gaze shifting to a figure who has been standing silently in the shadows the entire time. It's Cyan. He gives a slight, polite bow, his voice calm as he apologizes for the interruption. Luenel is stunned. He's a trained royal, yet he never sensed another presence in the room. He demands to know what a child like Cyan is doing here. Cyan just looks up, his red eyes seeming to glow faintly in the dim light as he finishes his sentence. "But I heard everything." The prince demands to know how long he was hiding. Cyan tilts his head, feigning innocence. Hiding? With a perfectly straight face, he explains that he just doesn't have much of a presence. It's a trait unique to a master assassin, allowing him to move completely undetected, like a ghost. Luenel is seething. The sheer audacity of this boy, casually admitting to eavesdropping, is infuriating. Cyan then takes a protective step in front of Eren, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "So, what will you do?" he challenges, his eyes glowing with menace. "Are you going to do something about me too?" For the first time, Luenel hesitates. He remembers the rumors about their engagement and knows Cyan's father is a powerful duke. Making an enemy of the Vert family would be a disastrous political mistake. And there's something else nagging at him, a warning from the past. He recalls asking Ashel why he was so obsessed with getting rid of his own younger brother. Ashel's answer had been simple and chilling. "He gets on my nerves." "That kid is hiding something," Ashel had warned, "something big, and it bothers me." Now, faced with Cyan's unsettling predatory aura, Luenel finally understands exactly what Ashel meant. This child is dangerous. Luenel forces a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He claims it was all a joke and says he'll leave now that the misunderstanding is cleared. As he walks away, Eren reflects on how much Luenel has changed from her memories. After all, in the future, she remembers, this man wasn't just a prince, he was the insane emperor. She recalls a horrifying vision of him sitting on a throne of skulls, a true tyrant. As he leaves, he even offers a half-hearted apology to Leximus. But his eyes lock onto Cyan for a moment longer, a silent threat passing between them before he departs. Leximus simply tells him to watch himself. The second the door closes, the tension breaks, and Cyan lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Leximus immediately showers him with thanks, while a blushing Eren quietly adds her own. Cyan just brushes it off, saying he barely did anything. He gives Eren the credit, telling her she did most of the work. The compliment sends a deep blush across her face as she stammers that it was all because of him. Cyan casually plops down on the sofa next to her, complaining that his legs hurt. Eren nearly jumps out of her skin, shouting, "You're sitting next to me?" She's a flustered mess, her soul practically floating out of her body, while Cyan just stares, utterly bewildered by her over-the-top reaction. Leximus watches them, thinking that, for a genius, Cyan can be incredibly dense. Still, he's amazed at the boy's courage in confronting the prince. Cyan then stands, explaining his plan. By making Luenel believe they're a couple, he's created a political shield around her. For now, the prince won't dare to make a move. As he leaves, Leximus muses on Cyan's accidental brilliance. He did exactly what was needed and left before making things any more awkward for the princess, who can only manage a flustered wave goodbye. Elsewhere, Luenel's contained rage finally explodes. He slams Ashel against a wall, demanding to know how he's going to fix the disaster he created. He screams that Ashel's so-called perfect plan was a complete and utter failure. Every target they wanted eliminated is still alive and well. "I've lost my father's trust," Luenel roars, his desperation showing. He was supposed to be the hero of this story, the Empire's savior. Now, that dream is crumbling into dust. Ashel calmly pushes him away, stating that the plan wasn't a total loss. Just then, a cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, and Luenel demands to know who it is. The man introduces himself as Boris Lelm, offering the furious prince a sly, knowing smile. Luenel asks where he's been. Boris explains he was simply following Ashel's orders. Ashel informs them that the maid, Emily, has vanished without a trace, then turns to Boris, asking about the success he mentioned. A thought flashes through Ashel's mind. His greatest miscalculation was underestimating the people around Princess Eren. Boris reveals a glowing, pyramid-shaped crystal, his grin turning sinister. He's found something that will change the game entirely. Luenel demands to know if he should be reflecting on his failures. Boris simply tells him there's nothing to reflect on. He holds up the crystal, explaining that it's a sample of the mana signatures collected from the banquet battle. Most of it, he says, is ordinary. But as he speaks, a dark, Blood-red energy begins to bleed from the crystal, swirling around it like a malevolent smoke. But this one, he says, his voice low as both villains stare intently, is exceptionally rare. It's the kind of energy you'd call evil, ominous. A wicked grin spreads across Boris's face as he delivers the final, devastating blow. This is the mana of a demonic sword. The implication hangs in the air like a death sentence. Someone in Princess Erin's inner circle wields the ultimate forbidden weapon. Their failed plan has just given them a brand new and far more dangerous target. The scene shifts to Cyan's hidden safe house where dinner is being served. But on the platter is a grotesque, purple, centipede-like creature that looks like something from a nightmare. Brian stares, completely baffled. He was told they were having crab stew. This is definitely not crab. What confuses him even more is seeing Nana and Cyan's sentient sword, Kairam, happily digging in as if this is the finest meal they've ever had. Emily, completely oblivious to Brian's horror, just encourages Nana to eat up, commenting on how much she seems to be enjoying it. Brian's eyes go wide. He could swear he just saw one of the creature's legs twitch. Nana finally finishes her portion, declaring that she's full. Brian can't believe it and urges her to eat more, if only to get the horrifying creature off the table. But it's Cyan who speaks up, wiping his mouth. He says he has to leave soon, before Ashel gets suspicious. Hearing the villain's name, Emily clenches her tiny fist and mutters, "Bad Ashel." Cyan explains he only dropped by to make sure they were safe. He warns them to stay hidden and tells Brian to be the messenger if they need anything. He reassures them that his own people are standing guard outside. A shot reveals a cloaked mist assassin watching from the rooftops. This small house is now the most secure location in the Empire. As Cyan turns to go, Emily calls out, begging him to come back soon. He glances back over his shoulder, a rare, small smile on his face. "Yeah, don't worry," he says, telling Brian to take care of them. Brian replies dutifully, but his attention is fixed on the piece of purple monster he's holding on his fork, his expression one of pure existential confusion. The heavy safe house door closes, sealing Cyan's small, strange family away from the world. Stepping into the quiet street, Cyan allows himself a brief moment of reflection. He never intended for this, but he's somehow managed to build a real family. But his moment of peace is cut short. A cloaked figure emerges from the alleyway. It's Sarika. "Are you going to explain now?" she asks, her voice devoid of warmth. She lists off his impossible feats, knowing about the banquet massacre, the death of her fiancé, every single move he's made. "It's as if you can see the future," she accuses him directly. Cyan turns, his face hidden in the shadows of his hood. He warns her to choose her next words carefully, because they will decide whether she remains an ally or becomes an enemy. But Sarika doesn't flinch. Her eyes glow with fierce determination as she asks the one question that cuts to the very core of his existence. "Just who are you, Cyan Vert?" She presses him, her eyes sharp with accusation. The fact that Drinian was her fiancé was a secret known to almost no one. It was a piece of information he should have never had access to. Her question hangs in the air, heavy as a death sentence. "How did you know?" Cyan tries to dismiss it, claiming Drinian was a target anyway, but Sarika isn't letting him off the hook. She insists that this detail is more important than he realizes. A dangerous grin spreads across her face as she presents her theory. His knowledge could only mean he's a spy from a rival faction. Cyan meets her gaze, his own expression a perfect mask of calm. "And what will you do?" he asks softly. "If I am?" Her answer is a flash of steel. "You're asking the obvious," she snarls, a dagger glowing with dark energy already in her hand. But Cyan is faster. In an instant, crimson demonic energy flares around him as he prepares to meet her challenge. The two assassins collide in a silent, blinding flash of light. Their blades meet with a force that proves they are equals in skill, a perfect match of lethal grace. Before they can strike again, a third figure appears between them. Kairam, in her human form, effortlessly catches both of their blades in her bare hands. Sarika glares, but Kairam's eyes glow with murderous intent. "You just don't learn, do you?" "I told you not to mess with my master," Sarika scoffs, retorting that Kairam is the one who doesn't know her place. That single comment ignites Kairam's bloodlust, her grin widening into something truly terrifying. "You are really starting to get on my nerves." The two women explode into a chaotic flurry of attacks. purple and black energies clashing violently in the night. As Surika is knocked back, she decides to end this. A ball of crimson energy forms in her palm. "Fine," she says. "I'll show you something interesting." A wicked smile spreads across her face as she channels her full power. Here it comes! She unleashes the authority of the Black Fog, a massive, crescent-shaped wave of destructive energy that carves a deep scar into the earth as it hurtles towards Kairam. Surika is confident. It's a devastating attack, but all Kairam has to do is dodge it. But Kairam doesn't dodge. She meets the attack head-on, and the resulting explosion is immense, shattering the very ground beneath them and shaking the forest to its core. Surika is thrown back, her arm bruised and bleeding from the sheer force of the shockwave. She stares in a mixture of awe and terror. She realizes that if she had tried to block that counterattack, she would have been instantly vaporized. Kairam stands in the center of the destruction, merely annoyed that her attack missed. It's a chilling realization for Surika. This being's power is on a scale that could level an entire city. The clearing is now a wasteland of shattered rock. Surika understands now. Only a creature on par with the Demon King himself could possess such overwhelming strength. Kairam turns to her, a playful smirk on her face. "All right, prepare yourself." "I was just warming up." Surika's face lights up with a manic excitement. "I can't wait, Lady Kairam. I will also use my full." Before she can finish her challenge, Cyan's voice cuts through the air, cold and absolute. Demon Blade control. In an instant, Kairam is sealed back into her sword form, which plunges harmlessly into the ground. The sudden stop sends Surika tumbling to the ground. She groans in frustration, muttering about how she was just getting started. Cyan looms over her, his expression severe. "If you make that much noise, we're going to get caught," he finishes, his voice dripping with disappointment. "You idiot." Surika sits up, looking like a scolded child. "Oh, right," she mutters, before saying she'll tell the others to prepare to move to a new location. Cyan just sighs, turning his back on the mess. He tells the two of them to clean up the destruction they caused. Surika storms off towards the safe house, her frustration practically radiating from her. She stops before Kairam, who is kneeling on the ground, equally annoyed. For a moment, the two most powerful women in the clearing are left in a tense, awkward silence. Back inside, Cyan rubs his temples. "Change of plans," he announces to his small family. "Pack your bags, we're leaving now." A soft voice calls out from behind him. "You're here, Senior?" He turns, his eyes wide with surprise. Standing in the middle of the room is Lunav Rainreaver. Brian quickly apologizes, explaining that she appeared out of thin air while he was cleaning. Cyan is stunned. She somehow bypassed the Mist Guild's magical barriers and their elite assassins. He demands to know how she found them. Lunav just offers a calm smile. "It's a talent of mine," she says, reassuring him that she's the only one who knows their location. "Though, after that commotion earlier, I doubt it will stay that way," she adds dryly. Ignoring the confused looks from the others, Cyan gets straight to the point and asks what she wants. "Thank you, Senior," she says, her expression completely sincere. "I came here to tell you that." Cyan is confused. He can't recall doing anything to earn her gratitude, but Lunav just gives him a knowing smile. "It's fine. I know everything. On that day," she says, her eyes sparkling with meaning, "the moment when you came inside me." Brian and Emily's jaws hit the floor. Nana just tilts her head, confused. The implication is shocking, and for a split second, they can only wonder what on earth she means. Lunav quickly clarifies. She's talking about the banquet, when the masked figure, Cyan, bound her unconscious and used his power to save her. She demonstrates her own ability, summoning orbs of light and fire into her hands with ease. She reveals her unique talent. She can wield the mana of all elements, fuse them at will, and even read and track a person's unique mana signature. She calls it a gift from her grandfather. "More like a curse," Cyan corrects her, his own mana swirling faintly around him. He knows that power is slowly destroying her body from the inside out. A slight blush dusts Lunav's cheeks as his words confirm her suspicions. "So it was you," she says, her voice filled with a hopeful certainty. She suggests they talk somewhere more private. As they head out, Cyan catches Brian and Emily whispering. He shoots them a death glare and warns them to be packed by the time he returns. Emily asks where they're heading next. "We're going to Ruin Academy," Cyan announces. A new phase of his plan is about to begin. Emily's eyes sparkle with excitement at the thought of being able to take care of her young master all day. She daydreams about serving him one of her horrifying purple dishes, much to Brian's visible disgust. "I'm just having mixed feelings," he mutters, clearly traumatized. Outside, Luna finally opens up to Cyan. She tells him of a childhood spent in a cold, dark laboratory, enduring endless painful experiments to awaken her power. And through it all, she had to remain silent, never once complaining. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as she remembers the pain. "Because that was my duty," she says, her voice heavy with sorrow. "As the granddaughter of Regan's Rain River." She asks Cyan if he has a similar duty. He tells her no, he doesn't have anything like that. "Then why didn't you reveal that you saved us?" she presses. Cyan tells her it would have been a nuisance, and that someone as smart as her should already know the reason. She considers his words. A reason, she recalls analyzing his mana. At first, she thought it was simple darkness magic. She had collected a sample of it with a single touch the day they first met at the diner. Cyan realizes with a jolt that her ability to read mana so precisely is a variable he never accounted for in his previous life. She's a true wild card. Lunav continues, explaining that the mana he used to save her at the banquet felt different. Holding an orb of that very energy, she asks him, "What is this? It feels like it's yours, but at the same time, it feels otherworldly." Cyan finally understands. He asks if she plans to report her findings to her grandfather. She closes her fist and the orb of mana vanishes. "No. What would I gain by revealing that?" she says with a cynical smile, echoing his own logic back at him. "It would only be annoying." Cyan smirks, finally seeing her true nature. He asks if this is her way of rebelling against her family. She turns the question back on him. "Aren't you aware of the reason as well, Senior?" Lunav leans against him, a genuine, grateful smile finally reaching her eyes. "Thank you, Senior Cyan, for taking away a bit of my pain." In that moment, Cyan sees her situation with perfect clarity. Her body was like a pot of water boiling over, endlessly filled with the chaotic mana of every element. But her grandfather, in his ruthless ambition, had slammed a lid on that pot, trapping the power inside. He likely did it to control her, to stop her power from leaking out. But he didn't account for the pressure. The overflowing mana had begun to consume her very life force. In the original timeline, this gift was what ultimately killed her. "I just poked a hole in the lid," Cyan thinks to himself, a small act to release the pressure. "Because when I looked at her, I saw another puppet, just like I used to be, and that just frustrated me." He tells her there's nothing to thank him for and simply asks that she keep his secret. As he walks away, he offers one last piece of advice. "Don't overexert yourself again." Lunav watches him leave, a small, genuine laugh escaping her lips. "He's cute. Just as I thought," she thinks to herself. "You're a good person, Senior." In the shadows, a new and powerful alliance has just been forged. Meanwhile, miles away at the Garum Council headquarters, chaos erupts. "What did you say?" Regan's Rain River slams his fist on his desk, his face contorted in rage. An aide reports that Lunav was freed from prison without any charges. He suggests sending a formal petition, but Regan's cuts him off with a roar. "No, that's not the problem. Lunav has disappeared from the Empire." He bellows, his eyes blazing with fury. "Find her, track her down and bring her back to me this instant." A new chapter of Cyan's life begins, not on a battlefield, but on the quiet road to a new home. A carriage makes its way toward the imposing silhouette of Ruin Academy, a sanctuary that could just as easily become a cage. Inside, Emily is practically glowing, her face lit up with a joy so pure it's almost blinding. Cyan watches her, slightly taken aback by her sheer excitement. Beside her, Nana just looks on with wide, curious eyes. Emily exclaims that she's just so happy to be able to serve him again. Then, a thought strikes her. She asks if maids are even allowed inside the academy. Cyan adjusts his collar, a hint of confidence in his posture. "I think the principal will make a special exception for us." The scene cuts to the principal's office, where Kundel's face is a thunderous mask of pure rage. "Not allowed!" he roars, his voice echoing off the walls. "Absolutely not!" Back in the office, Cyan tries to reason with him, promising his attendance will be discreet. But Kundel is unmovable, demanding a single good reason why he should bend the Academy's sacred rules. Cyan tries a different angle, offering not to skip his lessons anymore. Kundel slams his desk in frustration. "That's a basic requirement, not a bargaining chip." And now he's asking for 2 attendants? The nerve. Cyan's expression hardens. He knows it's time to play his trump card. Then just answer me this. He looks the principal dead in the eye, his voice low and serious. Are they related to the banquet of blood? Kundel's eyes narrow. He knows this boy well enough to understand he wouldn't push this hard for no reason. His curiosity finally getting the better of him, he asks for the truth. Cyan hesitates, testing the waters. He tries to bluff, saying he'll talk after he gets permission. That's the last straw for Kundel. He throws his hands up in exasperation, telling Cyan to do as he wishes, knowing he'll do it anyway. The principal calms down, stroking his long beard. He admits that it's difficult for him to explain the situation right now, but he needs to know one thing for certain. Cyan leans in, his red eyes glowing faintly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. I wasn't the one behind the massacre. Isn't that what you wanted to know? He's not just answering the question, he's asserting his power, letting the principal know who's really in control of this conversation. Kundel's eyes widen. He asks if he's certain. He stares at this enigmatic child who speaks with the authority of a seasoned general and can only mutter to himself, I just don't get you. But the negotiation is over. A flustered Kundel turns away, reminding Cyan not to dare skip his lessons again. Walking through the Grand Academy halls, Cyan reflects that the conversation went even better than planned. He wonders how the old man would react if he discovered the true mastermind behind the massacre was his own grandson, Prince Luenel. But Cyan knows Luenel lacks the cunning for such a complex plot. He's certain his brother, Ashel, was the true architect, with his new pawn, Boris, handling the execution. It's their classic pattern, Ashel, the brilliant strategist hidden in the light, and his disposable pawns doing the dirty work in the shadows. As he nears his new dorm, he stops short. A shirtless, ridiculously muscular student is doing one-armed push-ups in the middle of the hallway. The student is already past 1,200 reps. The sheer physical power on display is absurd. Cyan groans internally, not this guy again. The student looks up, a wide, friendly grin splitting his face. Oh, hey, buddy. He springs to his feet, instantly ready for action. Let's fight, Cyan Vert, he declares, flexing his muscles. It's time to see who's really the strongest, right? Before he can even finish the sentence, Cyan has already slipped inside his room and shut the door in his face. Undeterred, the student pounds on the door, shouting about his 2 years of uninterrupted training and promising a duel next time. Suddenly, he stops. He collapses to the floor as a dark, ominous liquid begins to pool around him. He lies completely motionless. His eyes are rolled back, his face slack. A single bead of sweat rolls down Cyan's face. Is he dead? Just then, the door swings open. Ah, you're here! It's Emily! Cyan points to the body on the floor, demanding to know what happened. I'm not sure, Emily says casually, munching on a grotesque purple cookie. He fell asleep right after eating the cookies I made for you. Nana is beside her, enjoying the same toxic-looking snack. She cheerfully offers Cyan a plate of the horrifying sludge-covered treats. Do you want one? Cyan points a finger at her, his face dead serious. Emily, don't ever cook for Brian again. That's an order. Emily just pouts, muttering about how harsh he is. Cyan collapses into a chair with a heavy sigh. Between power-obsessed neighbors and Emily's lethal cooking, he's already starting to regret this move. Still pouting, Emily hands him a letter. She huffs that Brian received it, so she has no idea who it's from. Cyan opens it and is surprised to see it's from Lunav. He barely reads the first word before Emily suddenly lunges past him with a butter knife, shouting, "Who is it?" A figure has appeared in the doorway. It's Lunav, a mischievous grin on her face. "How have you been?" she asks, before dropping a bombshell with a cheerful smile. "I ran away from home." The scene shifts to the dark, damp sewers beneath the city. 2 cloaked figures make their way along a narrow path. One warns that guards from the powerful Garam Association are on their way, but the other dismisses the threat, saying it's already been handled. An older, cloaked man turns to his companion, his voice grave. "Don't forget," he says, "this is the only way to stop Region's Rainreaver." The other figure, a woman, asks if he's worried she'll feel guilty about their target. "Well," he begins, "she is your student." Her identity is revealed. She is Nella Aronis, an instructor at Ruin Academy. She scoffs at the insinuation. "I'm not foolish enough to feel pity for that monster." It's clear she's talking about Lunav, a chilling hint at the propaganda spread by Regans. Her companion seems satisfied. Nella says she'll head to the target location, confident her team is already in place. As she disappears into the darkness, her companion mutters a quiet prayer for their kingdom. A secret war is brewing in the shadows. Back at the academy, Cyan is having a tense brunch with Lunav in the courtyard. "You're quite aggressive," she comments, referencing how he practically dragged her out of his dorm room. Cyan cuts straight to the chase. He knows the dorms are protected by powerful barrier spells and demands to know how she got inside. Lunav explains with a smug smile that she simply analyzed the barrier's mana structure and created a counterspell on the spot. Pretty cool, right? Cyan is internally reeling. Her ability isn't just analysis, it's a cheat code. She can deconstruct and nullify any magic she encounters. She's far more dangerous than he ever realized. Lunav asks if he read the letter she sent. "You arrived just as I was about to," he replies, his annoyance clear. She says she just couldn't wait. Then, Cyan's eyes narrow. He asks if her grandfather, the powerful Regans, put her up to this. For a fleeting moment, a shadow of sadness crosses her face. "Was it his idea for you to contact me?" Cyan presses, his voice low and dangerous. "Tell me the truth." Lunav admits that at first, it was. Her grandfather ordered her to investigate him, but not anymore. She tells him it's his choice whether to trust her. Cyan is blunt. "I don't trust people easily." "What do you really want?" Lunav begins to explain. Recently, a series of disturbing incidents have been connected to the Garam Association. 2 dragons affiliated with the association vanished from the academy. A group of smugglers were found dead, their bodies tainted with a dark energy she recognized. "And through my investigation," she continues, "I learned that you were involved in all of it." She tells him that until now it was just a theory. But seeing him in person, feeling his unique mana, she knows she's right. Cyan just smiles, unfazed. He admits he didn't know the dragons were connected to her family's association. "All right," he says with a sigh. "So what are you planning to do now?" Lunav looks him straight in the eye and drops a devastating truth. "I'm going to die soon." The words hang in the air, and for the first time, Cyan is stunned into silence. She explains that while his intervention helped, she knows her own body. "The damage is too extensive. I'm already broken beyond repair," she says, a brief flashback showing her as a small child, trapped and alone in an experimental chamber. "Thanks to you, I think I have about 3 years left." Cyan stares at her, his voice sharp with disbelief. "Why are you so casual about it? Doesn't the fact that you're going to die bother you at all?" A heartbreakingly empty smile touches her lips. "I wish I could feel something." Cyan's eye twitches in frustration. He can't comprehend her detachment. What an annoying brat. He abruptly stands up to leave, dismissing her. "Whatever. It's none of my business. Go back to your family." "I don't like getting involved in annoying affairs," he says over his shoulder. Lunav just waves cheerfully, as if they were just having a casual chat. Karam appears beside him, scolding him for his callousness. "Where are your manners? Are you really just going to leave her there?" "It's better this way," Cyan replies, his expression grim. He knows that getting close to her is a danger he can't afford. As Lunav sits alone, shadows fall over her. She's suddenly surrounded by cloaked figures from the Garam Association. They were waiting for this exact moment. She looks up at them, completely unfazed. "You're all a little early." The leader steps forward, his voice cold. "Let's go, Miss Lunav. Mr. Rise, Regans is waiting for you." Her brief taste of freedom has already come to an end. Freedom is a fleeting thing. Lunav finds herself surrounded by agents of the Garam Association, their leaders' words an order, not a request. "Let's go, Miss Lunav. Mr. Faust. Regans is looking for you." Lunav remains silent, her expression a careful mask. The agent, growing impatient, asks her, "What's wrong?" "It was always Victor who came for me," she says, her voice laced with ice. "I'm sorry, but who are you?" The agent explains that Victor is busy and that they were sent in his place. He identifies them as the 6th branch of security, a name meant to sound official and reassuring. A faint, knowing smile touches Lunav's lips. The trap is sprung. "Liar," she says softly. "There is no one I know named Victor." In a flash, she unleashes a powerful gust of wind, sending them stumbling back as she makes a break for it. They shout for their comrades to grab her, but she's already moving. As she runs, a chilling realization hits her. These aren't just guards. Their energy feels wrong, fanatical. They're extremists. Her heart pounds in her chest. She knows she has to get away from them now, but it's too late. A hand clamps over her mouth as a strange, gentle magic washes over her. Her eyes widen in shock before fluttering shut, her consciousness fading into darkness. The leader catches her as she falls, laughing. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. A large, bald man approaches, grumbling that their cover was blown too quickly. The leader simply orders him to take her to the carriage. Lunav is unconscious, her desperate bid for freedom ending in failure. But they weren't unobserved. From a nearby rooftop, Karam watches the entire scene unfold. She reports back to Cyan, noting that the kidnappers don't seem like standard Garam agents. This confirms his suspicions. Cyan's eyes narrow beneath his hood. Just as he predicted, something far more sinister is at play. The carriage rumbles away, disappearing into the night, with Cyan following like a shadow. It arrives at a secluded, ominous cathedral, hidden deep in the woods. The agents are ordered to stand guard outside. The bald man carries the unconscious Lunav inside, announcing her arrival to a figure waiting in the shadows. He looks down at her with a hint of pity. What a pitiful child, he muses. Experimented on her whole life, only to be used and thrown away. A young man with a strange tattoo-like mark on his face steps out of the darkness. Don't worry, he says with a chilling smile. We'll use her for a good cause. Lunav is laid on a cold stone slab, an unwitting sacrifice in a dark conspiracy. Outside, the leader of the retrieval team senses a shift in the air. A thick, dark fog begins to swirl around them, pulsing with an ominous red energy. What is this? He wonders aloud. He realizes the truth a second too late. Wait, this can't be the mist. Before he can finish his thought, a blade slices through his comrade's throat. Assassins from Cyan's Mist Guild emerge from the fog like ghosts, their movements silent and lethal as they cut down the Garam agents with brutal efficiency. The leader can only watch in horror, his mind struggling to process the sudden violent ambush. What the heck is going on? A voice cuts through the chaos, cold and commanding. Stop! That's enough. A shadowy figure appears behind him, a blade already at his neck. The hunt is over. Inside the cathedral, the bald man hears the distant screams and turns, alarmed. The young leader senses it too. It seems, he says calmly, that we have another guest. He smiles, completely unconcerned. Ah, an enemy, he says, turning to the bald man. Ralph, show them what happens when someone gets in our way. Ralph cracks his knuckles, his expression grim. Yes, I'll go silence them. Outside, Cyan, now wearing his demonic mask, stands over the fallen agents. He notes that the grunts were easy, but he can sense the stronger ones are still inside. Ralph steps out of the cathedral, sizing Cyan up. Not bad for a kid. Are you here alone? Cyan studies him, his mask hiding his thoughts. It doesn't seem to be the case for you, he replies, sensing the chaotic, unstable power radiating from the man. It's just like Lunav's, but amplified. No, Cyan thinks. He's even more unstable than she was. Ralph just scoffs, cracking his knuckles again. I don't need anyone's help taught to defeat a brat like you. He charges forward, ready to crush him. But before he can even land a blow, the young leader's voice rings out, filled with annoyance. Are you done yet, Ralph? The young man, Keel, steps out, looking thoroughly unimpressed. He glances at the defeated Ralph, shaking his head in disappointment. This is not what I expected to see. With a grunt of effort, Ralph pushes himself to his feet, clearly injured but not out of the fight. Cyan ignores him, his attention now fixed on Keel. Are you the last one? Why did you take Lunav? Keel just laughs, a ball of golden fire erupting in his hand. My, you won't be very popular if you're so direct. You should find that answer out for yourself. Cyan recalls Lunav's unique ability to combine elemental magic at will. He's definitely like her, he confirms internally. This is the proof he was looking for. Keel unleashes a massive vortex of fire and lightning, a spell he calls Thunder Flame. Cyan is engulfed in the blast, but as the smoke clears, he's left with even more questions. Their power is immense, but flawed. He draws a single, ornate dagger, its blade glowing with crimson demonic energy. Keel's confident smirk vanishes. That's impossible! Cyan effortlessly parts the roaring flames with his small blade. Keel can't believe his eyes. You're deflecting my magic with just a dagger? In a blur of motion, Cyan is behind him, his hand clamped over Keel's face. Got you. Keel uses a burst of wind magic to blast himself away, creating distance. He lands, breathing heavily. This masked intruder is far more dangerous than he anticipated. I can't let him live. He gathers his energy, preparing a final, powerful blast. But as he fires, Kyram appears out of nowhere, casually kicking the massive energy beam aside. Keel's eyes widen in horror. He's not alone? Before he can react, Kyram has him in a chokehold, his escape impossible. Keel struggles, shouting for her to let him go as an intense blue light builds in his hand. He unleashes a massive, point-blank explosion, a desperate attempt to break free. The blast rips through the cathedral grounds, powerful enough to shatter stone and shake the earth. Cyan lands amidst the debris, impressed. She sure has a lot of mana. Keel is furious, his hands now bound by swirling dark energy. "Didn't you hear me?" he screams. Kyram stands over him, smug. "Stop struggling. No human can break these restraints." Cyan approaches, his voice deadly serious. "Who ordered you to kidnap Lunav?" He glances at the cathedral, sensing more of them inside. "How many more of you are there?" Keel just laughs, a crazed, fanatical sound. "What an interesting kid. You'll find out soon enough." His face is bloody and beaten, but his eyes burn with conviction. "Because we will find you. See you in hell." Kyram recognizes the signs. She tells Cyan his body is reacting to a heart curb, a forbidden artifact that traps a mage's mana inside their heart, turning them into a living bomb. But Cyan already knows. He assumes Lunav has one as well. Keel is stunned. "How did you know that?" Cyan names the shadowy organization from his past life. The path of evolution, right? He leans down, his demonic mask inches from Keel's face, and throws his own words back at him. "You can find that answer for yourself. In hell." Keel's eyes widen in terror as he feels his own power turning against him. This isn't right. Dying like this is, his body erupts in a blinding flash of red light, his last words lost in the explosion. Cyan thinks back to his previous life. He remembers finding an ancient text in a secret laboratory in the Garam Kingdom. It detailed the horrifying creation and use of an artifact called the Heart Curb. And more importantly, it described how to destroy the artifact when a test subject was deemed a failure. Cyan pulls out a glowing blue orb, a device he created from that forbidden knowledge. "Looks like it still works," he says. Kyram asks what he plans to do with it. "Kyram, get Lunav," he orders. She protests, but Cyan's warning is sharp. "Do you want to be controlled by one of those things too?" Reluctantly, Kyram brings the unconscious Lunav to him. Cyan kneels beside her. "It's my first time trying this, so I don't know if it will work," he admits, pressing the orb against her chest. A brilliant blue light flows from the orb into her body. If Lunav has a heart curve inside her too, he thinks, then this should be able to destroy it. The light intensifies, enveloping Lunav in a radiant glow as the artifact in her heart shatters into a million pieces. Her eyes snap open, no longer just purple, but filled with a swirling galaxy of cosmic energy. The curse has been broken, and for the first time in her life, Lunav Rainreaver is truly free. After a lifetime chained by a deadly curse, a girl is finally free. But freedom has a price, and the man who forged her chains isn't about to let his most prized creation go. Deep within the headquarters of the Garam Mage Association, Lunav's eyes slowly flutter open. The first thing she registers is a strange, unfamiliar sensation washing over her. A gentle blue light emanates from her hand. Her entire body feels incredibly light, as if a massive weight she'd carried since birth has suddenly been lifted. She lies back, processing the feeling of pure, unburdened mana flowing through her veins for the first time. But there's something else, a new connection she can't quite explain. For some reason, she can feel Cyan's presence more clearly than ever, a faint but steady link that wasn't there before, a tether to the one who set her free. Meanwhile, on a rooftop overlooking the city, Kyram confronts Cyan, who has the still unconscious Lunav slung over his shoulder. She looks annoyed, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Cyan stares out at the horizon, his expression calm and calculated. He explains that he thinks Lunav could be a useful asset later, and that it would be a waste to let her die. Kyram isn't buying it, accusing him of turning into a charity worker. She warns him, questioning what he'll do if the very girl he just saved turns around and stabs him in the back. A small smirk plays on Cyan's lips. He finds that ironic coming from a demonic sword who constantly talks about devouring his soul. Karam leans in close, her tone possessive, reminding him that his body is destined to be hers, so he'd better take care of it. Cyan just brushes her off with a casual, yeah. With Lunav secure, he decides it's time to move. There's no reason to linger in enemy territory any longer. Back in a lavish room, Regan's Rain River questions his granddaughter. He repeats her story back to her. She was kidnapped, doesn't remember anything, and was simply left in this room. Lunav stands before him, her face a carefully constructed mask of innocence. She confirms his story, claiming she can't remember a thing. She's playing the part of a confused victim perfectly. Regan slams his hand on the table, his voice booming with rage. He doesn't believe her for a second. He roars that the entire kingdom is in chaos over the banquet massacre, and she has the nerve to act so casual? One of Regan's subordinates quickly steps in, taking the blame for not finding her sooner. Regan dismisses his apology, placing the blame squarely on Lunav for acting on her own. He places a hand on the subordinate's shoulder, his voice calm and reassuring as he praises the man for his hard work. It's the picture of a caring, benevolent leader, but in an instant, the mask drops. His eyes flash with fury as flames erupt from his hand, engulfing the man's shoulder. The subordinate cries out in shock and agony. With cold fury, Regan reveals he's known about the man's betrayal for a long time. He snarls, asking if he really thought he could harm his granddaughter and get away with it. The man pleads, insisting it's all a misunderstanding. Lunav watches in stunned silence. Her grandfather cuts the man off with a simple, chilling command, "Shut it." He says that just listening to his voice is sickening. A massive explosion of fire erupts from his hand, completely consuming the traitor in a fiery vortex. The flames roar, leaving nothing behind but a pile of ash. Lunav covers her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. She has seen her grandfather's cruelty before, but this casual, brutal execution is on another level. Regan calmly explains that the man he just incinerated was one of the conspirators behind her kidnapping. He's sending a clear, brutal message to anyone who would dare cross him. Wiping his hand clean, Regan turns his cold gaze back to Lunav. The real interrogation is about to begin. He demands to know what she found out about Cyan Vert. Lunav feels the immense pressure. She knows this is a test, but she sticks to her story, telling him there was nothing special about Cyan. Regan scoffs. An obvious lie like that won't work on him. He steps toward her, his very presence suffocating. Lunav adjusts her story slightly. She admits she met with Cyan, but insists she found nothing of note during their brief encounter. That's not the answer he wants. He grabs her arm, his grip like iron. His voice drops to a menacing whisper, demanding to know what the boy is hiding. He's convinced that a member of the powerful Vert family must have a secret, or at the very least, a powerful backer. For the first time, Lunav pushes back. She tells him Cyan has nothing but a knight and a useless maid. She asks him why he's so obsessed. It's a fatal mistake. Her defiance only fuels his rage. Regan's eyes narrow to slits. He informs her that she doesn't get to ask questions. She was born a Rain Reaver, and her only purpose in life is to obey his every command. He dismisses her, and as a final act of control, forbids her from leaving the grounds for the foreseeable future. Lunav walks away, leaving her grandfather standing over the smoldering remains of a man who dared to defy him. Her face is a mask of cold fury. As she walks down the long hall, a single thought consumes her. She is sick and tired of this house. The seeds of true rebellion have finally taken root. The scene shifts back to the familiar grounds of Loon Academy. A muscular, shirtless student stands with his arms crossed, looking annoyed. He's waiting outside Cyan's dorm, grumbling about how the kid doesn't even bother showing up to class. Giving up, he decides to come back later. Just as he leaves, Cyan arrives. He overhears a group of students talking in the hallway. Apparently, all lessons have been canceled for the day. Another student expresses her hope that it's nothing serious. Cyan listens in, wondering what could have happened. One of the students explains that an instructor named Nella Aronis has gone missing. The name immediately clicks in Cyan's head, and his thoughts turn to Surika. As if summoned by his thoughts, Surika appears right behind him, her eyes glowing with suspicion. She gets straight to the point, demanding to know why he killed the magic instructor. Cyan calmly holds up a hand, denying it. He tells her it wasn't him, and that he doesn't even know who that instructor is. Surika lets out an exasperated sigh. "Of course you don't," she says. "You skip all your lessons." Cyan just gives a simple, "ah," as he realizes his chronic truancy has ironically become the perfect alibi. Sarika explains the situation. The missing instructor, Nella, was a talented mage from the Garam Kingdom. She continues, explaining that many mages come to Lewin because it's neutral territory, a safe haven from political turmoil. But there were rumors that Nella was part of a faction opposing Regan's Rainreaver, so the Mist had been monitoring her. Sarika pushes up her glasses, admitting they never expected the faction to go as far as kidnapping Lunav. Her guild was about to intervene, but Cyan beat them to it. Cyan puts the pieces together, so that's why the woman who grabbed Lunav looked familiar. Sarika snaps at him, annoyed that he's only just catching on. She tells him not to worry, since she's the only one who knows the truth. She then gives him a new mission that will take him away from the academy for a while. Cyan asks who will replace the now missing instructor. Sarika figures the job advertisements are already out. They'll need a new mage to fill the position, and soon. Meanwhile, on a dusty road far from the capital, a heavy chest rattles in the back of a hay-filled cart. A cheerful voice from the cart exclaims how much he loves the countryside view. We see a well-dressed man with long, dark hair riding alongside an old farmer. The farmer chuckles, guessing his passenger is a city boy. The farmer asks what brings him so far out from the city. The man explains that he's chasing a job opportunity. With a confident smile, he adds that he heard a position just opened up, which is why he's in such a hurry. The farmer correctly guesses he's heading to Lewin Academy for a teaching job. The man just laughs, saying, "Not yet," as if his appointment is already a certainty. Back in Sion's dorm, the maid, Emily, is sprawled out on the couch, looking incredibly bored. Suddenly, Karam appears in her human form and grabs Emily's leg. With a snarl, she tells her to get out, claiming the couch as her spot. Emily sits up, confused. She points out that this is Cyan's room, and nothing here belongs to Karam. Karam's eyes flash with anger. She is not used to being talked back to by mortals. Just then, the door opens and Cyan walks in, announcing his return. He stops short, taking in the chaotic scene. Karam is looming over a terrified Emily, who is wailing that Miss Karam is scary. Cyan sighs, asking what on earth they're doing. Ignoring the drama, Cyan tells Karam to get ready for their mission. Now lounging on the couch, Karam lazily asks if they have to go right now. Emily's eyes light up, and she begs Cyan to take her with them. Cyan turns her down, but says he has an even more important mission just for her. He points dramatically toward another room and gives her a critical task: make sure Nana doesn't go hungry. Emily sees right through him, yelling that he's just trying to get rid of her. But just then, a low, guttural grumble echoes from behind the door. The door itself seems to tremble as a dark aura seeps out from underneath. Emily freezes. She knows what that sound means. She panics. If Nana gets too hungry, she might revert to her more monstrous dragon form. The door creaks open, revealing a shadowy figure with glowing yellow eyes. It's Nana, her hunger transforming her. Before she can fully change, Emily shoves a piece of bread into her mouth. Nana happily munches on the bread, her transformation halted. Emily, holding a tray of strange, dark-looking pastries, reassures Cyan that she has everything under control. Cyan gives her a thumbs up. Emily puffs out her chest, proudly stating that she's a great cook. The tiny, floating imp form of Karam sweats nervously at the very sight of her baking. Cyan adds one last warning: don't feed any of it to Brian. The poor knight is still recovering in bed from her last culinary experiment. With the dorm settled, Karam asks where they're heading. Cyan replies that their destination is in the southwest of the empire, a city called Lambaster. We get a glimpse of a dark, grimy city skyline. Cyan explains that it's a lawless place, ruled by money and violence. The scene cuts to a roaring crowd in an underground fighting arena. A new match is about to begin. The crowd screams for blood, placing bets on the outcome. We see one of the fighters, Zaber. He's tall and muscular with long, dark hair. He looks down at his opponent with disdain, wondering how he should finish him. His opponent is a hulking brute named Zelbard, who looks more like a stitched-together monster than a man. Zaber just tells him to shut up and come at him. Zaber gets into a low stance, taunting his opponent, calling him a pig. The signal is given. The fight begins. Zelbard roars and charges, swinging a massive arm with enough force to shatter stone. But Zaber is unbelievably fast, easily dodging the attack with a confident smirk. He calls the move slow and prepares to counter, but suddenly feels a massive impact. It was a feint. Zelbard's first attack was a distraction, and he lands a crushing blow on Zaber, cackling that he's going to tear him apart. Zaber stumbles back, blood trickling from his lip as the crowd roars. He spits out a mouthful of blood, the smirk gone, replaced by a grimace of pain. But then, it's Zelbard who suddenly roars in victory. The punch he landed somehow backfired, and a massive, bloody gash has opened up across his own face. With a final, brutal strike, the announcer declares him the winner as he finishes off his opponent. In a city where the only laws are written in blood and paid for in gold, a 12-year-old boy has just arrived to start a war. The streets of Lambaster are a cesspool of drunks and criminals, the perfect hunting ground for an assassin. Cyan and Karam, in her human form, navigate the filthy streets. Karam wrinkles her nose in disgust. Cyan explains that, while the region is technically neutral, this city is impartial for a simpler reason. It's completely and utterly out of control. Before he can elaborate, a rough voice cuts in, welcoming the precious guests to their city. A mountain of a man and his crew of thugs block their path. He completely ignores Cyan, his leering eyes fixed on Karam. He suggests she ditch the kid and hang out with some real men instead. Karam just scoffs, turning to Cyan. "So this is what you meant, isn't it?" she says, her voice dripping with disdain. The city is crawling with low-lifes. The thug leader just laughs it off, warning her that they play rough around here. He finally glances down at Cyan and tells him to get lost. But Cyan just looks up, a faint, chilling smile on his face, amused by their foolish confidence. A moment later, the thug leader is on the ground, his face a swollen, bruised mess, groaning in pain. Cyan and Karam walk away without a backward glance, leaving the entire crew beaten unconscious in the alley. For a master assassin, a few street thugs aren't even a warm-up. They arrive at their destination. Cyan slams a heavy pouch of gold on the front desk of a large inn, demanding their best room. The woman at the counter looks at him skeptically, asking how old he is, clearly not taking him seriously. Cyan repeats his request, his tone turning cold. He decides to play a role he knows all too well. He raises his voice, adopting the arrogant tone of a spoiled nobleman, and demands to see the owner. Caught off guard by his sudden display of authority, the woman begins to stammer. She quickly changes her tune, stammering out a formal welcome to the Lambaster cage. From the lobby, Cyan watches as more guests arrive, every one of them looking like they belong to the criminal underworld. He watches them with a sharp, calculating gaze. Everything is proceeding exactly as he planned. One particularly shady-looking group, led by a man with a sinister grin and an eye patch, heads out, ready for a night of illicit business. The receptionist approaches Cyan, her professional smile plastered back on her face. She introduces herself. "My name is Lisa," she says, "manager of the Lambaster cage. How can I help you?" Cyan gets straight to the point. "I'd like to use the cage." Lisa's smile remains, but her eyes turn to ice. She apologizes, informing him that new customers are strictly forbidden from using the cage. Cyan's eyes flash red for a split second. Just as he thought. This place isn't just an inn, it's a front for something much darker. He presses her, gesturing to the other criminals coming and going. He asks why they're allowed in, and if he's the only new customer here tonight. As he speaks, a wave of pure, suffocating killing intent washes over Lisa. It's a primal, terrifying aura that she hasn't felt in years. In an instant, she drops to her knees, her voice trembling as she begs for forgiveness, pleading that she's just doing her job. Cyan smirks, pulling back his aura. Her reaction is interesting, but as he lets his guard down, Lisa lunges. A blade flashes from her sleeve, aimed directly at his throat. But Cyan is faster. He calmly flicks a single gold coin from his pouch. The coin spins through the air with impossible speed, intercepting the dagger with a sharp clang and knocking it harmlessly aside. Lisa stares in disbelief at the golden coin now lying on the floor. Her mind races. She only attacked because she felt that overwhelming killing intent. She can't believe it came from a child. Cyan picks up the coin, looking at the fresh scratch on it with mock sadness. Then he turns on her, demanding an apology. "Did you just try to attack me?" he asks, his voice dripping with menace. Lisa frantically tries to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. Cyan leans in, his expression twisting into a terrifying grin. He tells her he's very displeased and asks how she plans to take responsibility. Lisa is completely flustered, her brain short-circuiting from the mix of terror and utter confusion. Having thoroughly broken her composure, Cyan has won. The power dynamic has been firmly established. Defeated, Lisa leads him down a dark, torchlit staircase, explaining that this is the path to the real cage. She hands him a VVIP plaque, a square medallion with an intricate design. Lisa explains that it's given to special customers and that keeping it on him will guarantee his safety inside. She gives him one last serious warning. She doesn't know why he's so desperate to enter the cage, but she advises him not to go unless he has multiple lives to spare. Cyan isn't fazed. He simply replies that he prefers to do things his own way. Lisa stomps away in frustration, muttering that she'll never forget this humiliation. As they descend deeper, Karam asks why he went through all that trouble instead of just forcing the woman to bring him the owner. Cyan reveals his true mission. The order from Sarika was to draw out the owner of the Lambaster cage. The mission directive, written in the coded language of the mist, is clear. His target is a woman named Lindsay Nihaloff, the veiled and mysterious figure who runs this entire criminal empire. Cyan explains that there are no clues to her whereabouts. Karam groans, annoyed that Sarika would give them such a vague, impossible task. As they walk, Karam notices that Cyan seems to know his way around. He confirms that he'll figure it out soon enough. His mind flashes back to a memory from his past life. He sees this very city engulfed in the flames of a brutal civil war. He tells Karam he came here a few times before and that this place is destined to collapse. Karam wonders just how chaotic this place really is. Cyan just repeats that she'll find out soon enough. A massive, barred gate groans open before them, revealing a huge, roaring arena. This is the true Lambaster cage. Elsewhere in the city, a man with spiky white hair takes a drag from his cigarette. He looks down at the bruised thug from earlier, asking if a little kid really did this to him. The thug, kneeling on the floor, insists that the boy was no ordinary child. The boss, a local gang leader named Gunther, seems intrigued. The thug explains that the kid booked a VIP room at the cage so they couldn't touch him. Gunther considers this. Perhaps the boy is the son of a powerful noble. The thug, a massive lump now protruding from his forehead, wails that he's too embarrassed to even show his face in public, begging his boss for help. Gunther stands up, a grin spreading across his face. This sounds interesting. He's curious to see this kid for himself and decides they're heading to the cage immediately. Back in the arena, a brutal fight comes to an end with a devastating kick to the face. The crowd erupts as the announcer declares the winner, Linda Weasley. A ridiculously muscular woman with fiery red hair flexes for the cheering audience, her boot planted firmly on her defeated opponent's chest. Cyan watches from a balcony overlooking the ring. He can see now why this city is doomed. Betting on fights like this, he muses, is certainly a good way to attract attention. With a sly smile, he adds, and that's exactly why I'm here. Karam looks at him, confused. Cyan's eyes glow red as a wicked grin spreads across his face. He lays out his simple, brutal plan. If the owner won't come out on her own, they'll just have to make so much noise that she has no choice. Karam still doesn't quite get it. Just then, a guard spots Cyan on the VVIP balcony and stomps over. He and his partner get in Cyan's face, telling him this is no place for a kid. Cyan thinks to himself, perfect timing. The guard grabs Cyan's shoulder, but in a blur of motion, Cyan seizes his arm and brutally twists it. The other guard shouts in alarm as his partner screams in agony. He stares in shock, unable to process what just happened. Cyan turns to him, his face shadowed, a predatory grin on his lips. The guard immediately starts to beg for his life. But Cyan unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes, too fast for the eye to follow. The guard can only watch his partner collapse before he too is struck down, his cry of pain cut short. Cyan stands over their unconscious bodies, dusting off his hands. He looks out at the arena below, his eyes glowing with dark energy. His voice is calm, but his smile is pure chaos as he asks, "So, where do I sign up to fight?" A 12-year-old boy has just demanded to fight in an underground death match, and the crowd is buzzing with a mix of disbelief and morbid curiosity. They can't believe the cage is so desperate for fighters that they'd let a child step into the ring. One spectator slams his fist on the railing, shouting that this is absolutely ridiculous. And there he is. Cyan, standing in the middle of the arena, calmly wrapping his hands. The crowd is in an uproar, shouting and jeering at the sight of a kid preparing for battle. But Cyan is completely unfazed. He looks up at his massive opponent with a flicker of interest, a spark of excitement in his eyes. This is exactly the kind of chaos he was hoping for. The hulking monster known as Zelbard towers over him, easily 10 times his size. He looks down at the little kid and wonders aloud what the most entertaining way to kill him would be. A man in the stands crosses his arms, convinced the promoters have lost their minds. He declares that this won't even be a fight, it's going to be a slaughter. His friend agrees, but says it makes for an easy bet. Still, he can't believe they're putting this kid up against Zelbard of all people. He explains that Zelbard is a true monster, a beast so feared that the locals have nicknamed him the Half-Ogre. Zelbard lets out a maniacal laugh, his eyes glowing with a sickly green light. He's made up his mind. He's going to crush this tiny opponent into a paste. He throws a punch, his massive fist rocketing towards Cyan like a cannonball. The boy just watches it come, his expression perfectly calm. But just as the punch is about to connect, Cyan moves. In a single fluid motion, he sidesteps and delivers a precise strike to Zelbard's chest. A shockwave of crimson energy explodes on impact. The force of the blow sends the half-ogre flying backwards, his massive body slamming into the arena wall with enough power to crack solid stone. Zelbard collapses to the ground, out cold. It happened in an instant. One hit. The entire arena falls into a dead, stunned silence. The crowd just stares, their mouths hanging open in utter disbelief. The announcer, just as shocked as everyone else, finally finds his voice. He declares the unbelievable result. Lemea's Simon is the winner. The silence is shattered by a deafening roar from the crowd. They've just witnessed the impossible. Cyan stands calmly amidst the chaos. He chose the name Lemea's Simon as a simple alias. After all, a duke's son can't be seen fighting in an illegal arena. Kairam appears, pointing out that his face is still visible, making the alias rather pointless. But Cyan reassures her, explaining that he has a special spell activated. It's an authority granted to him by the god of the Mist Guild when he became their true master. The spell is a perfect tool for an assassin. People can see him and interact with him normally, but the moment they try to recall his face, their memory will turn to fog. He's a ghost hiding in plain sight. With his point made, Cyan decides to head back to his room. Kairam grumbles that she wasn't worried, but her tone tells a different story. Meanwhile, the gang leader Gunter has just arrived at the arena. He takes in the scene, the defeated monster, the roaring crowd, and hears the name, Lemea's Simon. A hungry grin spreads across his face. He's found his next prey. His eyes gleam with a predatory light as he stares down at the ring. "Don't disappoint me, Simon," he says to himself, his voice filled with anticipation. The scene shifts back to the front desk of the Lambaster cage. Lisa, the manager, is on edge, demanding to know what all the commotion is about. A stunningly beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a red dress has just stormed in with her entourage. This is Delkia, the powerful manager of the red light district. Delkia demands that Lisa bring her the kid who caused a scene earlier. Lisa plays dumb, telling her to get lost. Delkia's smile turns into a snarl, warning Lisa that things are about to get ugly. Lisa stands her ground, ready for a fight. Hidden from view, she prepares an array of throwing knives, declaring that she won't tolerate any disruptions concerning her customers. Delkia sees that as a confession. "So I as here," she shouts, her men readying themselves for a fight. Lisa realizes she's in a bad spot. This kid has managed to anger every major player in the city in less than a day. A calm voice cuts through the tension. "Excuse me." Cyan appears as if from thin air, standing right between Delkia's men. He raises a hand casually and asks, "Are you looking for me?" Lisa is just as shocked as everyone else, asking how long he's been standing there. Cyan nonchalantly replies that he's been there for a while, then walks forward. "Here I am." He steps right up to Delkia, telling her to deal with him directly instead of harassing the staff. The moment Delkia's eyes meet his, the world around her seems to explode into a shower of pink flower petals. She is utterly captivated. Cyan begins to explain that her men provoked him first, but she gently takes his hand, interrupting him. She looks at him, her cheeks flushed, and asks for his name. Cyan, caught off guard by her sudden shift in demeanor, tells her it's Simon. Delkia practically swoons, calling it a brave name for such a handsome face. Lisa watches with horror, realizing this woman is dangerously unpredictable. She tries to pull Cyan away, shouting that he's just a minor. Cyan tells Lisa not to worry, but she panics, insisting that Delkia is bad news. Delkia slips a business card into Cyan's hand, suggesting they have a much deeper conversation. Next time. Cyan looks down at the card. It reads, Delkia's Room of Pleasures. He immediately breaks out in a cold sweat. Delkia winks, telling him to stop by anytime. She leans in close, whispering that for him, her services would be completely free. After that bizarre encounter, Cyan finds himself back at the front desk, getting an earful from a very unhappy Lisa. She scolds him, asking if he listened to a single one of her warnings. Cyan just defends himself, insisting they started it. Lisa sighs, mentioning she heard he won a match in the arena. She reminds him that news travels fast in a place like this. As Cyan heads to his room, Lisa gives him one final emphatic warning. Don't you ever go near the Room of Pleasures. Cyan just yells back that he doesn't go to places like that anyway. Lisa watches him go, a small smile on her lips. She's just relieved that Delkia backed off on her own. But her relief is short-lived. A sudden, chilling presence fills the room, and the temperature seems to drop. A figure emerges from the shadows. It's Lindsay Nihalov, the veiled owner of the Lambaster cage. Her voice is like silk and poison as she notes how close Lisa seems to have gotten with their new guest. Lisa stammers, insisting she was just treating him like any other VIP. But Lindsay points out that she even offered him advice. Lisa tries to explain that it wasn't personal. After all, he's still just a kid. A wild, mocking laugh echoes through the room. It's Gunther. He tells Lisa she's severely underestimating the boy. Lisa whirls around, furious, demanding to know how Gunther dared to set foot in here. He just leans against the wall, casually suggesting the place could use a remodel. Lindsay calmly states, I called him here. Lisa is confused, asking why. Lindsay's eyes curve into a smile behind her veil. She wants Lisa to arrange a special match for Gunther. Lisa knows Gunther was exiled from the cage long ago. She asks who his opponent will be. Gunther points a thumb at his chest, a predatory grin on his face. He wants to fight Lemea's Simon. He leans in close to Lisa, his red eyes glowing. What do you think? He purrs. Can't you already smell the money? Cyan's plan has worked. He's made so much noise that the owner herself is now moving the pieces. Elsewhere, in the opulent heart of the red light district, Delkia is having a complete meltdown, throwing priceless vases around her room and screaming in frustration. Two of her subordinates listen from outside, noting that she's particularly loud today. The other laughs, recalling how she boasted about seducing the kid, only to fall head over heels for him herself. He's sure she'll do anything to get him now, his companion agrees. Delkia always gets what she wants. They both shudder, feeling sorry for the poor kid. Inside, Delkia's frustration boils over. She's surrounded by dozens of sketches, all failed attempts to capture Cyan's face. She screams that it's impossible, that she just can't remember. I just saw him, she wails. Why can't I remember what he looks like? She clutches her head, screaming in agony. Why can't she recall that beautiful face? This is the true power of Cyan's spell. Her memory is a fog, a blurry image she can never quite grasp. But this failure doesn't deter her. It only fuels the fire of her obsession. A dark, possessive look crosses her face. The mystery only makes her want him more. Her hunt for Lemea's Simon has just begun. Lambaster's red light district, a dizzying maze of neon lights and shadowy corners. It's a place built on vice, where every kind of earthly pleasure is up for sale. And for Cyan, it's a place he wants nothing to do with. He turns his back on the chaos, ready to leave it all behind. The memory of Delkia, the district's manager, sends a shiver down his spine. He knows she's trouble, and the rumors about her tastes are more than enough to make him keep his distance. This isn't just distaste, it's a strategic withdrawal from unnecessary complications. Just as he decides to search for clues about Lindsay elsewhere, a small figure collides with him. A basket tumbles, spilling its contents across the grimy street. The young girl lands hard with a cry of pain. Looking down, Cyan's cold demeanor softens for a moment as he asks if she's okay. Scrambling to her feet, her eyes are wide with pure terror. She immediately begins bowing, apologizing over and over, begging him not to hurt her. In a city like Lambaster, even an accident can have brutal consequences. Cyan is taken aback. Her overwhelming fear is a stark reminder of the world she lives in, where the weak are always at the mercy of the strong. His gaze falls on the spilled items, cigarettes, all branded with the mark of the Grey Guild. He kneels to help her, his voice gentle. "I should be the one apologizing," he says, asking if she's hurt. She quickly shakes her head, insisting she's fine, but then she does something that stops him cold. She presses her forehead to the ground in a gesture of absolute submission, thanking him for his mercy. "Get up," he says, his tone firm but not unkind. As he hands back the basket, he notes how full it is. When he asks if she's selling them, she brightens up, eagerly pitching them as high-quality goods from the Grey Merchant Union. "I don't smoke," he replies, his mind already piecing things together. The Grey Merchant Union, that name is new. It wasn't a player in his past life, meaning history is already changing in ways he didn't predict. Thinking she's offended him, the girl apologizes again. But as she turns to leave, Cyan stops her, asking where she sells them. A hopeful smile touches her lips. She tells him she works the alleys west of here, hoping to sell out before sunrise so she can finally go home. He understands immediately. She's not just working, she's trapped, forced to wander these dangerous streets until her basket is empty. He sees the quiet desperation in her eyes. Without another word, he pulls out a single gold coin. "This should be enough to buy all of them, right?" For a street vendor like her, one gold coin is a life-changing amount of money. She looks confused, reminding him that he doesn't smoke. Cyan just pushes the coin into her hand, telling her to take it. Then he holds out another coin, the one scratched by Lisa's dagger from the arena. "And this," he adds, "is just for you." Her eyes widen, sparkling with disbelief. 2 gold coins. It's more money than she's ever held in her life. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she thanks him again and again, promising never to forget his kindness as she dashes away into the night. Karim materializes beside him, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she teases him for playing the hero. But Cyan's expression is hard as ice. "Not exactly," he says, watching the direction the girl ran towards the city's waste dump. "This wasn't just charity, it was a baited hook. Why are we following her?" Karim asks. Cyan's reply is chillingly simple. "You'll see." And just moments later, his prediction comes true. A terrified scream cuts through the alley as the girl is thrown to the ground. It's the same thugs he humiliated earlier. Their leader holds up the gold coin she dropped, a cruel sneer on his face as he accuses her of lying to them. He fumes, convinced she's a thief, and orders his men to teach her a lesson for her supposed deception. For him, this isn't about the money. It's about venting the frustration and shame he felt after being beaten down by Simon. The girl sobs, pleading with them, insisting she didn't steal anything. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the darkness. "She's asking you to believe her. Why not just stop?" The thugs freeze, a dreadful sense of recognition dawning on them. Cyan looks down from a nearby rooftop, his face a mask of pure disgust. The sight of grown men robbing a child fills him with a quiet, simmering rage. "Pathetic," he scoffs. The leader's shock quickly morphs into a twisted grin. He can't believe his luck. The man who embarrassed him has walked right into their territory. This time, he thinks, things will be different. The thought barely crosses his mind before Cyan is on him in a blur of motion, a single, brutal kick sending him flying into a wall. The girl can only watch, stunned into silence by the sudden, violent turn of events. With the cold precision of a master assassin, Cyan dismantles the rest of the gang. Pinned to the ground, the leader screams, demanding to know why he's doing this. Cyan tilts his head, a calm, almost pleasant smile on his face that doesn't reach his eyes. "Why?" "Because I find joy in the little things." His eyes flare with a menacing red light, his smile twisting into a sadistic grin. "For example," he snarls, "torturing lowlifes. This is the side of him the world rarely sees, the part that enjoys delivering punishment." He brings his foot down, and again, and again. The relentless, rhythmic impacts echo through the alley, punctuated only by the man's agonized cries. A brutal lesson is taught in the shadows of Lambaster. When it's finally over, Cyan tosses the gold coin back to the terrified girl. "He won't be walking for a while," he says casually. A small smile touches his lips. "Try not to drop it this time." The girl, caught between gratitude and terror, can only stammer a thank you through her tears. But the night isn't over. A slow, deliberate clap echoes from the alley's entrance. A man steps out of the shadows. It's Gunther. Impressive, he says. Truly amazing. Cyan is momentarily surprised. His perception-altering magic should make him unrecognizable to most. Gunther chuckles, admitting he wasn't sure at first. But, he continues, there's only one person in this city with your kind of skill. He points directly at him. You're Lemaeus Simon, and I'm Gunther Lictus. I'm the one who runs this part of the city. Cyan remains unfazed. He glances at the unconscious thug on the ground. I had some questions for him, he says coolly. But I suppose you'll do, Gunther scoffs, calling his subordinate useless as he plants his boot on the man's head. The thug groans, trying to warn his boss about Cyan's strength. With a vicious grin, Gunther decides his man is now worthless. A sickening crack echoes through the alley as he ends his own subordinate's life without a second thought. The cigarette girl screams in horror. There was no need for that, Cyan says, his voice flat and cold. Gunther just laughs. What can I say? I'm a little excited right now. He reveals he just came from a meeting with the owner of the Lambaster cage herself. And guess what we talked about? He grins. I told her I wanted to fight you. That's the connection Cyan was looking for. This man knows Lindsay Nihalov. Wasting no time, Cyan closes the distance in an instant. He throws a powerful punch, but Gunther catches it effortlessly, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Gunther looks impressed. Now that's a heavy punch, he says with a smirk. You want to go right now? Cyan answers with another fist. Gunther dodges, his excitement growing. All right, you're on. With a roar, Gunther's fist begins to glow with crackling raw power. He slams it into the ground, and the entire alleyway erupts, stone and dirt shattering from the force of the blow. Leaping back, Cyan realizes this isn't just a simple brawler. Gunther is a force of nature, willing to destroy his own territory for the sake of a good fight. He feels the immense energy flowing from Gunther's body, a powerful strength reinforcement ability. This man is far more dangerous than he looks. Gunther grins, ready for more. No need to wait for the main event, he shouts, launching himself forward. They clash in a dizzying exchange of blows. Not bad, Simon, Gunther yells. Keep entertaining me. Knocked back, Cyan thinks to himself that this guy is definitely not just playing around. Their fists meet in a blinding flash of light, the sheer power of their collision, a testament to two monsters meeting in a dark alley. The scene shifts to a strange, timeless dimension, the sacred domain of the god of black fog. Here, Sirika Nigurti meditates, surrounded by a swirling purple aura of immense power. The voice of her god echoes through the chamber, remarking that she gave Cyan a very interesting mission. The god points out that the target, Lindsay Nihalov, was never on the Mist Guild's official elimination list. The shadowy deity clarifies that this isn't a lecture, but he finds it curious she would involve Cyan in what is clearly her own personal business. Sirika's eyes remain closed. I won't deny it, she says simply. Her motives run deeper than a simple assassination order. The god concedes the point, acknowledging that Lindsay Nihalov, a former traitor to their guild, would have needed to be dealt with eventually. Finally, Sirika reveals her true intention. This mission isn't just about Lindsay. It's a test for Cyan, to determine if he is worthy to be the successor to their god. Or, she wonders aloud, will he follow the same path as Lindsay, another powerful asset who grows too strong and ultimately betrays them all? The god of black fog considers this. Cyan's future is an interesting puzzle, one with dangerously high stakes for their entire organization. A faint smile plays on Sirika's lips. We'll see soon enough, she says. After all, fate is never predictable. Back in the ruined alley, the dust settles. Gunther looks genuinely surprised. You're still standing after that? Cyan meets his gaze, a new intensity in his eyes. I'm glad I found you. This fight has confirmed everything he needed to know. Gunther settles into a fighting stance, a wide, challenging grin on his face. So, shall we continue? He asks. Show me more of that, Lemaeus Simon act. The brawl is over. The real fight is about to begin. In the dark heart of Lambaster's back alleys, the storm has already broken. The night air crackles with the sound of brutal, unrestrained violence. Cyan moves like a phantom through the chaos. His strikes are swift, precise, and devastating. He isn't just fighting, he's a surgeon of combat, dismantling Gunther's men with cold, calculated efficiency. With the lackeys scattered, Cyan pins Gunther to the ground, his knee pressed hard against his chest. Leaning in, his voice is a low, sharp whisper. "Where is Lindsay Nihalof?" But Gunther just scoffs, a defiant grin spreading across his face. A wild, furious energy begins to radiate from him, his eyes glowing with purple light. "Don't underestimate me," he growls. He's the king of this city for a reason, and he's about to show Cyan why. With a surge of raw power, Gunther throws Cyan off him. He meets every attack head-on, their fists colliding in a series of explosive impacts that shake the very ground beneath them. But even in the heat of battle, Cyan is analytical. He notices something strange. His attacks aren't leaving a single mark on Gunther's arm. Below, Gunther winds up for another punch, a faint purple aura protecting his skin. "Try dodging this one," he taunts. An explosion of force rips through the alley, shattering the pavement. Cyan narrowly avoids the blow, feeling the immense power behind it. He lands gracefully on a pile of debris, putting some distance between them. He looks down at the battle-hungry monster below, completely unfazed. He's not intimidated, he's gathering data. Gunther grins, genuinely impressed. "You're not too bad, Simon," he says, his voice a mix of respect and raw excitement. "Actually, you're better than I expected." Energy crackles around his fists as his battle lust ignites. "Come down here," he shouts. "We're not done yet." Cyan looks down, a flicker of annoyance on his face. He was about to end this, but then he pauses. He senses a new presence nearby. "Wait," he thinks. "Someone's here." A woman's sharp voice cuts through the tension. "Stop, Gunther!" Armed staff from the lambaster cage arrive, their weapons raised. Gunther turns his head slowly, his eyes burning with rage. "What are you butting in for?" he snarls, his voice dripping with menace. "Are you looking to die?" The cage manager stands her ground, her expression tense but resolute. She points her sword at him, demanding to know why he's attacking their esteemed customer. Gunther points right back, infuriated. "He started it," he roars, but the manager instantly shuts him down. Nonsense. It's clear this isn't their first argument. To Cyan, Gunther looks less like a fearsome gang leader and more like a child being scolded, complaining that he always gets the blame. With a scoff, Gunther turns to leave, shouting over his shoulder not to forget about their official match. As he walks away, Cyan notes how obedient he is. Something feels off. This intervention seems a little too convenient. The manager approaches Cyan, asking if he's hurt. "I'm fine," he replies, his voice turning cold. "But I am very displeased." She and her guards flinch at his tone. She stammers an apology, acknowledging they failed to protect him. A plan begins to form in Cyan's mind. "Looks like you have a favor to ask," he says calmly. The manager looks stunned. "How did you guess?" she asks, caught completely off guard by his sharp perception. Cyan turns away, explaining that he knows Gunther wants an official match. Then, with calculated indifference, he adds, "I don't mind." Relieved, she asks if he's sure. Cyan glances back, his expression unreadable. "On one condition." His eyes drift towards a dark corner of the alley. "Give her a job," he says plainly. Huddled in the shadows is the small, shivering girl from before. He started this entire confrontation because of her, and now he's leveraging the chaos to secure her a future away from the streets. A week passes, and word spreads like wildfire. In a crowded tavern, two men gossip excitedly. "Did you hear? Gunther Lichtus is coming back to the cage." His friend grins. "Against that new kid, Simon of Lamea, right? I can't wait to see Gunther fight again. That kid is going to get destroyed." For 7 days, the entire city buzzes with talk of the fight. The hype is bigger than anything Lambaster has seen in years. Cyan didn't spend that week idly. He fought in the cage every day, learning its rhythm, its crowds, and most importantly, its rules. The first rule was simple: no weapons. It was a stage for pure hand-to-hand combat. The second was a code of honor: back off if your opponent surrenders. And the third, most important rule: killing is forbidden. But as the announcer steps into the ring, a manic grin on his face, he screams that tonight, those rules are being thrown out. This is a no-rule match. The crowd erupts. The announcer declares that the cage's owner has given her special permission. Across the ring, Gunther stands ready. Cyan's expression remains neutral, but inwardly, he's confused. No one mentioned this to him. "It's just like it sounds like. There are no rules," the announcer bellows. Cyan's eyes narrow slightly. I wasn't told about this, he says, his voice dangerously calm. Gunter slips on a pair of brutal-looking brass knuckles, a sadistic smile on his lips. You have no idea how much I've been waiting for this, Simon. Cyan immediately protests to the judge that this is unfair, but Gunther just flexes, ignoring him completely, eager for the carnage to begin. Before he can argue further, the announcer screams, "Match, begin!" In that same instant, Gunther vanishes. Cyan's eyes widen. He's unbelievably fast. Watching from a private box high above is Lindsay Nihaloff, the veiled owner of the cage. A small, cruel smile touches her lips. Let's see what you're really made of, Simon of Lamea, she thinks. This entire setup, the rule change, the weapons, it was all her design. This is her test. Back in the ring, Gunther reappears right in front of Cyan. Weren't you informed? He asks mockingly. Cyan's reply is short. Not at all, Gunther smirks. Then go grab a weapon, he offers, flexing his armored arms. If you're afraid, that is. But Cyan simply closes his eyes, a calm expression on his face. He's not rattled. I'll do just fine without one. He opens his eyes, and they are now glowing with a faint crimson light. Dark, demonic energy begins to swirl around his bandaged hands. This isn't just magic. It's the raw power of his demonic sword, Karam. His eyes are now fully red, blazing with deadly intent. I have a plan, he says, his voice steady. Let's do this. Gunther's grin widens. Magic? Good, he says, a crazed look in his eyes. I was worried I might actually kill you. Cyan reminds him this isn't a death match, but Gunther's response is chilling. Ever since coming to Lambaster, he confesses, licking his lips, his eyes gleam like a predator's. I've realized how good it feels to kill a human. Cyan's expression remains cold and unfazed. Is that so? He replies, as the demonic energy around him intensifies. Losing all control, Gunther lunges forward, roaring that he'll gouge out Cyan's arrogant eyes. He closes the distance in a flash, his fist aimed right for Cyan's face. But Cyan is faster. The dark energy around his hand solidifies, forming a sharp, wicked-looking blade. He meets Gunther's attack not with defense, but with an attack of his own. In a blur of motion, the crimson blade flashes. Gunther's eyes widen in shock. He never even saw it coming. The blade passes cleanly through his arm. A split second of stunned silence hangs in the air before a blood-curdling scream echoes throughout the arena. The crowd is frozen, unable to process what they just witnessed. A man turns to his friends, his face pale. What? Did you all see that? Gunther stumbles back, clutching the bloody stump where his arm used to be, his face a mask of agony and disbelief. My arm, he screams. As Gunther vows revenge, Cyan's eyes glow ominously. A chilling wave of killing intent washes over the arena as he speaks, his voice lethally calm. Don't move, or you might actually die. Gunther freezes. It's not the pain that stops him, but the sheer, overwhelming pressure coming from the small boy in front of him. He knows, without a doubt, that it isn't a bluff. The match is over. The announcer's voice booms through the stunned silence, declaring Simon of Lamea the winner. The spectators are in shock. They've never seen their unbeatable champion lose so decisively. In the stands, an older man with a large mustache is sweating, his eyes wide. He recognized the energy instantly. That black fog, and that mysterious mana. He clutches a piece of jewelry, his mind racing as the realization hits him. I'm certain of it, he trembles. That's the demonic sword! Meanwhile, Cyan wipes the sweat from his brow, his expression grim. He's figured it out. Someone deliberately withheld the information about the rule change. He wonders, did Lindsay realize what I'm trying to do? Just then, a cheerful voice calls out. That was so cool, Mr. John! Cyan! It's the little girl he saved, running up to him with a drink, her face beaming with admiration. Cyan takes the cup, a bit surprised. Oh, did you already start working? The girl nods happily, explaining that the manager said she could start as an assistant. She bows politely, introducing herself properly. Her new name tag reads Lewis. For a moment, a rare, almost imperceptible softness appears in Cyan's eyes. All right, work hard, he says, gently patting her head. In that brief exchange, he's not an assassin or a fighter, just someone looking out for a kid who needed help. A frantic cry of, "Sir!" breaks the moment. It's the manager. Cyan's gentle expression vanishes instantly, replaced by his usual cold mask. About time, he thinks. Now I can scold her for today's mess. The manager runs up and slams her head onto the table in a deep, desperate bow. "I am so sorry," she cries out. Louis looks on, startled, while Cyan remains silent, unimpressed by the display. He cuts right to the chase. "Why did you hide that today? It was a no-rule match." She looks up, her face etched with panic. "Hide it? I didn't," she insists, explaining it was a secret deal between the owner and Gunter. She apologizes again, admitting she should have been more vigilant. Cyan isn't convinced. "I would like to meet the owner," he demands. But the manager frantically shakes her head, saying it's impossible. The owner's identity is a closely guarded secret. Cyan sighs. This direct approach isn't working. He stands up, his mind already shifting to a new strategy. "All right," he tells the manager, "watch yourself from now on." As he turns to leave, a new voice stops him. "Excuse me, but do you have a moment?" He turns to see a well-dressed older man he doesn't recognize. The man smiles, a shrewd, calculating look in his eyes. "I am Morris of the Gray Merchant Union," he says. Morris leans in closer, his smile turning unsettlingly greedy. He says he came because of the demonic sword Cyan possesses. Then he gets straight to the point, his voice a low whisper. "Would you be willing to sell it to me?" A hand reaches out, its owner's face twisted with insatiable greed. Morris, the merchant, asks the one question that could cost him his life. "Would you be willing to sell it to me?" Cyan's eyes flash a dangerous red. He adjusts his collar, his expression turning to ice as his voice drops to a threatening whisper. "I don't know what you're talking about." The Morris just smirks, radiating an unshakable confidence. "There's no need to hide it," he says, leaning closer. "I'm sure I'm the only one here who recognized its true nature." To prove his credibility, he begins to list his credentials, explaining that he used to work for the prestigious Albus Merchant Union. "That is," he continues, "until its leader, Zickerman Albus, was assassinated 2 years ago." He's completely unaware that he's speaking to the very assassin who carried out the hit. Morris explains that after Albus's death, he left to join the Gray Merchant Union here in the lawless city of Lambaster. He boasts about his specialty in rare weapons, claiming he was once the main supplier for the powerful Garum Association. He declares with absolute certainty that no one knows more about legendary armaments than him. And what he saw in the arena tonight was unmistakable. His face lights up with a manic, obsessive excitement. "The demonic sword of the dark fog," he exclaims, convinced he's witnessing the return of a legend. He drops to one knee, practically begging. "Please, name your price. I will buy it, no matter the cost." Cyan's voice cuts through his rambling, cold and sharp. "You're the only one who knows?" The question hangs in the air, filled with the danger Morris is too blinded by greed to notice. In a flash, Cyan grabs him by the throat, lifting him clean off the ground. "That's good," he says, his voice dripping with killing intent. "Then I only need to get rid of you." Morris chokes, his own name a strangled gasp. Suddenly, Cyan senses movement. A cloaked figure with glowing red eyes materializes from the shadows, poised to strike. Before he can react, 3 more assassins surround them, weapons drawn. Their leader warns him to let Morris go, but Cyan just lets out a small, chilling laugh. "That's funny." His mind races, a single, cold thought echoing through his amusement. A terrifying, predatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing intensely. "Did you really think," he sneers, "that you could stop me with these amateurs?" He recognizes their gear instantly. They're from Sparnia's Shadow Assassin Squad. It seems Morris learned a lesson about security after his last boss's demise. Cyan tightens his grip, his voice a low whisper in the merchant's ear. "Do you really think they can save you before I snap your neck?" Morris's face turns purple as he gasps for air. The manager screams and Lewis covers her mouth in horror. The sudden, raw violence is terrifying to witness. An assassin steps forward, trying to de-escalate. He warns Cyan that they will be forced to attack if he doesn't cooperate. Cyan's gaze flickers to Lewis, who's on the verge of tears. He realizes this is getting messy, and the last thing he wants is to drag her into his world of bloodshed. For the first time, his connection to someone else has become a tactical liability. With a grunt of disgust, he drops Morris to the floor. The merchant lands in a heap, gasping and sputtering for air. Cyan dusts off his hands, his expression one of pure contempt. "I'll spare you this time," he says coldly. "Get lost before I change my mind." Morris scrambles to his feet, terrified but alive. He quickly orders his guards to lower their weapons. Composing himself, he manages a slight bow, trying to save some shred of dignity. "You must be a bit upset, Mr. Simon." Cyan's eyes narrow. His gaze is a promise that this encounter is far from over. "I'll back off for now." But Morris, ever the opportunist, can't resist one last attempt. He bows again, a slimy smile returning to his face. "But my offer still stands. Please, think about it." The merchant and his assassins make a hasty retreat, leaving Cyan alone with his thoughts. "The Gray Merchant Union," he muses. An organization formed right after he took out Zickerman Albus. The pieces are starting to connect. Just then, the manager, Lisa, approaches him cautiously. Cyan turns to Lewis, who still looks shaken. "Yeah, I'm fine," he reassures her gently, his tone softening only for her. He pats her head, a rare gesture of comfort. "Don't pay it any mind." He turns back to Lisa, his expression hardening once more as he continues to stroke Lewis's hair. "I have a favor to ask, Lisa." His eyes flare red again, his voice leaving no room for argument. "I want to meet the owner of the Lambaster cage." Lisa flinches, a bead of sweat running down her face. His intensity is more terrifying than any weapon. Elsewhere in the city, a loud crash echoes through a darkened room. It's Gunter. Consumed by rage, he's destroying his quarters while his men plead with him to calm down before he reopens his wound. But he doesn't hear them. He screams Simon's name, lost in a storm of hatred. "I need to kill him," he roars. "I feel like I'm going to die if I don't kill him." The memory of his humiliating defeat plays over and over in his mind, the feeling of being utterly powerless in front of that monster. The image of Cyan's cold, glowing eyes is burned into his memory, a permanent scar on his pride. He collapses to his knees, clutching his head in despair. "How can I bring him down?" he whispers, his mind a total blank. He has been broken not just physically, but mentally. And then an image flashes in his mind, the small, defenseless girl Cyan had protected. Lewis. A dark flicker of an idea ignites in his eyes. A slow, sickening grin spreads across his face. Yes, that kid, he realizes with a jolt of cruel inspiration. This is the moment a warrior's pride dies and a true villain is born. A vile plan takes root in his desperation. "I have an idea." He clutches a card from the Grey Guild, his knuckles white. His path to revenge is no longer honorable, it's cowardly. Later that night, at the now empty Lambaster cage, Lewis is tidying up the lobby, humming to herself as she works, a picture of innocence in a city of sin. Suddenly, the heavy front door creaks open. She looks up, surprised, but quickly puts on a professional smile. "Welcome to Lambaster Cage." A menacing shadow falls over her as a deep, familiar voice speaks from the darkness. "Hello, kid." Lewis's eyes widen in terror as she recognizes the hulking, one-armed figure of Gunter. He grabs her, his grip like iron. "Do you remember me?" he asks, his voice dangerously soft. A terrifying grin splits his face. "Then can you help me?" Back in the manager's office, Cyan is losing his patience. "Why can't I meet her?" he demands. He presses further, but Lisa stands her ground. "She's not someone you can easily meet." "Why are you defending Lindsay Nyalof so much?" The use of her full name shocks Lisa, confirming that Cyan is far more than he seems. She finally relents, her expression turning dead serious. "Listen, she's keeping an eye on you too. She was the one who permitted the fight with Gunther, and changed the rules." Her voice drops to a low, urgent whisper. "So let me warn you, you need to leave this city. Otherwise, you might actually end up dead." Cyan processes her words. Is this genuine concern, or just another part of Lindsay's game? Suddenly, a piercing scream rips through the building. Lisa gasps. "That's from the lobby." It's Lewis's voice. Without a second's hesitation, Cyan is gone, a black blur sprinting down the stairs. They arrive to find the lobby destroyed, a gaping hole blasted through the wall. Lisa looks around in horror, but Cyan already knows. "I think I know who did this," he says, his voice dangerously quiet. He kneels, his eyes spotting something on the floor. It's Louis's nameplate, snapped in half, a symbol of the innocence that has just been shattered. He stands up, his back to Lisa. "Stay here. I'll go get her. She starts to protest, but he cuts her off. He turns his head slightly, his gaze filled with a terrifying absolute certainty. I told you. His eyes are glowing with an incandescent rage, a silent promise of the hell that is about to be unleashed. That I think I know. In another part of the city, Morris clicks his tongue in annoyance, standing in a lavish but messy room. A lady's room shouldn't be this messy, he comments. The blonde woman on the bed, Delkia, opens her eyes. Who came in here without permission? She asks lazily. Do you want to die? You're a mess, Delkia, he replies. She recognizes him, asking what business he has with her. Isn't it obvious? He says. I've come with an offer. She scoffs, telling him she's not interested in pigs. Morris holds up a sketch of Cyan. He taunts her about her obsession with a boy whose face she can't even remember. She snatches the drawing from him. What would you know? She mutters, telling him to get to the point. Morris grins and produces a small vial of pink liquid, a potent paralysis potion. You'll be able to have him with this, he promises. He places the vial on the bed. She looks at it, then at him, her eyes narrowed. What do you want? His grin is predatory. I just want one thing the boy possesses. You can have his body. Delkia considers the dark proposal. A deal is struck in the shadows, another piece in the deadly game being played around Cyan. Morris leaves, satisfied. He doesn't care who Simon is. He just needs him gone. For now, he'll let Gunther do the dirty work. In a derelict part of the city, Gunther waits, a savage smile on his face. I've been waiting for you, Simon of Lamea. Cyan appears out of the darkness, his expression colder than the night air. Where is the kid? He asks, his voice flat. Gunther just laughs. Here, a souvenir, he says, throwing something small at Cyan's feet. It clatters on the cobblestones. Cyan stands perfectly still, his gaze locked on the small object. His eyes widen. It's one of Louis's hair clips, stained with blood. Gunther points to a pile of rubble. The rest is over there, he taunts, a challenging grin on his face. Come and get it. In that instant, the last thread of Cyan's control shatters. An unholy grin of pure, murderous fury spreads across his face as demonic energy explodes from his body. Why didn't you just say you wanted to die? Tendrils of blood-red energy lash out, wrapping around Gunther. But he doesn't look scared. He looks ecstatic. Yes, that's what I wanted. He throws his head back and roars, his eyes glowing with the same madness as Cyan's. Come at me, Simon. In a lavish, shadow-draped room, a soft voice poses a chilling question. You think that child will kill Gunther? The speaker is Lindsay Nihaloff, the veiled owner of Lambaster. Her glowing purple eyes shine from the darkness as she leans forward, a queen upon her throne. The manager, Lisa, stands before her, her answer simple and certain. Yes. Lindsay presses further, asking if she's worried about him, about her own brother. Lisa clenches her fists, her expression a storm of conflict. She admits that any sisterly affection she once had is long gone. It's just, she asks, why are you so obsessed with this Simon? A sly, knowing smile plays on Lindsay's lips. Oh, you're curious, are you? Well, allow me to reassure you. Lindsay asks a simple question. Do you remember Simon's face? Lisa pauses, confused. She tries to picture him, but her memory is a strange, impenetrable fog. What? She thinks, a jolt of fear running through her. Why can't I recall his face? Lindsay raises a hand, a faint red glow emanating from a ring on her finger as dark smoke swirls around her. It is one of Aru's authorities, she explains. The ability to make people forget your face. Lisa is stunned. Aru? You mean the god of darkness? This is a power far beyond that of any mortal. Lindsay confirms it with a smile, the ring on her finger glowing brighter. Yes, it seems my past has finally found me. She isn't talking about Simon. She's talking about the Mist Guild, the organization she betrayed. Lisa panics.
What? Then aren't you in danger?
But Lindsay is the picture of calm. No. She rises from her chair, radiating an aura of absolute power. It's been a while since we've had such a precious guest, she says with a chilling smile. So treat him accordingly. Lisa Lictus. The command is absolute. Back at the junkyard, the battle rages. Cyan's demonic energy slams into Gunther, but he roars in defiance, demanding to know what happened to the cold, calculating Simon he fought before. He punches the ground, sending a shockwave of force and debris hurtling towards Cyan. The force of the blow tears through the landscape, but Cyan lands gracefully, dodging the onslaught with ease. Gunther looms over him, taunting him. "Why aren't you using that skill from before?" he yells, referring to the demonic blade that took his arm. He forms a new arm out of Cyan's own captured energy, a crazed grin on his face. "Try harder, Simon of Lamea." Cyan looks around at the wreckage, his expression one of disgust as he steps over a massive human skull. "You're digging up all the human remains," he says flatly. Gunther doesn't deny it. He explains that these bones belong to the useless, the forgotten trash of Lambaster. As he crushes a skull in his hand, a painful memory surfaces. "Lisa and I grew up amongst this garbage," he begins, his voice laced with old wounds. A flashback shows a young, scrappy Gunther standing protectively before his terrified sister, facing down monstrous shadows in the junkyard. He says they fought tooth and nail to survive. Then, one day, he met a boy who would change his life forever. He remembers the sleazy junkyard manager, the man who tormented them, begging for his life. And he remembers the calm, well-dressed blonde boy who ran him through with a sword without a hint of hesitation. Gunther explains that this boy single-handedly eliminated their tormentor. He and Lisa could only watch in awe as their nightmare was ended. The boy, a young Ashel Vert, told them he'd left the academy looking for fun and decided to clean up the garbage. Even then, Ashel saw people as things to be disposed of. Ashel turned to them with a gentle, angelic smile and told them they were safe. Gunther says he could never forget that face. It was the face of a savior. In that moment, something inside him broke, and something new was forged in its place. "I decided to admire him," he says. "After that day, my life changed." He dreamed of becoming just like his hero, of one day scrapping all the garbage in Lambaster. He grew stronger, more brutal, and eventually took over the junkyard. He started fighting in the cage to earn money. When he killed an opponent, he was expelled, but he didn't care. To him, that person was just more garbage that needed to be thrown out. Lisa eventually cut ties with him, unable to watch the monster he was becoming. But he still didn't care. "I was already one with the junkyard itself," he roars. His entire life had been dedicated to one goal, a twisted reflection of the kindness Ashel had shown him all those years ago. Back in the present, Cyan interrupts him. "All right, that's enough nonsense." He stands amidst a calming blue aura, completely unharmed. "Can't you see that I'm perfectly fine?" A savage grin spreads across Cyan's face. "Try harder, Gunther Lictus," he taunts. Gunther laughs maniacally. He likes this side of Cyan. "Then I'll give it everything I've got!" Demonic energy swirls around Gunther's hand, forming into chains and blades. The technique is called Scopelse. Gunther grins. "Now let me show you something more interesting." Cyan watches, his eyes narrowing. He recognizes what's forming in Gunther's hand. It's an ancient artifact. A glowing purple cube materializes in his palm. "This is called the gravity chamber," Gunther announces. He throws it into the air, explaining that it creates a room of pure mana. The cube expands, trapping Cyan within a translucent purple box. Then, Gunther reveals its true power, and it multiplies the gravitational force by 20 times. Intense pressure slams down on Cyan, forcing him to his knees. Gunther is impressed. "Goodness! You're holding on pretty well?" He then unleashes his own demonic power, adding its weight to the crushing gravity. "Let's see if you can endure this on top of it." Kairam's voice whispers in Cyan's mind, asking if he needs help. But Cyan grits his teeth, refusing. "No, there's no need." His eyes flare with red light. This pathetic trick isn't even worth his full attention. With a surge of his own demonic power, he shatters the ground beneath him, breaking free from the pressure. He moves in a flash, slamming his body into Gunther and sending him flying. The impact is brutal, a sickening crunch echoing through the junkyard as Cyan's raw power connects. Gunther is in disbelief. What just happened? He can't understand how Cyan moved under that much pressure. It should have been impossible. Cyan gives him no time to think, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that tear through both the landscape and Gunther's body. He appears above him, his leg raised for a devastating axe kick. "Ears," he says calmly. The artifact speaks directly into Gunther's mind, its voice cold and mechanical. "I will crush everything on you other than your ears." Gunther's eyes widen in terror as he realizes what Cyan is about to do. He's not just attacking, he's making a statement. Cyan's kick lands not on his head, but on his shoulder, the sheer force of the blow obliterating the ground beneath him. The resulting shockwave annihilates the area, a testament to Cyan's overwhelming power. Gunter lies broken on the ground, impaled by shards of rock, his body broken beyond repair. He coughs up blood, a bitter, resigned smile on his face. I was destined to die from the beginning. Cyan stands over him, his expression cold. Gunter looks up and whispers, I have no regrets. He then speaks of Louise, saying that if she grew up here, she would have become just another piece of garbage. Duh. I did. He calls it the cruel rule of the city, a rule enforced by its owner, Lindsay. With his last breath, he begs Cyan, please make sure that doesn't happen to her. In his final moment, he entrusts the future of Lambaster's children to the very person who defeated him. And with that, Gunter Lictus, the misguided king of the junkyard, is dead. Cyan looks over at the pile of rubble where Gunter had pointed earlier, a flicker of concern on his face. He walks over and finds not a body, but a crude wooden coffin. He pries it open, his heart pounding in his chest. Just then, Lisa and her guards arrive, taking in the scene of absolute devastation. They look down from a nearby cliff, their eyes searching the wreckage. Lisa spots her brother's lifeless body. Gunther, she whispers, a wave of sorrow washing over her. I was worried this would happen. She quickly regains her composure, ordering her men to secure their VIP. One of the guards points. Over this way! They find Cyan kneeling on the ground, his back to them. Lisa approaches cautiously, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and relief. He's holding Louis, who is completely unharmed, sleeping peacefully in his arms. Louis! She cries out. Cyan looks up, explaining that she isn't hurt. Lisa rushes to her side. Cyan gently hands the girl over. I'm fine, just take care of her. He stands and turns to leave. Lisa calls after him. But where are you going? Cyan doesn't look back. To clean up. Clean up? Lisa asks, cradling the sleeping child. Clean up where? Cyan pauses, his eyes glowing with a cold, righteous fury. His mission is no longer just about Lindsay. It's about his brother's poisonous legacy. His target is now clear. Lambaster. To understand Cyan's new mission, you have to understand Lambaster. The city is carved into 4 districts, with the cage at its center. To the west, the junkyard, its king now dead. To the east and south lie the commercial and entertainment districts, each with its own corrupt ruler. In this lawless city, there is no official security, only a fragile, toxic balance maintained by the greed of its 4 managers. Years ago, Cyan had pondered how one could ever conquer a place like this, a fortress of corruption ruled by 4 powerful individuals, Lindsay, Morris, Delkia, and Gunter. In his past life, he concluded that the only way was to go in alone and eliminate them one by one. But Ashel had stopped him, a confident, chilling smile on his face. There's no need for that, Cyan. He explained his twisted philosophy. They will destroy themselves even if we do nothing, he had said. We simply have to be there to pick up the pieces. Cyan had been skeptical. How can you be so certain? A dark, knowing look entered Ashel's eyes. Because that city is rotten, he'd said with absolute conviction. I have seen it myself. He wasn't just observing the rot, he was the one who had planted the seeds. Back in the present, Cyan recalls that conversation. He remembers the certainty in his brother's eyes. And he has to admit, Ashel was right. Cyan stands before the heart of Lambaster's corruption. This city is rotten to its core. And today, he will be the one to rip it out by the roots. We find him in a lavish room, holding a cup of tea. He immediately notices a sweet, minty scent that doesn't belong. Poison. He glances at the woman beside him, Delkia. She's not even trying to hide it. He recognizes the scent instantly, a common paralysis agent from the Garum Kingdom. Amateurs! Delkia smiles seductively. Thank you for responding to my invitation, Mr. Simon, she purrs. I'm sure you'll enjoy tonight. Cyan raises the cup, a small, knowing smile on his face. Yes, just like this very specially scented tea. Delkia's smile falters, a flicker of doubt. Did he notice? Cyan's eyes gleam. He's enjoying this little game. I'm looking forward to it, he says, his calm tone completely unnerving her. Then, to her utter shock, he drains the entire cup. He slams the empty cup down, shattering it on the floor. He slumps over, seemingly unconscious. Delkia's face twists into a triumphant, manic grin. I've done it, she thinks, her eyes wild with victory. This child is now mine. Meanwhile, across town, Morris is getting the good news. Delkia managed to capture Simon? An aide asks. Morris is ecstatic. Ha! God is on my side today. He grumbles about wasting the expensive gravity chamber on Gunther, a relic he'd worked so hard to acquire. But he quickly dismisses the thought, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth. Well, it's all right. He tears into his food, his mind consumed by a single, greedy thought. The demonic sword will soon be mine, his assassin guard interrupts, noting that things are going a little too smoothly. Morris snaps at him not to jinx it. The assassin's eyes narrow. My instincts have never been wrong, he says, deciding to scout ahead. Morris agrees but warns him not to cause any trouble. As the assassin leaves, Morris mutters to himself about the nosy mercenaries. His paranoia kicks in. What if they're after the demonic sword too? At that moment, a commotion erupts outside his headquarters. A carriage barrels through the streets at a reckless speed, heading straight for the entertainment district. Morris bursts through Delkia's doors, arms spread wide. "I am here, Delkia," he announces. He finds her sitting on the bed, Cyan's unconscious form beside her. "You're here early," she says with a sly smile. She licks her lips, looking down at Cyan. "I was just about to start having my fun. Morris couldn't care less. I don't need his body. I just need the item he possesses." Delkia sighs, bored. "Oh, that? I already took it off of him." Morris's face lights up with pure, unadulterated greed. "That's all I wanted. Give it to me." "Hurry!" Delkia smiles and pulls a rope beside her bed. "Don't rush me," she says playfully. "You're going to be really shocked." A curtain pulls back, revealing a figure tied up, but it's not Cyan. Morris stares in horror. Behind the curtain is a macabre display of his own dead assassins, and the demonic sword is nowhere to be seen. Another group of assassins peeks out, equally shocked by the gruesome scene. And in the middle of it all, sitting calmly on the bed, Luwei, is the real Delkia, tied up and gagged. Morris whips his head back to the woman beside him, screaming, "Then who are you?" She just smiles. "Don't be so rude." She removes her blonde wig, revealing long black hair. Her eyes glow with a familiar orange light as her voice drips with sadistic glee. "The demonic sword you wanted so badly, that's me. It's Karam in human form." A blood-curdling scream of pure terror escapes Morris's lips. He scrambles backward, his mind failing to process the impossible. "The demonic sword turned into a human." A cold voice speaks from behind him. "You know too much. It's Cyan, very much awake and radiating a deadly red aura." Morris panics, screaming for his assassins to save him. Cyan sighs, annoyed. "Ugh, you're so damn loud." A single punch to the gut silences him. Morris collapses, whimpering. Cyan looks down with contempt. "If you want to see those guys that badly, I'll send you to meet them." He raises his hand, dark energy swirling around it. Creation, space, fog swamp. The shadows in the room churn and twist into a thick, suffocating fog that envelops the terrified merchant. Hands made of shadow drag him down as Cyan confirms his suspicions. Morris begs for his life, promising he'll never do it again. A cruel grin spreads across Cyan's face. "Yeah, I know," he says, his voice a death sentence. "I'll make sure you won't be able to do anything like that ever again." "Goodbye," Morris screams as he's pulled into the swirling abyss, his body dissolving into the shadows. A moment later, his form is spat out into a strange, empty void. He looks around, confused and terrified, just before the shadowy forms of his own dead men drag him under for good. He is consumed by the very darkness he tried to command. Cyan turns to Kairam. "Now there's just Delkia left." Kairam smiles. "I'll take care of her. You can go." "Don't go too overboard," she advises. Cyan just smirks. "Nah, I will." Kairam towers over the terrified, gagged Delkia. "How dare you put your filthy hands on my owner," she snarls. She grabs Delkia's face, her grip like a vice. Kairam's face transforms into a terrifying, jagged grin. "I know you're awake," she hisses. "You better prepare yourself. I'll divide you into exactly 1,000 pieces." Delkia finally breaks, tears of terror streaming down her face as she begs for forgiveness. Kairam shows no mercy. A piercing scream echoes through the mansion. Outside the door, Cyan listens impassively. He figures Kairam is probably beating her to a pulp. He pauses, his expression changing. He senses something, a familiar mana. His eyes widen. He knows this energy. This is? The entire hallway dissolves into a swirling vortex of dark blue energy. It's a FOD domain. A soft chuckle echoes from the darkness. Your face looks really funny right now. The fog coalesces into the form of Lindsay Nihaloff. My name is Lindsay Nihaloff, she declares. I am one of the managers of Lambaster. She stands before him, her power on full display. The veiled owner finally revealed. But Cyan is focused on one thing, the specific nature of her fog domain. It's the veil of the mist. She's one of them, Lindsay smiles knowingly. I guess Sirika didn't tell you about me. Well, that explains why you went around killing the other managers. She turns her back on him casually. Thanks for your consideration. Now I don't have to go looking for you. Cyan's hand is stained with blood, his expression a mixture of rage and confusion. Should I call you my senior colleague? He asks sarcastically. Or just a traitor? Lindsay holds up a hand, a playful smile on her face. Oh, don't get it wrong, she says. I'm not the one you're going to fight. In a flash of purple energy, a figure appears behind Cyan, striking him with blinding speed. He's thrown back, completely caught off guard. Who else could be here? Lindsay grins. Say hello! Cyan looks up at his attacker, his eyes wide with disbelief. You already know each other, right? Lindsay says. The cloaked figure's eyes glow with the same purple energy as hers. She draws her blades. Simon of Lamea, I will eliminate you now. It's Sirika, his own master. Miles away, in a peaceful bed, Nana sleeps soundly, completely unaware of the deadly trap her papa has just walked into. Lindsay smirks from the sidelines, confirming the assassin knows Cyan. With eyes glowing a cold, menacing blue, the assassin turns her full attention to him. Her voice is chillingly final as she declares, Simon of Lamea, I will eliminate you now. And just like that, she's gone. She explodes forward with such force that the very ground cracks beneath her feet, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Cyan is thrown back, barely parrying the strike. He yells her name, trying to break through whatever hold Lindsay has on her. Move, Lisa, I have business with Lindsay. But his words are meaningless to her. She presses the attack, her movements a relentless, deadly dance. It's clear to Cyan that talking is not an option anymore. With no other choice, Cyan plants his feet and unleashes one of his own techniques, the bloodthirst wave. A torrent of dark red energy erupts from his sword. This move is designed to overwhelm, not to kill, a clear sign that he's still holding back. The wave of pure killing intent rushes towards Lisa, an attack powerful enough to paralyze most fighters with fear alone. But as the dust settles, Cyan watches in genuine surprise. She's still standing. Lisa is shaken, but she endured the full force of his attack. He can't help but be impressed. Her training must have been absolutely grueling to build this kind of resistance. Suddenly, Lindsay's taunting voice cuts through the air. Appearing from the shadows behind him, she mocks his hesitation. You could have finished her if you wanted to, she says. How long are you going to hide your true nature? A wicked grin spreads across Lindsay's face as she reveals her true motive. This is all just a game to her, a test to see whose student is stronger. Cyan, trained by Sirika, versus Lisa, trained by her. They're nothing but pawns in a twisted competition between masters. Cyan's mind races. Lindsay knows his master Sirika. The pieces are starting to connect, but there's no time to think it through. Lindsay just smirks, reminding him that he has a much more immediate problem to deal with. Right on cue, Lisa lunges again. A dozen glowing daggers materialize around her in a technique she calls needle shower, all of them aimed straight for Cyan's heart. The daggers fly, a storm of light and steel slicing through the air. Cyan twists and weaves, narrowly avoiding the deadly barrage. He sees his opening and closes the distance, moving in for a counterattack while she's still mid-motion. Their bodies collide in a brutal, desperate clash. It's a messy, close-quarters struggle for control. As they grapple, Lisa's voice is a low, simmering snarl filled with rage. She tells him that even though she cut ties with Gunther, Cyan will pay for taking away her last living relative. And in that moment, seeing the raw grief and hatred in her eyes, Cyan finally understands. They weren't just colleagues, they were family. This explains everything. Lindsay has been manipulating her from the start, taking the small seed of resentment Lisa felt over Gunther's death and twisting it, amplifying it into this all-consuming rage. It's a cruel and effective way to turn a friend into a puppet. But in her blind anger, Lisa made a critical mistake. She got too close, giving Cyan the exact opening he'd been waiting for. He grabs her, pulling her off balance and twisting his body to strike. With a sharp, precise blow, he hits a vital point on her neck. It's not a killing strike, but a disabling one. Lisa's body goes limp, and she collapses to the ground unconscious. Cyan lets out a quiet breath of relief. He managed to take her down without causing permanent harm. With Lisa safely out of the fight, Cyan's gaze turns ice cold. He looks into the shadows and calls out, "Now it's just us two. Why don't you come on out?" Lindsay emerges from the fog trying to play innocent. But Cyan is done with the games. He tells her he knows this whole fog domain is her power, and while he was surprised she was a member of the Mist, he was even more surprised to find out she was a traitor and a thief. Lindsay's playful mask shatters, replaced by pure shock and rage. "What?" she snarls. Cyan points a finger right at her, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "That ring from earlier," he says. "It was Andbari's ring, right?" He explains that it's a legendary artifact, a tool capable of absorbing any kind of power, from simple mana to the divine authority of the gods themselves. "Were you using that to pretend to be one of the Mist?" he presses, his words hitting their mark as Lindsay stays silent. "I don't know how you got your hands on it," Cyan continues, his voice dripping with condescension, "but you're a fake." A wide, predatory grin spreads across his face. He has her completely cornered. Lindsay's face contorts with fury. "How dare you!" she screams, her hand glowing with immense purple energy as she prepares to unleash her power. But as the wave of energy rushes towards him, Cyan remains perfectly calm. He thinks to himself with a chilling certainty, she fell for it. This was all a part of his plan. Lindsay channels the power of the black fog god, creating a swirling vortex of dark energy in her hand that expands into a thick, magical fog. In an instant, the world around Cyan is swallowed by an oppressive, absolute darkness. He's trapped in a void with no ground beneath his feet. Lindsay's form appears within the darkness, her voice echoing all around him. "This is a realm that only I can enter," she declares. "Here, I am the only one who can move." She materializes right in front of him, her face inches from his, a cruel smile on her lips. "Now, how does it feel to be powerless?" she whispers. "This is what real power looks like." Her hand, wreathed in dark energy, reaches for his throat. "It's time to say goodbye," she mocks. "Goodbye, Mist's poor little Simon." But just as her hand is about to connect, something shifts. A new voice, bored and annoyed, echoes through the void. "I finally found it. What the heck is this shabby little realm?" A crack of purple lightning splits the darkness apart. Lindsay looks up in alarm, completely stunned by the intrusion. A figure tears through the very fabric of her private dimension. A woman with piercing red eyes looks down on her, an irritated expression on her face. "Are you after my owner too?" she asks, her voice dripping with disdain. Lindsay is speechless. Someone just ripped a hole into her personal domain. Standing beside Cyan is a woman with long, flowing black hair, holding a short dagger. This shouldn't be possible. Is this woman as powerful as a god? Her mind races. There's only one being it could possibly be. It's Chiram, Cyan's demonic sword in her human form. She glares at Lindsay, sighing dramatically. "Why do people keep targeting what's mine?" Then, her expression turns deadly serious. "How many pieces do you want to end up in?" With a wicked grin, Chiram decides to take care of the immediate problem first. "Well," she says casually, "let me just destroy this realm." She snaps her fingers. A web of cracks instantly spreads through the darkness around them. The entire dimension shatters like glass. Lindsay can only look on in utter disbelief as her ultimate power, her personal sanctuary, is broken apart with a single, simple gesture. As the world reforms into the ruined city of Lambaster, Cyan turns to Chiram with a perfectly deadpan expression. "What took you so long?" Chiram immediately gets defensive, shrinking down to her small, imp-like form and buzzing around his head, complaining about how he always gets himself into these situations. Cyan just bluntly tells her to shut it. Across the rubble, Lindsay is completely losing her composure, screaming in denial. "There's no way you're the successor," she rants, that a successor hasn't appeared in over 300 years, that a mere kid like him could never be chosen. Chiram looks over at Cyan, confused by the outburst, and he just mutters that he might have provoked her a little too much earlier. Lindsay's eyes burn with a furious purple light. "You're nothing more than a kid," she roars. She charges forward, blade drawn, screaming at him not to look down on her. She's abandoned all strategy, driven by nothing but pure, wounded pride. Kairam just watches, genuinely confused. Why is she so mad? But Cyan is done talking. A blade of pure, dark red energy materializes in his hand, a grin of grim anticipation on his face. "She wouldn't make a good assassin, that's for sure," he notes coldly, before unleashing a fog sword technique, rushing fog storm. The air fills with a clash of steel as red and blue slashes tear through the night. The ground beneath them is shredded by the sheer force of their attacks. But the fight is hopelessly one-sided. Cyan's skill is on an entirely different level. He breaks through her guard with ease, sending her flying backward with a cry of pain. Her sword clatters to the ground, knocked from her grasp. Cyan stands over her, his hand crackling with red demonic energy. "Do you still not believe me?" he asks, his voice dangerously calm. "Then I'll show you what real divine authority is." Lindsay is on the ground, wounded and struggling to push herself up, but she's not ready to give up. She channels the Black Fog's power one last time, unleashing a final defensive technique called Adamant. A massive shield of swirling red energy materializes in front of her. "Try blocking this with that stupid little ring of yours," she snarls, confident that her ultimate defense is unbreakable. But Cyan isn't even looking at the shield. His eyes, glowing with power, can see right through her technique, spotting the subtle flaws within her divine power. He bypasses her defense completely. His attack weaves through the invisible cracks in her shield and strikes her directly. Lindsay's eye widens in absolute shock. He saw it. He saw the flaw in her divine authority, something that should have been impossible. Her mind flashes back to a time long ago, in the Temple of Black Fog. A younger Sirika asks her if she is truly leaving the Order. Lindsay admits that she's tired of waiting for a successor who may never appear. Sirika accepts her decision, though she says it's a shame to see her go. With a small, almost playful smile, Lindsay turns back. "Are you going to come kill me?" she asks. Sirika just shakes her head. "No, there are plenty of other bad guys in the world to worry about." But then, Sirika's expression turns deadly serious, her eyes glowing faintly as she delivers a chilling warning. "However, the moment I see that you have been tainted, I will purify you. And if that time comes," she continues, her voice like ice, "I will also take back the equipment you have stolen." Lindsay just brushes it off, telling her not to worry. Sirika's final words to her were a simple, heavy command. "So stay good, Lindsay." Back in the present, Lindsay reflects on that final goodbye. That warning feels like a prophecy now, one that is finally coming true. She remembers leaving the organization, abandoning an immense power because she refused to stay hidden in the shadows. She left to build an organization of her own, a place where the powerful would finally be recognized for their strength, not forced to hide it. She didn't want to waste her life waiting for a chosen one who might never arrive. She wanted to seize her own destiny. Her hand trembles. She thought she had built so much, climbed so high. So how did it all end like this? Beaten, broken, and proven to be a pale imitation of the real thing. She stands amidst the rubble, her fine dress torn, blood trickling from her lips. She is utterly and completely defeated. Across the ruined landscape, Cyan stands with his demonic sword glowing red, ready to act as the judge, jury, and executioner his master warned of. He walks towards her, his expression unreadable. "Any last words?" he asks. Lindsay looks up, her eyes filled with a deep, painful regret. After a moment, she finally speaks. Tells Sirika Negriti. A single tear cuts a path through the grime on her cheek as she struggles to get the words out. "That I was wrong." She admits the pain is too much and begs him to end it. As Cyan's hand, wreathed in red energy, reaches for her, he has a single, somber thought. No one can ever predict their own downfall. He, of all people, knew that from his first life. A wave of red energy washes over the scene, his eyes glowing with a cold, crimson light. It's a lesson he learned the hard way, and one he will never forget. The fight is over. As the oppressive fog lifts, it reveals the shattered streets of Lambaster, a city now free from its tyrant but scarred by the battle. For those left standing, the hardest part is just beginning. Cyan finds himself standing just outside his hotel, a strangely convenient end to the chaos. As he takes in the sight, a voice cuts through the quiet from behind him, asking the one question on her mind. "Why did you spare me?" He turns to see Lisa, the assassin he'd just defeated, now conscious and on her feet. She's confused. She knows the rules of the mist, and she knows she tried to kill him. With a look of grim acceptance, she states the obvious. There is no logical reason for him to let her live. In her world, failure and exposure are a death sentence. Cyan just gives her a sideways glance, completely unfazed by her reasoning. "But are you going to tell anyone?" he asks. Lisa stammers for a second before shaking her head. "Then it's fine," he says, his logic brutally simple. She's no longer a threat, which means she's no longer his problem. Lisa is left speechless, stunned and directionless, wondering what to do with a life she never expected to keep. Just then, a small voice cries out, "Manager!" A young girl with long brown hair comes sprinting out of the hotel. It's Louise. She runs straight for Lisa, her face a mask of pure worry. The little girl is on the verge of tears, telling Lisa how scared she was when she suddenly vanished without a word. Seeing the genuine fear and concern on Louise's face, the cold, hard mask on Lisa's own face begins to crack. A warm, relieved smile appears as she reassures the girl that she's okay. For the first time, someone was truly worried for her safety. Louise throws her arms around Lisa's waist, clinging to her as if she might disappear again. "I don't care. I'm not letting you out of my sight ever again," she cries. With tears streaming down her face, Louise confesses that Lisa was the first person who had ever been truly kind to her, begging her never to leave her alone again. Lisa comforts the crying child, a new softness in her eyes. Watching them, Cyan feels a flicker of something other than his usual cold calculus. "Looks like you found what you're supposed to do," he tells her. He gives her a new mission, a new purpose. She is to manage Lambaster now that its corrupt leaders are gone. And he gives her one final, crucial order. Make sure that Louise doesn't grow up to be like you or Gunther. It's a chance to break the cycle. A single tear escapes Lisa's eye. This isn't just a chance to live, but a chance to build something better. She nods, accepting her new role without hesitation. Cyan kneels down to Louise, gently patting her head and telling her to be good and listen to Lisa. The little girl looks up at him with sad eyes and asks, "Are you leaving?" "Yeah, I'm checking out," he says with a rare small smile. "You take care." As he walks away, Louise calls after him, asking if he'll ever come back. He just raises a hand, not looking back, and gives a non-committal, "Maybe." Lisa shouts after him that he has to, and he just smiles to himself. His business in this city is finally done. Cyan takes one last look over the lawless city of Lambaster. He's leaving behind a seed of change, a small hope that the next time he sees this place, it will have grown into something different. His bloody test is over, but this marks the beginning of new, and perhaps even more dangerous, changes on the horizon. The scene shifts. Cyan now stands before his master Sirika. She holds a dagger glowing with dark energy, confirming that he has successfully purified. Lindsay Nihalov. Sirika sits casually on a broken pillar, acknowledging that the mission must have been difficult. Cyan retorts, asking if she didn't send him precisely because she knew it would be. "Yes," she admits without a hint of shame, "I assume you have some questions for me." Sirika stands, her expression unreadable as she waits for the interrogation she knows is coming. Cyan gets straight to the point. He asks about her relationship with Lindsay and if the traitor was truly a part of the mist. Sirika confirms it with a slight smile. Yes, she was. She explains that they trained together, but Lindsay grew to despise the mist's philosophy of staying in the shadows. So she left, and in doing so, stole Anbahri's ring, a powerful artifact meant only for the guild's masters. Sirika holds up that very ring, now cleansed of Lindsay's tainted energy. She tells Cyan that by all rights, the ring should now belong to her. But then she does something completely unexpected. She tells him to keep it. Cyan is taken aback. He was sure the entire point of this mission was to retrieve this sacred artifact. "I don't need it anymore," Sirika says with a confident smirk, "because I'm already strong enough on my own." Cyan looks down at the powerful ring now resting in his palm, a glint of light catching its gem. This changes everything. Kairam appears beside him, guessing that Sirika must have held a deep grudge against her old friend to set up such a cruel end. But Sirika shakes her head. She was simply keeping a promise she made to Lindsay long ago, to purify her if she ever became tainted. She then gives Cyan a stark warning. The ring's immense power has a tendency to corrupt and break the minds of those who wield it. And in that moment, the pieces click into place for Cyan. This was never just about cleaning up a mess. He realizes with chilling clarity that the test isn't over. It has only just entered a new, far more dangerous phase. Sirika is watching to see if he, too, will be tainted by absolute power. He slips the ring onto his finger. A wisp of dark energy flares for a moment before vanishing, the power settling around him. He looks Sirika dead in the eye, a mocking tone in his voice. He asks if she's going to give him the same warning she gave Lindsay, then challenges her directly. "Do you really not like that I'm the successor?" Sirika's response is blunt and chilling. "I'm trying to see if you will be a disaster to humanity, or a hero." She explains that this is a necessary trial for any successor. There's always a chance that Karam, the demonic sword, made the wrong choice in picking him as her master. Karam growls, ready to defend her choice, but Cyan raises a hand, silencing her. He understands. With the fate of the world at stake, there's no room for blind faith. Meanwhile, back at Lewin Academy, Dean Kundell is in his office, speaking with a new instructor about the students' anxiety since Instructor Nella's sudden absence. The old dean places his trust in the man before him, acknowledging the heavy burden he's taking on. The instructor, a man with dark hair tied back, places a hand to his chest and promises to do his best, an unsettlingly serene smile on his face. He excuses himself, saying he'd like to take a look around the academy grounds. As he leaves, Dean Kundell watches him go, a sense of unease washing over him. The man, Boris Lelhelm, has a strange and deeply unsettling aura of mana about him. Just as Boris leaves, Sirika disguised as Instructor Nella arrives, apologizing for her tardiness. She stops short, her eyes widening slightly as she passes the new instructor in the hallway. Boris pauses, turning to introduce himself with a polite, almost gentle smile. But as he walks away, Sirika's expression turns grim. That polite facade didn't fool her for a second. The man reeks of blood. She immediately recognizes him as a predator. Dean Kundell confirms that Boris was sent from the capital. The dean's voice is low and serious as he tasks Sirika with keeping an eye on him. He admits, Boris is skilled, but there's something fundamentally wrong with his mana. "I understand," Sirika says, her hand instinctively touching the butterfly brooch on her collar. She thinks to herself that the kind of blood stench clinging to him is one that can never be washed away. It's as if death itself is now walking the halls of their academy. We cut to the city of Lewin, where imperial banners fly high in the breeze. The city is on high alert, with armored guards patrolling every street corner. Princess Erin and a classmate walk through the city, and she can't help but notice the overwhelming security. She knew security had been increased after the Banquet of Blood incident, but this feels like something else entirely. It's suffocating. Suddenly, Erin's eyes land on a familiar face in the crowd. Standing just a short distance away is the mage prodigy, Lunav Rainreaver. Lunav turns, and a bright, cheerful smile spreads across her face as she greets her friend. The scene shifts to a peaceful park, where the three of them are now walking together. Erin expresses her relief that Lunav is doing well, but Lunav is quick to give her the credit for her freedom. Erin feels a pang of guilt, knowing Lunav was imprisoned because of her, but Lunav just laughs it off, insisting she's more than capable of handling herself. Erin introduces her friend, who immediately gets flustered, captivated by Lunav's mysterious and beautiful aura. Just as they're enjoying the peaceful moment, another person approaches them from behind. It's the new instructor, Boris. He walks up to them and asks politely, "Excuse me, but would you be Princess Erin?" Erin recognizes him from the academy announcements. Boris asks if she can spare a moment, as Lunav watches him, her expression guarded and suspicious. He claims it's nothing important, just a quick check he needs to perform. Boris explains he's been assessing the mana ranks of the students, and he'd like to see her mana sphere. Erin, ever the trusting soul, obliges without a second thought, summoning a warm, glowing orb of light into her palm. A sinister, greedy smile spreads across Boris's face. "Yes," he says, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. "That'll do." Lunav's instincts are screaming. Her unique ability to see mana tells her this is no simple assessment. She tries to warn Erin, but the princess is confused. What could possibly be wrong? Boris reassures them it'll only take a second as he reaches out. But the moment his hand closes over Erin's, she cries out in pain. He's not assessing her mana, he's attacking it. In that exact instant, a blur of motion yanks Erin back to safety. It's Cyan. His eyes are glowing with pure, undiluted fury, the ground cracking under the force of his sudden arrival. He glares at the new instructor, his voice a low, threatening growl that promises violence. "Why the hell," he demands, "are you in Lewin, Boris Lehome? 1,000 years before the Empire was even founded, a brutal war against the Demon King was raging. And on that blood-soaked battlefield, a familiar evil was already taking root." The memory hits Cyan like a physical blow. He's back on that ancient battlefield, surrounded by the desperate shouts of human mages as they cast a protective barrier against the demonic horde. But it's not enough. A massive beast, a blur of claws and pure fury, crashes against their magical shield. The golden light shatters into a million pieces. The beast tears through the human line, sending bodies flying as the ground cracks under the sheer force of its assault. A commander screams for his men to reform the line. But it's too late. The formation is broken and chaos reigns. Just as all hope seems lost, a lookout spots a lone figure cutting through the carnage, heading straight for them. The figure lands in their midst, a whirlwind of red light and steel, cutting down demons with blinding speed. The soldiers recognize him instantly. The rumors were true. It's a younger, battle-hardened Cyan from his first life. The soldiers cry out his name with a wave of relief. He takes command instantly, ordering the injured to fall back while he holds the line. A massive, multi-eyed spider monster rears back, gathering a volatile spear of energy in its claws. It unleashes a devastating beam of pure destruction, powerful enough to incinerate everything in its path. But Cyan is already a red blur, moving so fast he cuts right through the blast itself. The monster barely has time to register that its attack has failed before Cyan is on top of it. He thinks to himself that he was actually a little excited to fight a special rank monster, but its attacks are just painfully slow. He lands atop the creature's head, his sword poised for the final strike. Cyan unleashes a void spear, a swirling vortex of pure purple destruction that consumes the monster from the inside out, obliterating it completely. As the dust settles, a man with dark hair and a smarmy smile approaches, clapping his hands. "Goodness, you really are amazing, Mr. Cyan," he exclaims. He adds that it's no wonder Mr. Minder. Ashel treasures him so much. The mention of his brother's name immediately puts Cyan on edge. He asks the man, Boris, why he isn't in the back line with Ashel where he belongs. Boris claims he heard the Northern Front needed help, but it looks like Cyan already handled everything. His praise feels hollow, his smile predatory. Later, by the flickering light of a campfire, Cyan stares into the flames, thinking about how close his men came to death. This war feels endless. It's been a year since his family was ordered to lead the front lines, all to secure the crown for the ambitious Prince Lionel. With the Empire's main forces weakened, the monsters saw their chance and began to invade, dragging the war on and on with no end in sight. He knows this is all because of Lionel's greed. If his brother Ashel hadn't asked him to fight, he wouldn't be anywhere near this pointless conflict. Boris sits down across from him, agreeing that it's a risky thing to say out loud. Cyan is surprised, thinking that Lionel had brought Boris here personally. Boris admits he was chosen for his talents, but claims his personality aligns more with Ashel's. When Cyan asks just what talent he's talking about, Boris just smiles and says, "It's nothing much." As he speaks, dark tendrils of energy snake out from him, gathering the residual mana left behind from Cyan's earlier fight. He explains his unique, unsettling ability. He can gather the traces of mana that others leave behind and form them into a physical sphere. He shows Cyan a small crimson orb, a perfect copy of Cyan's own power, now stored and held in another man's hand. Boris examines the orb, remarking on how unique and potent Cyan's power is. A cold chill runs down Cyan's spine. Boris's eyes gleam with a disturbing, obsessive intensity. He tells Cyan he has incredible potential, that he might just be the one he's been searching for all this time. The memory fades. Back in the present, standing before Boris once again, Cyan understands with horrifying clarity. That was the moment the hunt for him truly began. Eren shouts his name, snapping him back to reality. His eyes are glowing with red fury. He will not make the mistake of underestimating this man ever again. Boris recognizes him too. He knows this boy is Cyan Vert, and he understands immediately that trying to test his mana would be a catastrophic mistake. Leximus rushes forward, demanding to know why Cyan is being so aggressive. Boris quickly plays the victim, putting on a gentle face and claiming it was all just a simple misunderstanding. Cyan glares at him, his voice like ice. I've never heard of a test like that. He can't believe this predator managed to become an instructor here. Boris raises his hands in a gesture of peace, laughing it off and apologizing if he made anyone uncomfortable. I accept your apology, Cyan says flatly, his hand still protectively on Aaron's arm. Now, please leave before we get even more uncomfortable. Aaron blushes, shocked by his bluntness. Boris is momentarily taken aback by the open hostility but quickly recovers his composure. Of course, he says with a strained smile. He gives a slight bow and makes his leave, his calm facade doing little to hide the sinister plans brewing just beneath the surface. Cyan watches him go, his posture rigid, with Lunav standing silently beside him, sensing the immense danger. Lunav stares after the departing instructor. The name Boris Lehome feels familiar, but she can't quite place where she's heard it before. Leximus breaks the tense silence, pointing out that Cyan can probably let go of the princess's hand now. Cyan quickly lets go, offering a quick apology as Aaron just stammers his name, her face still bright red. She looks up at him with a small, confident smile, her trust in him absolute. She tells him she's sure he had his reasons, and since he's on her side, she knows it was the right thing to do. That simple, unwavering faith hits Cyan in a way he wasn't prepared for. He reflexively grabs her hand again, much to the confusion of Leximus standing nearby. Realizing what she just said, Aaron squeaks that she has something urgent to do and runs off in a flustered hurry. Once she's gone, Lunav turns to Cyan, asking if he knew Instructor Boris from before. He gives a short, clipped answer. Little. Lunav is intrigued, but Cyan cuts her off with a firm no. He turns his back to her, his voice leaving no room for argument. Don't try to know anything more about him, and under no circumstances should you ever approach him. With that chilling warning, he walks away. Lunav watches him go, puzzled by his secretive behavior. She knows she's missing a huge piece of the puzzle, but his warning doesn't scare her off. If anything, it just makes her even more determined to find out the truth. Back at his residence, Cyan looks at the Anbari's ring on his finger, contemplating its corrupting power. He channels a bit of its magic, and a torrent of multicolored candies erupts from his hand, showering a delighted Nana. A candy waterfall! She shrieks with pure joy. Nana dives into the pile of sweets, ecstatic. Cyan turns to his butlers, Brian and Sienna, and thanks them for taking care of things while he was gone. Brian smiles, saying Cyan worked hard too. Sienna, however, sighs in frustration, complaining that Brian wouldn't let her anywhere near the kitchen. Cyan teases her, saying he thought she liked it when others cooked for her, but she just pouts that it feels like her job has been stolen. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Cyan turns to Brian. Then let's go train. The butler's face immediately goes pale. Huh? Right now? Yes, right now, Cyan confirms with a grin. Go get changed. Defeated, Brian trudges off to get his gear. The two of them make their way out of the mansion. They arrive at the academy training grounds to find someone is already there, practicing late into the evening. It's Leximus, swinging a massive claymore with a focus and power that belies his age. Brian is amazed that a boy so young can handle a sword of that size. Cyan agrees, genuinely impressed by his raw talent. A small, knowing smile plays on Cyan's lips. Of course he is, he thinks to himself, because he knows that one day this boy will be praised as the greatest swordsman on the entire continent. He's looking at a living legend in the making. Cyan walks over, grabbing a wooden training sword from a rack. Let's see how much you've improved, he says. Leximus turns, surprised to see him there. Leximus is confused, not understanding what he means. Cyan simply holds out the wooden sword. I mean, you can make the first move. Leximus panics, pointing out that he's holding a real, sharpened sword while Cyan only has a wooden one. He offers to switch, but Cyan's gaze is sharp and unwavering, a silent challenge daring him to attack. Swallowing his fear, Leximus readies his stance. He swings with all his might, but Cyan meets the blow effortlessly with the wooden sword. A shower of sparks erupts as wood meets steel. Good reflexes, Cyan notes calmly. Leximus struggles, shocked by the force behind the block. The wooden sword feels impossibly heavy, like pushing against a mountain. As he's thrown off balance, Cyan's voice cuts through the air, low and dangerous. Then, I won't go easy on you. Now wielding a long staff, Cyan parries Leximus's wild swings with effortless grace. He compliments the boy's form, but his tone is that of a master critiquing a novice. With a predatory grin, Cyan blocks another heavy strike. "But you'll have to try harder than that," he taunts, easily pushing the much larger boy back. "Is this really all you've got?" Cyan's voice is a low growl, his eyes glinting with intensity. "He's not just sparring, he's trying to awaken the killer instinct sleeping within Leximus. Come at me like you actually want to win." Leximus is bewildered. He is attacking, putting every ounce of his considerable strength into each and every swing. But he can't land a single hit. As frustration boils over, he lets out a desperate roar and brings his massive claymore down in one final, all-or-nothing slash. All right, that's enough. With a single, swift movement, Cyan strikes Leximus's wrist, the sharp crack echoing across the training ground. The heavy claymore is knocked from his grasp, sent spinning through the air. Cyan rests the wooden sword on the boy's shoulder. He explains that letting his emotions run wild creates countless openings in his form, a fatal flaw that will get him killed in a real fight. Leximus hangs his head in defeat. He admits he's no match and wistfully says it must be nice to be so overwhelmingly strong. Cyan's tone softens. He tells Leximus not to be so hard on himself, praising his raw talent. After all, he's able to wield a sword that most grown men would struggle to even lift. He assures him that if he keeps honing that talent, one day no one on the continent will be able to stand against him. Leximus blushes, completely flustered by the sudden, genuine praise after such a harsh lesson. Cyan reflects on the boy's current level. He's strong, but nowhere near ready for the monsters that are coming. For now, there isn't much more he can teach him directly, so he turns to his butler, Brian, who's been watching from the sidelines. "Brian, you'll be his training partner from now on," he orders. He tells Leximus that he's leaving him in Brian's care. Leximus, finally agreeing to the spar, says he'll switch to a wooden sword. As Cyan turns to leave, Brian asks where he's going. Cyan just replies that there's somewhere else he needs to be. Brian gives Leximus a friendly smile, saying he's looking forward to their training. Leximus just gives a short, focused reply. But then, his eyes narrow, a fiery determination burning within them. "I feel the same way," he says, his entire aura shifting into something far more intense. The sudden pressure is so palpable that Brian can only think one thing: this kid is terrifying. Cyan walks through the quiet academy grounds, that familiar, unsettling feeling from earlier washing over him again. He looks ahead and sees a lone figure standing in the distance. He calls out, asking what they're doing out so late. It's Lunov, standing under the moonlight, her gaze fixed on a nearby building. Cyan follows her gaze, a sinking feeling of dread growing in his stomach. He knows that building. "It's Instructor Boris's research lab," she says, confirming his worst fears. Of course she wouldn't listen to his warning. He walks up to her and asks if she actually plans on going inside. Lunov turns with a sly smile. "How did you know?" "I was just looking." Cyan is not amused. He asks her why she would even think about it. Her answer is dangerously simple: "I'm just curious." And Lunov's curiosity is a powerful force. She explains that she's never heard of Boris, not even from within the prestigious Gara Mage Association. And yet, her unique eyes tell her he's an 8th Circle mage, a level of power that should make him world-famous. Cyan smirks. It is indeed strange. He thinks to himself that her curiosity is going to get her into serious trouble. Lunov reads his expression perfectly. "So, you're going to help me, right?" she asks, pointing a finger at him. When he asks why he would do that, her eyes narrow shrewdly. "Because you already know him. And from the look on your face earlier, you hate him just as much as I distrust him." Cyan lets out a long, weary sigh. She's right, and now her reckless curiosity has made this a problem for both of them. Later, they watch the lab from a distance. A thought crosses Cyan's mind. He's finally left. He scans the building with his senses. He can't feel anyone inside. It's clear. "I'll go first. Stay right behind me," he tells Lunov, placing a protective hand on her shoulder. She agrees without a moment's hesitation. With practiced ease, Cyan picks the lock on the basement door. They slip inside, the heavy door closing behind them, plunging them into the dimly lit, musty lab. Lunov is immediately amazed by the sheer number of books lining the walls from floor to ceiling. They're all ancient texts, written in long-forgotten languages. Cyan mutters under his breath that Boris must be a book nerd. But Lunov, with her deep understanding of magic, can tell it's more than that. She runs a hand over a dusty volume, noting that almost all of them are about ancient forbidden magic. Suddenly, a wisp of dark energy floats out from Cyan's shadow. It's Kairam. Where are you going? Cyan silently asks. Her voice echoes in his mind. To the roof. Just keep doing what you're doing. He's confused, but before he can question her, Lunav calls out that she's found something important. Cyan turns, and his eyes widen in shock at what she's discovered. On a stand in the center of the room is an ornate, ancient-looking text. But Cyan knows immediately this is no ordinary book. He recognizes it from his past life. This is Boris's grimoire, his ultimate weapon, the source of his power. Kriya. At that exact moment, on the roof above, Kairam senses a powerful presence. A sickeningly familiar smell fills the night air. She stands on the edge of the roof, her expression one of pure disgust. "Come on out already," she calls into the darkness. She grits her teeth and snarls the name of the being she knows is there. Kriya. A flurry of pure white feathers descends from the sky, and a voice, smooth as silk, replies, "Long time no see, Kairam." A being with massive angel wings and long white hair lands before her. He asks what it was like, waking up after 300 long years of slumber. Kairam clenches her fists, her knuckles white. "It was fine until now," she growls. "But you just had to ruin it." Kriya just chuckles, commenting that her personality hasn't changed one bit. "I guess that's why you chose that particular master," he taunts. Her eyes flash red with pure fury, claws extending from her fingertips. "What did you just say?" "Calm down," Kriya says, taking a step forward. He assures her he isn't here to fight. Kairam is deeply skeptical. "Then what? You want to talk?" "Yep," he says cheerfully. But Kairam sees right through the act. As if, she scoffs, demanding to know what he's really scheming this time. Back in the lab, Lunav examines the grimoire. She's never seen a magic text like it. It seems less like a spell book and more like a history book. But the text is written in some kind of unbreakable code. She knows it would take her years, maybe even decades, to decipher it. A bead of sweat runs down her face as she concentrates, trying to find anything she can understand. There's only one part she can recognize. Her finger traces over a detailed but seemingly unfinished diagram. "A sun and dark clouds, or maybe fog," she murmurs, trying to piece together its meaning. Cyan looks over her shoulder, and his blood runs cold. He slams the book shut, startling Lunav out of her concentration. "We need to destroy this, right now," he says, his voice urgent and grim. She's confused, asking why. "Because this is the cause of everything," he explains, his hand trembling slightly as he rests it on the book's cover. "The banquet of blood and all the other catastrophes that are coming," a polite voice interrupts him from the doorway. "I apologize," it says smoothly, "but I can't let that happen. It's Boris." Cyan whips around, cursing himself. He was so distracted by the grimoire that he didn't even sense his approach. With a casual flick of his wrist, Boris sends a blast of golden energy hurtling toward them. Lunav cries out as the attack slams into her, throwing her backward. The book flies from Cyan's hands, landing perfectly in Boris's waiting grasp, where it begins to glow with a warm, golden light. "I was wondering if I should pay you a visit," Boris says with a chillingly friendly smile. "What an honor to meet you like this." Cyan grits his teeth, his expression pure rage. "However," Boris continues, his smile vanishing, "it is rather unpleasant to be spied on." He turns to Lunav and unleashes a wave of power at her. She cries out as she's enveloped in a vortex of swirling magic. "It was a bit forceful, but don't worry," Boris says nonchalantly, as if he'd done nothing at all. "I just sent her back to her dorm room. Now they are completely alone." "Now then," Boris says, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "shall we talk? Just the two of us?" He tells Cyan he's become quite interested in him, both the public face he shows the world and the true person hiding underneath. Cyan clenches his fists. This is bad. There's nothing he'd love more than to eliminate Boris right here and now. But that grimoire, Kriya, is a problem. And of all the terrible timing, Kairam is still on the roof, completely unaware of the danger he's in. On that very roof, Kairam is getting impatient. "What are you talking about?" she snaps at Kriya. "Speak plainly." Kriya explains that the person his owner serves, Cyan's brother Aishel, is an individual chosen by a god. He tells her bluntly, "You're fighting a losing battle." "So what?" Kairam retorts. "Is he suggesting that a demonic sword like hers should betray her master and side with a god?" "Would that even be necessary?" Kriya asks with a sly, knowing smile. "There are plenty of other ways to get what you want." He then makes a truly insidious suggestion. For example, if you were to steal your owner's body for yourself, wouldn't it be difficult even for us to deal with you then? Karam just scoffs, a wicked grin spreading across her face. She finally sees his game. Huh, she says, her eyes glowing with amusement and pure contempt. What the hell are you really scheming? In a world built on absolutes, on the clear division between good and evil, what happens when the light needs the darkness just to prove it exists? On the rooftop of the academy, two ancient powers face off. Kriya, the angelic grimoire, explains its twisted philosophy: light and dark, creation and destruction. These two forces, it says, have always been at war. And in the end, Kriya declares with absolute certainty, the story always ends the same way. The light is victorious. A vision appears, an angelic figure, sword raised high, standing over the corpse of a massive demon. A perfect, clean victory for the forces of good, a story told and retold for centuries. Kriya continues, explaining that 3 centuries have passed since that great war. In this new era of peace, humanity has flourished. But they've also started to forget the very gods who saved them. The towering statues of the gods are now just landmarks, their faces weathered and ignored. The awe people once felt is fading. And so, Kriya says, they came to a simple, chilling conclusion. Its face twists into a sinister grin, its eyes glowing with a dark purpose. To be remembered, to be worshipped, they need a new darkness. Because, in its own words, the dark makes us shine brighter. Hearing this, Karam can only mutter in disgust, "What a stupid reason!" She stares Kriya down, her expression dripping with contempt. She cuts right through its grand speech, summarizing the plan with blunt sarcasm. So, they want her to take over her master's body and run wild, just so they can swoop in, play the hero, and take all the credit? Kriya's smile widens, thrilled that she understands. "Yes, precisely," it exclaims. But before it can say another word, a fist connects with its face. Karam lunges, her voice roaring with pure fury. "That's enough of your nonsense," she yells, sending a flurry of white feathers into the night sky. Kriya stumbles back, looking more annoyed than hurt. "Goodness," it says with a sigh. What a shame. It seems genuinely surprised. It thought a demonic sword's sole purpose was to possess its wielder. It asks Karam if she's had a change of heart. But Karam's eyes burn with rage. She sneers, reminding Kriya that they were the ones who branded demonic swords as evil in the first place. She tells it to solve its own problems instead of trying to use others as pawns. Kriya sighs, the energy around it flaring. "It's a shame you feel that way," it says, its tone dripping with condescension. It had hoped she would be more cooperative. With that, the conversation is over. Kriya gives Karam one last cold look. "It was nice seeing you," it says. "I'll be going now." In a brilliant flash of light, Kriya vanishes, leaving behind nothing but a swirl of feathers. Karam stands alone on the rooftop, glaring at the empty space where the angel was. "What the hell have you done?" she mutters. "You foolish god, Eru." Meanwhile, in an office below, Boris Lelm calmly pours tea for Cyan. The room is quiet, but the air is thick with unspoken threats. He offers Cyan a cup, mentioning it's a high-class blend. Cyan sits opposite him, his expression a carefully constructed mask of indifference. Boris begins the conversation, saying that he's quite interested in him. Cyan scoffs. He points out that it's natural for an instructor to be interested in a student, but he doesn't even bother showing up to his classes. With his ever-present smile, Boris asks why that is. Cyan's answer is brutally honest, because there's nothing more for me to learn. Boris's questions become more pointed, asking if the dean knows about his chronic absences. Cyan's patience is wearing thin. He tells him to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Boris's smile sharpens. He leans in slightly, his voice dropping. "Do you know who I am?" Cyan keeps his face a perfect blank, betraying nothing, even though he knows exactly who this monster is. He plays dumb, asking what would possibly make him think that. Boris explains. He felt it the moment they met, a deep, visceral hatred rolling off of Cyan in waves. He describes the look in Cyan's eyes, a look that was screaming that he wanted him dead. Boris leans back, spreading his hands in a gesture of friendly curiosity. "I've never seen you before in my life," he says smoothly. "So I was just wondering if you somehow already knew about me." Cyan turns the question back on him. He says that what's truly surprising is that no one has ever heard of Boris. After all, a powerful Oath Circle mage should be famous across the entire continent. Boris dodges, claiming he's from a rural place and prefers a quiet life. But Cyan isn't fooled for a second. The slightest narrowing of his eyes shows he knows Boris is lying through his teeth. As they sit in a tense silence, Cyan's mind races. He knows Boris is lying. He remembers it all from his past life. Boris hid his true identity until the very end, a snake waiting patiently in the grass to strike. Sensing he won't get anything more out of him, Boris smiles and stands up, saying it's getting late and they can always talk another time. After the door closes, Boris stands alone in the hallway, reflecting on the meeting. He notes how intensely cold Cyan was, so much so that he was almost at a loss for words. He finally understands why Ashel felt so threatened by his younger brother, and he realizes Cyan must be the one who's been secretly protecting Princess Erin all this time. He returns to his office, placing a hand on his grimoire. What a tragedy, he thinks. The younger brother of the savior blessed by a god is the master of a demonic sword. Hearthcrea materializes beside him, agreeing that it's just like fate to be so cruel. Boris just looks at his grimoire, calling fate an interesting way to put it. Hearthcrea looks thoughtful. It's Karim too, it says, a slow realization dawning. Perhaps he's the very darkness we've been searching for. Boris's expression turns sinister. If Hearthcrea is right, then that boy is the perfect tool. He can be used to make Ashel shine even brighter, fulfilling the old prophecy, a black fog that hid the sun. A wicked grin spreads across Boris's face as he clutches the grimoire. The pieces of their twisted game are falling into place. The reascension of the savior, he thinks, will begin very soon. In another place entirely, a flicker of dark energy signals an unexpected arrival. Karim appears in the Black Fog's hall, a swirling portal of darkness closing behind her. A cloaked figure with glowing red eyes sits on a throne of shadows. It's the god of mist. Its voice echoes through the hall, asking Karim what brings her here. Karim gets straight to the point, a defiant smirk on her face. "Are you asking because you really don't know?" she challenges. She tells the god that she just had a lovely chat with Hearthcrea. The god of mist doesn't seem surprised. "I didn't know he was so close," it says calmly, and asks if Hearthcrea tried to do anything to her. Karim explodes. "So you did know," she yells, her voice shaking with fury. "Why aren't you doing anything? Have you forgotten that they're the ones who cast you out?" The god remains completely still. It tells her that there's no place lower than where they've already fallen, which means there's nothing left to fear. But Karim isn't having it. She's furious that those guys are trying to use her and Cyan as pawns in their game. She turns to the silent god and asks, "Is that what you want too?" For the first time, her anger cracks, revealing a hint of desperation. She states her own true wish, the only thing that matters to her: to protect Cyan. Red energy swirls around the god's gloved hand as it materializes a stone tablet covered in glowing runes. "Then I'll make your wish come true," it declares. The god holds out the decree. It promises that the entire Mist Guild will now dedicate itself to helping her and the child, Cyan. Karim is still suspicious. She asks if this means the god still won't do anything personally, wondering if some old pact is keeping them here. The god simply replies that every choice it has ever made was for her sake, but Karim just scoffs. "Humph! I don't want to hear your pathetic excuses." With a final glare, she calls the god a coward and teleports away, telling it to stay cooped up here forever. The god of mist is left alone in the vast, empty hall, musing to itself, "She's so harsh." At that very moment, in a grand cathedral bathed in light, a completely different ceremony is underway. A priestess blesses a kneeling figure, her voice echoing with divine authority. The priestess asks if she truly intends to accept her sacred duty. "Do you intend to become a ray of light to save this world from the cruel darkness?" she asks, as a line of hooded figures stands witness. The high priestess holds a sword over the initiate's head. "Do you swear to stand on the front lines, to fight and die on the battlefield?" she demands. The initiate looks up, her expression a mix of solemn duty and fierce determination. It's Alice Vert. "I, Alice Vert," she declares, "swear to take on the will of the god of light Lumendel." But even as she makes her sacred vow, a shadow of doubt flickers across her face. A single thought echoes in her mind. Is this really the right path for me to take? Her thoughts drift to recent events, The Empire has been pulling its most talented individuals into the Knights of Light and sending them straight to the front lines. Because of that, the Royal Guard has been left severely understaffed. That's why they were so powerless during the Banquet of Blood, the terrifying attack where she nearly lost her life. Alice looks up at a statue of a winged warrior. It had always been her dream to join the Knights of Light. But now she wonders if what she truly needs to protect is really on some distant battlefield, or could it be something closer to home? Her thoughts are interrupted as the ceremony concludes and a cheerful voice calls out her name. "Congratulations, Alice!" A young woman with pinkish hair rushes up to her, beaming. It's her friend, Cecilia. "You finally achieved your dream!" she exclaims. Alice gets flustered, insisting she's just a novice and should be more formal. But Cecilia just smiles, telling her to relax when it's just the two of them. Ever the rule follower, Alice insists on showing respect to her senior officer, bowing so low she nearly falls over. Later, sitting by a fountain, Cecilia finally understands what's bothering her friend. "Oh, so that's what you're worried about." Cecilia tries to reassure her, telling Alice that she could never choose a wrong path. But Alice just sighs, admitting that she's still conflicted. She looks off into the distance, her expression haunted. She confesses that she can still hear the screams of the people from the banquet, begging for help that never came. Cecilia's expression becomes serious. She tells Alice there's only one way to find out if the front lines are truly where she belongs. Alice looks up, confused. "How?" she asks. Cecilia stands, her eyes shining with excitement. "By joining me when I go there." She reveals that their father, Duke Viliarth, has entrusted them with an important mission. It's Alice's very first task as a Knight of Light. "Answer your calling, Alice Vert," she declares. Alice's eyes widen in surprise. She had no idea. "Father gave us a mission?" she asks, the weight of her new duty finally starting to sink in. While Alice accepts her new path, Cyan is already moving to change it. With grim purpose, he pulls on his boots and straps on his gear. There is no time to waste. Brian, his loyal guard, watches with a confused look, unable to figure out where his young master is going in such a hurry. The maids are just as clueless. All they know is that Cyan ordered them to get him ready for a journey. Nana, looking small and worried, asks if he's going to be gone for a long time again. Cyan walks past them, his steps firm and quick. He assures Nana that this time it won't take long at all. He pauses at the door, turning to his guard. "Are you ready, Brian?" he asks, his voice low and serious. Brian confirms that he is, but he's still completely in the dark about their destination. Cyan raises a gloved hand, dark red energy swirling around his fingertips. He gives a one-word answer that changes everything: Lamea Valley. Brian and the maids are stunned.
The Lamea Valley?
The most dangerous place on the continent? It's incredibly far away. But Cyan doesn't slow down. He tells them it won't take long if they use this. The dark energy around his hand intensifies, tearing open a swirling portal. "We need to hurry," he says, his voice laced with an urgency they've never heard before. As he and Brian step into the portal, Cyan's true motivation becomes terrifyingly clear. He has to hurry because he knows something that no one else does. He remembers it from his past life. Today is the day his sister, Alice, is supposed to die. Far away, under a blood-red sky, a line of knights on horseback approaches a desolate military outpost on the Empire's frontier. The lead knight raises a hand, his voice booming across the plains as he shouts for the column to halt. A stern-looking man with a prominent scar, Sir Elkin, rides up to greet the newcomer. He knows it must have been a difficult journey, but the person he's speaking to, Alice, quickly tells him not to call her young lady anymore. Sir Elkin ignores her protest, a proud look on his face as they ride into the camp. He tells her how honored he is to see her here as a full-fledged Knight of Light. Alice looks away, a little embarrassed by the praise. She insists she still has a lot to learn. But he's certain she'll do great things, adding that her father, the Duke, must be incredibly proud of her. Alice gets more flustered, again telling him to stop. Sir Elkin just laughs it off and tells her to hurry along, because the Duke is waiting. A figure in heavy, ornate armor steps forward, their boots crunching on the dry, cracked earth. Alice stands before a powerful man with his back to her. It's her father. She announces her arrival with cold formality. "I have arrived as you commanded." Her expression is a mix of duty and nervousness as she faces the man who is more of a commander than a father. Duke Viliarth Vert turns, his face a mask of stone. He doesn't greet her. He just gives an order. 3 members of the royal family will be visiting today. She is to prepare for their arrival. Alice can only reply with a quiet, "Yes, father." A faint, sad smile touches her lips as she thinks to herself that he's just as cold and distant as he's always been. A short while later, a line of royal guards on horseback marches into the outpost, their red banners snapping in the wind. The princess and the princes are here. The third prince, Fabian, wrinkles his nose in disgust. "It reeks here," he complains loudly. His twin brother, Nerovian, agrees, wondering how anyone can stand to live in such a disgusting place. Following them is the second princess, Violet. She looks cool and composed, giving a slight nod. "Thank you for your hard work, Sir Vert," she says, her tone polite, but laced with authority. Duke Viliarth bows deeply before them. "I, Viliarth Vert, greet your highnesses." Prince Fabian is already impatient. "Let's just get this over with," he snaps. This visit is just a formality anyway. He whines about the possibility of a monster attack. The Duke reassures him with a confident smile, explaining that the monsters in this region are small and weak. "In addition," he continues, gesturing to a figure standing nearby, "our best knight is here with us, so there is no need to worry." A man in brilliant white and gold armor stepped forward. It's Ashol Vert, the celebrated hero of the Empire. "It's been a while, father," he says, his voice calm and steady. Alice stares at him, a flicker of shock and deep unease on her face. "Ashol? What in the world is he doing here?" The Duke places a hand on his son's shoulder, a rare hint of pride in his cold eyes. He tells Ashol he believes in him. Ashol just bows his head, promising not to disappoint. Prince Fabian, still acting arrogant, orders Ashol to deal with any monsters before they get close. "Our bodies are valuable," he sneers, "unlike yours." Ashol simply agrees, his expression unreadable. Princess Violet, however, is more gracious, thanking Ashol for his service. Ashol gives her a slight, charming smile. "It is my honor," he replies smoothly. But Violet is sharp. She asks about Prince Luenel, noting that it's strange for him to miss a formal event like this. Ashol explains that Luenel had urgent business and entrusted this duty to him instead. Violet accepts the answer, but there's a calculating look in her eyes. "Oh, I see," she says. "It's great that I get to have you as our bodyguard then." The royal procession gets underway, with Ashol leading the escort. Alice watches her brother, her mind racing. Ashol has always protected the first prince, and only the first prince, so why is he suddenly here protecting these 3? She can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. Ashol walks over to her, his voice smooth as ever. "I heard you joined the knights at the top of your class." He looks at her, a seemingly proud smile on his face. "Congratulations, Alice." But as Alice looks into his eyes, she feels a sudden chill. There's a familiar look in them, a look that brings back a dark and terrifying memory. Her mind flashes back to her 9th birthday. She remembers Ashol standing before her, patting her head with that same gentle smile. That day, he had given her a magic scroll as a gift. It was a 4th star magic scroll, far too powerful for a child. He told her to use it when she was finally strong enough. Years later, when her power had grown, she remembered his gift and took it out, excited to see what it did. As she unrolled it, she saw it was a summoning scroll. A powerful magic circle began to glow in her hands. Just as the spell was about to activate, a hand clamped down on hers and a voice screamed, "Stop!" It was her friend Cecilia, who had stopped her just in the nick of time. Cecilia, her face pale with fear, explained that it was a scroll to summon an intermediate-level monster. If she had finished the spell, it would have been a catastrophe. The terrifying realization hits Alice like a physical blow. If she had used that scroll back then, all alone and unprepared, she would have died. Back in the present, she stares at Ashol's back, a horrifying question echoing in her mind. Did he give her that scroll knowing it could kill her? "Why did you do that?" she thinks, her trust in her brother shattering completely. At that very moment, the ground begins to tremble violently. Inside the carriage, the princes are startled. Fabian is immediately suspicious, thinking Luenel must have put Ashol up to something. Is he scheming something? He wonders aloud. Princess Violet agrees that having someone as skilled as Ashol guarding them is strange. Her eyes glow with red light as she snaps at her cowardly brothers. She warns them that they know exactly what kind of person Luenel is. They better keep their guard up if they value their lives. Just then, the carriage jolts, throwing them against each other. Outside, Cecilia runs toward the chaos, shouting, "What's going on?" a knight yells back. "It's an ambush!" Alice screams at the royals, telling them to evacuate immediately. The reason for the attack is revealed. They're being targeted by a special-grade monster. Prince Fabian's face drains of all color. "What?" he shrieks in pure terror. A monstrous roar rips through the air as a colossal earth dragon erupts from the ground, scattering knights like toys. Norovian, peering out the carriage window, is horrified. An earth dragon? There was supposed to be no chance of a special monster appearing here. The dragon thrashes wildly, its massive body tearing through the ranks of the Knights of Light. Princess Violet is the first to act, yelling at her brothers to get out of the carriage now. Knights fall, crushed under the dragon's relentless assault. Ashel, amidst the chaos, casts a protection spell, shielding a group of soldiers. He seems confused, wondering how this could happen. Prince Fabian runs for his life, screaming in panic. Violet yells at him to stop running around like a headless chicken. Alice moves to protect Violet, but she stops short, sensing something terribly wrong. Ashel calmly walks toward them, his sword drawn. He looks every bit the hero, stepping in to save the day. "I will protect you," he says to Princess Violet, his voice steady. But Violet sees the truth in his cold, calculating eyes. This was his plan all along. He's going to murder them all and use the dragon as cover. Alice is frozen in horror, staring at her brother as the monster she thought she knew is replaced by the real one. "Ashel?" she whispers, finally understanding his true nature. As the dragon roars, Cecilia leaps into action, unleashing an attack that sends a flurry of energy blades at the beast. Alice snaps out of her shock and screams her friend's name. Cecilia turns and yells for Alice to come with her. Alice grabs Princess Violet's arm. "I apologize, Princess Violet," she says, yanking her away from Ashel. "Where are we going?" the princess asks, startled. Alice doesn't have time to explain. "We're getting far away from here now," she yells, pulling her along. As they run, Alice's mind is reeling. She has a very bad feeling about this. She clearly sensed it, the unmistakable bloodlust in Ashel's eyes when he looked at Princess Violet. She gasps as the terrifying realization fully hits her. She turns back just in time to see the earth dragon bearing down on a lone figure. "It's dangerous!" she screams. But it's not the dragon she's afraid of. It's Ashel, who stands ready, a golden aura flaring around him as he prepares to make his move in the heart of the chaos he created. Ashel stands amidst the chaos, his body glowing with a golden aura, the perfect image of a hero. Alice can only stare in horror as Cecilia screams at her to run. He effortlessly deflects a blast of energy from the rampaging earth dragon, a casual display of his immense power. The dragon lets out a furious roar as the knights, despite their fear, try to rally and get back into formation. But Ashel just gives a sideways glance, a flicker of sheer annoyance in his eyes. This monster is ruining his perfectly crafted plan. With a quiet sound of disgust, he turns and walks away from the fight, abandoning his men without a second thought. The knights are left to fend for themselves, a commander screaming orders to hold the line and protect the royals. The dragon ignores them, its jaws opening wide as it gathers a ball of pure, destructive energy. Now at a safe distance, Ashel looks back at the scene, a scowl on his face. "What an annoying bastard," he mutters, clearly bothered by this unforeseen complication. The dragon unleashes its attack, a massive beam of purple energy that rips through the battlefield. The beam tears towards a group of knights, one of them screaming for the others to get back. But just as it's about to hit, Ashel reappears in a flash of golden light, his sword raised high. He meets the energy blast head-on, creating a spectacular explosion. The knights cheer, amazed by his power, and rush to cover him. He's playing the part of the hero perfectly. Meanwhile, Princess Violet is making her own move. She fires a blast of red energy, not at the dragon, but straight at Alice. Alice barely has time to react, her eyes wide with shock as the attack hurtles towards her. The force of the blast knocks her to her knees. She looks up and sees Cecilia rushing towards her, seemingly in a panic. But as Cecilia looks down at the fallen Alice, her face is a mask of cold indifference. She says a single, chilling word, "No." Princess Violet calmly walks over, a polite but false smile on her face. "Sorry?" she asks, feigning concern. Is something wrong? But her inner thoughts reveal the monster beneath. A twisted, demonic grin spreads across her face as she thinks, "I won't go down that easily." Alice is completely stunned, unable to process what is happening. In a move that shatters Alice's world, her best friend Cecilia steps forward and drives her sword straight through Alice's stomach. Alice can only gasp out her friend's name, blood pouring from her mouth as she stares in utter, soul-crushing disbelief. Cecilia's expression is completely blank, her eyes empty. It's as if she doesn't even register what she's just done. She pulls the blade out, and Alice collapses to the ground, her sword clattering uselessly beside her. Cecilia, still under Violet's influence, looks down at her. "You're Aschelvert's sister Alice, right?" Princess Violet explains her cold logic. She knew something was wrong when Prince Luenel, who never misses an opportunity for chaos, was conveniently absent. She figured out their plan: eliminate the royals in the confusion and let others take the blame. And so, she tells the bleeding and betrayed Alice, what she did was simply self-defense. Alice tries to protest, sputtering that it's all a misunderstanding, but Violet cuts her off with a sharp, "Shut up!" The princess's face contorts into a vicious sneer. She asks if Alice really thought she was stupid enough to just sit still and be murdered. She turns her back on the wounded knight, her voice dripping with ice. "If you have excuses, you can give them in the time you have left." She holds up a teleportation scroll, a wicked smile on her face. "Who knows? Perhaps a god will save you." With that, she activates the scroll. A pillar of purple light erupts, trapping Alice on the desolate battlefield as Violet and Cecilia vanish, leaving her to die. Alice lies on the ground, clutching her wound, her mind reeling in denial. "There's no way Cecilia wouldn't betray me." She desperately tries to find an explanation. Cecilia must be under a spell. There has to be a reason. Tears stream down her face as she collapses, the pain of betrayal far worse than the gaping wound in her stomach. The pillar of light fades, leaving her completely alone in the monster-infested wasteland. And just as she feared, she's not alone for long. A pack of snarling, werewolf-like monsters emerges from the shadows, their hungry red eyes fixed on her. Alice forces herself to her feet, grabbing her sword. She has to get it together. Surrounded and bleeding, she steels her resolve. She can't die here. Not like this. She has to live. A fire ignites in her eyes. She has to live so she can find Cecilia and ask her. Ask her why. With a powerful cry, she unleashes a wave of shimmering water spears, tearing through the first wave of monsters. Back in a safe house, Violet and Cecilia materialize in a flash of purple light. The princess lets out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's much better." She collapses onto a bed, completely exhausted by the ordeal. Cecilia confirms that the tracking magic that was placed on her is gone. "It was disgusting there, wasn't it?" Violet asks. Cecilia can only agree. Cecilia's mind drifts to a memory of happier times, of her and Alice laughing together. The blank look on her face cracks for just a moment, revealing a flicker of deep sorrow before she forces it back down. She turns to the princess and asks the question that's been weighing on her. "Why did you let her live?" Violet props herself up, looking at Cecilia with cold, calculating eyes. "You could have finished her," she says flatly. "I ordered you to." Cecilia's expression is grim. "She will die soon," she replies. She explains that the monsters in that wasteland will take care of Alice for them. Back on the battlefield, Alice is struggling. She's fighting off the monsters, but she's losing strength fast, panting for breath. With a final, desperate swing, she cuts down the last of the werewolves. Leaning on her sword, she gasps that it's finally over. But she knows she's not safe. She has to get back and report what happened. But as she collapses, the harsh reality sets in. What could she even report? That Princess Violet tried to kill her? No one would ever believe her. Still, she pushes herself up, determined to survive. She'll figure it out later. But just as she takes a step, a new, far more terrifying presence makes itself known. From the shadows emerge creatures made of rock and fire, high-ranking salamanders. Her heart sinks. This is a threat on a whole new level. Blood drips from her mouth as she desperately tries to think of a way out. She has to survive this. She has to. She dodges and weaves, her movements becoming slower, more sluggish with every passing second. One of the salamanders opens its mouth, flames gathering for a powerful attack. Alice closes her eyes, knowing she can't dodge this one. A massive fireball roars toward her. This is the end. But before the flames can reach her, a blur of motion cuts through the air. A figure appears, their sword wreathed in a dark, swirling fog. Fog sword, rushing, fog storm. The attack slams into the fireball, causing a massive explosion that sends the monster reeling back with a shriek of pain. Alice stares in shock at her mysterious savior, who lands gracefully in front of her. The enraged salamander unleashes another blast of fire. Just as the flames are about to hit, another figure swoops in, grabbing Alice and pulling her to safety. It's Brian. "I apologize, miss," he says, his face grim. He carries her out of the blast radius just as the ground behind them is scorched black. He sets her down, hopping around from the heat. "Hot! Hot! Hot!" Alice stares at him, stunned. "Brian!" The pieces click into place. If Brian is here, that means he's with him. The person who has been secretly protecting her all this time. The battlefield erupts in a pillar of fire as the salamanders attack again. Brian gets Alice behind cover, telling her to wait just a moment. The ground trembles as the monsters approach. Suddenly, a massive, demonic-looking axe smashes into the ground right in front of them. Alice recognizes it immediately. Kairam. The salamanders pause, confused by this new development. And then Karam, in her full human form, lands with a thud. She looks at the monsters, then back at the injured knights. Did all these things get food poisoning? She throws a comical tantrum, waving her arms in the air. "Why are they barfing all over the place?" Her antics manage to bring a small smile to Brian's face. Alice, weak but resolute, looks toward the fight. The masked figure, Siam, leaps into the air, descending upon the monsters. Thick fog third form, Fog's descent. As he falls, he gathers a swirling sphere of pure dark energy in his hands. Void sphere. The salamanders roar, not realizing the absolute danger they're in. Cyan clenches his fist around the sphere, his voice echoing with power. Division. The sphere of darkness expands rapidly, engulfing the entire battlefield. It passes right through the salamanders, leaving them momentarily unharmed. But then, small black orbs of void energy appear all over their bodies, eating away at them from the inside out. In a silent, terrifying display of overwhelming power, the monsters simply dissolve into nothingness. Cyan and Brian walk over to Alice, who is now finally safe. She looks at the masked figure before her. She's had a suspicion for a long time. But the person behind the mask really is. She reaches out a trembling hand and pulls it down. A chunk of rock falls from the crumbling cliffs above, blocking the view for a moment. But she doesn't need to see his face to know. Tears well up in her eyes as she looks at her savior, her little brother. Cyan looks back at his sister, a small, relieved smile on his face. "Cyan," she whispers. He replies softly, "I'm glad I wasn't too late." A dull throb radiated from Alice's side where Brian's healing magic was at work. But it was nothing compared to the sharp, twisting agony of betrayal in her heart. The horrifying truth had finally settled. Cecilia, her closest friend, had been Princess Violet's pawn all along. She watched Cyan's silhouette move against the desolate landscape, her voice cracking with self-loathing. "I didn't notice a thing. I'm really stupid, aren't I?" It was a realization that cut deeper than any blade. Cyan stopped, turning back to face her. His voice was firm, cutting through her despair. "This isn't your fault." He made it clear the blame rested solely on three people: Cecilia, Princess Violet, and their own brother, Ashel. Alice staggered to her feet, the implication hitting her like a physical blow. "Are you saying he planned this?" Brian rushed to support her, but she pushed him away, her eyes locked on Siam, demanding an answer. She tried to argue, pointing out it was their father's orders that sent her here. But Cyan knew better. Ashel was the one pulling the strings, whispering in their father's ear, and their father would grant him anything. Confusion and pain swirled in Alice's eyes. "But why?" In response, Cyan closed the distance and gently pulled her into a hug, a rare moment of comfort in the middle of the chaos. He spoke quietly, the cold, hard truth, a poison in the air. Ashel did this to secure his own position, to ensure he would be the one to inherit the family's will. "The will of the family?" Alice repeated, horrified. The meaning was unmistakable. Ashel was willing to get rid of his own sister for the sake of power. The shock sent a fresh wave of pain through her wound, and she cried out. Looking up at her younger brother, she needed to hear it one more time. "Are you certain about Ashel?" Cyan's gaze was unwavering. "Yes, you felt it too, haven't you? What he's really like." A sad smile touched her lips. She confessed she'd always sensed a darkness in Ashel, a hidden side no one else seemed to see. She just never imagined Cyan saw it too. But that was the part that never made sense. She could see it, so why couldn't their father or anyone else? It was as if Ashel was protected by something, an invisible shield that blinded everyone around him. Her mind flashed back to the battle just hours ago. She remembered how attacks seemed to mysteriously veer away from him, how he moved through the chaos untouched, as if some unseen force was guarding his every step. Cyan's expression hardened. An invisible power. He knew that power all too well. A memory from his past life surfaced. The final confrontation, the moment he finally had Ashel cornered, ready to deliver the final blow. Just as his sword was about to strike, a blinding, divine light had erupted from Ashel's body, stopping his blade cold. It was a force so absolute it could repel even Karam, his demonic sword. This was the source of Ashel's untouchable persona. In this new life, with all the pieces laid out before him, everything finally clicked into place. There was only one possible explanation for such a phenomenon. "We have to tell Father," Alice said, frantic. But Cyan calmly shook his head. "He won't believe us." This wasn't a simple family matter. It was something far more dangerous. "He would if we told him together," she insisted, her voice full of desperate hope. "I'm sorry," Cyan interrupted gently but firmly. "But you have to trust me on this." He warned her that one wrong move wouldn't just put them in danger. It could turn the entire Knights of Light against them. The Knights of Light. The words hung in the air, a heavy reminder of the order she had dedicated her life to, an order now potentially their enemy. Cyan began to explain the impossible wall they were up against. In his memories, Ashel was always at the center of cheering crowds, bathed in admiration. Everyone adored him. They looked at him not just as a hero, but as a savior, their unwavering faith absolute. "I was one of them too," Cyan admitted, the memory tasting like ash. Not a single person ever questioned Ashel's perfection. Looking back, the devotion was unnatural. It was less like respect and more like religious worship. That's not how the world is supposed to work. For every person who blindly trusts, there should be another who doubts. It's simple human nature. And yet, powerful, cunning men like their own father, the ruthless Emperor Luenel, and the calculating mage Boris Lahelm, they all trusted Ashel completely, without a shred of suspicion. Even Cyan himself, the one who should have known his brother's true face, had trusted him right up until the moment Ashel's blade ended his first life. As he lay dying, betrayed and broken, one question burned through his rage. What was it that made me trust him so completely? Now, standing here with Alice, he finally had the answer. It wasn't charisma or manipulation. It was something far more terrifying. His eyes glowed with a faint, demonic light as he revealed the world-shattering truth. Ashel has inherited the authority of the most powerful god, Lumendel. He isn't just a hero, he's this world's chosen savior. Meanwhile, back at the main battlefield, the remaining knights were in chaos. "It's coming!" a commander yelled. "Everyone, protect the princes!" The colossal earth dragon lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut, just inches from the cowering royals. "We're going to die!" Prince Nerovian shrieked, while his twin brother Favian shoved him aside, trying to save himself. But before the dragon could strike, a brilliant slash of golden light deflected its attack, sending it stumbling back. "Good job, Ashel!" Favian cried out in relief. Ashel, however, simply gave him a cold look and told him to get back. Enraged, the dragon roared and unleashed a volley of jagged purple energy shards from its maw. "That's enough," Ashel declared, his voice calm. A golden shield of light materialized before him as he invoked its name, Shield of Judgment, Aegis. Ignoring the shield, the dragon gathered its power and fired a massive beam of destructive energy, causing the princes to scream in terror. Ashel simply raised his hand, and the shield expanded to a colossal size, the titanic Aegis, meeting the dragon's blast head-on. The beam was effortlessly deflected, but a second, shadowy attack slammed into the shield from the side. The new assault came from a group of robed mages who had been hiding in the mountains, revealing themselves as the true masterminds of the ambush. Their combined dark magic swirled around the golden shield, cracking and threatening to shatter it. But Ashel's holy light held firm, and with a brilliant flash, it completely shattered the dark spell. He stood his ground, his expression one of bored determination, as if swatting a fly. With a final, graceful swing of his arm, he unleashed a wave of golden energy that ended the beast's rampage for good. The dragon let out a final, pained gurgle as the light faded. Its massive body crashed to the ground, silenced forever. Ashel stood over the fallen monster, calmly asking, "Is everyone all right?" As if he'd just finished a light stroll. The knights erupted in cheers, their fear replaced with awe. "Ashel saved us!" The dragon was nothing to him. The princes rushed forward, overjoyed. "You did well, Ashel," Fabian declared. "I'll be sure to tell Father all about your heroic deeds." Ashel simply stood there, his face an unreadable mask, accepting their praise in silence. He finally gave a polite bow. "It is an honor, Your Highness." The perfect hero, playing his part flawlessly. Back in the quiet hills, Alice was struggling to process Cyan's revelation. Ashel is the savior? The idea was ludicrous. I can't believe Lumendel would choose someone like him. Cyan looked away, his voice laced with cynicism. Lumendel just needed a figurehead. It didn't matter what kind of person he was. He explained the chilling reality of their situation. To deny Ashel, the god's chosen one, would be heresy. It would mean making an enemy of every single follower of Lumendel in the Empire. Alice clutched her head, her entire worldview crumbling. "Still," she whispered, her voice trembling, "I've believed in that god my whole life. This is so hard to accept." She then looked at her little brother, a new question rising from the ashes of her faith. "Cyan, how do you know all of this?" Cyan hesitated. "I can't tell you right now." The truth of his regression was a burden he had to carry alone, at least for now. To his surprise, Alice simply placed a hand on his arm, her expression softening with complete trust. "I understand, Cyan. I'm sure you have a good reason." She looked him straight in the eyes, her voice earnest. "But promise you'll tell me one day. Don't carry this burden all by yourself." This single act of faith meant more to him than she could ever know. A small, genuine smile touched Cyan's lips for the first time in what felt like ages. "Okay," he agreed. With the heavy conversation over, the tension finally broke. Alice turned to Brian with a bright smile. "Thanks for healing me, Brian." A flustered Brian just stammered that it was his duty. From the background, Cyan glared, completely baffled by his sister's sudden cheerful mood after everything they had just discussed. The moment of levity passed, and Alice turned back to Cyan, her expression serious once more. "What's the plan now?" He told her they had to deal with the immediate problem first. Her eyes hardened with resolve. "I'm going to see Cecilia," she declared. "I deserve to know why she did this to me." This wasn't about revenge, it was about answers. "I can help with that," Cyan said, a wicked grin spreading across his face. When Alice asked how, he explained they couldn't have gotten far as a small, glowing orb of tracking magic materialized in his hand. Miles away, inside a quaint cottage that served as Princess Violet's hidden safe house, the atmosphere was deceptively peaceful. Suddenly, Cecilia shot to her feet, on high alert. "What is it?" Violet asked lazily from the bed. "Someone's approaching," Cecilia said, her face tense. She could feel a strange, powerful mana she'd never encountered before. Violet scoffed, dismissing the idea. "No one could possibly know about this place." But her words were cut short by a tremendous crash. The wall beside them exploded inward, sending splinters of wood and stone flying as Violet screamed in shock and terror. Cecilia stared, stunned, at the object that had just torn through their hideout. Is that, there, embedded deep in the floorboards and humming with righteous fury, was a blade she knew all too well. It was Alice's sword. When a plan falls apart, the fallout is messy. And for the masterminds watching from the shadows, the real game is only just beginning. Miles away, in the scorched remains of the Lamea Valley, Ashel Vert kneels. He lets the dust run through his fingers, his eyes narrowing as he recognizes the faint magical residue of a teleportation scroll. His mind is already piecing together what happened here. His knights scan the desolate landscape, their nerves on edge. One of them points towards a potential shelter, urging Ashel to investigate. Another knight turns to Ashel, his voice filled with genuine concern for their royal charge. He asks if Princess Violet will be all right after all this. Ashel rises, his face a cold, unreadable mask. "We'll see," he says, his tone devoid of any emotion. There is no concern in his eyes, only cold calculation. He turns to his men, his voice ringing with authority as he commands them to protect the princes. Behind him, the battlefield is a testament to the chaos he helped orchestrate. "Yes, sir!" they shout in unison. "Pause for title card!" Back at the site of the ambush, a figure in a white cloak moves like a blur. It's Cecilia, the knight who drove a blade into her best friend. She'd sensed an immense bloodthirsty aura approaching and braced herself for a master assassin. But as she gets a closer look, all she sees is a kid, standing alone in the rubble. He looks small, almost insignificant. Still, her instincts scream that something is wrong. She squints, reconsidering. Maybe he's not alone. There has to be someone else hiding. Unwilling to take any chances, she activates her signature technique, Windwalker, pushing her speed beyond normal limits. A cyclone of wind magic erupts around her, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. She tells herself she can't afford to let her guard down, not even for a second. Her eyes glow with power, her hand crackling with wind-infused energy as she prepares to strike. She lunges forward, her blade a silver streak aimed directly at the masked boy's throat. But in a blink, he's gone. Her attack slices through empty air, carving a deep scar in the earth where he just stood. Cecilia lands, stunned. How did he dodge that? The masked figure, Cyan, reappears a few feet away, completely untouched. Cecilia whirls on him, demanding to know who he is. She knows the techniques of the Vert family, and this is something else entirely. Cyan says nothing. His mask hides his face, but his glowing red eyes seem to burn right through her. She presses on, her voice tight with suspicion. "That sword you threw, was it you who saved Lady Alice?" Still, only silence answers her. A scoff escapes her lips, her patience wearing thin. "Fine. If you won't talk," she says, readying her blade once more. A wild, almost unhinged grin spreads across her face. "Then let's see if I can make you scream." The air crackles as she channels her power again. She launches herself forward, the ground cracking beneath her feet from the sheer force of her speed. This time, it's not a single strike. She unleashes a blinding flurry of attacks, her blade leaving dozens of glowing green afterimages in the air. The space around Cyan becomes a cage of razor-sharp wind, each slash meant to tear him to pieces. But Cyan just stands there, his red eyes tracking her every move with an unnerving, impossible calm. As her blades fly, Cecilia feels a surge of confidence. Only a handful of knights in the entire order can match her speed. No one should be able to keep up. And then, Cyan moves. He casually raises a hand and catches one of her lightning-fast strikes with just his gloved palm. A shockwave ripples from the impact, stopping her cold. Fury boils within her. She refuses to be toyed with. "I won't let you drag me down," she roars in her mind. But her fury turns to disbelief as Cyan effortlessly weaves through the rest of her attacks. He dodged it all? Again? Her mind can't process it. He's faster than her, and he hasn't even drawn his sword. The grim realization twists her face into a mask of frustration and fear. Before she can even think, he's behind her, kicking off a tree and launching himself back towards her like an arrow. Pushed to her absolute limit, Cecilia spins, screaming, "Don't you underestimate me!" She pours every last drop of her mana into one final, desperate attack. Sharp Storm! Her eyes blaze with pure white energy as she unleashes a torrent of unrestrained power. A massive beam of swirling, chaotic wind erupts from her sword, tearing a path of destruction through the forest. The attack explodes with devastating force, shattering the ground and blasting huge chunks of rock into the air. The entire area is consumed by a maelstrom of destruction, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that blots out the sky. But as the dust begins to settle, Cyan stands completely untouched. He holds out his hand, and a swirling sphere of pure, dark purple energy forms in his palm. Cecilia's eyes widen in horror. "No way!" she gasps. "That terrifying, forbidden power, it's dark magic!" Cyan calmly speaks the name of his spell, Void Sphere. The dark energy crackles, warping the very air around it. Then, with a single word, he unleashes its true power, compressing the sphere into an unstoppable beam. Obsidian. A blinding ray of pure purple destruction shoots from his hand, cutting effortlessly through the remnants of her storm. Cecilia can only let out a final, terrified scream as the beam of dark energy slams directly into her. The impact creates an explosion far greater than her own, a silent, overwhelming wave of purple light. When the blast finally fades, Cyan walks calmly through the smoldering crater his magic created. He finds Cecilia on the ground, defeated and broken. She looks at her tattered state and murmurs what a pathetic way this is to lose. Blood trickles from her lip, but she manages a weak smile. She never imagined she would die in a place like this. She looks up at Cyan's silent, menacing figure. "You're like a grim reaper," she says, her voice raspy. "Aren't you going to say anything even now?" Resigned to her fate, she makes one last request. "I'm going to die soon anyway, so please, just tell me if Lady Alice is alive." Cyan finally speaks, his voice low and curious. "I'm more interested in the look on your face," he says. Cecilia looks at him, confused. He leans closer, his red eyes piercing her soul. "You look relieved," he observes. "I was expecting you to be more tormented." Cecilia looks away, a bitter smile touching her lips. She supposes this is retribution, the end she deserved all along. Retribution for what? A new voice cuts through the silence, sharp and painfully familiar. Cecilia's eyes snap open in shock. That voice, emerging from the dust, Alice appears, supported by Brian. Cecilia can only stare in disbelief, whispering her name. "Lady Alice?" Alice's face is a storm of cold fury and deep, shattering hurt. She looks directly at the woman who was once her friend and demands, "Tell me, why did you betray me?" But seeing Alice alive and well breaks through Cecilia's hardened resolve. Tears stream down her face, mixing with blood and dirt as she sobs with genuine relief. "I'm so glad you're alive." Alice is unmoved by her tears. Her voice cracks with anguish as she screams, "Shut up and answer my question. Why did you deceive me?" Cecilia closes her eyes, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on her cheek as the painful memories begin to flood back. Her story begins in a small, peaceful village with a single windmill. A village that was completely wiped from existence by a monster attack. A flashback shows a small, terrified girl with lavender hair huddled in the ruins. She was the only survivor, moments from death herself. Just as she was about to give up hope, a light cut through the rubble. A knight had found her, shouting that there was a survivor. The knight told her to hang on, that the monsters were gone and she was safe now. An authoritative voice commanded the knights to bring her water and food. She remembers being gently carried from the wreckage. It felt like a miracle. She was saved by the royal knights just moments before she would have perished. And the person who took her in, who gave her a new life, was a young Princess Violet. For a child who had lost everything, it felt only natural to dedicate her life to the one who saved it. Sometime later, she was given the chance to repay that debt. She remembers standing before the princess, her face set with grim determination. Violet's order was simple: get close to the Vert family and wait for my signal. And so, she entered the Vert household as a maid. It was there she met a very young Alice, who was already holding a sword, her eyes bright with a passion and kindness Cecilia had never known. Back in the present, Cecilia looks at Alice, a sad, regretful smile on her face. She admits that if she could do it all over again, she would change everything. She thinks back to those happier, simpler times and wishes she had never left her post at Alice's side. She wishes she had simply died in the ruins of her village all those years ago, because if she had, she never would have heard Princess Violet's cold, chilling command echoing in her memory. "Today's the day, Cecilia. Kill Alice Vert. She's a threat," Cecilia finishes, her voice trembling. "If I had died then, none of this would have ever happened." Alice is still processing the story. A threat? What did she mean by that? Cecilia explains that the princess has always seen the entire Vert family as a danger to her ambitions. It was because of the close bond between the first prince and Ashel. Violet simply assumed that meant the whole family was allied with her rival for the throne. Over the years, Violet's paranoia festered, turning her into a coward who trusts no one, lashing out at any perceived threat, no matter how small. Cecilia looks at Alice with profound regret. "She is completely different from you, Lady Alice." She questions how she could have ever served someone so consumed by fear. "You trusted me, right up to the very end," she says, lowering her head in shame. "I'm so sorry I disappointed you." But before Alice can respond, Cyan steps forward, grabbing Cecilia by the collar. "Enough of this," he says, his voice like ice. He rips off his mask, revealing his young face to them all. His eyes glow with dark power as he speaks. "If you think recognizing your mistakes is enough to be forgiven, you are gravely mistaken." Both Alice and Cecilia stare, stunned to see him. A wicked crimson blade of pure energy forms in Cyan's hand. It's Chiron. "You know what you did," he says, his voice low and final. Cecilia closes her eyes, accepting her fate. I am aware, young Master Cyan, she says, ready for the end. Cyan, wait! Alice cries out, wanting to hear more before he acts. Brian gently holds her back, trying to keep her from interfering. He urges Alice to please, just this once, trust her brother. She looks at Cyan, her expression a whirlwind of shock, fear, and confusion. In a flash, Cyan moves. He throws a dagger, and Alice screams, "No!" convinced he's about to kill Cecilia right in front of her. But the dagger flies past Cecilia's head, shattering a window in a distant building with explosive force. Inside that very room, Princess Violet jumps in alarm. "Who goes there?" she yells, startled and on guard. She curses under her breath, looking around frantically. Where is Cecilia? Of all the times to disappear, just then, she senses a presence and whirls around. "There you are," she says with relief. But it's not Cecilia. Princess Violet's eyes widen in shock as a figure steps from a flash of golden light. It's Ashelvert, his expression serene and his eyes glowing with divine power. He offers a polite, chilling smile. "I've come to escort you, Your Highness. A hero's arrival is supposed to bring hope." But as the rain pours down on this lonely safe house, the only thing Princess Violet feels is the cold, suffocating dread of a predator that has finally cornered its prey. Ashelvert steps into the room, his presence alone making the air feel heavy. "There you are," he says, his voice unnervingly calm. "Violet is frozen, her mind racing. How?" This was her secret refuge, a place no one was supposed to find. Ashel looks at her, a faint, holy light glowing around him. He repeats his earlier words, but this time they carry a far more sinister weight. "I've come to escort you, Your Highness." It doesn't sound like an offer of help, it sounds like a death sentence. Summoning her royal composure, Violet's fear hardens into defiance. She notes that he looks like he's about to kill her, then snaps at him for his rudeness. Ashley's reply is brutally, chillingly honest. "I did plan on killing you," he says, without a flicker of remorse. He continues, explaining that the original plan was for her and her knights to be wiped out in the monster ambush. She was a loose end that was never meant to survive. Enraged, Violet pulls a small, ornate device from her sleeve. She spits back at him, asking if he really thought he could get away with plotting against a royal. She unleashes its power, shouting its name, "God's Stinger!" A brilliant flash of golden light shoots from her hand, aimed directly at Ashel's heart. The blast of holy energy is meant to incinerate anything it touches. But Ashel simply raises his gauntlet, the light fizzling out harmlessly against the metal. He looks at her with something akin to disappointment. "I'm not finished speaking." Pause for title card. Violet clutches her wrist, burned by the artifact's recoil. "How rude!" she seethes. "Do you still intend to see that plan through?" "Who knows?" Ashel says with a casual shrug, walking through the wrecked room. Violet demands to know what he means by that. He stops, picking something up from the debris. It's Alice's sword. He holds it, his expression suddenly turning serious. "Where is my sister?" he asks, his voice sharp. Seizing what she thinks is an advantage, Violet lies with a crazed smile. "I had her killed." Ashel doesn't even flinch. He says he wasn't sure if Alice was working with his rival, implying he was fully prepared to sacrifice her if necessary. Violet is stunned. "But she's your sister!" A terrifying, manic grin spreads across Violet's face. She thinks she's found his weakness. "Well, I guess it was a good thing then," she taunts. "Are you going to avenge her now?" But Ashel's response shatters her confidence. "No," he says calmly, a small, chilling smile on his lips. "I'm thinking of changing my plan. Violet is completely lost. Nothing is going the way it should. What is he talking about?" Ashel looks her over, almost impressed. "You're remarkably calm for someone in your situation." He continues, remarking that her ruthlessness in eliminating anyone even slightly suspicious is a wise tactic. "I'm a bit surprised," he admits with a smirk. "You're quite different from Prince Luenel in that regard." Violet is completely bewildered. He doesn't care about his own sister's fate? What could he possibly want from her? Ashel turns, his tone shifting to business. He states that the original plan failed and he'll report it as such. Violet finally asks the real question. "Then what do you want from me?" He steps closer, his eyes locking onto hers. "I'm suggesting," he says, "that you join my plan instead." Violet is stunned. "Aren't you on Prince Luenel's side?" she asks, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. Ashel scoffs. "Who says?" he asks, a condescending smirk on his face. We're merely business partners." He kneels, pinning her with his intense gaze. He tells her that whether she believes it or not, Prince Luenel is just another pawn in his grand design. Trying to regain some control, Violet puts on a sly look. "Are you planning to take over the Empire? Because I can't really help you with that." But Ashel stands, turning away. "It doesn't matter who sits on the throne," he says dismissively. Confused, she asks what it is he truly wants. He has only one goal. A goal that is simple, absolute, and utterly terrifying. The eradication of evil. With a look of serene, unwavering conviction, Ashel declares his true purpose. "I am going to remove all evil from this world." Violet can only laugh, a mocking, disbelieving sound. "Are you serious?" She thinks he's completely insane. Ashel glances back, his expression deadly serious. Who knows? Suddenly, his eyes narrow. He senses something approaching. It seems evil has just appeared nearby. The wall behind Violet begins to crack and splinter as a strange energy pulses through the room. Ashel feels it instantly, an ominous mana that sends an involuntary shiver down his spine. He realizes it feels less like magic and more like pure, condensed bloodlust. A dark purple energy begins to seep through the cracks. He's never felt anything like it before. With a deafening roar, the wall explodes inward in a cataclysm of dark energy. Violet screams in terror. Ashel instinctively shields her from the blast, his eyes locked on the source of the attack. Through the smoke and chaos, a figure emerges, radiating a blinding crimson light. Ashel stares, his perfect composure finally cracking as he sees the attacker. A figure shrouded in black, his hair now a burning, fiery red, descends from the sky, a single beam of destructive energy shooting from his fingertip. "Who are you?" Ashel demands. The figure, wreathed in shadows and demonic energy, gives his answer. He declares he is the very evil Ashel seeks to destroy, and he is also his end. The red-haired man, Cyan, attacks without hesitation, unleashing a storm of 8 razor-sharp slashes of red energy. The slashes tear through the air, forcing Violet to scream again as the attacks zero in on them. Ashel reacts in a split second, a look of genuine surprise on his face as one of the blades nicks his cheek. He thrusts his palm forward, creating a golden barrier with a single word of power. The barrier repels the attack, but the force of the impact is so immense it completely obliterates the safe house around them. Violet is thrown onto her bed in the chaos, crying out as her refuge is annihilated. She watches in horror as the entire building is consumed by a massive explosion of golden light. The blast is enormous, sending debris raining down for hundreds of feet. Ashel lands gracefully in the pouring rain, carrying Violet. "Are you all right?" she asks, shaken. He ignores her, his eyes fixed on their opponent. He's still attacking. Cyan unleashes another technique, a massive sphere of pulsating demonic energy that hurtles towards them. Ashel raises his holy sword, its light shining like a star. Ascalon, he calls its name. He brings the blade down, unleashing a pillar of pure divine light that meets the demonic energy head-on. The clash is deafening. But as the energies cancel each other out, Cyan is gone. Ashel curses, realizing his opponent can also use spatial magic. Cyan reappears, his attacks relentless. The two opposing forces, holy and demonic, collide again in a spectacular explosion of light and shadow. A crack appears on Cyan's mask, a testament to the sheer power of Ashel's holy attacks. Ashel blocks another strike, his mind racing as he analyzes his mysterious foe. He recognizes this is no ordinary fighter. The power and skill are on another level. But even as he assesses the threat, his divine confidence is absolute. However, he declares, the rain streaming down his face, "I will win." Violet, watching from the sidelines, can only whisper her reluctant agreement. "All right." The scene cuts back to Cyan, now kneeling on the ground. The fiery red aura around him flickers and dies. "What's wrong, Karam?" he asks, as his demonic sword cries out in his mind. "It hurts! It hurts!" Karam tells him it felt like her very essence was being torn apart. The divine power of Ascalon was pure, unadulterated agony for a demonic being like her. And Cyan understands. It's Ashel's divine authority. It's a fundamental poison to his demonic power. "That's annoying," he says, a cold fury rising in his chest. Across the ruined landscape, Ashel sees his opponent has stopped moving. "Why did you stop?" he calls out. He taunts him, Didn't you say you were my end? He readies his stance. Come at me. Cyan grips his dagger, his knuckles white. Every fiber of his being, the assassin he was for 37 years, is screaming at him to kill Ashel right here, right now. But the logical mind of the regressor takes over. He's seen the terrifying truth of his brother's power. As much as it pains him, a direct confrontation now is suicide. He stands, and a large object wrapped in red energy materializes beside him. He throws it to the ground before Ashel. It's Cecilia's broken, blood-stained armor. Violet recognizes it instantly. What did you do to her? Ashel demands. Cyan's answer is cold and final. I purified her. Violet asks what he means by that, but Ashel understands immediately. I believe he means she's dead. A look of dawning comprehension crosses Ashel's face. So that was your goal, he says, demanding to know who ordered the assassination. Cyan is enveloped in a red mist, using the opportunity to plant a false trail. We are mist, he declares, invoking the name of the legendary Assassin's Guild. And we do not forgive. Ashel's eyes widen. So the rumors were true. Before Ashley can react, Cyan vanishes into a swirl of red mist. He's gone, Violet exclaims. Ashel stands alone in the rain, his expression dark. More obstacles. He wonders if it was mist interfering with his plans all along. The red mist dissipates, leaving no trace of the mysterious attacker behind. The scene shifts to a peaceful waterfall, a stark contrast to the destruction left behind. Kairam, now in her human form, sits on a rock, holding her head. My head, she groans. I seriously thought I was going to die. Cyan stands nearby. Did it hurt that much? Kairam confirms it was a pain unlike anything she'd ever felt. She grits her teeth in frustration. We can't even touch him, she says. This is far more complicated than I thought. But Cyan, ever the strategist, has already formulated a new, dangerous plan. There is a solution, he says calmly. He holds up a small, glowing stone. Duran Dark's elemental stone, he explains, the purity of gods. He tells her it's just a theory, but he believes they can win against Ashel if they use this. Kairam's eyes widen in terror as she envisions Cyan being consumed by the stone's overwhelming holy power. No, don't do it, she shouts. She grabs his arm, her voice filled with genuine panic. You brought it with you for this? This thing could kill you. Just then, Alice rushes over, calling out Cyan's name, her face etched with worry. Cyan looks from Kairam to his approaching sister. I know it's dangerous, he says, his voice steady, but this is the only way. A memory of a happy, carefree Alice flashes through his mind. In this life, he has people he needs to protect. He won't make the same mistakes again. His eyes glow with fierce determination. If his opponent is unreasonably strong, then he will just have to become even stronger, no matter the cost. Sometimes, the most powerful weapon isn't a sword, but a debt. A life spared today can become a loyal asset tomorrow, and for Cyan, this is a calculated investment. He holds out a small object to Cecilia. In his hand is a beautifully crafted pendant. He explains that it's a Marian's token. Entry into the hidden spirit realm is heavily restricted, a sanctuary few can ever hope to reach. The token glows with a faint, magical light, a key to another world and a new life. Cyan tells her that with this token, she can enter the spirit city of Fruina, a place where she can disappear from the world completely. Alice looks at Cecilia, her expression still hard, but the anger is now mixed with a deep, lingering pain. Be careful, she says. It's the only goodbye she can offer the woman who was once her best friend. Tears stream down Cecilia's face, a mixture of overwhelming gratitude and crushing guilt. She thanks Alice, apologizing over and over for the betrayal that nearly cost her everything. But Alice isn't ready to offer forgiveness. I haven't forgiven you, though, she says, turning away. Don't ever appear in front of me again. The words are harsh, but beneath them is an unspoken act of mercy, a release, allowing Cecilia to leave without fear of being hunted down. Cecilia nods, her voice thick with emotion. Understood, I'll be going now. And with that, she turns and walks away, vanishing into the forest to begin her exile. As they watch her go, Kairam hovers beside Cyan on the cliff's edge. She asks him if he's really sure it was a good idea to just let her go. Ever the pragmatist, Kairam insists it would have been safer to just kill her. But Cyan's reply is chillingly simple. He tells her he already killed Cecilia once in his past life. He explains that in the original timeline, Cecilia was completely consumed by the guilt of killing Alice. This time, by saving Alice, he's actually lessened that burden. Now, instead of being a tragic casualty, she is an asset. A powerful knight who owes him an unbreakable life debt. A memory flashes back to the moment of judgment. Cyan's voice was cold as he told her that she knew this was no light matter. Cecilia had closed her eyes, fully accepting her fate, ready to die. He remembers throwing the dagger, not at her heart, but past her, as Alice screamed for him to stop. The dagger had pierced Cecilia's shoulder guard, pinning her to the ground but leaving her alive. "You died just now," he had told her. "I'll be collecting the payment for this later." He was making it crystal clear. From this moment on, her life belonged to him. He had ordered her to stay in hiding until he called for her, leaving Cecilia to wonder if he could somehow see the future. It felt as if he knew a time would come when she could atone for her sins. And as she fled, she made a silent, unbreakable vow. If that day ever came, she would repay her debt with her life. Back in the present, Karam, now in her human form, crouches beside Cyan. She looks at him suspiciously. "Are you sick or something?" she asks. This calculated mercy is so unlike him. "You've gotten kinder." She gets right in his face, her voice dripping with mock concern. "Are you dying?" Cyan just gives her a deadpan stare, completely unfazed. Alice walks up behind them. Karam straightens up as Alice thanks her, saying none of this would have been possible without her help. Alice then turns to Cyan, formally thanking him for saving her life. Her gaze shifts to Karam with curiosity, noting that a demonic sword with such a personality is something she's never encountered before. Karam grins, a playful yet predatory look in her eyes. "I wonder if we'll get along," she muses, before quickly dismissing the thought. Nah, never mind. Alice is completely charmed. She thinks to herself, maybe she's a nice demonic sword after all. She even notes how close Karam and Cyan seem to be. Karam immediately shuts that idea down, explaining that their relationship is strictly one of master and servant. Alice is left utterly confused. Then Karam leans in close, her eyes glowing with a possessive fire. "That said," she purrs, "his body is mine, so don't you go trying to take it." Alice's brain short-circuits. She just stares blankly and says, "Oh, okay." Then she concludes, "Nope, definitely not a nice demonic sword." The scene shifts to the grand, imposing halls of the Lewin Academy. Inside his office, Dean Kundal reads a letter from Alice. In it, she tells him that she has finally found the answers she was searching for. Because of this truth, she is officially resigning from the Knights of Light. She declares that the order has strayed from its righteous path, and she can no longer serve it in good conscience. She writes that the very people the Knights are sworn to protect, like Prince Lionel, are the source of the corruption. She continues, stating that the will of her own family is being twisted, and her father, the Duke, is allowing it to happen. Alice informs the Dean that she will be visiting him soon to discuss a matter of grave importance. The topic, her brother, Ashel, and his conspiracy with Prince Lionel. Her final request is a simple one. Please take care of Cyan until she arrives. Kundal sighs, thinking to himself that both of their powerful families are a complete and utter mess. He notes Alice's unwavering concern for her little brother. He taps the letter and decides that, since she asked so politely, he'll at least make an effort. Just then, Boris Wilhelm enters his office. Kundal makes small talk, asking Boris how he's finding his time at the academy. Boris replies smoothly that he's adjusting well enough. But the Dean cuts straight to the point. He called Boris here because there's something he's curious about. His expression turns deadly serious, his voice dropping to a low, intimidating growl. "When were you planning on telling me that you work for my grandson, Prince Lionel? Is there a reason you're hiding it?" Boris just smiles, completely unfazed. He claims he wasn't hiding it, and that it has nothing to do with his work here. Kundal presses him, demanding to know his real purpose for coming to the academy. "I am looking for someone," Boris admits. The Dean's eyes narrow. "And have you found this person yet?" After a slight pause, Boris replies, "I believe so." A dark, oppressive aura flares around the Dean, his face hidden in shadow, his eyes glowing ominously. "Stop it," he commands. His voice is laced with pure menace. "If the person you're looking for is that child, it would be in your best interest to quit whatever it is you're planning. It is a clear and unmistakable threat." Boris seems surprised by the intensity of the warning, but he simply offers a slight, knowing smirk. I understand, Dean. As Boris leaves the academy, he reflects on their conversation. He hadn't expected such a strong, protective reaction from the dean. Sitting alone in the woods, he writes a report, musing that Cyan seems to have some very powerful connections. A truly interesting child. A ghostly messenger spirit appears to take his report as his grimoire, Hearthcrea, speaks to him, asking what he'll do now. Hearthcrea warns that if another powerful human gets involved, their plans could become much more difficult. I am aware, Boris replies calmly. The grimoire continues, reminding him that, unlike Hearthcrea itself, the demonic sword Chirum has a physical form, making her a different, more tangible threat. A sinister smile twists Boris's face. He has a new plan. Then, he says, I'll simply break away his connections first. Hearthcrea seems to approve. Putting his plan into motion immediately, Boris approaches a figure in the woods. It's Instructor Nella. Did you want to see me, Mr. Boris? She asks politely. Boris thanks her for coming, but she cuts him off, saying she wanted to speak with him as well. She says she wanted to ask him a few things about Cyan. Boris casually lists off what he knows. Cyan is a recluse who skips lessons, but is undeniably skilled. Sarika, still playing her part as Nella, smiles. It seems he's piqued your interest. Boris admits that at first it was only Cyan he was interested in. But now, he says, his voice dropping as he looms over her, I'm interested in those around him too. He drops the act. Miss Sarika Nigrity, no, he corrects himself. His voice echoes with newfound power. Follower of the black fog, leader of the mist, I should have realized it was you. He knows everything. Without another word, he attacks. A massive shadow hand erupts from behind him, aiming to crush her. Sarika is engulfed in a mass of writhing shadows, filled with glowing red eyes and gnashing teeth. The shadows coalesce into a monstrous, multi-eyed beast, a hellhound from the deepest pits of the abyss. Boris watches, expecting a quick and easy victory, but he has severely underestimated his opponent. Sarika moves with impossible speed, her purple daggers flashing as she weaves through the hound's shadowy tendrils. Her eyes glow with a golden light as she taps into her true power, the divine authority of the Black Fog God. She unleashes her own pocket dimension. A wave of purple energy erupts from her, filled with the shadowy creatures of the fog. She calls it the Fog Domain. Boris is genuinely shocked, a wide, excited grin spreading across his face. You can open up an entirely new realm, he exclaims. He realizes this is how she's been able to hide her immense power from everyone at the academy. Inside this newly formed dimension, Sarika stands amidst swirling pillars of purple fog, ready for a true battle. She doesn't know how he found her out, but she knows one thing for sure. He's here to kill her. Boris confirms her suspicion with a dark smile. If that is your wish, he says, readying his own power, then I shall grant it. Inside the Fog Domain, two masters of the Shadow World face off. Sarika glares at Boris, her voice dripping with contempt. She doesn't know how he discovered her identity, but she makes it clear he's made a fatal mistake. If it's death he's looking for, she'll be happy to grant his wish. Boris just grins, a crazed, confident look in his eyes. This is exactly the fight he's been hoping for. He raises his glowing grimoire, the source of his terrifying power. It won't be that easy, he retorts. Sarika smirks back, completely unimpressed. You're full of confidence, she says. Let's see how long that lasts. The battle erupts in an instant. Sarika lunges, a blur of deadly purple motion, as Boris begins to chant a spell from his book. But Sarika is not alone. From the swirling fog of her domain, dozens of masked assassins emerge, surrounding Boris. She declares that his purification will now begin. Boris's grin only widens. The pages of his grimoire flip rapidly, glowing with a malevolent golden light. He laughs, a manic sound that echoes in the pocket dimension. Bring it on! I can handle all of you. The scene cuts abruptly from the deadly battle. Back at Cyan's hidden base, two young women are startled. One, a maid, recognizes him instantly. The other, a girl with small black horns, cries out with pure joy. It's Papa! Cyan steps through a swirling red portal, his loyal knight Brian right behind him, who immediately mutters that he's starving. I'm back, Cyan announces. Papa! Nana shouts, leaping through the air and tackling him in a fierce hug. She sends him stumbling as Brian continues to complain about his empty stomach. Siam lands on the floor with an affectionate oof, Nana clinging to him tightly. He notes that she's getting so big it's hard to hug her properly anymore. A rare, genuine smile touches his lips as he ruffles her hair. "Have you been doing well, Nana?" She beams up at him, blushing happily. "Yeah, I've been doing great with Surika, just like you told me to." Cyan looks pleased. It seems leaving her with his mentor was the right call. The reason she's been doing so well is thanks to Surika's intense, specialized training. We see a flashback of Nana in her full, awe-inspiring dragon form, looking exhausted but focused. Cyan had asked Surika to train Nana to control her emotional outbursts, desperate to prevent another tragedy like the Banquet of Blood, where Nana's uncontrolled power resulted in a massacre. He knew the training would be incredibly difficult. We see Surika watching as Nana, in her dragon form, battles a horde of powerful monsters. Surika is a master of controlling primal instincts, and she pushed the young dragon to her absolute limits, her own eyes glowing with power. The training was brutal, forcing Nana to endure immense pain to gain mastery over a power that could shatter the world. Back in the present, Cyan pats Nana's head. "It must have been hard. You did a good job." Nana is thrilled by his praise and adds that there was no training today because Surika said she had other plans. Cyan's expression darkens. "What plans?" he asks. In the back of his mind, a horrible feeling begins to grow. Probably purification. Karam, lounging on a nearby sofa, confirms his worst fears. She casually tells him that she suggested Surika go and purify that Boris fellow. Cyan is stunned into silence. Karam explains her simple logic. Since they're both instructors at the academy, it should have been an easy mission for Surika to handle. But Lunav, who has been listening quietly, speaks up, her face etched with worry. She knows Surika's own god would have never permitted such a reckless move. She asks Cyan if he realizes what his mentor is truly up against. Kairam scoffs. "Are you talking about that grimoire?" she asks, overconfident. "Do you really think Surika and the entire Mist Guild can't handle one book?" Cyan turns away, his voice grave. "So you do know about Hearthcrea?" He whirls around, his expression furious. "When were you going to tell me?" he shouts at Karam, who flinches back with a nervous laugh, saying she didn't think it was important. Cyan knows there's no time to waste. He has to go, now. Karam asks if he's really going to risk himself to help Surika. "I have to," he says. "His bloodline is the real danger here." He turns to Brian, giving orders. "Brian, I'm leaving. Take care of Emily and Nana." He cuts himself off, staring in utter disbelief. Brian and the maid, Emily, are happily devouring a plate of what looks like lumpy, black sludge. "What are you two eating?" Cyan asks, bewildered. Brian, his mouth full, just says he was really hungry and asks if Cyan wants to join him. Cyan flatly refuses, saying he's only taking Kairam. He makes a mental note that Brian is the first person he's ever seen who can actually stomach Emily's notoriously terrible cooking. He tells Brian he's gotten stronger, while Brian just asks if they're supposed to wait for him here. "Take Nana and Emily to Brno," Cyan orders. Nana looks up, her heart breaking. "Papa, are you leaving already?" Cyan softens, patting her head gently. "Sorry, it could be dangerous here." Brian, ever loyal, asks if he's sure he'll be all right on his own. "It's fine," Cyan reassures them. "I'll come find you once this is all over." With that, he turns to leave, entrusting his found family to his knight. We're thrown back into the chaos of the fog domain. The battle has turned into a slaughter. Surika is thrown back, the bodies of her elite assassins lying defeated around her. She lands hard, breathing heavily, a deep cut on her cheek. The more she fights Boris, the more she realizes how truly vile he is. She looks at the defeated puppets, their strange, dark aura disturbingly familiar. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Was the Banquet of Blood massacre also his doing? She's certain of it now. These marionettes have the exact same aura as the ones from that day. They're much stronger, but the signature is the same. Boris holds his grimoire, a condescending smile playing on his lips. "Are you tired already?" he taunts. He gestures to the endless tide of undead puppets at his command. "This is just the appetizer, you know." His expression turns cruel. "I've still got the main course and dessert waiting." Surika's eyes widen as she finally understands the true, terrifying depth of his power. A new wave of marionettes swarms her, their movements impossibly swift and coordinated. She fights back with the deadly grace of a master assassin, her daggers a blur of purple light. She unleashes a whirlwind of her most powerful techniques, cutting down dozens of puppets in a storm of blades and shadows. But Boris's counterattack is relentless. A volley of golden energy blasts rains down, forcing her back. Sirika is forced onto the defensive. He's using advanced spells with 0 openings, and the puppets just keep coming. One of the puppets lunges, its movements unnervingly precise. It parries her strike perfectly, a move no mindless puppet should be able to make. Another one deflects her attack from the side, boxing her in. She's surrounded, their attacks perfectly synchronized. She realizes with dawning horror, they're reading my movements. Boris reveals his nasty trick. A spell called Puppeteering Nidstang. A glowing red sigil appears on a puppet's forehead. Its eyes glow, and it begins to overload with volatile energy before exploding. Sirika is caught in the blast, but grits her teeth and pushes through the pain. But it was a trap. The explosion was just a distraction. Boris has now commanded all of his puppets to self-destruct. She's thrown back by a chain reaction of explosions, shocked by the sheer amount of destructive mana he packed into each one. The remaining puppets swarm her, their eyes glowing red as they all prepare to detonate at once. The entire FOD domain is engulfed in a single, massive, fiery explosion. Sirika's body falls from the sky, battered, smoking, and defeated. Boris stands over her, his face lit by the demonic glow of his grimoire. "Now then," he says with a triumphant evil grin, "time for you to die." He prepares his ultimate spell, a massive holy attack called Warhammer. Sirika can only watch, tears of frustration and pain welling in her eyes as she faces her end. A colossal pillar of golden divine judgment descends from the heavens, aimed to obliterate her from existence. The Warhammer slams down with world-shattering force. But just as it's about to strike, a flash of red energy intervenes, deflecting the blast at the last possible second. Cyan has arrived. A wicked grin spreads across Boris's face as he looks down at the defeated Sirika. With his grimoire glowing, he tells her with cold satisfaction that he's afraid their little game has come to an end. But even on her knees, beaten and bleeding, Sirika isn't broken. Gritting her teeth, she glares back, her eyes radiating pure defiance. Boris doesn't care. He unleashes his spell, shouting its name, Warhammer. A massive pillar of golden, divine energy erupts from the ground beneath Sirika, a holy pillar of judgment shooting upwards into the dark sky of her domain. The ground shatters in a blinding explosion of light. The impact is deafening, sending shockwaves ripping through the entire pocket dimension. After the dust settles, a colossal glowing warhammer is left embedded in the broken earth, its divine power still crackling in the air. Boris takes a confident step forward, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Well, what a shame," he remarks, expecting to find nothing but ash. But he stops, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Something isn't right. He looks up from his spellbook, and a moment later he understands. The smoke clears to reveal Sirika, collapsed but still alive, surrounded by his undead marionettes. Boris realizes what she must have figured out about his puppets. He understands that she deduced their secret. His puppets aren't just mindless drones. They can track the mana of their opponents, making them incredibly effective hunters. And she also pinpointed the source of their power. It all flows from the glowing grimoire in his hands. Propped up on one hand, Sirika looks at the book with a sharp, analytical gaze. She notes the insane amount of mana pouring from it and asks if it's a divine armament. Boris is genuinely impressed. A smile returns to his face as he praises her excellent combat sense. "Superb," he calls her, but his smile twists into a mocking grin. He leans in, his eyes glowing with malice. "But so what? What exactly can you do about it now?" He raises his spellbook and casts another spell. A dark, violet energy explodes from his own puppets, and they cry out as their master's magic tears them apart. "It's useless to resist," he tells her. "There's no shortage of puppets. Just give up." But Sirika isn't listening. Her dagger scrapes against the stone floor as she forces herself to stand. Pushing through the searing pain, she tells him she hates giving up. Her body ignites with a storm of purple energy as she prepares to activate a forbidden technique. Her eyes burn with cold fury. This is her last resort, a final, desperate gamble to turn the tables. She channels every last drop of her remaining power. the ground cracking under the immense pressure. With a final surge of will, she unleashes her ultimate skill, Summon Familiar. A monstrous creature of shadow and greed erupts into existence, a terrifying beast with glowing yellow eyes and massive horns. This is the demon of avarice, greedy Mammon. Boris's smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. He can't believe it. For a technique like this to even be possible, he realizes in an instant that every trace of mana he could feel from Sarika has completely disappeared. She poured her very life force into this one summon. Before he can process it, Mammon lets out a monstrous roar that shakes the dimension to its very core. His remaining marionettes are stunned, their mindless forms frozen in confusion for just a single moment. And a moment is all Mammon needs. The beast lunges, tearing into the undead horde with its massive claws. It's a scene of pure, primal destruction as the familiar rips through the puppets like they're made of paper. One after another, the powerful marionettes are swatted away and torn to pieces. Mammon grabs one, its guttural growl echoing as it prepares to crush it in its grip. Boris watches the chaos unfold, a grimace on his face. He complains about how rude she is, saying he worked hard to collect those puppets. But his annoyance quickly shifts back to a twisted admiration. To think she could convert her own mana into a familiar, he calls it an impressive talent. However, he knows it's a desperate final move. He looks at Sarika, who is now staggering, completely drained. He correctly assumes she's now an empty husk, unable to cast even the simplest spell. The grimoire in his hand glows once more. "Unfortunately for you," he says, "that decision was a mistake." Just as he speaks, a voice cuts through the chaos, and in a flash, someone closes the distance and lands a devastating kick to Boris's head. Boris is sent flying, but he manages to cast a protection spell just in time, a purple barrier deflecting the worst of the blow. He's stunned, completely bewildered. He couldn't see the movement at all. He looks at the attacker, wondering how a human could move that fast without a trace of mana. Before he can get an answer, the attacker is on him again, a blur of motion, landing a series of lightning-fast strikes against his barrier. Each impact sends a powerful shockwave through the air. The sheer speed and force of the blows almost unbelievable. The attacker's face is revealed. It's Sarika. With a savage grin, she pulls back her arm, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. She dodges his counterattack with fluid grace. Boris is caught completely off guard. With a triumphant shout of "checkmate," she drives her fist straight into his face. The punch connects with brutal force, sending Boris flying backwards across the shattered landscape. He grunts in pain as he hits the ground, skidding to a halt. He's stunned, blood trickling from his mouth. He can't believe what just happened. Sarika doesn't give him a single second to recover. She's on him in an instant, a whirlwind of motion as she flips over him. She lands, grabbing his face and slamming him into the ground. Boris thinks frantically that she isn't even giving him time to chant a spell. Pinned and helpless, Boris feels a sharp pain as Sarika prepares to finish him off with her dagger. But Boris is a top-tier mage for a reason. If he can't chant, he'll just have to use a spell that doesn't require it. A green magic circle glows around his hand as he activates a trap spell. Sarika senses the sudden surge of power and grits her teeth, realizing too late that she's been caught. A powerful explosion of green energy erupts from Boris, blasting Sarika off of him and sending her flying. Now, with some distance, Boris unleashes his next attack. Multiple golden portals open around him as he casts Judgment Spear. Sarika twists in midair, her dagger ready as she prepares to face the oncoming storm of light. A volley of golden spears shoots towards her, blanketing the sky in a deadly rain. She becomes a blur, weaving through the relentless barrage with incredible agility, deflecting the spears with precise strikes. Her eyes are glowing with intense focus, her face a mask of determination as she pushes her body to its absolute limits. But the assault is too overwhelming. A spear clips her, then another, throwing her off balance. One of the spears slices across his own cheek, drawing blood as he miscalculated her trajectory. Finally, a direct hit sends her spiraling downwards, her body unable to take any more punishment. The attack culminates in a massive explosion of purple and white light. Sarika's body hits the ground hard, tumbling across the rubble. The fight finally seems to be over. But a new voice calls out to Boris, seemingly from the spellbook itself. "That's enough for today." Boris looks down at his grimoire, now surrounded by a protective golden aura. "Lord Hearthcrere?" he asks, confused. Sirika, still conscious, curses under her breath. She realizes the divine armament, Hearthcrere, was the one that stopped her final blow. Hearthcrere's voice emanates from the book, explaining that they lack too much information on this woman. It had assumed she was just another follower of a minor god, but it was wrong. Sirika slowly pushes herself to her feet, clutching her wounded side as Hearthcrere continues its analysis. Hearthcrere tells Boris that with her level of skill, she must be an executive or even higher in her order. It warns him that facing her at his current level would be difficult. As Sirika raises her head, brushing her hair back, Boris notices something strange. A trail of dark black blood runs down his cheek from where she cut him. He looks at it in disbelief. Black blood? His eyes widen in realization. He asks her if she is a member of the black blood kin, surprised because he thought they were wiped out in this era. A tired, almost amused smile touches Boris's lips. He remarks that this is why he tries to avoid situations where he might bleed. What a troublesome predicament. Sirika's eyes narrow. The pieces are clicking into place. The puppets. The dazed stone from the banquet of blood. She realizes the ones who created those horrific tools in the first place were the black blood kin. Her gaze becomes as sharp as steel. She points her dagger at him, her voice filled with cold fury as she accuses him of being the mastermind behind that massacre. Boris doesn't deny it, instead giving a theatrical sigh and admitting she's caught him. "Shut up!" Sirika snarls. Boris just turns away, his grimoire flaring with teleportation magic. He waves dismissively. "I'll see you next time. Like heck there will be a next time," she screams, lunging forward. "I won't let you go." On her command, greedy Mammon roars and raises its massive fists to crush Boris before he can escape. But Hearthcrere is faster. The divine armament unleashes a cage of golden light, completely trapping Mammon and halting its attack mid-swing. The book seems to shudder with annoyance, a thought bubble appearing as if it's thinking, "So annoying." Boris glances back, a bead of sweat on his face. He'd almost forgotten the familiar was still around. Mammon struggles against the golden bonds, but it's no use. Hearthcrere's power is absolute. Sirika watches, gritting her teeth in frustration. She knows it's impossible to break that barrier. If only he didn't have that spell book, she might have had a chance. But then, something impossible happens. A tear in reality itself appears behind her, a flash of red light cutting through her dimension. She whips her head around, demanding to know who's there. A blade of pure, dark energy slices through the air. Boris is shocked, wondering if she had a collaborator this whole time. But Sirika recognizes that presence instantly. Her eyes widen as she whispers his name, Cyan. Boris's face contorts with rage and disbelief. Cyan? Now of all times? A figure drops from the sky, moving faster than sight. It's Cyan, his eyes glowing red with demonic power, holding his dagger in a reverse grip aimed directly at Boris's heart. He descends like a crimson bolt of lightning, a wave of purple energy trailing behind him as he plunges his blade downward for the killing blow. Just as Boris is about to make his escape, Cyan crashes the party. Sirika recognizes him instantly, while Boris can only stare in disbelief, furious that he would show up now. Cyan plummets from the sky, his demonic dagger aimed straight for Boris's heart. But Boris has a powerful guardian. The divine grimoire, Hearthcrere, flares with golden light, erecting a powerful barrier that intercepts Cyan's attack. Demonic and holy power collide in a blinding, deafening explosion. The resulting shockwave is immense, a chaotic storm of purple and gold energy that rips through Sirika's already crumbling pocket dimension. When the light finally fades, a new figure lands gracefully amidst the shattered fragments of Hearthcrere's angelic barrier. It's Chiram, in her full human form. She stands over an angelic being with large white wings, now crouched on the ground. With a look of utter contempt, Chiram sneers, "You look pitiful." Her lips curl, her red eyes burning with an ancient personal hatred as she spits the name like a curse, Hearthcrere. Hearthcrere, the true form of the divine armament, looks up in shock. She can't believe it, asking how on earth Chiram managed to find her. Sweat drips down Hearthcrere's face as she asks why she's here. Chiram just smirks. "I have a good instinct." She takes a slow, predatory step forward, her voice dripping with venom. "I can smell it." Chiram leans down, her face inches from Hearthcrere's. Especially the stench of a hypocrite like you, she snarls. It's so disgusting it makes me sick. Hearthcrea's shock erupts into pure fury. She rises to her feet, her wings flaring out behind her as she reminds Karam of a warning she gave long ago. Her eyes glow with divine power as she finishes her sentence. That you chose the wrong side. Boris can only watch as Hearthcrea unleashes her true power. Golden chains of light erupt and wrap around Karam as the angelic being gathers an overwhelming amount of energy, calling on the divine power of the supreme god. The air crackles as a massive, intricate magic circle forms, an all-seeing eye at its center, ready to pass divine judgment. In another part of the battlefield, this immense holy power slams directly into Cyan, who stands his ground to shield Karam from the blast. Sarika's familiar, greedy mammon roars in agony as it's caught in the blast, the divine energy tearing through its shadowy form. Even Sarika's own defensive barrier cracks and shatters under the sheer force of the attack, sending her stumbling back. She shouts Cyan's name in alarm as he takes the full, unrestrained brunt of the divine assault. Cyan stands firm, gritting his teeth as the golden light engulfs him, refusing to give a single inch. Hearthcrea can't believe what it's seeing. He is withstanding the power of a supreme god. Hearthcrea struggles to understand. The power of the demonic sword alone shouldn't be enough to resist this. What kind of dark power is this? A horrifying realization dawns on the divine being. It thinks back to Karam's original master, realizing they were hiding a power far more dangerous than it ever imagined. Seeing Cyan locked in a power struggle, Boris decides to intervene, telling Hearthcrea that he'll help finish him off. Dark, sinister energy swirls around him as he declares that they must eliminate the master of the cursed sword now, before he becomes an even greater threat. But Hearthcrea screams at him to stop. We're not strong enough right now. It's a shocking admission. Even with the power of a god on their side, they can't win. Cyan proves Hearthcrea right. With a final, explosive push, he shatters the divine barrier, unleashing a wave of dark energy that sends Boris flying. Boris coughs up blood, his mind reeling. Cyan broke through Hearthcrea's ultimate barrier. He knows with absolute certainty that this boy is a threat that must be eliminated at all costs. He recalls an old prophecy about a black mist that will one day eclipse the sun. He's sure now that the prophecy is about Cyan, and that one day that power will be aimed at his lord Ashel. With Hearthcrea's retreat already activating, he knows they have to escape now. Sarika watches the incredible display, worried that Cyan can't endure this kind of strain for long. She knows she has to do something to help before her familiar, Mammon, fades away completely. Cyan pushes himself to the absolute limit, unleashing one of his own secret techniques, the formless sword. To cover their escape, Boris summons a monstrous hellhound from his grimoire, a beast of pure shadow and gnashing teeth. But Cyan knows he needs more power. He calls on another secret technique, one that sends a shock through Sarika demon-human unity. He and Karam merge into one, a single being of immense combined power. Cyan's eyes flash, his focus absolute as he gathers his newfound strength. He unleashes it all in a single, devastating blast of purifying light, a golden wave of energy that incinerates everything in its path. The attack slams into the ground, causing a cataclysmic explosion that tears the very fabric of the dimension apart. Sarika is thrown back by the aftershock, her mind reeling. He completely shattered her mist domain. She can only stare in awe, wondering if this is the true power of a divine relic. When the light clears, they're standing in a quiet forest. The pocket dimension is gone. Boris has escaped. Karam, back in her sword form, notes that their purifications has failed. Sarika, furious that her target got away, immediately confronts Cyan, demanding to know why he stopped her. Cyan, clearly exhausted, just looks back at her and asks if that's really how you thank your savior. Suddenly, Karam pops out in her tiny imp form, indignantly declaring that she was the one who did the saving, much to Sarika's confusion. Sarika snaps at the little demon, asking where it learned its manners. But Cyan ignores their bickering and gently asks his partner, "Are you okay, Karam?" The demonic sword glows faintly, communicating that she'll need to rest for a while after pushing herself so hard. Cyan looks at the blade with deep gratitude. He knows she must have felt the full agony of Hearthcrea's divine power, and he tells her quietly, "You endured it well." Sarika watches them, a bit confused by their strange, deep bond. Cyan's expression turns serious. He thinks to himself that when the final battle comes, there's only one path left to victory. The scene shifts to a bustling trade city near the Lewin Academy. A familiar figure in a dark hood walks through the crowd. It's Lunav, and her eyes lock onto someone in the distance. An old, cloaked man with a long white beard turns to face her. It's Dean Kundal. He smiles warmly, saying he's glad she decided to come. Pause for ad panel. Later, the two are sitting across from each other at a quiet table. The dean comments that it's been a long time since she's been outside the academy. Lunav admits she was surprised he reached out. She agrees, saying she doesn't usually leave the academy grounds. She explains that she only came because of the urgency in his letter. The situation, she says, seems incredibly serious. Lunav asks if this is about her decision to leave the Knights of Light. But the dean just laughs, saying he always knew she would forge her own path. He tells her that family honor isn't what's important right now. The real issue, he says grimly, is the growing threat posed by Ashel and Luenel. Lunav is taken aback. "You know about Ashel?" she asks. The dean takes a slow sip of his drink. "I know a little," he says evasively. He then poses a question to her. What does she think will happen if Ashel takes control of the Vert family? Lunav answers without hesitation. Since the Empire's best have all joined the Order of Light, Ashel would inevitably become its leader, giving him command of the most powerful military force in the nation. The dean agrees, adding a chilling detail. His own grandson, Luenel, is dangerously close to Ashel and would likely end up as his second-in-command. Lunav's face darkens. That's exactly what she was afraid of. She looks him in the eye and asks what he thinks, reminding him that Luenel is his grandson. The dean's expression grows heavy with regret. He reveals that some time ago, Cyan asked him a question: which did he value more, the Empire's prosperity or his family's honor? He looks down, shame and worry etched on his face. "That boy was looking into the future," he says quietly, "and I was too complacent to see what was coming." Lunav is stunned. What could Cyan have possibly seen that even the wise headmaster of the academy had missed? "That I don't know either," the dean admits. He looks at her with grave seriousness and gives her a stark warning. She should leave the Empire for now. He explains that great chaos is on the horizon. He will try to correct the course, but he can't be sure if he'll succeed. Lunav can barely process his words. "Great chaos?" The dean leans forward, his voice low and urgent. On talking about a coup, there are signs of a rebellion to seize the imperial throne. While grand schemes to overthrow an empire are brewing in the shadows, on the bustling streets of the trade city Branu, life is much simpler. For Nana, it's a world of pure wonder, her eyes wide as she soaks in every new sight and sound. Everything is a source of amazement for her. She points at a fruit stand, declaring the fruit incredible. Then she gestures towards a group of grizzled adventurers, calling them amazing people, much to their scowling confusion. This is a crucial detail. Nana's childlike wonder makes her seem harmless, a perception she's about to use to her advantage. Their guardian, Brian, quickly pulls her back, offering a hurried apology to the adventurers before ushering his group away. He gently reminds her not to point at strangers, but Nana just retorts that this is how kids learn, completely unfazed. Her innocence is her greatest camouflage. Brian sighs, just trying to keep them all under the radar and get to the safe house Cyan arranged. The maid, Emily, playfully notes that they look just like a normal family, causing the stoic knight to blush. Flustered, he points vaguely ahead, stammering that the safe house is just over there. But in that single moment of distraction, he loses track of the two most important members of their group. Emily grabs Nana's hand, pulling her along, but the chaos of the crowd is about to provide the perfect cover. As they navigate the packed street, Nana and Aaron begin to fall slightly behind. It seems like an accident, but this is the exact moment Nana has been waiting for. Meanwhile, far from the noise of the market, Alice sighs heavily in a quiet room, the weight of a terrible truth settling upon her. The words of Dean Kundal echo in her mind. A coup, a civil war for the imperial throne. The scale of it feels impossible. She tries to wrap her head around it. Her brother, Ashel, and Prince Luenel are planning to tear the empire apart. But the deeper question is how the dean, and more unnervingly, her little brother Cyan, could possibly know about such a high-level conspiracy. Her thoughts are cut short by the sound of the door opening. She looks up, startled to see Brian and Emily. Emily greets her with a cheerful smile, happy to see her again. Alice is surprised to see them, asking if they're actually living with Cyan at the academy. Emily confirms it proudly, saying the young master needs her. Alice is completely baffled. Her little brother is living with 2 women at the academy? The thought leaves her momentarily speechless. Brian explains that Cyan had urgent business and sent the 3 of them ahead. Alice immediately catches his phrasing. "The 3 of you?" Brian turns around, his face dropping as he sees the empty space where Nana and Aaron should be. Panic flashes across his and Emily's faces. Alice's voice is sharp with urgency as she asks who else was with them. Brian's mind races. They were right behind him. He blames himself instantly. He should have never taken his eyes off them for a second. Wasting no time, Alice is already moving towards the door, telling them to follow her. Her expression is one of fierce determination. "If they're with Cyan," she declares, "then they're important to me too." This is a significant moment, showing her loyalty is no longer just to her blood family, but to the new family Cyan is building. The scene cuts to a grimy dock in another part of the city. A pair of hands secures the heavy lock on a warehouse door. The elf and wolfman from the market close the door, satisfied with their work. The elf remarks that this latest shipment of captives will bring in a hefty profit. They turn to leave, ready to report their success to the boss. But then, they spot a small, lone figure at the edge of the dock. The elf recognizes her. It's the little girl from earlier who was pointing at them. It's Nana. She stands there looking lost, seemingly wandering aimlessly. The 2 traffickers approach, their smiles hiding their predatory intent. The elf calls out, asking what a little girl is doing all by herself. Nana simply points past them, right at their locked warehouse. The elf is annoyed at first, thinking she's just being a strange kid again. "I smell something familiar from in there," she says innocently. And just like that, the elf's irritation melts away, replaced by a greedy, predatory grin. The bait has been taken. He exchanges a knowing glance with his partner. It's like free money just walked right up to them. The wolfman leans in, telling her they have lots of tasty things inside. Nana's eyes light up. "Candy?" she asks. The elf confirms it, though he silently notes she seems a little old to get this excited over candy. He figures she must be a bit slow, but Nana's excitement is contagious as she asks if she can have some. "Of course," they say, laying the friendly act on thick. "We're nice uncles. We'll give it all to you for free." But as she beams, a memory of Cyan's strict voice echoes in her mind. When a suspicious person offers you candy and asks you to follow them, "What did I tell you to say, Nana?" Her face breaks into a brilliant smile as she shouts, "Okay." She's not answering the traffickers, she's answering her papa, confirming that the mission is a go. The delighted slavers lead her away, convinced they've found the most gullible victim in the world. Nana follows, happily chanting about candy, playing her part to perfection. The elf leads her to a dark, menacing door, telling her all the candy is right inside. Again, Cyan's warning plays in her head. "You little, if someone tells you to go into a dark and creepy place, you should never, ever go in." She ignores the memory and steps right inside. The elf slams the door shut behind her, laughing at how easy it was. The 2 congratulate themselves. An extra product just like that. Today is their lucky day, or so they think. Brief ad panel for the scanlation team. Inside, Nana walks down a dark hallway lined with cages, her curious expression never wavering. She stops at one of the cells and peers inside. "Where's the candy?" she asks the darkness. But there is no candy, only the terrified faces of caged and chained children staring back at her. A mental image of Cyan appears, sighing in exasperation. It seems like his little Nana really fell for the oldest trick in the book. But then we see Nana's true thoughts. Her face is a mask of fake terror, tears welling in her eyes as she thinks, "Sorry, Papa, I got tricked." It's all a brilliant performance. She wasn't tricked at all. She played them like a fiddle. Her expression immediately hardens. The act is over. She takes a deep sniff of the air. There it is again, that familiar smell. It was never candy. It was something far more interesting, and she follows it deeper into the warehouse. Her small footsteps echo ominously in the grim, silent hallway. She stops before a large cage covered by a tarp. The smell is strongest here. She rips the sheet away. In the gloom, her dragon eyes begin to glow, and small fangs peek out from her lips. "It's you, isn't it?" The source of the smell is revealed, a powerful, high-ranked beast, chained and snarling. A red knoll. As the creature growls, Nana calmly reaches a hand through the bars. She gently pets its head. Her touch, imbued with the ancient power of dragons, instantly pacifies the ferocious beast. It looks at her, confused but no longer hostile. "How did you end up trapped?" she asks softly. "Want me to set you free?" The gnoll responds with an eager bark. With her eyes blazing and fangs bared, Nana grips the thick iron bars of the cage. As she begins to effortlessly bend the metal, a small voice calls out from another cage, asking if she can free them too. Nana turns to see two small demi-human children, chained but now filled with hope. A faint, knowing smile touches her lips. Her smile widens into a dark, confident grin, her eyes blazing with power. Looking at her new allies, she declares, "Everything's ready, boss." She's not just a captive, she's the one in charge here. Outside, the traffickers walk back toward their main ship, completely oblivious to the rebellion brewing in their warehouse. They arrive before their leader, an intimidating gnoll champion sitting on a throne, surrounded by guards. A short, stout man with a greasy mustache smiles. This is Torino, the leader of the Red Gnoll Merchant Guild. He announces that everything is ready for departure. The dwarf adventurer asks if they're handling this deal personally again, and Torino confirms it. He explains that ever since a man named Morris vanished and the Grey Merchant Guild collapsed, the entire black market is theirs for the taking. This bit of context reveals just how ruthless this world is and how quickly power changes hands. He rubs his hands together greedily. With no competition, their profits are about to skyrocket. He tells his crew the Garum Society pays top dollar for younger kids and promises them all a huge bonus. But the dwarf looks uneasy. First their rivals from Albus disappear, now the Grey Guild is gone. She says she has a bad feeling, chalking it up to a woman's intuition. The elf is stunned to learn. The dwarf is a woman, but she insists they should be careful. Torino just scoffs at their concerns. "Don't worry," he says, gesturing to the massive beast behind him. "We have the Gnoll champion with us." His arrogance has made him blind. Suddenly, a massive sphere of crackling purple energy screams through the sky and slams directly into their ship, erupting in a deafening explosion. Torino can only scream in horror, "My ship!" He whirls around, his face contorted with rage, demanding to know who did this. And there, floating in the air, wreathed in a terrifying purple aura, is Nana. Her horns have emerged, her golden eyes glow with righteous fury. The innocent child is gone, replaced by a being of immense ancient power. She glares down at the slavers and delivers her judgment. "Evil adults, Nana won't forgive you." A cataclysmic blast of dark energy tears through the port, ripping a gaping hole in the Red Gnoll Guild's ship. The guild leader, Torino, can only watch in disbelief, crying out in anguish for his vessel. He spins around, his face a storm of rage and confusion, demanding to know who could possibly be responsible for this. And there she is. Floating in the air, the innocent child is gone, replaced by a being of terrifying power. Wrapped in a purple aura, with small horns gracing her head, Nana glares down at the slavers. Her voice, cold and echoing with authority, rings out, "Evil adults, Nana won't forgive you." Torino's jaw goes slack. The horns, the overwhelming pressure of her magic, he stammers, the horrifying realization dawning on him. Could that be a dragonkin? Aaron, now free among the other children, points an accusing finger at the traffickers. "You people, you're nothing but lying evil adults." The elf from before finally puts it all together. This is all because of that one strange kid from the market. Furious, he lunges forward, vowing to deal with her personally, but he doesn't even get close. In a blur of motion, Nana is before them, a flurry of powerful kicks sending the traffickers flying. She lands gracefully on the pile of their unconscious bodies, crossing her arms with a satisfied huff. One problem down. Torino is practically shaking with rage. "So you want to fight, do you?" he roars, his hand glowing with menacing red energy as he commands the massive Gnoll champion chained beside him. "Go. Bring them back alive!" The Gnoll champion's eyes glow an unnatural red as the magic forces it to obey, a low, pained growl rumbling in its chest. It leaps from the throne, its enormous shadow engulfing Nana as it descends for the attack. Massive claws slam into the ground where she just stood, the impact shattering the stone docks into pieces. Torino screams at his enslaved beast, reminding it that he wanted them captured alive. One of his underlings echoes the sentiment, snarling that if the goods get damaged, there will be heck to pay. Their cruelty extends even to their own allies. But Nana is completely unfazed. She casually catches a massive chunk of flying debris with one hand, stopping its momentum instantly. She tilts her head, a curious expression on her face, as if she's analyzing a puzzle. Her eyes lock onto a glowing red shackle on the Gnoll champion's arm. It's a control artifact, the source of the beast's enslavement, and in that moment, she understands. Another Gnoll warrior charges, but Nana sidesteps its hammer blow with ease, the ground cracking from the wasted force. From his throne, Torino is losing his mind, screaming at his minions for being unable to handle one small girl. He pours more of his own magic into the control shackle, forcing the Gnoll champion to attack with more ferocity. Another enslaved beast raises a massive club, ready to bring it down on Nana, but Nana simply raises her hand. A sphere of crackling purple energy forms in her palm, and with a single, devastating blast, she completely neutralizes the attack. The Gnoll champion can only stare in shock as its comrade is sent flying by the force of the blast. The creature soars right past Torino's head. He's frozen, stunned into silence by this impossible display of power. The beast's weapon clatters uselessly to the ground as Nana stands ready, her focus unwavering. Brief ad panel for the Scanlation team. Across the city, Brian, Alice, and Emily are in a full-blown panic, frantically searching the crowded streets. Brian's eyes are drawn to the docks, where a pillar of smoke is rising into the sky. He wonders what all the commotion is about. He points, shouting that the trouble seems to be coming from over there. Alice adds that she can sense a massive concentration of mana from that same direction. "We need to hurry," Alice yells, and the three of them break into a desperate sprint toward the chaos, leaving stunned onlookers in their wake. Back at the docks, Torino clutches his head, his greed turning to desperation. He refuses to let this infuriating kid ruin everything. He points again at the Gnoll champion, ordering it to finish this now. But as he focuses his power, his eyes widen in sheer horror. The shackles, the magical restraints on the Gnoll champion's arm are cracking, then shattering completely under a wave of Nana's purple energy. They broke. She didn't just fight the beast, she freed it. Released from its magical prison, the Gnoll champion lets out a roar of pure, unadulterated fury and lunges. Not at Nana, but straight at its tormentor, Torino. The beast slams him into the ground, the impact shaking the entire dock and ending his reign of cruelty in a single blow. The Gnoll champion stands over its defeated captor, its eyes no longer glowing red, but their natural, fierce yellow. It growls, finally free. Nana watches, a calm, knowing look on her face. Her horns remain, a quiet symbol of the immense power she wields so responsibly. The massive Gnoll turns to face its liberator, the difference in their size is almost comical. But Nana moves with impossible speed, appearing right in front of the beast's face in an instant. "Ta-da!" she says cheerfully, holding up the small red Gnoll cub she'd rescued from the warehouse. "You this baby's mom, right? They've been looking all over for you." The Gnoll champion freezes, stunned. Overwhelmed with emotion, it watches as the cub lets out a happy yelp and leaps into its mother's waiting arms. Nana waves as the reunited family turns to leave, calling out a cheerful, "Bye-bye, smelly but yummy doggy." A moment later, a hint of sadness crosses her face as she looks off into the distance. "I miss Papa too," she whispers. Just then, the demi-human children she saved run up to her, thanking her profusely. Nana turns, a little surprised. She puts a finger to her chin, wondering what to do with them now, as the Gnoll family disappears into the background. Her attention then shifts to the three remaining traffickers, who are cowering in a corner. "Hey, bad uncles!" she calls out. She points at the children, her eyes glowing with a predatory light that promises severe consequences. "You take responsibility and bring them all back home." Her voice drops to a terrifying whisper. "If you don't, I'll eat you." The three slavers tremble, sweating as they stammer their agreement. The dwarf even finds the courage to mutter that she's a lady, not an uncle. Nana waves them off as they hastily begin to lead the children away to safety. She stands alone, a proud look on her face. "Nana saved everyone," she thinks to herself. "Will Papa praise me if he finds out?" Tears well up in her eyes at the thought. "This time, I didn't cause trouble. I did something good. Praise me, Papa." And just then, a familiar, gentle hand rests on her head. A voice she would know anywhere in the universe says, Well done. Her eyes go wide. Papa, it's Cyan. Standing right there, a warm, proud smile on his face. She asks him how he possibly found her. He explains that her elder dragon-level mana flooded the entire city. It would have been strange if he hadn't found her. This confirms just how extraordinary her power truly is. He continues, saying that when no one was at the safe house, he figured they must be out looking for her. His smile turns a little mischievous. But first, he says, Emily and Brian need a good scolding. Then, his voice softens as he looks at Nana. I'm your father. I can always find you, no matter where you go. He gently pats her head, amazed at the sheer amount of power she contains. Nana just beams up at him. You're amazing, Papa. At that moment, Brian and Alice arrive, calling out to him in relief. Thank goodness Nana is safe, Brian exclaims. But Cyan's expression darkens instantly. A terrifying aura surrounds him as he asks, his voice dangerously calm. So you know what you did wrong, right? Brian can only sweat and nod nervously. With a swift chop to the head, Cyan delivers his firm but loving punishment. Alice and Emily can only wince in sympathy. And as they look at Nana, they finally see her horns, and the unbelievable truth hits them. The lost little girl they were searching for was a dragonkin? In the background, Cyan chases a terrified Brian and Emily, lecturing them about never, ever taking their eyes off the kid. The scene cuts abruptly to the lavish estate of the Quizzle family, deep within the capital of the Ushif Empire. Someone is running frantically through the ornate halls. It's Xion Quizzle, Lunav's older brother. He looks panicked, wondering why his reclusive father has suddenly appeared at the main estate. He bursts into a large hall to find the family's knights bowing before a powerful, elderly man. Xion stammers, asking what brings him here. The old man, Lord Quizzle, turns to face his son, his expression grave. Xion, he says, his voice resonating with authority. We need to talk. At the Grand Quizzle estate, Xion bursts into the main hall, his expression a mixture of panic and disbelief. He can't understand why his reclusive father would suddenly leave the academy and appear here. He hurries down the stairs toward the imposing figure of his father, who stands silently among his loyal knights. Father, Xion stammers, what brings you here? Lord Quizzle looks down at his son, his face unreadable. His voice is calm, yet carries an immense weight. It's been a while, my son. Let's have a talk. Later, in a private study, the air is thick with tension. Lord Quizzle begins, reminding his son that it's been 10 years since he stepped down as the Duke. I had no intention of interfering, he continues, his voice sharp with disapproval. But I have to ask, why have our territory's operational costs been cut while the funds being sent to the imperial family have increased so dramatically? Xion remains defiant. You already know the answer, father. He explains that the Empress's family, the Nephilis clan, has been pouring massive amounts of money into supporting the throne. If our Quizzle family falls behind financially, he argues, our political power will crumble. The Nephilis family will use their influence to put their own blood on the throne. His voice rises with desperate ambition as he leans forward. Don't you want to see Prince Luenel become the emperor, father? Enough. Lord Quizzle slams his hand on the table, his patience finally snapping. He glares at his son, his eyes filled with a profound disappointment. Do you truly believe that boy has what it takes to be emperor? Xion looks away, unable to meet his father's gaze. As long as an emperor comes from the Quizzle family, he says quietly, does it really matter who it is? Lord Quizzle's voice turns to ice. He asks if that was the same logic he used when he married off his own deceased sister to the emperor, a cruel political sacrifice. The question hangs in the air, a devastating blow that leaves Xion stunned and speechless. This isn't just a political disagreement. It's a father confronting the moral decay of his own son. I will say no more, Lord Quizzle declares, his decision absolute. He gives a single, unshakable order, cut off all support for Prince Luenel, immediately. Xion shoots to his feet in protest, but his father is already rising to leave. Where are you going? Xion demands. Without turning back, Lord Quizzle gives his chilling answer, to the imperial castle. The scene shifts to the Vert family estate, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. Inside, Ashel sits alone, calmly reading a report. It seems the identity of the demonic sword's master has finally been discovered. A small flame flickers on his fingertip as he muses to himself. He meticulously lays his plans, but lately they seem to keep falling apart. He thinks about his sister, Alice, quietly leaving the Order of Light. While unexpected, it actually strengthened his own claim to the family title. In a twisted way, it was good news for him. But he can't shake the memory of her eyes, filled with an unmistakable contempt for him. He wonders what she could possibly know. The thought clearly troubles him, and his expression darkens with a flicker of suspicion. Suddenly, a spatial teleportation circle flares to life in the center of his room. A grotesque, shadowy figure emerges from the portal, wreathed in black and red energy. It's Boris, in a monstrous, half-transformed state. He kneels before Ashel, greeting his lord. Ashel looks down, completely unimpressed. "What happened to you?" he asks coldly. "Is that the true form of your Black Blood clan?" Boris apologizes, ashamed to be seen in such a weakened state. "Who did this to you?" Ashel demands. "I thought you were at Lewin Academy." Boris's monstrous form writhes as he delivers the shocking news. "It was your younger brother, Cyan. He drove me to this point." Ashel's eyes narrow, the name suddenly carrying a new, dangerous weight. "Cyan?" Despite his condition, Boris's voice holds a note of triumph. He explains that, while he failed, he also succeeded in his true mission. He holds up a small, red gem pulsing with dark power, a fragment of the demonic sword's energy he managed to secure. His face twists into a maniacal grin. "I found him," he declares. "I found the master of the demon sword." For Ashel, it's like a bolt of lightning. Everything clicks into place. A cold, chilling understanding dawns on his face. "Ah," he says softly, "now everything makes sense. Cyan, his useless, cast-off little brother, is the master of the legendary demon sword. That brat had been ruining his plans from the shadows, and he never even saw it. The rivalry was no longer just about family. It was now a battle of legendary proportions." Boris admits he tried to eliminate Cyan, but wasn't strong enough. Ashel's response is simple and direct. "Then I'll take care of it myself." He recalls his previous fight with the masked assassin. "I've crossed swords with him before. It won't be easy, but I have a chance." But Boris advises against it. Now is not the time. Boris explains that Cyan has powerful allies by his side, members of the infamous Black Mist, making a direct confrontation too unpredictable. "Do you have a plan?" Ashel asks. Boris's answer is cryptic. "Follow the prophecy." He tells Ashel that a saint will guide him to the location of the holy sword. To counter the demonic sword, he must find its divine opposite, the holy sword, Dirndalk. Hiding just outside the door, Ashel's servant Kellen overhears everything. His eyes are wide with shock. The holy sword, Dirndalk? He knows he has to warn Cyan immediately. He turns to leave, his mission clear. But a terrifying presence blocks his path. Boris appears in a swirl of dark energy. "Well, well," the necromancer sneers. "Looks like we had a little rat listening in." Boris grabs Kellen by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. "Weren't you Lord Ashel's loyal servant?" Boris taunts. "Who were you planning to report to?" But it's Ashel who steps forward, a cold, knowing look in his eyes. "I've had my suspicions for a while now," he says, his voice dripping with betrayal. "You've been fooling me this whole time, Kellen. Back at the Academy library, Lunav is hitting a dead end. She's surrounded by stacks of books but can't find the information she needs. She thinks back to the mysterious book they found in Boris's lab, its ancient language the only clue. She was forcefully ejected by a magic spell before she could learn more. So far, she's only learned that just 2 copies of the book, written in that ancient script, are known to exist, the Holy Book and the Demon Book. The one she saw seemed more like the Holy Book, which only raises a more troubling question. Why would a necromancer like Boris have it? As she ponders this impossible puzzle, Aaron quietly approaches from behind. Lunav wonders if she'll have to risk searching the forbidden archives of the Garam Society when Aaron softly calls her name. Lunav jumps, startled. "Lady Aaron?" Aaron just smiles, teasing her for being so lost in thought. Lunav smiles sheepishly and asks what brings the princess to the library. Aaron gets straight to the point, a slight blush on her cheeks. "Have you seen Cyan around lately?" Lunav admits she hasn't, having been cooped up in the library. Lunav gives her a knowing little smile. "It sounds like you want to see him." Aaron's face turns beet red as she sputters. "I do not!" "He just vanished all of a sudden, so it felt strange, that's all," she insists, completely flustered. Lunav chuckles. "Don't worry, If it's Cyan, he has a way of showing up right when you need him. Eren looks at her, surprised by her unwavering confidence. How can you be so sure? Lunob's smile is full of trust. I just know, she says softly, because that's how he's always been. Eren is quiet for a moment, contemplating her friend's words. Their peaceful moment is shattered by a servant running in, completely out of breath. Lady Eren, something urgent has happened. A letter from the Imperial family. Please read it quickly. Eren takes the letter, but the servant is still frantic. Just read it, he urges. Eren snaps back, asking if he already opened it himself. She recognizes her father's royal seal and breaks it. She begins to read aloud. Having affirmed the strong ties between House Vert and the Imperial family, she continues, her voice trembling slightly. Eren Severus, 5th Imperial Princess, and Cyan Vert, son of House Vert. Her eyes widen in utter shock as she reads the final unbelievable line. With marriage as the premise, are hereby declared engaged? In a palace built on secrets, even a simple word of thanks can be a weapon, especially when it comes from the ambitious Princess Violet. Inside the Emperor's chambers, the air is heavy with the smell of medicine. Emperor Dion looks frail in his bed as his daughter Violet fusses over him. She dismisses his gratitude, playing the part of the doting daughter perfectly. She insists he shouldn't worry about her, claiming his mild cold is breaking her heart. Her words are sweet, but her concern feels as hollow as the grand halls of the palace. The Emperor tries to reassure her, but his weak words are cut short by a voice from the doorway. It's Chancellor Kundel, the Dean of Lewin Academy. With his commanding presence, he enters and bows deeply, announcing himself to his sovereign. Kundel greets Princess Violet, who replies politely, calling him grandfather. The family tie hangs between them, a constant reminder of the tangled web of power in this room. With a slight nod, Violet and her maid excuse themselves, leaving the two most powerful men in the Empire to speak in private. The Emperor lets out a weak laugh, remarking on how far Kundel must have traveled, but the playful tone can't hide the deep exhaustion in his eyes. Now that they're alone, the facade crumbles. The Emperor seems to shrink, his age and illness pressing down on him. He asks what on earth has happened to his body, his voice heavy with a weariness that has nothing to do with a simple cold. He apologizes for his state, using his poor health as a polite shield. Outside, birds take flight, a symbol of a freedom he may no longer possess. But Kundel sees through the pretense. His voice is sharp with genuine worry as he demands to know when the Emperor's health became this severe. The Emperor admits that at first he too thought it was just a cold. But as he looks at his own trembling hands, he confesses that no matter how much time passed, his strength never returned. A look of profound regret crosses Kundel's face. He apologizes, his voice filled with remorse for not seeing the truth sooner. He's not just a chancellor, he's a friend witnessing a decline he was powerless to stop. The Emperor waves off the apology, his gaze sharpening. He knows Kundel didn't come all this way just to check on his health. With a knowing look, he notes that Kundel only ever makes this journey when the Empire itself is facing a grave crisis. He cuts straight to the heart of the matter, his voice low and serious. He asks if this is about that child, his own grandson, the dangerously unstable Prince Luenel. Kundel confirms it was a concern, but seeing the Emperor's condition has changed everything. The problem is far more serious than he ever imagined. A ball of golden mana flickers to life in the Emperor's hand. He tries to reassure his old friend, saying that as long as he lives, he can keep Luenel in check. But as Kundel looks closer, he sees something deeply unsettling. The Emperor's mana, while still immense, is flickering violently. It's dangerously unstable. He realizes with a jolt of horror that it isn't just the Emperor's body that is failing. His very core, his magic itself, is beginning to die. The Emperor dismisses the topic of Luenel, saying his true concern lies elsewhere. Kundel waits, wondering what could possibly be more dangerous than a looming coup. Unexpectedly, the Emperor changes the subject. "How is Eren doing at the academy?" he asks. Kundel's praise is immediate and sincere. He calls her an outstanding student, both talented and hardworking, growing into a fine princess. A wave of relief washes over the Emperor. "That's good to hear," he says. He recalls how she used to be so prone to tears, a memory of a small, crying Eren clutching a stuffed rabbit flashing in his mind. He feels he can finally be at ease about her future. He notes that she changed so much after meeting that boy 3 years ago. Kundel correctly guesses he means young Master Cyan. The Emperor confirms it. He believes that with Cyan by her side, Eren will be safe no matter what happens. And with that conviction, he reveals his ultimate political gambit. He has arranged for them to be married. Kundel's jaw drops. He's utterly stunned. The Emperor, seeing his reaction, asks with a slight smirk why he seems so surprised. Kundel admits he had his suspicions. When the Emperor asks for his honest opinion of Cyan, the Dean's face darkens, and he clenches his fist. His thoughts, he declares, are utterly dreadful. He launches into a furious rant, complaining that Cyan constantly skips lectures and has never once been seen reading a book. In 50 years as an educator, he proclaims, Cyan is the most notorious delinquent he has ever met. For a fleeting moment, the Emperor's confidence wavers. He looks completely thrown, wondering if he just made a catastrophic mistake. But Kundel isn't finished. His tone shifts completely. However, he continues, he is also the most talented student I have ever had the privilege to teach. With absolute certainty, Kundel states that as long as Cyan stands with her, no one in this world will ever be able to harm Princess Aren. The Emperor looks pleased, calling it a blessing, but then he brings the conversation back to its dark origin, asking what Kundel was truly so worried about. The light-hearted mood vanishes. The Emperor's voice drops to a grave whisper. A splash of blood fills the screen. His greatest fear is revealed. He is terrified of his own children shedding each other's blood for the throne. And just outside that very door, that fear is about to become reality. As Princess Violet walks down the hall, a figure steps out to block her path. It's Prince Luenel. He calls out to his sister, his expression cold and demanding. His eyes are sharp with suspicion. He wants to know why their grandfather, Kundel, made a sudden visit to the palace. Violet brushes past him dismissively, telling him to ask their grandfather himself. She doesn't even break her stride, her heels clicking against the marble floor with an air of finality. Violet sighs, muttering that this is all so ridiculous. Luenel's patience snaps. He glares at her, his voice seething. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Violet turns, a wicked, condescending smile on her face. Of course not, she purrs, leaning in close. Do you think I'm like you, dearest brother? Luenel roars her name, his composure completely shattered. What nonsense are you spouting? He lunges forward, grabbing her by the collar, his face a mask of pure, uncontrolled rage. But Violet doesn't flinch. She looks him dead in the eye, her expression chillingly calm as she asks if she really needs to spell it out for him. And then she drops the bombshell. You tried to kill all your siblings. The accusation hangs between them, sharp and deadly. Luenel recoils, his denial weak and frantic. Violet turns her back on him, her point made. As a parting shot, she warns him to watch himself. Luenel is left alone in the hall, his mind racing. Who leaked the information? The uncertainty is eating him alive. He watches her go, wondering what she's scheming. Violet, meanwhile, walks away with a triumphant, sinister smirk. And while the fate of the Empire hangs in the balance, the cause of half this chaos is having a complete meltdown in the Academy Library. Eren is bright red, screaming that it's unfair for everyone to decide on her marriage to Cyan without her. Lunav, ever the pragmatist, calmly suggests she should just refuse if she doesn't like it. Eren immediately faceplants onto the table in despair. She lifts her head, still flustered, admitting it's not that she dislikes the idea, it's just that it all happened so suddenly. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoes through the library. A student named Reshmus bursts in, fists in the air, shouting with absolute joy, I approve of this marriage. He rushes over to Eren, overcome with emotion, dramatically declaring that he's witnessed all her heartache. With his hands clasped, he proclaims their union must be fate, the will of the gods themselves. Surrounded by a flurry of magical flowers, he triumphantly urges her to claim Cyan as her own. A cold, unimpressed voice cuts through his theatrics. It's Cyan. He asks Reshmus what he thinks he's doing in a library. Cyan holds out a thick book, his expression icy. He reminds him that a library is for quiet reading. He gestures towards the very flustered Eren and asks sharply, Can't you see you're bothering the princess? Eren freezes, completely stunned by his sudden appearance. Before Reshmus can react, Cyan grabs him by the collar, and with one effortless motion, he tosses the dramatic student right out of the room. Cyan watches him go, wondering what that was all about. Lunov just deadpans Senior. Lunov then turns to Cyan and asks him directly, "Do you happen to like Senior Aaron?" Cyan's response is a blunt, immediate number. In his mind, he sees Aaron as a little kid sitting on the head of his 40-year-old self. The thought alone is unsettling. He tells Lunov that his feelings don't matter. For this political arrangement to work, they aren't necessary. With the interruption handled, Lunov points to the pile of books Cyan brought. Cyan explains he's looking for information about a specific book. She holds up an image of Boris's grimoire, explaining her own search to decipher the ancient text within. Cyan tells her she's looking in the wrong place. To get information on the holy book, Hearthcrea, she'd need to search the forbidden archives. Lunov is shocked he knows its name. He pulls out a different book, one with a simple, worn cover. He asks if she's ever seen it. Lunov reads the title, Chronicles of the Swordsman Penelon. It seems like a simple travel journal. Cyan leans over her shoulder, pointing to a specific passage. "Look at this verse," he says. He reads aloud, "Ah, a mountain covered with trees of sand." He explains it's a place from an ancient tale where a demonic beast, defeated in the war between gods and demons, now rests. His proximity makes Lunov blush as he asks if she knows where this mountain might be. She wonders what any of this has to do with the holy book, her face still red. Image. CHA79. Narrator. Cyan's eyes begin to glow with a demonic red light. He reveals his true purpose. He isn't looking for the holy book, he's looking for something that can rival it. He's searching for the resting place of the demon tome, Remy Haram. This is not a defensive move, it's the beginning of his counterattack. Cyan reads the cryptic line one more time. A mountain of legends, a place where a beast from the great war between gods and demons is said to sleep. He leans closer to Lunov, the intensity of the moment almost electric. He asks her if a mountain thick with trees of sand rings any bells. Still flustered by his closeness, Lunov admits it doesn't. She's completely lost, asking again what any of this has to do with the holy book. Cyan's eyes glow a sinister red as he reveals his true objective. He's not looking for the holy book, but for the only thing in existence that can stand against it, the demon book, Remy Haram. Lunov is floored. The names of those forbidden tomes are secrets known only to the highest echelons of the Garam society. How could Cyan possibly know them? She stammers an apology, admitting she's never heard of them. Cyan simply turns away. If she doesn't know, then he's hit another dead end. He starts to walk off, telling her to let him know if she uncovers anything. As he disappears into the empty library, Lunov stands alone, the weight of the secret he just shared settling upon her. She calls out into the silence. "You're there, aren't you, Ramela?" From the shadows, her personal bodyguard emerges. The blonde knight, Ramela, apologizes, explaining she's under strict orders from Lunov's grandfather to never leave her side. Lunov scoffs. "A bodyguard!" Just another gilded cage her family has put her in. She turns to Ramela, her mind still racing. She asks how many people in the entire Garam society would know the names Hearthcrea and Remy Haram. Ramela's expression is grim. "Very few," she says. "They are forbidden texts, and even speaking their names is a punishable offense." She has no idea how Cyan could know. Lunov gives her a direct, unwavering order. "Bring me books about them from the forbidden archive." Ramela is horrified. The knight protests, her voice shaking. "An act like that is punishable by death. Her grandfather would be furious." But Lunov's eyes flash with purple mana, her demeanor cold and absolute. "My grandfather is always angry with me anyway," she states. "If Cyan knows something, then I need to know it too." This is a declaration. She is no longer following, she is investigating. Seeing this new, unshakable resolve in the girl she was sent to monitor, Ramela can only sigh in defeated acceptance. Lunov's expression is firm. Her path is set. She knows Cyan is hiding something immense, a secret that goes deeper than she can imagine. For now, she'll focus on one thing, getting closer to him and to the truth he's so desperately guarding. She's officially joined the fight. Meanwhile, Cyan walks down the academy hallway, frustrated. Another lead has gone cold. It seems he'll have to find this mountain of sand on his own. An unexpected voice stops him in his tracks. "You look troubled, Cyan Vert. It's Set Shaharkan, the muscle-bound prince from Spania, striking a pose he clearly thinks is intellectual. He offers his services as a man of great empathy and wisdom. Pushing his glasses up his nose, he offers to listen to Cyan's troubles. Cyan is just baffled. He deadpans, asking, Set if he's finally lost his mind. Set is unfazed, but Cyan is in no mood for games. He brushes past him, saying he doesn't have time for this. Set pleads with him to wait, insisting he might actually be able to help. Cyan is deeply skeptical. What could a guy whose brain is probably pure muscle possibly offer? But then, a thought strikes him. Set's homeland, Spania, is famous for its vast deserts. On a long shot, Cyan asks him if he's ever heard of a mountain thick with trees of sand. He pushes his luck even further, throwing out the other key name. Or maybe Remiharam? The goofy expression on Set's face vanishes, replaced by something dark. A humorless laugh escapes him. It's been a while since I heard that name. Cyan can't believe it. You know it? Remiharam. Set repeats the name, crushing his glasses in his fist. He snarls that the beast was the first creature to ever hand him a humiliating defeat. He begins his story. He was on a solo training mission when he stumbled upon a nameless ruin deep in the desert. A flashback shows a 6-year-old Set, already strong for his age, but still just a child. He admits that back then, he was arrogant and inexperienced, and the creature he found there was the embodiment of pure, overwhelming fear. A colossal shadow beast, radiating terrifying red energy, towered over the small boy. It was an opponent he had no hope of ever defeating. He says he must have blacked out, because when he came to, all he felt was the desperate relief of being alive. He had run. On pure, primal instinct, he had fled, leaving a trail of terrified footprints in the sand. It was his greatest shame, but he knows if he hadn't, he would have died that day. Cyan processes the new information. So, Remiharam isn't a book, but a beast. Set confirms it, the memory clearly still painful. Cyan's mind is racing. This changes everything. This is the lead he's been searching for. He asks Set if he can point him to the ruin. Set says he doesn't know its name, only that it was in a region called Nodeli, and that's the final piece of the puzzle. In the ancient Spanian language, Nodeli means forest of sand trees. This is the place. He grabs Set, his voice urgent. If we go to Nodeli, can you guide me there? Set is taken aback. Guide you? You mean you want me to go with you? A thought flashes through Set's mind. An adventure with his dear friend? A memory surfaces of a young Prince Set crying to his mother. He wails that his friends always run away from him, scared of his strength. His mother gently wipes his tears. She reassures him that one day he'll find a true friend who understands him. With a warm smile, she tells him that if he keeps training, he'll find a friend to go on adventures with. Back in the present, Set's face is flushed with emotion. His mother was right. He snaps to attention. Understood, Cyan Vert. I shall prepare at once. For him, this isn't just a mission, it's the fulfillment of a lifelong dream. Overcome with pure hype, Set turns and runs, straight into a solid stone wall. The impact shakes the entire hallway. Other students cry out in alarm as Cyan just points, completely dumbfounded. He looks at the Set-shaped hole in the wall and wonders, why is he so excited? From a distance, Lunov watches the entire chaotic exchange, completely silent and utterly unimpressed. Later, Cyan returns to his room to find his servants, Brian and Chloe, waiting for him. Brian rushes forward with a letter bearing the imperial seal, telling Cyan it just arrived from the palace. Chloe swoons, teasing that Cyan always gets things done. Cyan casually flicks Brian's forehead, asking if he read it without permission again. He takes the letter, but Brian blurts out the news before he can open it. You're getting married, sir? Cyan is genuinely confused. Me? Why? To who? Chloe happily supplies the answer. To Princess Erin. He suddenly remembers Lunov's strange question from earlier and realizes this is just one more complication he doesn't have time for. He crumples the royal decree in his hand. He'll deal with it later. His focus is on the real mission. Now dressed for travel, he tells his servants and Nana that he'll be gone for a while. Peeking over the sofa, Nana gives him a cheerful salute. Don't worry, Papa. Then she asks an innocent but incredibly awkward question. So, does this mean I get a mom now? Cyan is completely floored. No, that is not happening. Brian immediately gets worked up, asking if he's really going to defy the Emperor's command. Cyan's expression turns deadly serious. He tells them that the path he's chosen does not have a happy ending. He'll likely spend his life as a fugitive or face execution for blasphemy. He looks his loyal servants in the eye. so I can't drag her into this. He is not rejecting Aaron, he is protecting her from his dark fate. With that, he turns to leave. He closes the door, leaving them in a somber silence. Chloe whispers, her heart aching for him. Poor young master, it's all Ashel's fault. But Brian clenches his fist, his face filled with a new resolve. We're not going to let that happen. He turns to Chloe, a fire in his eyes. We have to stay strong and support him. Chloe agrees, her own determination renewed. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy pulses through the room. A small voice pipes up, Nana too! Nana too! Brian and Chloe turn around, startled. They can't believe their eyes. It's Nana, but she's transformed. Small horns have emerged, her eyes glow gold, and she's surrounded by the same dark purple aura as Cyan. She isn't just his daughter. She's becoming his reflection, ready to walk his dark path with him. The scene shifts to the vast starlit desert of No Delhi in the Spanya kingdom. Cyan and Set fly through the night sky on a magic carpet. This is one amazing carpet, Cyan comments. Set laughs proudly. He calls it his alamut, boasting that it got them all the way to Spanya in half a day. Cyan looks at him skeptically. But do you actually know where we're going? Set just grins. Don't worry, I remember everything. He points confidently at a massive, swirling vortex on the horizon. We just have to go through that dust cloud over there. Cyan raises an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, really? He squints, seeing tendrils of dark, bloody energy whipping through the so-called cloud. He thinks to himself, in what world is that? Just a dust cloud. Set just keeps laughing, completely oblivious. In Spania, that's nothing. Just trust me, my friend. And with that, the two of them fly straight towards certain danger. Cyan stares at the swirling vortex of dark, bloody energy, then back at his ridiculously confident guide. Oh, really? He asks, his voice dripping with sarcasm. In what universe is that just a dust cloud? But Set just laughs, shouting that it's nothing to worry about and that Cyan just needs to trust him. With that, he steers their magic carpet straight into the heart of the storm. The world dissolves into a violent blur of sand and dark energy, and for a moment, everything goes black. Cyan blinks, the harsh desert sun hitting his eyes. He feels disoriented, wondering if he passed out for a second. He sits up to find himself on the ground in the middle of a vast desert. It seems they made it through. Set greets him with a cheerful, "You're awake, my friend." Set strikes a heroic pose, declaring himself perfectly fine. Cyan just glares back, completely unamused. Good for you. As they trudge across the endless dunes, Cyan asks how much farther they have to go. Set just laughs again, insisting they're almost there. Just then, Cyan spots a faint silhouette on the horizon, barely visible through the shimmering heat. Set points toward it, explaining that it's a massive ruin, though it's hard to make out the details through the swirling sand. He proudly declares that Cyan is probably the first person besides himself to ever set foot in this place. But Cyan's expression is serious. Are you sure about that? He asks. Set is confused. What do you mean? Is someone else here? Cyan pulls his scarf over his face, his assassin senses on high alert. He tells, So. Right, he tells. Sir, it looks like someone beat them to it. He can feel multiple mana signatures nearby. The scene shifts, confirming his instincts. An expedition, clad in desert cloaks, is already making its way through the ancient ruins. Their leader gives the order to dismount, announcing that they'll proceed on foot from this point. The leader, a man with white hair and tan skin, warns his group to stay sharp. They have no idea what awaits them inside. His followers respond in unison, "Yes, Lord Karen!" as they approach a massive, sealed stone door covered in ancient script. From a safe distance, Cyan watches from behind a rock, wondering who these people could be. He decides to observe for now, but his plan is shattered when Set roars, "Hey!" and charges forward like a maniac. One of Karen's men reacts instantly, launching a powerful kick that Set narrowly dodges. The force of the blow shatters the ground where he just stood. Set grins, impressed. The man demands to know who he is. Hiding behind the rock, Cyan can only wonder if his new travel companion is completely insane. Set puffs out his chest, golden energy flaring around him as he bellows out his full title, Set Shaharkan, Prince of Spania. Then, to Cyan's absolute horror, he adds that he's not alone and points directly at Cyan's hiding spot. Cyan facepalms. So much for stealth. The leader, Karen, whips around, his eyes wide with shock. Cyanvert? Is that really Cyanvert over there? A drop of sweat rolls down Cyan's face as he peeks over the rock. This just got incredibly complicated. Karen identifies them both, the reckless Prince of Spania and the youngest son of House Vert. With a cold glare, he warns them to leave peacefully. Then, without waiting for a reply, he unleashes a powerful spell, Volt Section, sending a massive wave of crackling blue lightning surging towards Set. The blast of pure energy rips through the air, aimed to completely overwhelm the prince. Karen scoffs, certain that a mere child is no match for his power. But Set is more than just muscle. He slams his fists together, activating a technique called sand molding. A wall of hardened sand erupts from the ground, absorbing the lightning attack head-on. This isn't just brute force, it's a unique magic that counters traditional mages. Caron is stunned. He blocked my magic? Set isn't finished. He clenches his fist, golden energy glowing around it, and activates another skill, Reverse. He punches the sand wall, reflecting the stored magical energy back at Karen in a powerful blast that shatters the nearby rocks. Karen dodges just in time, realizing with a grimace that he severely underestimated his opponent. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Set looks disappointed that his attack only grazed him. Enraged, Karen yells that Set's arrogance ends now and orders his men to attack. But as he turns, he freezes. His elite soldiers are already on the ground, defeated. Standing behind them is Cyan, who took them all down in the blink of an eye. Karen is speechless. He didn't even see him move. Karen's rage boils over. You brats, he seethes, brilliant blue energy exploding around him. How dare you mock me? I won't forgive this. The air crackles with immense power as he prepares to unleash his full might. But before he can attack, a single calm voice cuts through the tension. Stop! Both Cyan and Karen turn, their battle instantly forgotten. Set just stands there, utterly confused. Stepping out from behind a rock formation are two figures. Cyan recognizes them immediately. Lunav? It's her, along with her bodyguard, Romola. Lunav's gaze is cold and commanding. She informs Karen that they are with her and orders him to stand down. Karen's rage evaporates, replaced by pure, unadulterated panic. He drops to one knee and bows his head. My apologies, Lord Lunav. His face is beet red with embarrassment as he begs for forgiveness, admitting he was disrespectful. Lunav gives him a sharp look. As long as you understand, she says, her tone leaving no room for argument. She has taken complete control of the board. She then turns to Cyan with a small smile, asking if he's been well. Cyan is completely bewildered. How did you find this place? He asks. Lunav cheekily replies, You give off a very nice scent, senior. Cyan is left speechless, seriously wondering how on earth she tracked him here. The scene flashes back to the academy for the explanation. We see Nana, but she's different. She's sitting politely, but now sports small black horns and a lizard-like tail. Instructor Sarika explains to a stunned Brian and Chloe that this is a polymorph. It means Nana is maturing as a dragon and will soon be able to fully control her form. Sarika notes that polymorph magic is usually used to hide a dragon's true, massive form, but since no one's seen a mature dragon in centuries, it's anyone's guess how Nana will develop. Brian nervously comments that he can't exactly say he's never seen one, hinting at his past encounters alongside Cyan. He quickly realizes his slip-up. Sarika then asks the real question. Speaking of which, where is Cyan? Brian and Chloe stammer, pretending they don't know. Sarika sees right through them. Skipping out again, I see, she fumes. Brian promises he'll make sure Cyan attends class next time, but Sarika just stomps off, muttering about his delinquency. After she's gone, Brian and Chloe are left alone. Brian lets out a long sigh. Making excuses for him all the time is exhausting. Back in the present, at the ruins entrance, Karen is protesting loudly. He can't believe Lunav wants to enter the ruins with Cyan and Set. He argues that it's too dangerous for her, but Cyan cuts him off, vouching for their abilities. Lunav calmly explains her logic. Since no one has ever returned from these ruins alive, working together is their best chance of survival. Karen insists his team of elite mages is different, pleading with her to trust them. A hand goes up in the air. Hey, a voice says. It's Set. He proudly announces that he went in and came back alive just fine. Karen dismisses him, but Set fires back, calling him a chatty loser and pointing out that the entrance was crawling with lizardmen when he was last here. Image, Shay 7 Duro S069. Narrator, Cyan's eyes narrow. High-tier beasts at the entrance? That doesn't make sense. He thinks to himself that if monsters were here, the entrance should have been smashed to pieces. Yet the ancient stone doors are perfectly intact. His assassin's instincts are screaming that this is a trap. Just as the thought crosses his mind, the ground begins to tremble violently. A massive, clawed hand bursts through the stone floor right in front of them. One of Karen's men shouts in alarm. Cyan's voice cuts through the chaos, calm but urgent. Everyone, get ready for battle.